What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Rocks Group 48 Imperial Tools 1 at Chapter 1, the Noxian Empire in the North Blue. Among the 4 seas, North Blue is called the strongest sea. Reason? It's actually very simple, it's not just that there are huge numbers of pirates. And pirates are stronger on average, the most important thing is the country, power, and family of North Blue are all in chaos. Even say, it has reached an astonishing level, and this is the most fundamental reason. The continuous wars have created the astonishing strength of North Blue, which is the fundamental reason why North Blue is called the strongest sea among the 4 seas. Clatter, the waves were churning, and, at the seaside, there is a young man with his upper body naked, but carrying a hill on his back, bouncing and jumping for leapfrog training. That feeling. It seemed that with every step, the ground was trembling. He exhaled deeply, and the training of the teenager became more and more strict and cruel, not just leapfrog, push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, etc. Although they are all simple training, in the hands of young people, they are extremely terrifying. It is hard to imagine that this is a physical quality that a teenager in his teens can bear. Noxus Locke. That's the boy's name, only 15 years old this year. Although he is only 15 years old, Locke's strength is already extremely terrifying. Even though, Locke also doesn't know what's going on with his physicality. Advertisement but, on top of this chaotic sea, having this monster-like physique is a good thing in itself. Your Highness, hearing the call in his ear, Locke frowned, then jumped up, stood up directly, panting heavily, and the little maid serving at the side immediately delivered the towel obediently. Locke wiped his sweat and asked, Sebastian, what's wrong? Your Highness. Sebastian was called Sebastian, a deacon with white hair combed back and black suit. Although he was old, he looked like an old gentleman. He put his hand on his chest and bowed. Shen said, the Kingdom of Germa once again sent us a warning, if you don't hand over the 3 billion research funds, you will attack, right? Locke handed the towel to the little maid, and said coldly. Yes. Sebastian bowed his head respectfully, he was also full of anger. To put it more bluntly, this is called research funding, and it is a research funding that Noxus asks the Germa Kingdom to help with research. To put it bluntly, isn't this a clear robbery? What a headache. Locke also rubbed the space between his brows a little, and then said, what kind of reactions are there from the world government and marine? Sebastian hesitated, then shook his head bitterly and said, Your Highness, Noxus is not a member country of the world government, and they simply ignored our intentions. Locke said with a faint sarcastic smile, is this the so-called righteous army? Never mind. Noxus is not a member country, such a situation is not surprising. As for the world government, there is no need to say more. Locke waved his hand indifferently, and said indifferently about these situations. This kind of thing is probably predictable. How are the preparations for the royal father's funeral going? Your Highness. Sebastian continued to report, His Majesty's funeral will be prepared in 10 days. Your Highness, you will succeed to the throne at the same time. I see. But, succession? Locke thought for a while, shook his head and said, impossible. The Kingdom of Germa will not allow me to inherit the throne safely. For the Kingdom of Germa, the 3 billion Baileys are absolutely inevitable. Well, advertisement. Sebastian sighed helplessly. Your Highness, there is only an army of less than 10,000 people in the country. Facing the Kingdom of Germa, I'm afraid. Sebastian also shook his head in despair, have no idea. Noxus was really not a powerful country. Even in its heyday, it was just a small country with a population of only a few 100,000 and an army of 30,000. What now? After the last failure, almost all the troops of Noxus suffered heavy losses, and only a few 100,000 people were slaughtered. The troops of 10,000 people were all temporarily selected. Basically, they have no fighting power. As for the reason? It's easy. The Kingdom of Germa, the overlord of the North Blue, has his eyes on Noxus. Noxus got the treasure of 3 billion Baileys, but for some unknown reason, it leaked out, and the result was targeted. First, he was inexplicably blackmailed. Then, when my father and king went to reconcile, they were attacked by pirates and were instantly killed. It can be said, everything happened so fast, the current situation was formed in just 5 days. It's not. With the death of the old king, Locke has not yet inherited the throne, and the Kingdom of Germa has been forced to come again. Your Highness. Sebastian said suddenly, you, run away. Abandon Germa Kingdom, leave North Blue, and use your talent to go to Grand Line in New World. One day, you can rebuild Noxus. Run away. Locke murmured these words, but shook his head calmly and said, no need, I enjoy what I should enjoy, and naturally I have to be responsible for these. Sebastian. Do not worry, I'll take care of this matter. Germa Kingdom, how long will it take to arrive? 3 days. Your Highness, only 3 days at most, the Kingdom of Germa will arrive in Noxus. Sebastian felt gratified but helpless to report, quite a feeling that his own child had just grown up but was not obedient. I see. Locke nodded calmly, and said with sharp eyes, enough. Chapter 2. I have 48 pieces of Teigu snapped. Step by step, he walked back to the palace. Noxus Island. This is not a big island, even if it is full of people, it is at most a small island that can accommodate less than 1 million people. In the center of Noxus Island, a place that is like the King's Highland of the Kingdom of Doris Rosa. And the first generation of Noxus kings built their palace here. Locke stepped up the steps step by step, looked at the ancient palace in front of him, and stepped into it. Worth to talk about. Noxus. Even though, this has always been a small country, but this small country has lasted for hundreds, even thousands of years, and is an ancient country. Your Highness, and with Locke's return, all the little maids bowed their heads respectfully. Are they really loyal? Hard to say. Money touches people's hearts. This total of 3 billion Pele treasures has sent people here from many countries in North Blue. What do they think? Of course there's no doubt. Only, the kingdom of Germa almost washed Noxus like a plow, but no treasure was found. So, they chose the second method, which is to send people into it. So, there are about 300 little maids in the palace, at least 200 of them are sent by others. After all, for other people, these 3 billion Baileys can't be considered a lot, but they are definitely not a small amount. This kind of fat, of course I want to eat it myself, should I leave it to others? It's just like a joke. Advertisement, Your Highness. The maid walked over step by step. Compared with other young maids who were 17 or 18 years old, she looked much older. She was already a woman in her 40s. She said respectfully, dinner already prepared. Alice, have you brought back what you asked to bring back? Locke nodded, but he spoke slowly the moment he passed Alice. Alice immediately nodded respectfully. Alice is Sebastian's wife. Sebastian is the head butler of the palace. Alice is the head maid of the royal palace. The two of them are now the only people Locke can really trust. As for the rest of the palace? There is no need for trust. Minimum, Locke wouldn't trust them, and he wouldn't touch them. After getting the confirmation, Locke nodded for the unchecked. Next, he enjoyed the food every day, washed up under the service of the little maid, and returned to the room. From this point of view, he seemed to be a prince, enjoying the everything a prince should enjoy. Back in the room, lying on the soft big bed, as the lights were turned off, the spacious room instantly became dim. Locke lay in bed and fell asleep, and as time passed, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly, Locke opened his eyes, looked around, looked at the outside that was still not lit, then stood up, under the pitch-black night. No one knew what he had done, but the self in the room had disappeared. Snapped. Following the faint light, he walked down the steps step by step. This is the secret room in the palace, where the treasure is of course stored. Only, want to open this secret room? It is almost impossible for outsiders, because it needs the royal family's fingerprints for verification before they can open it. To be honest, as a time traveler, Locke's eyes widened in shock when he saw the way to open the secret room for the first time. Obediently. What is this? This palace has been built for at least 700 or 800 years, thousands of years, good guy. Is there such advanced technology? But, considering that Vegapunk said in the original book that 800 years ago, there was technology beyond the present, Locke took it for granted. That's right, Locke is a time traveler. He came from Dongwang in his previous life. He was just an ordinary otaku. He didn't have so many bloody plots. He just died suddenly because of staying up too late. Advertisement. After his sudden death, Locke traveled to this world, the world of great pirates, and became the Prince of Noxus, a small country in the North Blue. As for the time point of his crossing, I can only say, the time when I travel by myself is rather embarrassing. Put it another way, I should be the same age as Kaido. Now I am 15 years old, and Kaido should also be 15 years old. Considering that there are still 42 years before the plot begins, Locke doesn't have the heart to think about it so much. Reason? Isn't that what it is? Something happened to my house. While Locke was thinking about it, he gradually came to the deepest part of the treasure room, quietly looked at the treasure room in front of him. There were all kinds of treasures in front of him, but his expression was very strange. Calm. Reason? Very simple. The treasure of 3 billion has caused such a big change in his country. The weak eat the strong. Thousands of words and countless thoughts were gathered into these 4 words. Locke shook his head calmly, and then walked to the other side, where there were 5 devil fruits that had been prepared. As for what are these 5 devil fruits, feel sorry. Locke didn't know, nor was he interested, what kind of devil fruit they were. After all, even the incomparable Logia and Phantom Beasts can't change the danger of Noxus. Now, the most important thing for me is to rely on the 3-0 cheat in my mind. Besides, everything else is pointless. Locke raised his hand, as if there was suction, and the 5 devil fruits were directly swallowed up. Next moment, I seem to have come to an illusory space. 48 gorgeous weapons are floating and flying in the space. And these weapons have the same name, Teigu. That's right. This is Locke's cheat as a time traveler. He came from time travel, and there are 48 pieces of Teigu in his body. Chapter 3. The appearance of the demon god, the essence of demons, Acedes. Teigu. From the world of a beheaded girl, amount. From Locke's point of view, this is an old show. As for why impress yourself? What is the main reason? In it, a very high-quality girl dies every 1 or 2 episodes. Good guy. Over time. With the arrival of the finale, the male protagonist Kakuzu was dropped. For this situation, Locke couldn't help but click his tongue. Of course. That was the situation in the past, but the current situation is that I have traveled to this world of big pirates, but I have a complete 48 pieces of Teigu in my body. As for how to summon, it's easy. I want to summon Teigu out. So, the most important thing is energy, and what is the most important energy in this world? Devil fruit. Therefore, Locke came to this digital world to collect devil fruit. Noxus used to be just a small country. How could it be possible to collect precious devil fruits? It took 15 years. This is still to get the 3 billion Baileys, which cost a high price in the black market, and it took a narrow escape to get the 5 devil fruits in total. Now, as the 5 devil fruits were absorbed, Locke seemed to feel a dizzying change in front of his eyes. The 48 pieces of Teigu seemed to have turned into 48 terrifying monsters. They were roaring crazily, and even made terrifying roars. Fleeting. Locke's consciousness has been restored, and in front of his eyes is a Teigu that looks like a small wine jar. The ice blue exterior is engraved with demon patterns. Although it has not been opened, endless frost is already spreading towards the surroundings. The appearance of the demon god, the quintessence of the devil. Locke whispered softly. I didn't expect to get this Teigu for the first time. This is one of the top Teigu, right? Advertisement. Locke then shook his head. Actually, except for the supreme Teigu, the other 47 Teigu are almost all equivalent in theory. But, if you just summon Teigu, it's not enough. Locke murmured softly, but there was a different light in his eyes. As expected, buzz, wisps of light burst out. Next moment, the Teigu in front of him emerged with a terrifying light, and a figure slowly rose up. A whole new world? It's really interesting. Along with this mature, elegant, pleasant female voice came out from the light. It also slowly dispersed, followed by a figure walking out of it. Snapped. Accompanied by the sound of high-heeled shoes stepping on the ground, a woman in a clean white military uniform stepped on knee-high high-heeled boots, with icy blue long calf-length hair, and that beautiful icy blue eye pupils, and a western sword hanging from his waist. Only, she exuded a domineering aura. Acedes, Locke murmured softly. Demon god appearance, the essence of demons. Acedes. This is the strongest person in the original book. To deal with her in the original book, you need to have the one-hit kill Teigu, 9 other Teigu envoys, and more than 50,000 elite soldiers. This is an estimate, but the number of people needed on the internet far exceeds this number. And that's the power of Esdeath's terror, it can be said. The most frightening thing about this woman is not how powerful Teigu is, but that she has really developed Teigu to an ultimate, and her own terrifying training has reached an unparalleled level. Little Prince, Acedes looked around, and suddenly stepped forward, looked at Locke with a smile, and said amusedly, is it you who summoned me here? Locke looked at Acedes and said nothing, but said calmly, Acedes, welcome to the new world, let's go, a war is about to start. Advertisement? War? What kind of results do you need? Not one left. I don't need to leave anything behind. Locke's voice was very calm, while Acedes smiled lightly and licked his thin lips, and said gracefully, Little Prince, you are very much to my liking. That's right. Locke consumes his own energy, and the summoned Teigu can directly construct Teigushi. But, the difference is, if it is said that they used to be the Teigu envoys who mastered Teigu, but now they're just spirits mastered by Teigu. Of course, Locke can also choose, if he doesn't like it, he cannot construct it, but construct it according to his own ideas, but in that case, the summoned Teigushi will take the form of a baby and it will take time to grow. That's what Locke is about. For Locke, how powerful Teigu really is. I am the owner of Teigu, and I am very clear that it is impossible for human beings to hold Teigu to exert the true power of Teigu. Even say, human beings hold Teigu, but the power of Teigu is suppressed. Now, summon out Teigu himself, and construct the spirit of the weapon, so that he can fully exert the true power of Teigu step by step. As for myself, worth to talk about. Each of the Teigu summoned by myself is very special, all the Teigu belong to me, they are like my own magic weapons in the myth, and the Teigu envoys are the spirits of weapons, this is the fundamental core. Therefore, for Locke, Teigushi is absolutely loyal, just like Acedes. Her soul and will are constructed from the essence of demons, absolute, will never betray. Acedes. Locke thought secretly in his heart. I don't know what level her strength has reached. But even if it is based on the performance in the original book, it is enough to face the kingdom of Germa. Terrifying killing intent burst out in his eyes, and Acedes, who was following Locke, looked at his little prince's killing intent, and his smile became more and more intense. Chapter 4. Haki, Noxian Admiral Army Jingle. Esdeath tapped Locke's arm with the western sword in his hand, making a crisp and sweet sound. Look carefully. Locke's arm actually showed a jet black light, as if it was covered with a layer of black iron, which was the essence of this world. Armament Haki, one of Conqueror's Haki. Oh, little prince. Acedes was very interested, and said amusedly, is this Armament Haki, one of Conqueror's Haki? Locke nodded and explained, Armament Haki has a very special power. After training, it can reach the 3 color levels of winding, covering, and emission. It covers the body to form a solid armor, and it can also be attached to the weapon as a weapon, is a system that integrates offense and defense, the same. If you are good at marksmanship, you can also attach to bullets. I see, Acedes looked at Locke's description of Armament Haki, read the book at the same time, and began to study. Conqueror's Haki, that's right, Locke Grandmaster Conqueror's Haki. It's worth mentioning, Linlin is known as a natural monster, steel balloon, and so on. Kaido has a terrifying recovery power, which is not the recovery power after eating the green dragon fruit, but the recovery power that is born with it. And what about Locke? Locke's talent is almost the combination of Linlin and Kaido. Now 15 years old, at a young age, he has already mastered Conqueror's Haki. Anyway, I am also the prince of a country and the only prince, so it is very easy to learn Conqueror's Haki. To be honest, Locke alone is not afraid of the kingdom of Germa. Because, in my opinion, even if I can't defeat the Germa kingdom, at most I can run if I want to. But the problem is, advertisement I am the prince of Noxus, and I enjoy the convenience that Noxus brings to me. Could it be that I don't want to protect this country? As a person, at least, that's not what Locke is. Wave. While Locke was thinking, the faint layer of armament Haki was already wrapped around Acedes' arm. I am silent at this moment, my talent is very amazing and terrifying. According to Sebastian, it is definitely at the level of a monster, even at the level of an evildoer, and it took me 7 or 8 hours to achieve this. Did you learn armament Haki, or did you have the teacher's instruction? Result. Acedes just watched himself use armament Haki, and then looked at the cultivation method. Did he master it? Sure enough. Locke secretly clicked his tongue, thinking in his heart. According to the performance in the original book, Acedes is restricted by that world. If he leaves that world, he will definitely be able to show even more terrifying talents. Acedes was thinking about it, and as he gradually mastered it, he became more and more proficient in armament Haki. Locke interrupted at this time. Acedes, don't worry, I will describe observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki to you next. Observation Haki's words. It is to listen to the voice of the opponent, judge the movement of the opponent, and form a method of anticipating the enemy. Of course, with the advancement of observation Haki, the scope can be expanded, and more sounds can be heard, and at the peak, it can reach the level of peeking into the future. Locke continues to lecture on Acedes, including Conqueror's Haki. Only, buzz, feeling the aura emanating from Acedes, Locke was silent again, shaking his head silently, without saying anything. Never mind, do not talk, it doesn't make any sense. Good guy. You are really scary, you are the evildoer in the legend, right? What is this TM? It's just a monster, okay, advertisement. Mastered armament Haki in just over 10 minutes, mastered observation Haki in just over 10 minutes, just felt your own Conqueror's Haki, is it mastered Conqueror's Haki? Evildoer. No, bug. Locke couldn't think of any title to describe Acedes, and after much deliberation, this title was the most appropriate. Okay. Locke looked at the sky and it was already dawn, and stopped him. Acedes, let's go and see the situation in Noxus. Next, as the Admiral Army of Noxus, you need to defend Noxus. Oh, the corners of Acedes' mouth curled up, and he said amusedly, Little Prince, are you planning to leave? Locke nodded, and said calmly, I must leave. The countries that are allies of the world government are the ones who are looking for trouble. Now we are not qualified to face the world government, and the world government will not launch a war against Noxus. But as a prince, I will definitely be forced to leave Noxus. Besides, the improvement of strength in Noxus is really too slow. And, you can't get more devil fruit here, and you can't unlock more Teigu. Locke said all his thoughts in a few words, but Acedes didn't say anything. She is a general and a soldier. As a soldier, she just needs to obey the order. As for what kind of order? It does not matter, for her, completing the order is enough. It was already dawn. Breakfast time. Alice looked at Acedes standing beside Locke, especially feeling the aura of a majestic beast on Acedes, and frowned slightly, not understanding what was going on. But, the identity of Acedes standing here seems to have proved the identity of the other party. Locke put down the breakfast in his hands, wiped the corners of his mouth, and said calmly, Alice, go and call Sebastian, and at the same time, let Sebastian inform you that Acedes will be Noxus from today onwards, Admiral Army. Yes. Alice didn't have any hesitation. Although she was puzzled, she remained absolutely loyal, even if she was foolishly loyal, accepting the task meant going on. Chapter 5. Kingdom of Germa, Family of Vince Moke. Sebastian. Alice. Both the husband and wife felt very strange about the origin of Acedes. Only, my own prince has been outstanding and perfect enough since he was a child. As for being deceived, that is even more impossible. That being the case, that is to prove that there is no problem. As long as there is no problem, as long as the two of them complete the task, it is enough. Acedes. Locke sat on the bed, propped his head with one hand, and said with a smile, Then, the matter is left to you. Certainly. Acedes smiled, and then left the palace. Next, Locke went on with his usual training. There was nothing Noxus had to deal with. The reason is simple. You said that a small country with a population of more than 100,000 is now a small country with a full budget. Do you think there may be any problems? Sebastian. Alice. The couple as head deacon and head maid handle everything. As for other aspects, night fell, when Locke comes back. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of blood seemed to be dripping from the ear, which was obviously very clean, but Locke felt as if he saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Locke walked into the palace step by step, unknowingly. Advertisement the daily little maids have all disappeared. It's as if they never existed. As for where they went. It doesn't matter anymore. Enjoying the usual dinner, Locke continued. Sebastian, calculate the time, Germa Kingdom. The day after tomorrow should arrive in Noxus, right? Sebastian, who was serving at the side, touched his chest with one hand, nodded and said, Your Highness, just as you said, the Kingdom of Germa will arrive in the Kingdom of Noxus in 2 days, next. Okay. Locke raised his hand and stopped and said, Let Acedes handle this matter, don't worry, Acedes will handle this matter, and there will be no problems. Yes. Sebastian didn't ask too much. One day. In just one day, the husband and wife couldn't help but sigh with emotion towards Sebastian. This is definitely a woman with terrifying strength and fierce strikes. The most important thing is that she has a special personality charm. In the morning, all the troops were sorted out, and the 10,000-man army was nothing but trash. As a result, under the sorting out by Acedes, an elite prototype appeared. In the afternoon, Acedes led an army of 10,000 people to baptize the entire Noxus, cleaning out nearly 3,000 people from the inside out, including men and women, old and young. The couple were greatly shocked. As for who are those people? The husband and wife are not idiots, of course they know what's going on. And Acedes just pried their mouths open in just one night, and they have already asked who the master behind them is. This kind of efficiency and ability is simply terrifying. Snapped. Snapped. At this moment, Esdeath walked in step by step, with a smile on his mouth, and said in a funny way, "Little prince, it really is a lot of trouble, scattered, the whole North Blue, unexpectedly 30 countries sent spies. It's normal." Locke didn't show too much, and said casually, "It's not a strange thing. 3 billion. Unless it is for those big countries, it is not a small amount of money anywhere. Not to mention, the 3 billion is in our hands, isn't it like a piece of fat? If the Kingdom of Germa hadn't targeted us first, and the North Blue Overlord has targeted us, other people would have already visited us to make trouble. Hee. Advertisement, it's really interesting." The corners of Acedes' mouth curled up, and he said amusedly, "Little prince, can I kill them?" Locke nodded, but shook his head again and said, "Yes, but it's not this time, the current strength is not enough, killing them will cause problems." Acedes asked amusedly, "Is it okay in the future?" Of course. Locke had no doubts about that. "That's right," Acedes continued to ask, "what's going on in the Germa Kingdom?" Locke stood up and said, "Sebastian, please explain the specific situation to Acedes." "Obey, your highness." Sebastian immediately bowed his head respectfully, while Locke said, "Acedes, you understand, I'm going back to rest." Locke leaves, and Esdeath looks at Sebastian. Moment. Sebastian seemed to be being targeted by wild beasts, but after all, he was an old man, and he was very calm about these things. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Admiral Army. The Kingdom of Germa is the overlord of North Blue, and known as Germa 66, for many people, it is even considered a fictional organization. Actually, the Kingdom of Germa is real, and the entire Germa Kingdom has been ruling North Blue with violence, terror, madness, and many other aspects. The leader of the entire kingdom is the Vince Moke family. This generation, the patriarch of the Vince Moke family is Vince Moke Reich. At the same time, the Vince Moke family also has Earth Rule, Water Ruler, Fire Ruler, and Wind Ruler. There are 4 people in total. The Kingdom of Germa has no territory of its own. The entire country is constructed entirely of ships. And there are no people inside the country, except for the Vince Moke family in King's Landing and the scientific team formed by other scientists. All the people in the country are the people in the army constructed by artificial humans." Sebastian described all the information about the Germa Kingdom in detail. This information, for many small families, small forces, and small countries, they definitely don't know. But don't forget, although Noxus is not considered powerful, it has existed for hundreds or thousands of years. Chapter 6. The General Who Froze in the Sea. The massacre has begun. Clatter, clatter, the waves churned. Ships came galloping from afar. Vince Moke family, Kingdom of Germa, Germa 66. These are all its names, although they are different, but the same thing is that it is called the North Blue Overlord. The real deal owner of North Blue, snort. This is a man who looks 70% to 80% similar to Judge. He snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Noxus, but you are really shameless. Hand over 3 billion Baileys obediently. Obviously can live on, but in the end, do you really want to die?" The man was none other than Vince Moke Ledge. Standing around him are men wearing gray, blue, red, and cyan clothes. The 4 of them look very similar. Vince Moke DG. Vince Moke Shui Ji. Vince Moke Huo Ji. Vince Moke Fengzi. These 4 people are quadruplets. They are Lei Ji's younger brother and Lei Ji's right-hand man. The strength of the 4 people is considered good. Of course, the overall strength of the Vince Moke family is just that. This is not a joke. No. The Vince Moke family ruled North Blue more with the power of technology, but in terms of pure strength, that's all. "Brother," DG said coldly, "I heard that Noxus has a new admiral army, and it's still a woman. She just got rid of all the undercover agents when she took office." "Trash," Huoji said disdainfully. "It's just a trash woman, don't take it seriously." Shueji said coldly, "It's better to be a little more careful, it's best to kill him directly." Feng Ji remained silent. Lei Ji said calmly, "Then get rid of this woman. Since this woman has appeared here, then, isn't death the only result for her?" "That's right. Advertisement, good. The 4 brothers are very indifferent." Soon, the scattered ships of the Germa Kingdom have gradually approached Noxus Island. Snapped. Snapped. Lei Ji stood at the bow of the boat, looking at the coast not far away, and said coldly, "Noxus locked, brat. Obediently hand over the weapon fee. This is something you Noxus bought, do you want to regret it?" "Repent? He. Locke smiled sarcastically, "A hard buy and sell deal, do you think he'll give you money?" "Court death. Fire." Lei Ji's killing intent burst out, and he gave the order to fire without hesitation. It's just going through the motions. Today, Lei Ji had no intention of keeping Noxus alive. Even if Locke obediently paid the money, the entire Noxus must be destroyed. This was the only result. Crackling. Rumble. The roar of the artillery fire exploded instantly, and with the roar of the tumbling artillery fire, countless shells came straight to Noxus Island. Just from the attitude of starting this way, it can be seen that the kingdom of Germa has no intention of showing mercy. Brush. Acedes took a step and raised one hand. In an instant, the ice wall covering the entire island emerged directly, and all the shells directly fell on the ice wall. That's a weird scene. The shells did not explode. Quite the opposite. The moment all the shells hit the ice wall, they were directly frozen into ice cubes by the freezing air, and stuck to the ice wall. Kingdom of Germa. The Vince Moke family, Germa 66. As the overlord of North Blue, don't let me down. The smile on the corner of Acedes' mouth became more and more intense, followed by him. The whole person was like a tiger out of a cage, but his slender figure burst out at an extremely terrifying speed, directly stepped on the sea surface, and went straight to Gia. Irma's ship left. Advertisement. What? Lei Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't imagine that Esdeath had such strength. What stage is the strength of Acedes at? That's something Locke is thinking about. Pity. There is no comparison object, and I have never seen the strength of Marine Vice Admiral and Admiral of Headquarters, so I am not particularly clear about these. Kacha, and as Acedes galloped past, a large amount of ice spread out from under his feet, and endless frost covered the surrounding sea area, and all the ships from the port to the Germa Kingdom were frozen. Defense! Defense! Fengzi shouted loudly, and at the same time led a large number of android soldiers, heading straight for Acedes. Oh, the corners of Acedes' mouth curled up, and he said interestingly, "Let me see, how is your strength?" Brush. Acedes flashed past, and the western sword on his waist was unsheathed instantly. In an instant, all the android soldiers were directly killed, and one of Fengji's arms was cut off in an instant. What a fast sword! Fengji felt the piercing pain, but raised his eyebrows and said solemnly, "A great swordsman." Acedes said interestingly, "Your strength is not bad. I plan to kill you directly with a single sword." Don't be too arrogant. Court death. The three brothers Diji, Shuiji, and Hoji also rushed over at this time, leading the android soldiers and Fengzi to surround Acedes. Careless. Lei Ji also looked solemn, and said secretly, "I didn't expect that this woman would have such a strong strength, but the problem is not big, and it shouldn't be a problem if you want to get rid of her." Although Lei Ji was surprised. But in Lei Ji's view, it's very easy to get rid of Esdeath, who has only one person, and it's not a big problem. Even if Acedes' strength is indeed shocking, but to Acedes, she also showed a bright smile. Because the massacre has begun. Chapter 7. Leave no one behind, hit Germa hard. Snapped. Snapped. Fist to the flesh. Each of Locke's punches took the life of an android soldier. Only, compared to the efficiency of Acedes, that's just too bad. Letting out a long breath of turbid air, Locke didn't feel tired. After all, his physique was placed here. But Locke still said emotionally, "Compared to Acedes, I always feel that I am still much worse." Although that's what he said, next moment, wave. Make a fist with one hand. Locke punched out an extremely terrifying shockwave, and a large number of android soldiers were instantly wiped out. A strange scene appeared. Just two people, Locke. Acedes. But, facing the Germa Kingdom, which is called the Overlord of the North Blue, it was completely suppressed. Under the strength of Acedes' Devil Fruit and Logia Devil Fruit. Number of people? In fact, it is meaningless. In this regard, the number of people has no meaning at all. Snapped. At this time, a photo is suddenly thrown in front of Locke. Vince Moke DG. Wow. DG spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole face was pale, and he raised his head in an extremely ugly way, and said in a low voice, "Damn." Snapped. Locke stomped on his head directly, like a watermelon exploded, and the red and white burst on the frost in an instant. Advertisement. Do you think I'm a soft-hearted person? Locke seemed to be asking, but also seemed to be asking himself. Acedes' light figure drew a beautiful arc in the air. It landed on Locke's side. "Little Prince," Acedes said with a smile, "how do you think these people should be dealt with next?" "Not one left." Locke gave an order coldly. "No one from Vince Moke's family will be left behind, except for that. If the others can deal with it, try to kill them all. But, Acedes, you are not allowed to kill any member of the Vince Moke family." Good. Of course Acedes knew why his little prince wanted to stop him. Therefore, Acedes pointed to his toes, jumped up, and went straight to the battlefield again. Underfoot. As Esdeath fell rapidly, a terrifying giant piece of ice actually emerged, and the huge ice block smashed down from top to bottom. Boom. The terrifying ice directly destroyed a ship in an instant. Followed by, the moment it fell, Esdeath opened his hands. Click. Click. Endless frost spread out along the hands, two icicles spread rapidly, forming a huge ice hammer that could only be manipulated by the Titans, and two ships were directly destroyed, and all this is not over yet. Woolen cloth. Acedes looked at the four brothers Lei Ji, Shuiji, Huoji, and Fengji, with a smile on his face, and went straight to the four brothers. 3 days. In just 3 days, it seems that the strength of Esdeath who came to this world has gone a step further. Locke murmured softly, for this situation, is it really as he thought? To be honest, I am not particularly clear about it myself. It is absolutely necessary to admit that Acedes is really a terrifying evildoer. In the original book, Acedes is limited by the world, but when he comes to this world, Acedes seems to have ushered in a second spring. Snapped. Advertisement. While thinking in his heart, Locke easily dealt with the small android soldiers one by one, quietly waiting for the next result. As expected. Snapped. Two more figures were thrown directly in front of Locke. Vince Mo K Shui Ji. Vince Mo K Huo Ji. The two brothers, both of them were extremely pale. They were panting heavily, and drops of blood dripped on the ice, as if they wanted to raise their heads with difficulty, and they seemed to be babbling. Want to say something? Locke. Huo Ji roared violently. UFC King little brat. How dare you attack our Germa Kingdom? Do you know that you? Click. Locke crushed his head with one foot, shook his head boredly and said, it's already this time, are you still thinking about threatening me? Really? What about you? With that said, Locke set his sights on Shui Ji. Cough. Accompanied by a weak cough, Shui Ji slowly got up, sat cross-legged on the spot with difficulty, panting heavily. Noxus Locke. Shui Ji looked at Locke weakly, and said, it is undeniable that we really underestimated you, a brat, although I don't know where you found such a capable subordinate, it's a pity it's useless, we are not in the same order at all. Even our brothers are dead. Same. You have to pay the price. Shui Ji's eyes were scorching hot, and he was very clear that the next Noxus was almost certain to die. He. Locke smiled lightly. I'm sorry. I don't need to bother you. A whip kick directly sent Shui Ji flying, like a knife. In half a year, Shui Ji's body had been split into two halves. Now, only the brothers Lei Ji and Hefeng Ji are left. Of course, Locke watched Acedes fight while finishing off the minions and said that the fight wouldn't last too long. In front of the berserker-like fighting style displayed by Acedes, just such an opponent. It's not worth mentioning at all. No. 2 minutes later, Earth, Water, Fire and Wind, the only remaining Fengji of the four Vince Mo K family brothers, were also thrown in front of him. Locke didn't even bother to listen to his nonsense, and just stomped on his head. It can be said, after this war, the kingdom of Germa suffered heavy losses and suffered terrible damage. Chapter 8. Locke, the marine dogs are coming. Locke said indifferently. Is there anything you want to say? Reed knelt in front of Locke like a dog, something he probably never would have imagined. Obviously a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in his own eyes. Result. Unexpectedly, a terrifying power that could swallow itself exploded out. Cough. Lei Ji coughed weakly, but said ferociously, you brat of Noxus. You have no idea what a terrifying force you have offended, death. It will cover your body forever. Quote. Are you finished? Locke kicked Lei Ji away, and this feeling directly shattered his heart, and at the same time said lightly, I really don't know what you said, but all I know is, you are dead. Boom, rumble, not far away, accompanied by terrifying roars, Acedes has already destroyed all the remaining ships. These ships are all part of the territory of the Kingdom of Germa. Of course, it can be said that the land of Germa Kingdom was directly destroyed. Acedes came back and asked curiously, Little Prince, are all the ships of the Germa Kingdom here? No. Locke shook his head and said, it's probably only 1/5 of the population here, but the death of 5 members of Vince's Mo K family, plus a large number of technological troops died here, is very important to the Kingdom of Germa. It's also very painful. Of course Locke knew that this wasn't the full power of the Germa Kingdom at all. No joke. The strength of the Germa Kingdom is absolutely beyond doubt, because of this. But as long as they are not idiots, they are very clear about how amazing the Germa Kingdom is, and what an amazing and terrifying power it is. But this power is meaningless in front of Acedes. A strong technological force is indeed very strong. Pity. Without all the strength, the result was killed by Acedes. Otherwise, as the overlord of North Blue, the Kingdom of Germa couldn't have been killed by Locke and Acedes, and an army of 10,000 people who were just soy sauce. Isn't that pure nonsense? Advertisement. This will last and then will disappear. It is precisely because of this situation that this war is owned. Stay. Locke said suddenly. The next thing is to trouble you, Noxus will be guarded by you, and on the bright side, there should be no more the people who came to attack in the open and square. It's hard to tell in the dark. Acedes smiled and said, Little Prince, you still have to think about yourself, after all. If you die, I will die too. If I die, Noxus will not live hope. I will live. Hearing what Acedes said, Locke said very calmly, for me, I won't just die like this. Snapped. Clenching a fist with one hand, Locke's eyes flickered with terror. Joke. How could it be possible for me to end everything I have experienced? North Blue. All over the world. Grand Line. New World. World government. Etc. All of this, I have nothing to resent, for this world, this is a world where the weak prey on the strong. But same. Since this is a world of the jungle, then, on the day when you are devoured by me, don't be annoyed. Locke didn't experience many things, but under the attack of Germa Kingdom this time, especially with the death of his father, the whole person is like a beast that has broken free from its cage, becoming more and more terrifying. Ambition. Fear. Crazy. All of this is gradually precipitated and grown. As time goes by, when Locke really completes the transformation and really grows up. That time. Advertisement. This sea. No, no. The whole world will undergo earth-shaking changes. By the way, Locke seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said, the dogs from Marine should also be coming. After all, as a prince of a non-joining country, he killed the king of the joining country and many ministers and subjects in one go. This is not acceptable to the world government. It will definitely send Marines to crusade. The smile on Locke's mouth grew ironic. Marine. It is undeniable that they are indeed pursuing justice, whether it is from Sora, Sengoku, or Sakazuki, the third-generation marshal. They are indeed pursuing justice. But to be honest. They are a dog from the world government, they are just a dog raised by 5 elders, and they will do whatever they ask them to do. As for Locke, he has indeed made some preparations. As long as there are no deviations, Noxus will not have any accidents. Acedes looked at Locke's beast-like terrifying eyes, with an amazing aura exuding from his body, and his smile became more and more intense. For Acedes, what she likes the most is the strong, and she admires the strong even more. Looking at her little prince, although he does not have the strength of a strong, he is showing a strong side, and his smile is already getting richer. Your Highness, Your Highness. At this time, Sebastian walked over with the soldiers who had cleaned the battlefield, put his hand on his chest, and said respectfully, the battlefield has been cleaned, and some scientific research equipment is intact. We are going to move it away, and there are many others, treasures of gold and silver. Even though Acedes destroyed quite thoroughly, but in the process of cleaning the battlefield, there are still more or less spoils that should be there. Bring back all the gold, silver and treasures. As for the equipment, sell it after making sure there is no problem. Locke calmly ordered. Sebastian, you and Alice, while I'm away, the kingdom's problems are for you to deal with, external problems are for Acedes to deal with. Yes, Sebastian naturally knew what His Royal Highness wanted to do. But he couldn't stop it, he could only accept the order silently. Chapter 9. The Strength of Acedes, the Silent Admiral. The second day, it is almost enough to explain the things that should be explained. Locke is still very calm training. No matter what the future holds. Locke will never let up, especially when it comes to his own strength. After all, the strong are respected, the weak eat the strong. This is the truth of this sea. For this sea, this is the most important thing. Clatter, clatter. As the waves churned, Locke narrowed his eyes slightly, with a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth. Looking at the ships approaching from afar, he said sarcastically, it really is a good dog from world government. It came from Naval Headquarters North Blue, that's fast enough. Locke doesn't deny whether there's a genuine upholding of justice within Marine. There must be. This is absolutely beyond doubt. Only, Locke hates Marine enough, this is really not a joke, just a joke. When the lousy TM country was attacked, where were you rubbish? When an accident happened in lousy TM's house, where were you rubbish? Good guy. Now the kingdom of Germa is attacking lousy's country, but lousy TM has killed his opponent, and you are here instead. A look like a messenger of justice. He. It's really disgusting. Locke chuckled ironically, and said coldly, they really are a bunch of good dogs. Never mind. Locke didn't think about it that much either. Next. It's time for me to leave, why did I wait until now? I was able to go yesterday. After all, it is fine to hand over the internal affairs to Sebastian and Alice. Although they are just deacons and maids, it is not a problem to deal with such a small country with a population of more than 100,000. It is enough to leave it to Acedes outside. According to Acedes' great reputation in the Germa Kingdom, although he is a newcomer, but generally no one will target Acedes. Advertisement. The premise. Locke is definitely leaving. As for whether you can trust these 3 people, the first 2 watched them grow up. If they want this country, Locke can even give it to them. After all, they have been busy with these jobs since they were young. As for the latter, joke. Every Tegushi is his own Teguki spirit, and he is absolutely loyal. Tegushi also has various ideas and hearts, but his loyalty to Locke is absolutely beyond doubt. Your Highness. The little maid obediently followed Locke's side, hesitating to speak. Let's go. Locke said calmly, Marine came after me. If I don't show up, they won't leave. I will leave in front of them. So, Locke looked at the Highland Palace in the distance, and said quietly, Noxus can enjoy a period of peace, and as long as my reputation is getting bigger and bigger, and my status above the sea is higher, then Noxus is just getting more and more accident-free. Snapped. After the words fell, Locke strode away, and the 2 little maids hurriedly followed Locke. Port. The tall figure of Acedes stood proudly at the port, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and whispered lightly, is there something for Marine to come to Noxus? Quote. Looking at Acedes, who was exuding an unwelcoming aura, the man standing on the deck of the Marine warship had a calm expression, as if he had no emotional fluctuations. Marine's target is only Noxus Locke. Besides, I don't want to interfere with any of the subjects of Noxus. He. Acedes said interestingly. You Marines are here to arrest our Prince of Noxus, and you want to let all our Noxus people get out of the way. It's really interesting. A group of obedient dogs. Acedes' words were very harsh. For a moment, a large number of Marines immediately became furious. The man in the lead showed a different look, not angry or cold, but more of a helpless look. Yes, but anyone who is not an idiot knows what is going on. Advertisement. The results of it. Marine is still here. He. It's really ironic enough. World government will not take a shot at Noxus, in that case. It is too embarrassing for the dignified world government to take action against a small country that is not a member country, and the warships of the Germa Kingdom destroyed by Acedes are of course nothing. But Locke, who killed the patriarch of Vince Mokay's family and the 4 cadres, must be taken away. This is an explanation from the world government for the kingdom of Germa. Step aside. The man didn't have any more nonsense, just opened his mouth coldly, and the corners of Acedes' mouth curled up, and said in an interesting way, "Let me see how powerful Marine Admiral is." Snapped. With one foot on the ground, Acedes went straight to the man in front of him. Brush. The western sword was unsheathed in an instant. Acedes didn't have so many fancy operations, let alone any fancy skills, it was just a pure sword that contained the essence of the devil. Jingle. The sound is very crisp and pleasant. But, just at the moment of fighting, Acedes said secretly in his heart, "Not an opponent. There is a big gap, but I don't know if I use that move." Acedes just had an idea, and didn't make a move right away, although she was a crazy woman who liked to fight. Locke is the master of Acedes, and the master has given orders. So, one must be restrained. This is absolutely beyond doubt. Jingle. Crackling. Acedes and the man fought very fast, but the time was very short. Soon, the two separated, and Acedes landed on the edge of the port, and said seriously, "It is indeed the most powerful dog in the world government and celestial dragons. It has really terrifying strength." Quote. Facing Acedes' ridicule, this Marine Admiral just kept silent. Not a word. Chapter 10. Leave. Board a ship to the New World. Marine Admiral. Dogs of Celestial Dragons. What a disgusting name. But, the man couldn't refute, because he is very clear that this is his situation. They Marine insisted on their inner justice. Their Marine is still a dog of the world government. They Marine Admiral is the dog of Celestial Dragons. Never mind. Acedes didn't say anything provocative, but changed the subject and said casually, "As a strong man, of course your thoughts are fine, but it's a pity that my little prince, in order not to implicate us, has already. If you think there is a problem, you can go to the island to search." No need. The man shook his head indifferently, he turned around and said calmly, "Retreat." Yes. Marine didn't hesitate at all. The warship left just as it had arrived. As for the reason, men are very clear. Locke will leave. Absolutely will leave. Of course, Locke could also stay in Noxus for the rest of his life. If only. It doesn't matter that Locke hides in the palace for the rest of his life and will never be seen. But the man knew that what Locke did, this 15-year-old boy was an equally terrifying monster, and he would never accept such a life. Clatter. Standing on the deck of the warship, as Marine Admiral, he whispered, "Noxus Locke, according to your personality, you will go to the New World. You left Noxus to your loyal subordinates, but it avoided the danger of Noxus. Advertisement. Same. When you make a name for yourself in New World, the greater your name, the more secure it will be for Noxus." Acedes. The man murmured softly. He knew that the key to everything was that woman. If someone killed Acedes, all of Locke's ideas would fail. As long as Acedes holds up the pressure, then the plan just works. Quote. Acedes watched the marine warship leave quietly. Actually, Acedes is just a shaking S, not that she is a crazy woman. Since she knows she is not an opponent, if it is a life and death fight, she can fight desperately. But the problem is, I don't have this need. How does it feel to face Marine Admiral? Locke walked over from a short distance and said, "How does it feel to be different?" "It's huge," Acedes said with a smile, 10 minutes at most. "I will die, but seeing the existence of a stronger person is really great." Locke didn't say much. Actually, for Acedes, she was too strong, so strong that she had no opponent at all. Naturally, when Acedes reached that level, she even wanted to fall in love. In fact, she just felt it. Acedes was already invincible. Most of the time, she was even begging for death, hoping that her opponent could kill him. Only, when he came to this world, Acedes saw a stronger man, and his blood for becoming stronger began to boil. "Your Highness." Sebastian came with Alice at this time, and said respectfully, "A ship to New World has been arranged for you, and you will arrive at New World via the Red Line, so please be patient, the Red Line is very dangerous." Red Line. The base camp of the world government. But this is indeed the fastest and safest way to New World. That is to take a merchant ship and go to the New World through the Red Line method. Don't worry. Locke waved his hand and said with a chuckle, "I'm not an idiot, I wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Noxus is for you." Advertisement. Yes, Your Highness. Sebastian and Alice put their hands on their chests, knelt respectfully on one knee, and saluted His Highness who gave everything to Noxus with the highest and most respectful etiquette. If Locke leaves this time, he will definitely become a wanted criminal by the world government and become a pirate. It didn't matter to Locke, and Acedes didn't care about such things. But in the eyes of Sebastian and Alice, it is simply the greatest insult for Your Highness to become a pirate. From prince, from the nobility, became a pirate, even say. His Royal Highness is about to become the new king, no matter how strong or weak the king is, he will be the king after all. In the end, he was forced to become a pirate. It's a disgrace. Huge shame. Soon, Sebastian's specially prepared personnel came to do makeup on Locke. How to say? After putting on makeup, Locke looked almost 10 years older. He was obviously a 15-year-old boy, but now he looks like a 25-year-old youth. But this is also the best way to pass the red line safely. Get it all ready. At night, the merchant ship has already arrived in Noxus. Sebastian greeted the owner of the merchant ship very skillfully, and soon under the influence of Bailey, he arranged for Locke to board the ship, and it was a VIP class treatment. Clatter, clatter. Standing by the side of the boat, Locke watched Noxus receding away, without speaking for a long time. No one knew what Locke was thinking. The captain walked over step by step, and said with emotion, "Brother. You are Sebastian's relatives, to be honest. Noxus is really not easy." After a little improvement, it turned out that it happened something like this. "Take care of yourself." The captain shook his head and comforted him. "Brother, I will send you to the Golden Island in New World, the rest of the road. That is up to you. Find a way to survive." Good. Locke embodies the feeling of depression perfectly, nodding silently. Chapter 11. Fallen Prince Locke, Bounty, 200 million Baileys. In the room of the cabin, Locke was panting heavily, undergoing a terrifying training. Little Prince. Acedes sat on the sofa beside him, and said with a smile, "Your training can't fully release your potential. As for why Acedes is here. How to say? The 48 pieces of Teigu are equivalent to the 48 treasures of Locke, and the Tegashi are the spirits of the equipment equivalent to Teigu. In other words, Locke can summon Teigu to his side wherever he wants, and Acedes is just a phantom now. After all, it is easy to summon it, but it is troublesome to send it back. So, the phantom of Acedes came to Locke through the Teigu space where Teigu exists, but if Locke really encounters a danger that he can't solve, Acedes' body can be reached in an instant. Heaving a sigh of relief again, Locke picked up a towel beside him and wiped away the sweat. The floor was already soaked. "This kind of training is the most suitable for me now," Locke said very calmly. "Training is to become stronger. If you put yourself in danger, it will be more troublesome. The sea people are more dangerous than the dangerous species." Locke wiped his sweat and asked, "Acedes, how far do you think your strength is from Marine Admiral?" "The gap. It's huge." Acedes was not annoyed or unwilling. Instead he said with a smile, "I can hold on for 10 minutes at most. And the other party is pure physical skill. If Haki and fruit abilities are added, I'm afraid I can only hold on for 3 minutes, or even 2 minutes. Locke nodded knowingly. According to his own judgment, Acedes' strength probably belongs to the level of Vice Admiral. Combined with the power of ice, which is the essence of demons, it can probably reach the level of top Vice Admiral. Of course. Advertisement. In the eyes of the general, this kind of strength is definitely not worth mentioning. For example, Quinn of the Beast's pirates in the original book, as a cadre of one of the 3 major disasters, he can at least defeat Vice Admiral. The results of it. Facing Linlin's fury with such strength, he would kill you directly with one blow. If the two sides were to fight in an open posture, Quinn would just hold on for a while at most. To be honest, the level gap between the general and the general is too big, unless it is the strength of Marco, Jin, Beckman, Katakuri and other people at the deputy level of the Emperor, otherwise, the gap is really too big. It seems. The gap in strength is still very obvious. Locke said casually. "Acedes, what are you going to do next?" "The problem of Noxus is just a small problem, and a mere 10,000 troops is nothing." Acedes said with sharp eyes and an excited smile. "Of course we have to work harder to become stronger." Quote. Locke wasn't surprised by what Acedes said. After all, Acedes used to be the Admiral Army commanding a million-strong army, and there are only 10,000 people in this area. Does it still need to be taken into account? And, for Acedes, she felt motivated again. For Acedes, she was too strong, so strong that she has lost her motivation, and this is the worst for Acedes things. She needs motivation, and now that she has seen a stronger powerhouse, of course the motivation that once disappeared has reappeared. "Okay, I'm going to rest." Locke didn't care if Acedes looked at him. After washing, he just lay on the bed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. But, outside, Locke's terrifying instincts were still keenly aware of danger, and even in a deep sleep, there wouldn't be any problems. "Little Prince." Acedes looked at Locke amusedly, a smile emerged, and the phantom gradually disappeared, and it was time for her to go back. The following days. Then it is very simple. Daily training, eating, training, eating. Even say, except for the captain, no one else knew there was such a person as Locke, and the captain did not bother Locke. As Sebastian's friend, he was also willing to help Sebastian bring his relatives out and send them away. Although the new world is equally dangerous, it is already much better than Noxus, which is a banned lamb. Advertisement. Only 2 days later, the ship's voyage has just arrived on the Grand Line, entering the Grand Line through the upside-down mountain. Result. Acedes just brought new news. "Little Prince," Acedes said amusedly, "your reward order has come down." Reward order. Locke was stunned for a moment, then reflected, and said clearly, "It's been 5 days, and the reward order came down, so the efficiency is quite low, but I guess this can be regarded as the silent resistance of the marine dogs. After all, in the eyes of the marine guys, this kind of thing is not a glorious thing in itself. But the problem is, this is the order of the world government, and they have no way to resist it. Therefore, the reward order was delayed for a few days, and it was their only resistance. But, this kind of resistance, on the contrary, makes people feel disgusted, and the feeling is just a feeling of standing upright. Acedes, how much is my bounty?" Without thinking too much about other things, Locke planned to ask about his own bounty. 20 million. Locke looked at the two fingers in the depths of Acedes' smile and raised his eyebrows, and said interestingly, did the world government only give me a bounty of 20 million? No, Acedes smiled and shook his fingers. 200 million Baileys. Locke was also stunned, showing a look of astonishment. Chapter 12. Grand Line, Red Line, Mariajoy. Fallen Prince. Locke. Bounty. 200 million Baileys. Locke walked out of the cabin and got a reward order, but looking at the reward order in his hand, he couldn't help shaking his head. How do you say it? Locke looked at the reward order and said interestingly, you really look down on me. The first time the reward has reached 200 million berries, it's amazing. Nico Robin. As the only historian in the original work who can translate the historical text, the bounty is nothing more than 80 million berries for the first time. The results of it, when I came to myself, the starting price was 200 million. Locke can see that even the history of 800 years ago is different from the pressure brought by the North Blue Overlord. He. The corner of Locke's mouth curled up, and he said with a touch of sarcasm, what an amazing bounty. It's a pity, such a bounty doesn't mean much. It's impossible to say that. Acedes said very calmly. Little Prince, you also know that when you arrive in New World, this bounty will become a reminder. Although only 5 days. But, Acedes should learn a lot. Although she likes to fight and is a queen who shakes ass, Acedes is also a wise and brave female general. As a female general, it is natural to learn when she should learn of. Indeed, Locke nodded in agreement. Subsequently. I just don't care about this matter at all, no matter how much the bounty is, it's just meaningless. The most important thing for me is to improve my strength, as long as my strength improves, then everything is Shujil. The 200 million bounty will be a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered, right? He. So, let yourself be truly qualified to match the 200 million bounty, or even 300 million, 500 million, 1 billion, 2 billion, 5 billion. Wait until he becomes a truly terrifying big pirate. No matter how much these people look down on pirates, but the strength is there, you must be obedient if you don't want to be obedient. Advertisement. Strength. Always be the most important. In the following time, I completely entered the life of 3 points in 1 line. Have a meal, sleep, exercise. In such a life of 3 points in 1 line, after sailing for 3 months, stopping at each island and conducting transactions, I finally arrived at the Red Line. Red Line. World Government. Marie Joyce. Here is the center of world power. Of course, it wasn't Mariajoy that Locke was headed to. After a series of tedious searches, he was not fooling anyone in this regard, and Locke finally followed the fleet through the elevator and entered the Red Line. Red Line. Locke's clouds gradually appeared under his feet, and he said secretly, as high as several thousand meters, how did Tiger in the original work climb up? And, he still avoided all the enemies patrolling is really hard to imagine. Brother. The captain smiled and said, relax. Don't worry, Sebastian has made all the arrangements, and there won't be any problems. Locke just nodded silently, saying less and making less mistakes. Now that his status is quite special, it's better not to say too much. The captain didn't care either. Soon, a group of people entered the Red Line, and the captain said, brother, far away. Where is Mariajoy? The place we are going to is the trading city, which is specially developed by the world government for its merchants to conduct transactions and transit. City, as long as you pay the handling fee, there is the city of gods for celestial dragons, the city of slaves for slaves, and the auction city for auctions. The captain explained to Locke, and Locke nodded in understanding. Time is fast. A group of people entered the trading city, and the captain obviously had prepared everything in the trading city, and had already arranged the residence. The captain smiled and said, brother, we will set off early tomorrow morning, don't oversleep. Don't worry. Locke just nodded silently, maintaining his silent persona. Advertisement. As the captain left, Locke squinted his eyes slightly, stood by the window silently looking into the distance, and said secretly in his heart, Red Line. Red Line. Once upon a time, this was the residence of the Lunaria, a race known as gods. Only, when 19 kings came to the Red Line 800 years ago and built the world government here, the Lunaria tribe gradually began to be expelled, beheaded, and reduced to experiments. As the largest land in the world, the Red Line circles the world just like the Grand Line. From here, it can be roughly seen how huge the Red Line is. Actually, what is on the Red Line? No one knows, because the world government has blocked the entire Red Line. Without the elevators and passages built by the world government, ordinary people cannot enter it at all. Mariajoy. City of gods. Trading city. Slave city. Auction city. This is almost everything that ordinary people can see, even if it is marine. They know a little deeper Marine City, which is a city specially built by the world government for marine. This is the Red Line, and on the other side of the Red Line, what are the other places? No one knows. No one knows. It can be said, Red Line is full of mystery, maybe. When one day, Red Line is truly captured, will it have the possibility of success? This is the only chance, and perhaps it is not an exaggeration. Locke let out a long breath, shook his head, and didn't say anything more, although he said he had the idea of making trouble, but with his own strength. Never mind. Never mind. It's better not to make trouble. With my own strength, wouldn't making trouble be death? Chapter 13. The Escaped Slave. A riot auction. Here comes the opportunity. Trading City. This is a city built by the world government specifically for merchants across the New World and the Grand Line. It can be said, it's dazzling 100 blossoms, it really has everything. After all, well known. There are only 3 roads to the New World. The first one is to go to the Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters underwater, enter it, cross the huge hole below the red line, and enter the New World. What is the probability of success? 2 out of 10. The second is to change the ship honestly, pass the red line, and enter the New World after paying the fee. Generally, merchants prepare 2 ships, and they do this. Pirates mainly do not work. The third way, in fact, the third way is the easiest way, as long as you have the ability, you can leap the red line. Simple, right? But the problem is, the ability to fly is very precious. So, the prosperity of the trading city doesn't need more explanation, right? But, Locke is really not interested in the prosperity of the trading city. No matter how prosperous it is, now that he has a special status, it will be easy to mess up if he is not careful. It is better for him to be honest. Otherwise, if people really find a problem, then there is a real problem. Locke is quite calm. It just so happens that during this period of time, life is 3 o'clock in one line. Today is a good day of rest. Result. It was past 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and there were still 2.5 hours before the agreed departure time of 4:30. Boom. Advertisement. Locke, who was sleeping, suddenly heard the deafening roar. FK. A carp stood up straight. Locke stood up straight away, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he said in disbelief, "What's going on? Did someone make a move in the red line?" To be honest, Locke can't wait for the red line to snap off. But, those who dare to make a move on the red line probably don't exist at all. It's not about looking for death, but actually looking for death, just wanting to see how he died. From Locke's point of view, that's the way it is. Up. But the problem is, Locke said that he just rested here for one night, why did he encounter such a thing inexplicably? Brother. At this time, the captain's voice came from outside the door, and he said in a hurry, "Don't go out, it's coming to us soon, let's go right away, the slaves appeared in the auction city, the problem is that you broke free, don't worry. It will be fine, don't be targeted by the army, or you will die. Don't worry, I understand." Locke still maintained his personality. Only then did the captain feel relieved to leave and continue to inform other people. Sometimes, the excitement is not something that can be watched casually. As the captain left, Locke stood by the window and murmured, "Slave riot. It seems, at least this slave has an emperor's deputy, or even an admiral level strength, otherwise, it would be impossible to cause trouble. Slaves of the red line. Don't think that they are just wearing explosive collars. Actually, exploding collars are just the first step. The second step is the most important. The world government has special medicines, and these medicines will be injected into the slaves' bodies for a long time, so that their muscles will relax, and they will not be able to use Haki, and they will not be able to resist at all. Impel down. The slaves at the bottom all need to be injected with these medicines. So, according to Locke's judgment, to be able to make a fuss under such a situation, at least he must be at the level of the emperor's deputy, that is, the alternate admiral, or a real general level powerhouse. Advertisement. In Locke's view, generals are equal at the same level. Of course, Newgate, Shiki, Roger and others of the older generation are all superior to ordinary admirals. As for Kaido and Linlin, it's really hard to judge their strength. That level is called the marshal level, the general emperor level, and if you go down to the level of the emperor's deputy alternate admiral, and then down to the level of the emperor's cadre top vice admiral, continue to go down. That's vice admiral level. For example, Acedes. Acedes is the strength of vice admiral, and it is almost the strength of top vice admiral when paired with the essence of demons. Conqueror's Haki is not skilled enough, not strong enough developed. And, Acedes' physical fitness was developed to ultimate in the original world, but what about in this world? So, Acedes has a lot of room for improvement, 3 to 5 years, 7 or 8 years. At most, it will not be used for 10 years. It is definitely the strength that can be promoted to become a real admiral. Little Prince, the Phantom of Acedes was sitting by the window wearing a tulle pajamas, and said with a smile, "It seems that there is a disturbance in the red line. Next, what do you plan to do?" Locke said calmly. Normally, this kind of turmoil lasts at most half an hour, or less than half an hour. It can't last longer at all. I should stay here obediently. So what? Acedes stood up and wrapped his arms around Locke's neck very naturally, although it was only a shadow. But, in Locke's pitch-black eyes, there was a blood-red light, and he said firmly, "This opportunity is right in front of you, if you don't dare to take a look, it will be too uncomfortable. It is very important to seize this opportunity." The Phantom of Acedes has disappeared without a trace. While Locke was quietly looking into the distance, suddenly, the figure had disappeared without a trace in the room. The whole room seemed to be motionless. Only, on the short and chaotic streets, a looming black figure disappeared without a trace in a flash. Wearing a pitch-black cloak and a pitch-black mask, people can't see any features at all. This figure completely disappeared. Chapter 14. General, King Kong Clower. Escaped slave, riot auction, the turbulent auction city. The army that did not arrive. Only 3 minutes away. Chance. This is the best opportunity. Search. A black shadow loomed in the darkness, almost undetectable, since the trading city and the auction city were brightly lit at this moment. But this black shadow disappeared in an instant in the darkness. Locke hides in the darkness with incredible speed. Joke. This is the best opportunity. There are definitely good things in the auction city, and there are people who work hard to make a fuss. As long as Locke is not an idiot, he knows how important it is to him to seize this opportunity. As long as you can absorb more devil fruit, you can unlock more Teigu. In the eyes of many people, the unlocked Teigu seems to have no function at all except for being able to summon Teigu envoys and allow oneself to have powerful subordinates. Actually, not at all. Teigu. The real effect lies in another point, that is, for Locke's own transformation, Locke's body will become more and more terrifying with the call of pieces of Teigu, without any special effect, that is, the pure body becomes more and more the more terrifying. Strength, speed, in all aspects, all are perfect improvements, and the absolute improvement of physique is the most important. In theory, one day, if Locke can summon all 48 pieces of Teigu, even if he has only the strength of an ordinary person, but with his own strength, he can directly destroy Red Line with one punch. For this, Locke is very satisfied. After all-round improvement is the most important thing for oneself. If not, advertisement. Locke is not interested in that kind of fancy skills. Absolute power, invincible speed, immortal body. That's what interests Locke the most. But there is no need for so much nonsense. Locke has already arrived in the auction city in the blink of an eye. I see. Locke just saw that figure, and immediately revealed a clear figure, secretly said, so it's the captain of the King Kong pirates, King Kong Clore, no wonder. The figure with a height of nearly 10 meters and muscles all over his body like an iron tower is really easy to recognize. Just came to the auction city. Locke just saw this behemoth-like figure, and instantly recognized who this person was. This era, named Rox D. Zebek, Rox Pirates. This is the scariest monster of this era. But 10 years ago, there were also many terrifying pirates who could compete with Rox, and the status of these pirates was naturally unquestionable, and many of them had reached the real general level. Only, as the Rox pirates became the overlord of the sea, these pirates gradually disappeared. That includes the man King Kong Clower. King Kong. Clower. Monkey fruit ancient species King Kong form. Bounty. 3.8 billion Baileys. This is a real general level bounty. This has been proven. What a horrible monster Clower is. But, one day, Clower suddenly disappeared, no one knows where he went, maybe he died. Maybe it's gone. All in all, opinions vary. But, advertisement. Locke saw Clower's figure and understood that this guy was captured by the world government and became a slave and was imprisoned in the slave city. Today, it is estimated that when the auction was held in the auction city, he finally got rid of the shackles, thus immediately went berserk. Very good. Locke looked at the berserk Clower, this tyrannical lunatic, who had no idea of running away, but a crazy killer instead, and his smile became more and more intense. If Tiger escaped like that, it would be difficult to deal with it. But now, Locke looked at the furious Clower with a full smile, and the chance was even greater. Think here. Locke hid in the darkness again and disappeared directly into the auction city. Auction city. As the name suggests, this is an auction that looks like the size of a city. That huge auction, just looking at it, is full of unbelievable emotions, it is too huge. And, in the blink of an eye, Locke's figure had already entered the depths of the auction city. As expected, at this moment, the auction city is also in chaos. Those so-called nobles are roaring crazily at this moment, and some nobles have already fallen to the ground. As for the celestial dragons, at the beginning of the turmoil, the celestial dragons had already been left by the defenders of the CP organization. These things are not something that the CP organization needs to deal with. Their only task is to protect the celestial dragons. It can be said, this is the best opportunity, the army has not yet arrived, and the CP organization has already left. Locke looked around. Without hesitation, the whole person went directly to the deeper part of the auction city. It's worth mentioning. Locke stores Teigu's Teigu space, which can be used as storage space, for example. Locke came out this time with 500 million Baileys, all of which are stored in it. Besides, Locke can store things in Teigu space, while Acedes can pick things up in Noxus. But, the reverse is not possible, Acedes cannot put things in the Teigu space. So, that's what gave Locke his best chance. Walking along the way, what Locke saw were all kinds of chaotic and crazy slaves, hunted nobles, and killing guards. But, these have a dime relationship with me. What I have to do is to take away all the gold, silver, treasures and all kinds of treasures, no matter what it is. Anyway, take them all away. Chapter 15. The curtain ends. Harvest. Confusion. Doesn't last long at all. Actually, it only lasted a short time. Confusion. It's completely over. At this point. Absolutely no doubt about it. After all, this is the red line, not to mention one general level powerhouse, even if there are 10, do you want to overthrow the red line? That is also impossible. Pity. Locke shook his head, hearing the news that Clore was taken away again, his eyes were filled with emotion and peace. How to say? According to Clower's strength, it is normal to be captured, but what if he chooses another method, instead of making a fuss here, but directly chooses to escape? Actually, if it is really done. So, Clore can leave, even though he has been tortured and injected with drugs, but Clower's strength is there, and is a zone devil fruit, an awakened ancient zone devil fruit. As long as he gets rid of the shackles, according to Clower's strength, he can recover in a short time and then leave quickly. It is actually not difficult for a general level powerhouse to escape. Pity. This is sometimes the case. He obviously has the opportunity to escape, but Clower is full of annoyance. In Clower's view, being arrested is simply the greatest humiliation, and this is absolutely unacceptable to him. Matter. Precisely because of this, Clore chose to stay and make a fuss, and the result. That certainly goes without saying. No. Got caught again. Locke has already collected the 7788, and has returned to his room. Advertisement. Joke. I am not an idiot. People must be self-aware, and absolutely must understand, if they dare to mess around in this kind of place. He. Wait to die. Locke is quite unhappy with the world government, wishing to kill the world government directly, but I would not make such an idiotic judgment. If I really think that the world government does not have enough strength, then I am too stupid, and it is simply the result of not knowing how to die. Bro. The captain also came to the door at this time, knocked on the door and said, brother, we should go. Here we come. Locke opened the door, still maintaining his sad persona. Brother, you didn't move around, did you? The captain was really scared. After all, what happened in Noxus? It's not an idiot who knows. I'm afraid that with the chaos of the red line, Locke also did something. Locke shook his head and said nothing. And the captain also nodded, and continued. Brother, it's good that you are fine. The slave who caused trouble has been caught. Next. We should leave too. Let's go. The time is up, right? Brother, if you there is something, but pay attention to it, and don't be found to have a problem. Locke opened his hands and said, Captain, don't worry, I don't have anything. That's good. The captain nodded in agreement. Indeed. Locke didn't bring anything with him when he went out this time, except for that set of clothes. He had nothing else, which was also a place for the captain to rest assured, as long as there was no problem. Soon, after a group of people went through a very strict inspection, it was confirmed that there was no slightest problem. This is how everyone stepped on the elevator, boarded another ship that was prepared, and was about to leave. Clatter, clatter. As the ship gradually moves away, it can be regarded as officially stepping into the new world. All of a sudden, everyone let out a sigh of relief almost instinctively. It's too scary. To be honest, they knew very well that according to Red Line's situation, someone suddenly made a fuss. They didn't say they left unharmed, and if they were not careful, they would even say that they would be slaughtered. Anyway, nothing messed up and he left Red Line safe and sound, which is pretty good. As for the gold and silver treasures spent in it. Advertisement. Those are nothing. Leaving alive and safe is already the most important thing. Everyone, take a good rest. Tomorrow we will continue to set sail. Good. The captain's order was issued, and everyone was ready to take a good rest. No, if they continue here, something will definitely happen. This is really tiring, and it is no exaggeration to make people's mentality explode. Locke was very calm, waiting quietly in his room. Half an hour. No, Locke waited for an hour, and as the ship became completely silent, making sure that most of the people were asleep and no one paid any attention, he opened his own Teigu space. Little Prince, the Phantom of Acedes emerged again, and said interestingly, this time is very dangerous. If you are a little slower, you will be discovered. Locke also nodded seriously. Indeed. If there is any slack, I'm afraid it has been discovered. To be honest, Locke searched for only 10 minutes in total. At that moment, Locke's horrific bestial instinct told himself. Problem occurs. And something really happened, and because of this, Locke chose to retreat without hesitation, so there was no problem. It can be said, if I walk a little slower, then, you are absolutely discovered. Let's see, what have you got? Locke didn't take out any treasures, but began to check in the Teigu space. First, it is all kinds of rare treasures. Locke is not very interested in these things. He will let Acedes hand them over to Sebastian in secret, so as not to be discovered. Secondly, what Locke saw was a huge Bailey and devil fruit. Moment. Locke knows. Sent. Chapter 16. As if it never happened. Arrived in the new world. Harvest. Harvest. These 3 words are definitely not a joke. Good guy. To be honest, although Locke pretended for 10 minutes in total, but there are various situations, 6 minutes of full play is not bad. Result. There are probably close to 8 billion Baileys in it, right? And, is it all cash? Locke is a bit tongue-twisting. Dude. In North Blue, why are there so many problems in my own country? Isn't it because of the treasure of 3 billion Baileys? To be honest, Locke didn't have a clear idea of money either. After all, as a prince, I have never been short of money since I was a child. For me, 3 billion Baileys can cause such a thing, and it must not be a small amount of money. Result. Locke looked at the cash he had just picked up to buy, but he had a full 8 billion Baileys. At this moment, he seemed to understand a little bit. He. A smile emerged from Locke, but this smile was extremely terrifying and cold. Just looking at it made people feel a piercing pain, as if it was like seeing something horrible. Little Prince, Acedes said in an interesting way, hatred is a very important thing, but you still have to control hatred, otherwise, if you are controlled by hatred, it is meaningless thing. Locke nodded silently, but didn't say anything. Of course he knew that hatred was a very important thing, but if it was controlled by hatred, it would be embarrassing. Devil fruit. 4. Locke murmured softly, but shook his head, to tell the truth. In this auction, he didn't get many devil fruits. There are only 4 pieces. After all, for celestial dragons and those nobles, devil fruit is the least valuable thing. They don't need power, they have power, naturally. I am not at all interested in devil fruit. Advertisement. It is precisely because of this situation that it has been formed over time. For a devil fruit that actually brings power. Actually. Celestial dragons and those nobles are not interested at all, but what are these 4 devil fruits? Locke is not clear either. But, it was barely obtained. 4 devil fruits, that's already amazing. Locke also had a look of emotion. Acedes said casually, Little Prince, 4 devil fruits, only after collecting 1 devil fruit, you can summon Teigu again. Indeed. Locke also nodded at this, and then said, put away these devil fruits, the other side. If Sebastian and Alice need Bailey, you can just take them out of the Teigu space. Next, I am also going to start my voyage. Quote. Locke was lying on the bed, and it was time to rest, a good day's rest. Tomorrow, it is almost possible to reach Golden Island. At that time, everything new is about to start, and I don't have time, so I will continue to waste time here. Little Prince, good luck. Acedes' voice was so low that people couldn't hear it at all, and her phantom disappeared without a trace. Everything. It was as if everything had returned to silence. And, for Red Line, this is nothing, this matter was quickly hidden, even said. There will absolutely not be any news of the slightest spread out. As for some of that missing stuff, for the world government, it doesn't matter, just treat it as being destroyed by Clower, these are all indifferent. This is how rich and powerful the world government is. I have to admit, advertisement. Looking at the rich and powerful appearance of others, it is really full of emotion. Second day, Locke opened his eyes, and the ship had been sailing for a long time. Locke had breakfast and started his daily training, and waited until the night gradually fell. My own training has just ended. At this time, the captain also came to the door again. Brother. The captain knocked on the door and said, Brother, you should come out too, the Golden Island is coming soon. Locke just kept his melancholy persona, nodded silently, and then walked out of the room. Locke walked out of the room quietly, with a very calm expression, maintaining the touch of melancholy, and also left the cabin. Snapped. The captain patted Locke on the shoulder and said with emotion, My brother. Next, we arrived at the Golden Island. This dangerous new world is all up to you. You also know that in the new world, there are countless danger. But. Well, sighing silently, the captain said emotionally, compared to living in Noxus, life is worse than death, in new world at least you can give it a try. The captain said seriously, My brother knows that you have worked hard, but be careful not to leave hidden wounds on your body. We are just ordinary people. Compared with those monsters, we are not at the same level at all. Therefore, brother, be careful yourself. Talking. The captain patted Locke on the shoulder and said nothing more. Quote. Listening to the captain's admonition, Locke knew that the captain was a little bit off track, but. Indeed, as Sebastian's friend, he cared enough about himself. These words. There was no need to say anything, and Locke knew that these were the captain's warnings to himself. Thank you. Locke just nodded silently, and also didn't say anything more, just keep it in mind. There is no need for too many words, but it is completely in Chapter 17, Golden Island. This is New World. Golden Island. The origin of this island is very special. Because, the whole body of the island is golden, and it looks like an island made of gold. Over time, on this island, there is a legend. That is. On this island, there is a mysterious treasure, and whoever can get this mysterious treasure will get countless rare treasures. But as time went by, no one got the treasure. But, over time, this island has become a famous new world, with 3 religions and 9 streams, and almost all kinds of people will gather here. This is the place where all the people gather, and it has become a trading island. Worth to talk about. Before that, the trading islands, other than the Sabayati archipelago, were the 2 locations of the Fishmen Island and the trading city above the Red Line. Golden Island can be compared with the first 3, which has already proved the geographical location of Golden Island. It can be said, the geographical location of Golden Island is extremely special, and it is definitely a very top trading island. Only, this island is located in New World, and what is the island in New World like? This is hard to say. Snapped. Locke was also walking on the Golden Island, and the captain and others had already left after the transaction. It can be said, this moment, Locke was left alone. He let out a deep breath, although Locke said he didn't care, he still had an unknown feeling, shook his head, and threw out the messy thoughts, while calming his heart and calming himself down, the whole person's mentality, keep a calm mind. Locke found a hotel and opened a room. After taking off his clothes, he rubbed his face, which had been stiff for the past few days, and then left. There are still many things to deal with, and there is no time to waste time here. Locke's target is not Golden Island, but Hachinosu. Advertisement. Gold Island is used as a trading island. Hachinosu is as pirate island. Therefore, Locke's target was never Golden Island, but Hachinosu. Only, for a businessman like the captain, they only dare to come to Golden Island, no kidding. What if they go to Hachinosu? It is estimated that even if it is too much, it will be eaten clean. It is really not a joke. This is the Golden Island. Locke walked on the Golden Island step by step, and murmured, "It's really prosperous enough. It is indeed the famous trading island in New World. Basically, it has everything that is, I don't know if there are devil fruits here." While muttering, Locke walked towards the shipyard on Golden Island. Golden Island has a shipyard, but there are no outstanding shipwrights. They are basically finished products, probably the ones that can be used, but how advanced are you if you say it? This is the type that is hard to say. So, generally speaking, basically, buying a ship on Golden Island is a temporary emergency, not intended to be used for a long time. For pirates, the ship is his second life. For every pirate group, you may have no crew, no strength, but for the pirate ship, it is absolutely necessary to build, which is too important for a pirate group. Locke, of course, is here to buy a random boat. But before reaching the place, Locke stopped in his tracks. Because, in front of Locke's eyes, 3 burly men with ferocious smiles blocked Locke's way. He. Ha ha ha. Yo, brat, are you going to buy a boat? 3 burly men are carrying Pirate Island, their eyes are full of terrifying light, just like 3 terrifying evil spirits, each of them is 3 meters away, and with the terrifying muscles on their bodies, it just looks like it's not easy to mess with. Quote. Advertisement. Locke silently raised his head, looked at the 3 big men, and said calmly, "What should I do now?" All in all, Locke figured he should say hello, or rather, say something. In this situation, it's obviously more embarrassing. He. Listening to Locke's words, the 3 strong men laughed ferociously. The leading strong man said cruelly, "Little devil, hand over all your treasures obediently." No, brother, can't you say that? We just took his money and picked a ship for him. Ha ha ha. The 3 big men laughed wildly as they talked, and each of them looked full of endless arrogance. Locke nodded calmly and said, "So that's the case. If that's the case, then I understand. This is New World, isn't it? Oh, little devil, look, are you very smart? But damn it or die." Following this ferocious sound, the 3 strong men suddenly shot at the same time, and the pirate island in their hands fell down without any hesitation. They are 3 brothers, that is real without any hesitation. No kidding. For the 3 of them, the attack was fierce and there would be absolutely no mercy. Joke. In a territory like New World, no matter who you are facing, since you have chosen to do it, then don't have any hesitation, you just have to deal ruthlessly, that is, to use black hands. Remember, absolute. Don't have any hesitation, even if just a little bit of hesitation, what you need to pay may be the price of life, this is absolutely beyond doubt. This is the rule of New World. Chapter 18. Killing. Then leave no one behind. Tick. Drops of blood dripped down, and Locke's fists were stained with blood, showing no mercy, and no emotion in his eyes. The muscles of the 3 strong men had twisted and fell to the ground, and they could be felt just by looking at them. What kind of pain did they endure before they died? Taking a deep breath, Locke's eyes were very sharp, and he looked around. As expected, there are already a group of people sneaking around watching. And the identities of these people. He. They just wanted to get a piece of it, but they didn't expect Locke's strength to be so terrifying. Hiss. What a terrifying strength. 3 wolves and 3 brothers, the strength of their 3 brothers is not weak. Scary little devil, etc. Fallen Prince. Noxus Locke. A bounty of 200 million Baileys is offered. And this is the bounty offered for the first time. FK. So it's this brat. I didn't expect it at all. It turned out to be this brat. Yes, not one of them all showed shocking expressions. They really never thought that this kid would have such an identity. This was something they never expected. Locke turned around, originally planning to buy a boat. But now, he. Quote. Seeing Locke approaching step by step, all the pirates immediately raised their spirits, and they were all very nervous. Advertisement. Locke walked over step by step, and asked with sharp eyes, "Do the 3 of them have any relatives, friends, family and brothers?" Quote. FK. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief when they heard Locke's question. Good guy, cut the weeds and root them out. Oh my god. Brother, you are really AF G talent. But these people didn't hesitate at all. Just kidding, they are all a group of snakes, they are all guys around here. If you die, then of course Lousy can get everything from you. And you don't need to look at them to see that it is impossible for a young evildoer like Locke to stay here, and he will definitely leave sooner or later. If this is the case, then there is no point at all. That's all. Soon, Locke had already learned everything he wanted to know from them, and left with a grin. Good guy. It really deserves to be a monster whose first bounty is 200 million Baileys. Let's not talk about this strength, but this terrifying heart makes people feel terrifying. No, everyone nodded seriously, it was really scary. Good guy. What is this? This is simply a monster, okay. It's really not a joke, this is a real monster in the true sense. How could she be so ruthless at such a young age? What is this? But, although they were talking about this matter, they were all just watching. No kidding. For them, this sea is so terrifying. This is New World. Welcome to New World. Second day. When someone came to look for it, it was discovered that all the people in the entire Golden Island who were related to the three brothers, no matter who they were, had died miserably and collapsed. Advertisement. All dead. There are a total of 271 people related to the three brothers, one is not too many, and one is not too many, including the dogs raised at home were slaughtered, and even the eggs at home were shaken to yellow, including the so-called earthworms they are all combed and hacked to death for you. Amount. Although it is a bit unbelievable to describe it more or less like this. The fact is, Locke was really ruthless, without any intention of showing mercy. From the beginning to the end, it was a massacre without any exaggeration. All people, including livestock, everything is not left. Anyway, all in all, everything is slaughtered, and because of this is the scariest thing. Noxus Locke. This former prince of Noxus has now come to New World, and on the first day he was discovered in New World, he did such a horrible thing. Just thinking about it, I am afraid that what he feels is very what a horror. Hiss. Is this kid so scary? It's really ruthless to strike. No mercy at all. Yes, all the pirates gasped, they couldn't help being shocked. Of course, more pirates showed excited expressions on the contrary. For these New World pirates, they lived a life of licking blood with knives and sticking their heads to their waistbands. If so, they will not have any kindness. A brat with good strength. Walk. Go and see. Oh who. Every pirate is very excited, everyone's mouth Kakuzu is extremely excited. For these pirates, they really like the feeling of a genius dying in their own hands. Especially for lunatics like them. That's even more so. Search. One by one, they licked the corners of their mouths and looked for Locke. The house purchased by the three brothers was temporarily lived in by Locke. As for whether there is something unclean in it. When he was alive, Locke was slaughtered by you. If you dare to come out and make trouble now, then Locke doesn't mind killing you again. Don't think that Locke is joking, but this is the real fact. This man has no intention of showing mercy. Chapter 19. The good guy who delivered the ship. Leave Golden Island. A peaceful night. Locke was in the room, very calmly preparing breakfast. Then, ready to buy a boat, ready to leave. Quote. Sitting on the sofa, Acedes' smile was unusually strong. Although it was only a phantom, she had a very strong smile on her little prince, or rather. Master, that is really quite satisfied, killing decisively, never having any hesitation. What to do is to do it. Since you have chosen to do it, then there will be no hesitation. As long as you can be killed, then even your whole family will be killed, from the 80-year-old man to the chicken, duck and fish dogs, not one left. This is of course very happy for Acedes, a woman who believes in the law of the jungle. Undeniably said, Acedes are not eligible to choose their own masters. But of course, Acedes hoped that his master would be decisive enough to kill. After all, in this case, I will be very happy too. Locke prepared breakfast, sat down in front of the coffee table, looked at the smiling Acedes, and asked strangely, Acedes, what's the matter? Little prince, Acedes said with a smile, I was just thinking, your attack is really ruthless. Locke just shook his head, ignoring Acedes and continuing to eat. After eating, it was time to buy a boat and leave. There was no time to waste time on Golden Island. Undeniably said, the folk customs of Golden Island in New World are equally terrifying, as can be seen from the experience of these 2 days. But, Locke felt that it wasn't enough, and it wasn't enough. He had to experience even more terrifying things, such as Pirate Island, Hachinosu. I have to go to Hachinosu to experience terrifying battles. Only in this way can I truly hone myself. Quote. Acedes just looked at Locke and smiled. How to say? Acedes clearly watched Locke attack the young child without hesitation, especially after leaving. The child who had just come out of the secret room saw Locke standing at the gate. Advertisement. That moment, to be honest, Acedes felt that Locke was really cruel. However, for a crazy woman like Acedes, she felt as if her heart was beating violently. It's so exciting. Soon, after breakfast, Locke put down the cutlery and asked, Esdeath, how is Noxus? To be honest, since I left Noxus, all my understanding of Noxus is through Acedes. As for Sebastian and Alice, although they will also report, they have a lot of work. There are more than 10,000 people in daily military training, and the human system in this world is very strong. Upgrade their system first, then let them master the two-color Haki. Finally find craftsmen to make top-level armor and weapons for them. Acedes said it very easily, but he said arrogantly, I can train them to become elite soldiers 10 times better than the so-called marine elite. Dozens of times. At this point, Acedes is absolutely confident. As the former Admiral Army of the Empire, Acedes' ability is absolutely beyond doubt. She is not only a bloodthirsty strongman, but also a top Admiral Army. Whether it is marching and fighting, training and tempering, and many other things. All in all, Acedes is very familiar with all this. Locke nodded and continued to ask, where are Sebastian and Alice? Little prince, Acedes teased, you don't seem to trust them. Trust. Locke shook his head and said, it's a pity. Power and money are two things that drive people crazy. Although they have served the Noxus family for 2 generations, it's a pity. Who knows what their situation is like? Well, is it possible to resist the temptation? Such poison is very terrifying. Acedes nodded and said, no problem, the 2 of them are doing their jobs on a daily basis, Noxus will be fine, at least. Before you have an accident, Noxus will not have any problems of. Locke nodded. That's fine. Locke looked up suddenly. Acedes said with a smile. Little prince, you have a guest, I'll leave first. Advertisement. Snapped. Acedes' phantom disappeared, and at the same time, the door was kicked open instantly, and one after another figures walked in. Crazy. Violent. This is a group of terrifying pirate-like guys, and Locke knows their identities just by looking at them. Pirates. He. What kind of kid did Lousy think it was? Turn out to be. It's such a little guy. Little devil, you look good. Do you want to serve Lousy? Ha ha ha. All the pirates laughed wildly, but Locke didn't feel any annoyance, but rubbed his chin slightly, and after a little hesitation, he asked, who are you from the pirate group? Do you have a boat? What kind of pirates? Ha ha ha. Little devil, remember Lousy. Lousy is the captain of the Blade Pirates. As for the ship, Lousy's ship is. Okay, just have a boat. Locke doesn't intend to continue talking nonsense, everything else is indifferent to you. For Lousy, having a boat is enough. Tick, tick, it was Locke who came out of the room. As for those pirates, they are dead. And Locke is very satisfied with this kind of good guy who delivers the ship. Clatter, clatter. As the ship sailed, Locke and the pirate ship of the Blade Pirates had already left. Chapter 20, The Rocks Pirates, arriving at Hachinosu. Pirate Island, Hachinosu. Here, known as the most terrifying island in the world. Reason. It's actually very simple. Once upon a time, there was a group of pirates who were looking for terrible treasures, so they gathered together to form a group of pirates. And the place where their pirate group was formed is Hachinosu. And this pirate group is the Rocks Pirate Group. In fact, the most terrifying, powerful, and invincible pirate group. Never before. There will be no one behind such a title. Anyway, Locke thinks it is very appropriate. Letting out a long breath, Locke wiped the sweat off his body, jumped up, and murmured. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, 100 Beasts, Akoku, John, Silver Axe, each future resounds through the sea. The monsters are all cadres of the Locke Pirates. And, when he really came to this world, Locke knew how terrifying the Locke Pirates were, and why they deserved the title of no one before or after. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Akoku, John, Silver Axe, Big Mom. These 6 are the 6 most powerful cadres of the Rocks Pirates. Probably. That is, the positioning is the positioning of the 3 generals and the 3 major disasters in the future. It's just that there are 6 people in terms of number. But what about other ordinary cadres? That's right. The Rocks Pirate Group has a total of 57 cadres, all of them are vicious monsters. Some of these guys are the captains of the pirate group, some are brave generals, and some are bloodthirsty devils. But, in any case, each of them joined the Rocks Pirates, and they all became members of the Rocks Pirates. Advertisement. That's why. Locke sat down by the side of the boat and muttered while drinking. This is the horror of the Rocks Pirates. Facing the Rocks Pirates, I'm afraid. You can get the greatest strength improvement. Snapped. Make a fist with one hand. A gleam of terror emerged from Locke's eyes. That's right. Locke wants to join the Rocks Pirates, and it is actually doomed that the Rocks Pirates will be destroyed in the future. Regardless of whether it is the ambition of everyone brought about by the strength of the Rocks Pirates. Or, for the world government, the Rocks Pirates are not allowed to be so powerful. That's the only result. The 2 sides will cause a war. Such a terrible war will definitely destroy the Rocks Pirates. Regardless of the fact that the Rocks Pirates are indeed terrifying enough in terms of pirates, almost no one dares to provoke them in this sea. But, facing a behemoth like the world government that has ruled the world for 800 years, it will definitely lose. This can be seen from the Valley of the Gods. Of course. For Locke, what he needs is the high-intensity pressure of the Rocks Pirates to improve himself. At the same time, although the Rocks Pirate Group is said to be a gathering place for lunatics, it is true that rewards and punishments are clearly defined. It is a mercenary system. As long as you complete the task, you can get rewards, money, fruits, and practice. Etc. Everything is possible. So, Locke is the one who is so interested. Don't underestimate the world, the Bajiquan of the Babao Navy, the Marine 6 styles of the Marine, and more. Wait, there are all kinds of training methods. People who are good at boxing can always beat you to death if you use the B***** D boxing indiscriminately. Unless it is said that absolute strength has formed a crush, otherwise, the former will definitely beat the latter. As for the fruit and money, there is no need to say much, right? Locke is most interested in the Rocks Pirates because of this. Advertisement. Scary. But, Acedes looked at the information of the Rocks Pirates, and gave a very pertinent evaluation. It's not worth mentioning. The terrifying pirates, what a pity. Pirates like him don't have any gathering power. It can't be seen normally, but, in the most top-level war, no one will really contribute. For a team, as long as there is one leader is enough. Acedes said seriously. In other words, it is enough to have a tyrant, others. No matter how arrogant they are, you can be strong, you can be a hermit, you can be anything, but you can't be a tyrant. Even say, you can have the potential to become a tyrant, but, you must never have the heart to become a tyrant. Locke nodded. It is undeniable that Acedes' evaluation is very pertinent. At this point, it's definitely not a joke. Just like what Whitebeard said to Kazuki Oden in the original book, the pirate group he was in once fell apart because there were too many people who wanted to live on top of others. You do not say. Rocks Pirates from top to bottom, with Rox as the leader, to 6 top cadres, 57 cadres, good guy. Almost hand conquerors Haki. This TM is outrageous, the result of manpower conquerors Haki is. That's because the Rox are strong enough to overwhelm everyone, otherwise. Wait to die. Never mind. Never mind. Locke said casually. It has nothing to do with me, I just want to join the Rox pirates to make money, after all. If there is no accident, the precious devil fruit is definitely available in the Rox pirates a lot of. Check out Whitebeard pirates, Flying Sky pirates, Big Mom pirates, Beasts pirates. Locke thinks if nothing else. Basically those devil fruits were taken from the Rox pirates. Good guy. Thinking of such a situation, Locke is quite excited, which means that he can also get huge benefits. It takes about 20 days to reach Hachinosu from Golden Island. Locke is a sailing rookie and has sailed for a total of 30 days. Finally arrived at Hachinosu. Chapter 21. Hachinosu's welcome party, Locke's strength. Clatter, clatter. The pirate ship slowly approached the shore, and it was very far away. Locke had already seen the tall skull-like statue. Worth to talk about. That golden rock skull wasn't made, it was born. This is why Hachinosu is called Pirate Island. Hachinosu. I am coming. Locke jumped off the pirate ship and landed directly on Hachinosu. He just landed on Hachinosu, as if he felt Hachinosu's welcome. Killing intent. Ferocious. Fear. These are not emanating from a person, but from the land under your feet. This land is a very normal color, but in Locke's eyes, it is like a hellish color, exuding an indescribable color. To describe the horrible atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, Locke murmured, it's really a terrifying island. Just standing on it is like facing a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. Shaking his head emotionally, Locke didn't say anything more. It is walking step by step towards the depths of Hachinosu. As for this pirate ship, it doesn't matter. Locke is simply not interested in the pirate ship itself. It is simply as long as you arrive at Hachinosu. Oh who? Locke, the kid from Noxus. It looks good. Search. A pirate walked over, carrying a huge sword, and stood directly in front of Locke. Quote. Locke raised his head silently, while the pirate grinned ferociously. Ha ha ha. Quote. Advertisement. Suddenly, the sound stopped abruptly. Everything. It's all getting weird. Locke's figure had passed by at some point, but in this instant, a column of blood spurted out from the pirate's body, his head was pinched by Locke, holding his head with one hand, continued to walk forward step by step. Snapped. Snapped. Boom. With the sound of Locke's footsteps, the corpse fell to the ground, instantly. The pirates around showed astonished expressions. Noxus Locke. This man attracted everyone's attention. Snapped. Locke casually threw the head aside, but looked around, without any further understanding of their thoughts. For Locke, it doesn't matter if you can't afford to provoke, since you have provoked me. Lousy also doesn't care that much. Kill it and it's over. That's Locke's way of being. Or, the old Locke wasn't like this, but, after everything that happened in this small year, Locke has changed, and the weak are the strong. Survival of the fittest. This is the core of this sea. If that is the case, then I don't need to back down, just show all my strength, devour everything and kill it. This is the style of Locke now, and it is also the scariest thing about Locke now. Brat. Court death. I'll show you the welcoming ceremony of Hachinosu. Died a lousy moment. The pirates around were furious, and many pirates didn't know this dead pirate at all. Or, the two parties have no relationship at all. But, for them, it was burning with anger. Just kidding. How dare you, a rookie brat, make trouble in Hachinosu? It's just like a joke. Don't think that your first reward is 200 million Baileys, so you can be so arrogant. Advertisement. Welcome ceremony. It's really good. Search. Locke licked the corner of his mouth. A bloodthirsty and ferocious smile emerged, his eyes shone with a terrifying blood-red light, he arched his body slightly, like a wild beast, and went straight to his opponent in an instant. As for whether they chose to make a move, it doesn't matter. Since they are in front of their eyes. No. Since everyone is a pirate, this is Hachinosu. In such a place of bloodthirsty killings, don't be reasonable, if you don't agree with each other, you will kill the other party and it's over. Brush. Snapped. Locke's whole body is like a high-speed spinning top, his legs swept across, armament Haki entangled, and kicked the necks of each pirate with great precision, and their necks were smashed instantly. Click. Locke turned sharply to avoid the pirate's fatal knife. In midair, one hand pinched the opponent's spine, the veins on the arm burst out, and a spine was instantly pulled out. Ah! With a shrill scream, the pirate fell directly to the ground. Locke just gave him a cold look, stepped on his head, ended his pain, and continued to go straight to the other party. Hands, feet, elbows, head. Any part of the body is the deadliest weapon in Locke's hands. Locke doesn't have devil fruit, doesn't have any of the bells and whistles of Grandmaster. But, the most frightening thing about Locke is this terrifying body and the various skills he has learned since he was a child. He is not good at weapons, but he can use his body to an extremely terrifying level. To be honest, if you let Locke defeat 10,000, or even more, this is not impossible for Locke, but right now, Locke's strength is still beyond his reach. He can casually unleash a terrifying shock wave with one punch and a huge slash with one kick. For Acedes, she has mastered the essence of demons, and it is very easy to do such a thing. But the same, if it is equal strength, it will be different. Locke's strength will be even more terrifying, Pure physical fitness, that is the most terrifying. Locke isn't interested in bells and whistles. Pure power is the most powerful. Chapter 22. From south to north, from north to south. Tick, tick. Drops of blood dripped from Locke's palm. Locke flicked his hand casually, but looked around, and there were already a lot of pirates fallen under his feet. Snort. Locke grinned, like a ferocious ghost, and said cruelly, "Hey. Hey, is this the end of it for you guys? Hachinosu, is this the only thing you pirates do? Brat, kill him, kill." With the roar of anger, instantly, all the pirates were furious immediately. Joke. This is something they cannot accept. To be looked down upon by a 15-year-old kid. Joke. This is something they absolutely cannot accept. Ha ha ha, this is really great. Locke wiped his cheeks, but left deep bloodstains. In an instant, his whole body turned into an afterimage and went straight to the opponent in front of him. Bit by bit pirates were beheaded by Locke in various ways. Even say, Locke palmed with one hand, and the palm fell, and what he slashed was an astonishing slash. Exciting. Ha ha ha. Locke's whole body was as cold as ice, but suddenly he let out a crazy laugh. Dark purple air burst out from his whole body, and the terrifying air flow surged crazily, making Locke's black hair shudder. It is blowing with the wind. It's like a terrifying demon god. Ha ha ha. Fun. Come, continue. Locke roared frantically, but rushed directly into the huge crowd. As time went by, more and more pirates joined. As for do they know what happened? Advertisement. Have no idea. For them, they have no idea what's going on. But that's what's crazy about Hachinosu. For them, they don't care what the hell happened next. It's just a battle. If there is an opponent in front of you, then you have to participate. And, in a shop, the Phantom of Acedes stood here, whispering softly, "Little Prince. Master, Your Highness, what a terrifying side. It looks like a roaring demon god. Sometimes, it's just a name change, but it represents a lot." Acedes is naturally absolutely loyal to Locke, but for such an arrogant monster who believes in the law of the jungle, what she expects even more is that her master is also a monster. This moment, from the moment Locke came to New World, from Golden Island and Hachinosu, it was as if he had liberated himself, completely becoming a cruel, terrifying, bloodthirsty monster. Therefore, this is the most terrifying side. Locke raised his head suddenly, and murmured interestingly, "This feeling. A beast? No, a terrifying creature like a dragon, really interesting. What is it?" Locke's talent is like a combination of Linlin and Kaido, with the terrifying steel balloon, beast-like keen sense, and monster-like resilience. These are Locke's abilities. In particular, with the summoning of the demon god appearance, the essence of demons. All aspects of Locke have been improved again. Not only that, the quintessence of the devil represents the power of ice, and for Locke, the improvement brought is that, attacks such as ice, freezing, and snow, Locke has very high resistance. To put it another way, ice and snow resistance. Presumably this description is very correct. And now, Locke felt that in the north of Hachinosu, there was a very terrifying beast atmosphere, and it was really a period that made me feel very excited. Interesting. Go and see. Locke stared at the distance, but opened the corners of his mouth, and walked towards the not far away step by step. All the pirates along the way, no matter how they were blocked, would deal with them in the shortest time. Now, advertisement. Locke has only one goal, and that is the one in the distance. The northern part of Hachinosu. Roar. Following the terrifying roar, a figure with a pair of horns carrying a mace was also killing all directions. He was facing the siege of the pirates just like a wren, and behind him was a dilapidated boat. Obviously, he also just landed on this island, just came to Hachinosu. Same. He also got the same welcome as Locke. It turns out it is. In the eyes of these young monsters, the attacks of these pirates are not worth mentioning at all. A mace, a child, and pirates were smashed to pieces. And above his mace was accompanied by the sound of crackling, and a jet black thunder flashed. Represents the strength of his amazing armament Haki. A mace directly took the life of a child, but he narrowed his eyes keenly, looked into the distance interestingly, grinned at the corner of his mouth, and said ferociously, "Interesting. Interesting. It seems to be a very terrifying opponent. It's really exciting. You rubbish, get away with lousy." Worororo. Following the crazy laughter, the guy carrying the mace pushed towards the south step by step. One from south to north. One from north to south. Obviously, both of them felt the other's strength, and both of them had a keen sense like a beast. Now, for these two people, they no longer care who the person standing in front of them is, what they want to do is to defeat each other, even say. Killed the opponent directly. Two teenagers who are also 15 years old have started to fight in Hachinosu. Same. This news also reached the Rocks pirates. Chapter 23. Locke's Kaido, a beastly fight. Snapped, snapped, with the sound of heavy footsteps. And, the two figures walked towards each other step by step. Quote. Tick, tick. The sound of blood dripping on the ground was echoed by silence, and the surrounding pirates counted as one, and they all shivered and hid aside. I really felt endless fear. Terrible. Although these pirates are crazy, the problem is, they are not fools, let alone have no fear at all. Just watch. Everyone has seen how terrifying this terrifying monster is. Gudong. Swallowing his saliva deeply, all the pirates hid aside and shivered. Are these two little ghosts monsters? Horrible. It's too scary. Fallen Prince. Noxus Locke, with a bounty of 200 million Baileys. The strongest fighter. Kaido, with a bounty of 70 million Baileys. Is there a bounty for the first bounty? All the pirates were muttering about the identities of these two little devils, and they were really shivering with fright. To be honest, Locke's bounty seems to be much higher than Kaido's. Actually, the rewards for the two are equal. To be honest, Locke is offering a reward of 200 million Baileys because of his status as a prince. Normally, Kaido and Robin offer a reward of 70 to 80 million for the first time, which is already the highest. Locke's bounty should also be at this level. That's it. Advertisement. Snapped. While the pirates were discussing, the two lunatics stopped at a distance of about 10 meters. To be honest, Locke is 15 years old this year and already has a height of 180. But compared with being only 15 years old, he has a terrifying height of nearly 3 meters. This pure gap is still very large. But the difference in strength is not comparable to the height. The strongest fighter. Kaido. Locke looked at Kaido with interest, and said ferociously, I heard. You are the strongest warrior in the kingdom of Volca, but you were sold to the world government by the king, so you went to sea to become a pirate. Worororo. Kaido laughed ferociously and said, Lousy really wants to kill that B*****************. Just wait. As long as Lousy has the strength, he will definitely take that B**********************'s head off. Then, Kaido looked at Locke and said interestingly, You are the Prince of Noxus. I heard that you are going to become king soon, but you were forced to go to sea and become a pirate. Locke said casually. Because I killed the king and 4 ministers of the Germa Kingdom, the result. There is no way, there must always be a scapegoat, and I can only go to sea. It's really good. Killing a guy like you should be very enjoyable, right? Kaido looked at Locke excitedly, and Locke also said interestingly, Kaido. An opponent like you is indeed very interesting. Quote. The atmosphere instantly became silent. Both of them looked at each other sharply, their eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. No kidding. These two people, each other in his eyes, seemed to be a dead person. Brush. With a flick of the mace in his hand, Kaido's huge figure was as fast as lightning, and he shot suddenly. Thunder 8 trigrams. In an instant. Advertisement. Kaido had already arrived in front of Locke, and the terrifying mace wrapped around armament Haki, exuding the sound of cracking, thunder, and smashed directly at Locke's head like this. Only. Snapped. Clenching a fist with one hand and raising it, the muscles on the arm slightly swelled, and the jet-black armament Haki was attached. Jingle. With the crisp and pleasant sound of metal colliding, Kaido's blow was blocked. Undeniably said. Whether Locke is really an opponent when facing the attack of the Germa Kingdom is because the number of opponents is too large, but this does not mean that Locke is weak, mainly because he is not good at group attacks. If there were really countless sieges, then he would definitely die. But, faced with Kaido's attack, Locke felt his arm go numb for a moment, grinned, and said excitedly, Kaido. It was a really terrifying blow. I felt as if my arm was going to it's broken. Phew. Liar. Crackling. Locke and Kaido fought extremely fast, the whole body turned into the sharpest weapon, and in the face of such indiscriminate attacks, Kaido held a mace, also at the same extremely fast speed play defense and attack. But, in a short time, Locke directly suppressed Kaido. Of course, this is not a gap in strength, but a gap in skills. Kaido's strength is almost the same as that of Locke, but there is a problem, that is, Kaido was born in the real wild road, and became the so-called strongest fighter in the kingdom of Volca from a young age, purely relying on his own talent. Innate monster physique. But if you say how amazing Kaido's own skills are. Stop it. No. In the short time of fighting, Kaido's skills were directly suppressed by Locke. The two fought. Locke suppressed Kaido, but Kaido was not afraid at all. Going to create skill in the fight and keep fighting Locke. The speed of the battle between the two is getting faster and faster. This is a real battle like a wild beast. The two didn't mean any defense, they were pure offense. Seem. As long as you can break the opponent's armament Haki, you can kill the opponent, but the two fell into a stalemate. They fought in a short period of time, and the two did not move at all except to maintain their balance. Chapter 24. Conqueror's Hedge. Win or lose. Tie. Thunder 8 trigrams. Hello. Who do you look down on? Don't use such tricks. Locke made a fist with one hand and directly blocked Kaido's mace move. And Kaido is also holding a mace, staring at Locke. Snort. Locke grinned and said, You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* attack. To be honest, Locke also thought it was outrageous. I don't know if it's people in this world who generally have some special ideas. Basically, it seems very strange to shoot by yourself without shouting something. Kaido's Thunder 8 trigrams, Roger's avoidance. Airshock in Newgate, etc., etc. Good guy, isn't the tricks of you guys equal to A? Is there really any difference with ping A except that there is one move? Ah, Locke, you B asterisk 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 D, are you looking down on lousy? Kaido's eyes were rounded waiting, and his anger was also high. There was a terrifying light in his eyes, and he smashed down fiercely with the mace again. Crackling. It was another round of confrontation between the two. Don't say it. Locke really felt the difference between Kaido's normal attack and Thunder 8 trigrams. The momentum is different. Amount. That's right. It's just that the aura is different. It may be very embarrassing to say, but after a roar, my aura is very sufficient. Maybe this is the biggest difference between the moves and the level A. Generally speaking, it's different from Zoro. Although Zoro is said to be a person with the ability to name the fruit. But the problem is, Zoro is practicing kendo, although kendo is about winning without moves, but Zoro is another path, which can create a lot of tricks, each of which is very subtle. So, that is called the real trick. Look at your kind again, it is said to be tricks, but in fact, isn't it pure flat A? Advertisement. Anyway, Locke just thinks it's very strange, isn't killing people purely killing people? Killing the opponent is fine, one punch falls, the strike is decisive and fierce, directly killing the opponent is the best result. But what happened? He. Instead, as long as you call out various tricks, doesn't this make the opponent take precautions? But it's really enjoyable. Ha ha ha. Locke also laughed excitedly, he was really too excited, this feeling of being punched to the flesh and blood boiling in the battle. As if. It's as if his own blood seems to be awakened, and his blood seems to be boiling. Roar. Locke let out a deafening roar, and his whole breath burst in horror. A pitch-black airflow emerged from his body one after another, and the terrifying Conqueror's Haki covered the surroundings. Conqueror's Haki. FK. Does this kid even have Conquerors? The pirates around widened their eyes in disbelief. Only. Next moment. Locke. Kaido yelled, do you be asterisk 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 D look down on lousy. The same pitch-black air burst out from Kaido's body, and the Conqueror's Haki, which was also full of Haki, exploded in the middle of the two. Crackling. Streams of terrifying thunder surged crazily, as if they were going to devour everyone. FK. Conqueror's Haki again. These two monsters. The pirates around were completely confused. What? All the little ghosts are so evil now. They are only 15 years old. Not only possesses terrifying strength, but also has awakened Conqueror's Haki. Yes. There is no shortage of geniuses, and there are also people who awaken Conqueror's Haki, but the problem is this too monstrous? Are they still able to develop Conqueror's Haki to such an extent? FK. Advertisement. This moment. These pirates have a kind of self-living to the dog. Ha ha ha. Worororo. Keep going. Bring it on. Both Locke and Kaido couldn't help laughing, and the two looked at each other, and went straight to each other at the same time. The battle is still going on. 3 days and nights. The battle between Locke and Kaido lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The two are like two perpetual motion machines. It was as if he didn't know how tired he was at all. Fierce battles again and again. Fight again and again. The injuries on the two of them recovered quickly, and they rushed towards each other again at an extremely terrifying speed. Bump. Fist and mace collided again. This time. There were streaks of blood spilling out of Locke's fist, which split open, and Kaido's mace also split open with the sound of click. Quote. Accompanied by silence, the two stopped attacking and looked at each other like this, as if they were thinking about how to deal with it next. Locke shook his hand, didn't say anything, just put his hands in his pockets, as if to prove something. Kaido didn't hesitate, and directly picked up the mace in his hand. The battle is over. The two are not idiots. Actually. Both of them are very clear that they have gradually reached the limit. If it is changed to another environment, the two of them will definitely not hesitate to decide the winner. But in such a situation, forget it. All the pirates around look like melon eaters. In fact, if there is a real war, there will be absolutely no mercy. It's really not a joke. As long as there is a war, there will be absolutely no hesitation. Therefore, Locke and Kaido put the rest of this fight for later, in order not to give the guys around them a chance. Only when the two of them stand, will these crazy guys dare not make a move. Chapter 25. 1 month, the madness of the Rocks Pirates. Noxus Locke, Kaido. These two resounded through the entire sea in a short period of time. The same 15-year-old boy. Also because of world government. A bounty of 200 million Baileys is offered. One offers a reward of 70 million Baileys. These two teenagers told Dahai thoroughly how terrifying the teenager was. Two 15-year-old boys actually made a big fuss about Hachinosu. And it is no exaggeration to turn the whole Hachinosu upside down. To know, Hachinosu is the domain of the Rocks Pirates. Even though, for some reason, the Rocks Pirates didn't come back to Hachinosu, but the strength of these two teenagers also made the whole sea look sideways. Especially North Blue. Many people who have ideas about Noxus have to consider, Locke has such a terrifying strength, what will happen next? Especially for a lot of people, they need to see what the Rocks Pirates do with Locke. If someone from the Rocks Pirates killed Locke, then they have nothing to worry about. After all, the current attitude of the Rocks Pirates is very ambiguous. If it is not handled properly, there will be problems. Therefore, no one in North Blue has targeted Noxus, but has remained silent. That's what Locke wants. The first step is considered complete, and the next step is to continuously enhance one's own strength, which is the most important thing. A month's time. It can be said to be fleeting. Locke and Kaido after that battle. The two stayed in Hachinosu. Amount. Advertisement. These two people fight every day, and each fight lasts for 3 or 2 days. Only, both of them belong to that kind of physique is very special. Locke possesses a defensive power similar to that of a steel balloon, and it is not easy to break through the defense. Kaido possesses terrifying resilience and physical strength, and can recover from injuries as quickly as possible. Result: the battle between two people always forms a protracted war, and after it becomes a protracted war, then the two of them basically come to an end. After all, the two won't be like this, they will really decide the winner like this. Both of them knew that the pirates in Hachinosu were still watching them. Ha, 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 the daily battle was over again. The two of them were panting heavily, and they couldn't help wiping the sweat from their foreheads. The two looked at each other and smiled. Locke, Kaido grinned ferociously, you guys' improvement in strength is really terrifying. Lousy feels like he won't be able to kill you anymore. Hee. Locke grinned, and said with a smile, Kaido, you speak so nicely, you are not Lousy's opponent, are you? Cut, snort. The two looked at each other and curled their lips in disdain. Soon, the two sat down in a tavern, and after fighting each other for a month, the two could be regarded as friends who were both enemies and friends, and the main thing was that no one could kill the other. For these two guys, they can sit here and drink now, but if they have the chance, these two people will never hesitate, but will kill each other directly. Gudong, Gudong. The two drank all the beer in the glass, and Kaido squinted his eyes in excitement, and said comfortably, it's really enjoyable. Sure enough, having a glass of beer after the battle is really the best. Exciting. Locke also squinted his eyes comfortably. This kind of feeling of chilling heart is simply unimaginable to those who don't understand. By the way, Kaido looked at Locke and asked, Locke, what are you guys doing in Hachinosu? Waiting for that garbage to kill you. Locke waved his hand and said, Lousy is not interested in those, they are just a bunch of garbage, and the real powerful pirates generally don't come to Hachinosu, the people gathered here are just a bunch of garbage. Advertisement. Kaido nodded in agreement. Locke wasn't kidding, if it was the time when the Rocks pirates were not formed. Undeniably said, Hachinosu is indeed Pirate Island, where a large number of powerful, terrifying, and crazy pirates gather. Now, the people gathered here are basically a group of weak people, after all. This place has become the territory of the Rocks pirates. Who dares to gather here? Isn't that courting death? So say it. This is the sense of oppression brought by the Rocks pirates. Kaido rubbed his chin and said interestingly, Locke, are you B*********** D planning to join the Rocks pirates? Locke didn't deny it, but nodded and said, joining the Rocks pirates, I can get everything I want, whether it's money, fruits, power, or even beauties and rights, I will get them all. Snapped. Clenching a fist with one hand, Locke knows that if he wants to succeed, the best way is to join the Rocks pirates, and everything else, anything else, is essentially meaningless. Oh, Kaido is also interested, he had no interest in the Rocks pirates at all. Now, Kaido is interested, although it's only a month's fight, but I know Locke's character, this man is a lunatic, an arrogant lunatic, for this man, if he wants to join a certain pirate group on his own initiative. Then it proves the truly terrifying strength of this pirate group. Interesting. Kaido rubbed his chin, but found it very interesting, just right. Then, Lousy will also join the Rocks pirates and have a look. But, Locke said strangely, it's been a month, and the Rocks pirates haven't responded at all. If there are no accidents, something important will happen next. That would be very interesting. What the hell is the Rocks pirates doing? Locke doesn't know. But sure, it will definitely shake the entire sea. Chapter 26. World government rules the world, relying on balance. Locke and Kaido discussed with each other for a while, and then went back to their respective homes, and went to sleep with their mothers. The two got a house separately in Hachinosu. As for the origin, that's not much to say. According to the personalities of these two people, it was a guess. Just after returning to the room, a phantom appeared beside Locke. Soon, the phantom of Acedes emerged, she sat down on the sofa in the living room, and said, Your Highness, your 1 month is really crazy. To be honest, Acedes thinks that his training is crazy enough, it is basically training on the front line of life and death, and his strength is honed through repeated deaths. But, after seeing the battle between Locke and Kaido, Acedes must admit that these two are crazy. That way of fighting, although it can bring about a huge increase in strength. But the problem is, if they didn't have the corresponding physical fitness and resilience, these two people would have died countless times. It's not a big problem. Locke took out food from the Teigu space to prepare dinner for himself, and said at the same time, the improvement brought about by this kind of training is also very scary, of course it is the most comfortable. Except for Teigu. Teigu space cannot store any living life forms, but dead life forms can be stored, and it has the effect of keeping fresh. Locke always cooks food from Teigu space. As for the food you cook, is it delicious? The main reason is that Locke doesn't have any trust in the pirates of Hachinosu. The food he buys here is really afraid to eat at all. This is really not a joke. Advertisement. Even though, according to Locke's physique, such things as poison are meaningless, but the places that should be paid attention to should still be paid attention to. As for drinking amount, it is also very strange to say. The unspoken rule for pirates is that you can poison any meal, but if you poison your drink, you deserve to die. This kind of feeling is that you can eat in the Northeast and say that the food in the Northeast is not delicious, but you must not say that there is not enough food or that you are not full. That is equivalent to scolding others in front of others. This is a very strange and spoken rule among pirates. After dinner, Locke asked, Acedes, you came here suddenly today, what happened? That's right. Generally speaking, Acedes won't be here for a month. Locke's improvement in strength has also stimulated Acedes, and she has begun to hone herself even harder. Your Highness, Acedes explained. The Rocks pirates attacked the Grand Line and wiped out all 18 countries that joined the Grand Line. All of them were wiped out, all the troops in the entire country except ordinary people, all the nobles and royal families will not be left behind. Not surprisingly, the news will soon spread throughout the world. Oh, Locke was also interested, and said interestingly, it should be said. It really deserves to be the Rocks pirates. These terrifying lunatics are always able to make such crazy moves. Even though, Locke and Kaido fought in Hachinosu for a month, and he already knew that there must be something wrong with the Rocks pirates, so he did not return to Hachinosu. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing to let the two of themselves continue to quarrel here. Only, unexpectedly, this would be the case. The Rocks pirates attacked the 18 countries that joined the Grand Line at the same time, and wiped out all of them. What is this concept? Isn't this a slap in the face of the world government? If this can't solve this matter, then the world government will lose face. By the way, thinking of this, Locke asked, what's the reaction of the world government? Advertisement. He. Acedes raised his slender legs, revealed a playful smile, and said amusedly, the world government sent special combat troops to attack the Rocks pirates, but in the end, they were wiped out. Quote. Locke said calmly, it's not surprising. According to the strength of the Rocks pirates, the world government is obviously just a show. How could it be the opponent of the Rocks pirates? Locke isn't a brat with a head full of muscles. Joke. My own royal education was very successful. I started studying at the age of 3, and it took me only 12 years to learn the knowledge that other people need to learn for decades. No one really thinks that the royal family is just a bunch of rubbish that eats, drinks and plays, right? Those are celestial dragons, and they have to be normal celestial dragons. The true elite celestial dragons are those who hold high positions. The world government's attitude towards these franchise countries is that it is a good thing to destroy some of them. Locke said casually. After all, after destroying the franchise countries, although I will gain less heavenly gold, it will be more conducive to my ruling the world, and it's not that we can only rely on balance to rule the world now. Locke thinks it's very normal, he knows very well what the world government relies on to rule the world. It is purely the so-called balance. Maintain the 4 C's. The Grand Line is maintained. Maintaining the new world. Maintain pirates and countries. Maintain the country and power. Maintains the balance of everything. This is how world government rules the world. In this way, it is enough to keep the whole world in chaos but balance, and everything is in the palm of your hand. Yes, but, Acedes said with a smile. Your Highness, these things have nothing to do with us. Next, the Rocks pirates are coming back. Locke nodded. Chapter 27, Whitebeard's Invitation, Challenge. The second day, Locke squinted his eyes, looked at the boss in front of him, and asked with a smile, Boss, are you kidding me? Joke. Ha ha ha. The boss smiled ferociously. Lousy's wine is 100 million Baileys a bottle. If you don't want to buy it, then you don't have to buy it. Poor ghost. Just get Lousy away. Oh, Locke nodded knowingly upon hearing this. After all, early this morning, what the Rocks pirates did has already spread throughout the world, and it was instantly understood that Hachinosu is the territory of the Rocks pirates, and now the Rocks pirates are invincible. These pirates felt that they were also members of Hachinosu, so they naturally swelled up. What? Are you kidding Lousy? With this angry roar, Kaido let out a crazy roar, like a raging dragon. Yo, Locke greeted Kaido. You guy, this is being tricked. Kaido said unhappily. This rubbish is going to be sold to Lousy for 1 billion Baileys. You are really ashamed. Locke mocked. This guy just sold me 100 million Baileys. What do you mean? Kaido was furious for a moment, and said completely tyrannically, do you think Lousy is inferior to this guy? Roll. Go away, Lousy. You. Click. The pirate standing in front of Locke, almost instantly, his spine was pulled out by Locke. Locke looked around, looked at these pirates, grinned and said excitedly, seriously. Lousy is also very excited. What are you guys thinking? Do you think that the strength of the Rocks pirates has anything to do with you? Advertisement. With this ferocious voice, Locke almost didn't hesitate, and directly rushed into these watching pirates. Joke. Dare to watch Lousy's excitement. Okay, then you have to pay the price for this, the horrible price of blood and tears, death. It will be the most terrifying price. Worororo. With crazy laughter, Kaido drew out his mace and started killing the pirates around him. Joke. Dare to play Lousy. You guys are just getting impatient. As the two started to kill, the surrounding pirates immediately dispersed one by one. This moment, they really want to scold their mothers. At this moment, they were really crying. Why did they want to die? They all understood, and they also knew very well that their own strength was not good enough, and these two brats were real lunatics. They don't care about the Rocks pirates, provoke them to lunatics. Wouldn't that be death? Just like what Locke said, it's really meaningless when you face such a horrible madman. There is absolutely no doubt about the ruthlessness of Locke's attack. Kaido is also a ruthless master. These two people, that is called a ruthless striker. Hands up and down, easily dispose of all the pirates around, and it's just a mess. The other side, clatter. Clatter. A small pirate ship gradually approached the shore. A figure with a crescent-shaped beard, blonde hair, and a huge naginata came out step by step. He squinted slightly and looked at Hachinosu, the rising flame. The corners of his mouth curled up and he laughed. Gu la la la. It's really interesting. So early in the morning, did the two brats start a fight? Interesting. Advertisement. He strode toward the depths of Hachinosu with a naginata in his hand. Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. Bounty. 3 billion Baileys. The monster cadre of the Rocks Pirates, and the top first cadre, is almost equivalent to the identity of the deputy captain. Newgate owns Kong Yunchi, one of the 12 skills of the Supreme Quick Knife. Newgate has Paramesha, a shock fruit known to have the power to destroy the world. Newgate has a terrifying Conqueror's Haki and even a Conqueror's Haki. It is the reason why he has reached the bounty of the general level and is called the first person under the rocks. Snapped. Newgate walked step by step into the depths of Hachinosu. This moment, in the depths of Hachinosu, both Locke and Kaido have gone crazy. It can even be said that these two people are still fighting and killing, but they just don't pay attention to these guys. Flames billowed and smoke billowed all around. One is completely like a natural disaster. Suddenly, Locke swung his fist but stopped suddenly, his whole body seemed strangely timed. Kaido's mace fell down, but he narrowed his eyes slightly in an instant, and also stopped in midair. That's all. The two lunatics resumed their calm movements, quietly waiting for something. At this time, snapped. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a tall figure came step by step. Seeing this figure, those pirates who were still surviving were trembling with fright at this moment. They hurriedly wiped their foreheads. Sweat, watching these two crazy little ghosts ignore themselves and others, and quickly escaped. Gu la la la. Newgate laughed loudly. Locke, Kaido. What two crazy little devils? You two little devils, do you want to join the Rocks Pirates? Quote. The pirates who were running away were stunned one by one, opened their mouths in an O shape, and were all stunned. These two brats made such a fuss, but they actually gave such an answer. Locke grinned, and said interestingly, Whitebeard, I want to challenge you even more. Chapter 28. 2vs1, The Gap in Strength. Quote. The atmosphere instantly became silent. The pirates around never imagined that the arrival of Newgate was to invite these two little devils to join the Rocks Pirates. I didn't even think of it. The first reaction of these two brats was to challenge Newgate. Gu la la la. Newgate didn't feel any annoyance either, instead he laughed boldly and said, what two interesting brats. Okay, bring it on. Newgate waved his hands at the two of them, raised the corners of his mouth, and said interestingly, come on. Let Lousy see your strength. Brush. The moment Newgate's voice just fell, Locke's figure had already appeared beside him, very fast, like lightning, the whip leg wrapped around armament Haki swept out directly. Only, faced with such a fatal blow from Locke, Newgate's body only moved slightly to avoid Locke's attack. Observation Haki. Locke narrowed his eyes slightly, and said secretly, Observation Haki is no match at all, so he was completely crushed. Thunder 8 trigrams. And at this moment, Kaido's attack also fell, and the terrifying mace fell down all at once. Nice. Newgate smiled boldly, raised Kong Yunchi in his hand, and blocked Kaido's attack. So easy. That's right. It gives people the feeling that it is completely calm and not at the same level of opponents. Locke and Kaido teamed up to face Newgate, yes. Facing the siege of the two, Newgate gave people a feeling of calmness, and blocked the attack of the two in this way. It's really powerful, Locke said with emotion. It really deserves to be a monster with terrifying strength. This strength is really terrifying enough. Gu la la la. Newgate laughed boldly and said, two brats. Your strength is not weak at all. Advertisement. Newgate said so, facing the joint attack of Locke and Kaido, but blocked it very calmly. Locke raised the corners of his mouth interestingly, and teamed up with Kaido to face Newgate directly. The joint offensive of the two was very fierce. Crackling. Rumble. Facing this monster who became famous in the sea, these two young monsters showed 100% of their own strength, and even exploded with even stronger strength. Because of this, the strength displayed by the two is so of terror. Jingle. Crackling. The pace of battle is getting faster and faster. Only, anyone with a discerning eye can tell that they are not opponents at all, and the strength gap between the two sides is really too big. Empty shock. Newgate's punch landed in midair, and just this blow brought everything back to calm. The fight didn't last long. No matter how fierce the attack of Locke and Kaido is, it seems to be meaningless to Newgate. Gu la la la. Newgate laughed boldly and said, they really are two monster-like little ghosts. Quote. Locke and Kaido also stopped fighting. Not an opponent. Not an opponent at all. The two who remained silent did not continue to attack, after all. The two of them are not idiots, they know very well that if they continue, they will almost certainly die. Because of this, it is better for the two of them to stop here honestly. Challenge. If it goes too far and looks a little shameless, then it's not a good thing. Even though, advertisement. The Rocks personally asked Newgate to recruit too, but alas. If the two are too shameless, according to the situation of the Rocks pirates, even if the two were really slaughtered by Newgate, then it doesn't matter. That's enough. Newgate also said proudly. That's it, you two brats, let's go. Both of them nodded indifferently and followed Newgate's pace. There is nothing to be reconciled to. The difference in pure strength is so huge that they are not opponents at all. Now that, if you are not an opponent at all, then there is really nothing to discuss, but if you are not an opponent, is there any point in talking so much nonsense? Locke and Kaido are very calm. The other side, with the two of them, Newgate boarded the pirate ship and said at the same time, that's right. Back then, Captain Rox also asked Lousy to ask you two brats, are you interested in the recruitment conference? Both Locke and Kaido were taken aback. Newgate explained indifferently. Once every 5 years. The Rox pirates will hold a war recruitment meeting. To put it bluntly, it is to recruit some apprentice pirates, that is, some cannon fodder. If you are interested, you can go to participate. As the last successful people, you will get some rewards, and in this regard, the Rox pirates have always been very generous. Is there no reward for us being directly invited to join like this? Locke asked curiously. Of course not. Newgate continued to explain. This is an invitation from the Rox pirates, do you want to refuse? Snort. Although Newgate didn't say anything, but the corners of his mouth just grinned, which meant that it was already very obvious, if Locke and Kaido really refused, then he would never show mercy, but would directly kill two people. Locke shrugged and said, Lousy is not interested in rejection. However, he is very interested in this recruiting conference. Kaido, where are you kid? Newgate didn't answer Locke, but set his eyes on Kaido. Worororo. Isn't it natural? Kaido clenched the mace, jokingly, since it is possible to get rewards, of course it is necessary to get rewards. Who doesn't want free money? Chapter 29. Are they all juvenile monsters? Kill it directly. Needless to say, Kaido, of course he needs money. Locke doesn't need to say too much. Behind his home, the whole country follows, and that has a population of more than 100,000. Besides, yes, the strength of the elite soldiers honed by Acedes is called terrifying. In just a few months, it has reached an astonishing level, but the question is, do you know how much money was spent? It's only been a few months. These elite soldiers of 10,000 people have already consumed close to 1 billion Baileys. Good guy. Locke was numb when he first found out. Honestly, if it weren't for Locke's random chance in the red line, he picked up a wave of good income, and Acedes would never be allowed to train like this. Even so, my own money is not enough. So, make money. Make money. This is too important to me now. Locke really thinks so. Playing money is too important. There is an entire country plus army behind him to support. Clatter, clatter. The Newgate driver's ship went straight to the distance, and the place of assessment was of course no longer Hachinosu. It's an isolated island not far from Hachinosu. A huge number of people have gathered on this isolated island. These people are all pirates, and there are even a terrifying number of tens of thousands of people. In terms of age, teens, 20s. Basically, they are all at this age, and all of them are good young monsters in the world, at least they are young monsters who offer a reward of several million. Advertisement. Not kidding. To be able to offer a reward of several million at this age is really already a monster. Locke, Kaido. 3 hours later, Newgate pointed to the island in the distance and said, it's here, and the selection will be held on this island. As for the rewards, the one with the best rewards must be the first. And, the survivors the more rewards, generally speaking, for the Rox pirates, the top 5 will be selected. I see. Locke nodded, jumped up, and entered the island directly. All young geniuses. Stop it. Locke intends to kill directly. Worororo. Kaido laughed ferociously and said, it's really pretty good. It just so happens that Lousy is quite excited about these guys. Let Lousy try it out. What is the strength of these guys? Search. Excitedly licking the corner of his mouth, Kaido rushed directly into the island with a mace in his hand. Gu la la la. Newgate looked at the figures of the two teenagers, and said interestingly, it seems that this year's selection meeting will be very interesting. These two lunatics and brats joined it. What will be the next result? Woolen cloth. Snort. The corners of Newgate's mouth curled up, and he sat cross-legged, looking purely watching the excitement. Next. Just watch the excitement quietly. Click. Click. Just entering the unnamed island, Locke's speed was extremely fast, and the two pirates had already fallen under his hands. Locke said interestingly, it's really good strength. It's much better than the garbage of Hachinosu. Your Highness. The Phantom of Acedes emerged, and said interestingly, this kind of fighting is like a coliseum. Even if the strength that comes out here is not strong enough for the time being, but in the future, it will also become a terrorist monster. Locke nodded and said, although I don't know what the cadres of the Rox pirates are like, but it can be seen from this that the Rox pirates are really a scary but exciting place. Advertisement. Finished. Locke jumped up, disappeared in place, and went straight to his prey again. He had no intention of waiting, all he had to do was to take the initiative to kill all opponents. After all, what I have to do is to hone, not hang around here. If this is the case, I was invited in the first place, wouldn't it be good to join directly? As expected of His Highness. Acedes' face turned a blush, and the phantom dissipated in an instant. Strange. Lousy obviously saw a woman here. As Acedes just dissipated, a man came out. He looked around strangely, as if he couldn't figure it out. He clearly saw it, but why there was nothing in the end. He shook his head strangely, did not continue to say anything, but continued to go deeper into this unnamed island. No matter what, he absolutely wants to succeed, and he has reasons for absolutely wanting to succeed. Worororo. Nice, nice. It's really pretty good. Kaido let out a crazy laugh. The whole person seemed to be insane, and excitedly killed all directions. All the pirates around, in Kaido's eyes, were nothing worth mentioning at all. They were all killing. Kill, kill, without any intention of showing mercy. Kaido, who was born in the kingdom of Vulca, was born a warrior. He was the strongest warrior in the kingdom of Vulca at a young age. For him, on the battlefield, no matter who his opponent is, he must never show mercy, otherwise. The one who dies is himself. Locke, Kaido. These two monsters joined the selection meeting this time, just like tigers like a pack of wolves. They are all proud lone wolves, but in front of these two roaring tigers, they should even be called Tiger Kings. It's not worth mentioning at all. Teenage monster. Young genius. Not worth mentioning. The crazy killing of the two monsters had no intention of hiding at all, just the idea of completely killing the battlefield. Chapter 30. 45 Days of Bloody Games. Click, click. With the crisp and sweet voice, Locke broke his bones one by one, lowered his head, and said extremely cruelly, "It's very interesting. Want to sneak attack? Don't you even have the courage to face lousy head on?" Quote. The boy with blood-red hair stared at Locke, as if he wanted to remember Locke. As long as he was given a chance, he would never hesitate. Quote. Ha ha ha. Looking at this look, Locke, who was silent, suddenly burst into laughter, and said interestingly, 30 years in Chitong, 30 years in Hexi. You don't mean to say such a thing, do you? Never mind. Lousy is not shaking s, not interested in torturing people. Snapped. Locke crushed his head directly with one foot, and before he died, it seemed that he couldn't even imagine that Locke actually killed himself. To know, he's the Golden Lion, a crew recruited by Shei himself. That's right, Shei also recruited, and the boy who was directly trampled to death by Locke was recruited by him. Just like Newgate recruited Locke and Kaido, this island also has other recruits. After all of them are about to join the Rocks Pirates, and of course they want to use this opportunity to confirm their status. The first name in this selection meeting. Everyone is very interested. Only, he was actually slaughtered directly by Locke. In other words, he never thought that he would be slaughtered even after revealing his name. Is this guy an idiot? Locke looked at the unbelievably dead red hair, as if he felt that he was not particularly sure, and the punches fell, directly hitting him without bones remaining. No kidding. Such a guy, who knows if it's the kind of person who shouted 30 years of Chitong, 30 years of Hexi, don't bully the young and poor, or come up to give himself a blue and silver entanglement. It's better to be more aggressive, preferably a corpse which one does not exist. Locke just wasn't good at dealing with soul abilities, otherwise his soul would be pulled out and killed directly. Who? Advertisement. Idiot. Locke spat, and complained. There is something wrong with your head, okay. This is the Rocks Pirates. You don't think it's useful to register here, do you? This is a place where the weak eat the strong and the fittest survive. No kidding. For the Rocks Pirates, it can be said that it is not an exaggeration to give full play to the spirit of the jungle and the survival of the fittest in New World, but you are here to mention someone to me. Let the donkey kick your head. Forget it. Locke shook his head and murmured. In the future, we should stay away from this kind of guy who obviously has a brain problem. This kind of guy obviously has a bad brain and is easy to be infected. Brush. At this moment, Locke avoided the fatal blow at the same time, turned his head slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Suddenly, Locke was like a fierce tiger out of the cage, and went straight to the person who attacked him at an extremely fast speed, and threw out a punch, a terrifying punch, as if he wanted to take the life of the opponent. Even say, Locke's punch wrapped around armament Haki, and even because the speed was too fast, the friction of the air actually cut a ball of bright flames. Luffy's fire fist is also based on this principle, as long as it is attached to armament Haki, then it is as hard as steel itself, and with such a terrifying hardness, as long as the speed is fast enough, then it just goes right through the flames. Friction on fire. The reason is very simple. But although this principle is very simple, but the probability of success. But it is not high. The reason is even more simple. If a person's punching speed can be so fast as to rub against the air to make a fire, what amazing speed will it be? And the whole person who attacked Locke obviously didn't expect such a situation. For a moment. Are you stunned? Moment. This blow hit the man's head directly. Snapped. Thorn. Advertisement. Thorn. As the scorching flames burned instantly, the power of this punch made the air emit a strange smell. Locke let out a long breath, then continued to go straight to the distance. It was not enough. Not enough. The battle has lasted for a full day and night, but during this day and night, at most 1/3 was eliminated. After all, the island is full of terrifying juvenile monsters, and many of them are directly recruited monsters like Locke and Kaido. If this is the case, anyone who is not an idiot will be very clear about the strength of this island. How amazing it is. But on such an island full of monsters and geniuses. Finally, the competition is also very simple, just to see who is really more terrifying and who is really more powerful. This is the most unquestionable thing, absolute strength, absolute terror, the result of the competition. That is absolutely beyond doubt. One day, 1/3 of the island was eliminated. In 5 days, another 1/3 of the island was eliminated. In 30 days, half of the remaining people on the island were eliminated. Finally, a full 45 days have passed. There are still nearly 50 people left on this island. Only, the number of these 50 people is one strength compared to one terror. In particular, snapped. Locke walked on the road step by step, with a terrifying aura all over his body. It seemed like a ferocious prajna, a terrifying evil ghost, roaring crazily. This man has gone through 45 days of life and death games. Strength. Got a terrifying boost again. Same. As 45 days passed, this game of life and death also reached its final conclusion, and it was time to end. Chapter 31. Haki, Ghost Aura, Murderous Aura. Only 5 people left. Crackling. Under the night, in the center of the unnamed island, there was a bonfire. The bonfire was burning vigorously, accompanied by the sound of the firewood crackling, being burned, and the sound of footsteps came slowly. Snapped. With the sound of slow footsteps, the figures came step by step. Is Lousy the first? Kaido, who was carrying a mace, walked over step by step. He randomly found a place and sat cross-legged. Although his body was tattered, but if you feel carefully, you will find that after 45 days, Kaido's aura has become extremely terrifying, astonishing like a ghost. Kaido, who was sitting cross-legged, closed his eyes and rested his mind. He fought fiercely for 45 days, to be honest. If it weren't for Kaido's amazing physique and terrifying resilience, he would probably have died straight away. Even if he had time to rest during a long battle, it would be a short rest. No one dared to take a real rest, so they completely survived the 45 days. What's next? This is the most interesting thing. The strongest warrior. Kaido. Interesting. As a cold voice came, a man with a pale face walked over step by step. He looked like a feminine woman, and every step was awkward, but the radiance from that body but the terrifying murderous aura that came out was extremely terrifying. Haki. Murderous look. Spooky. These are the 3 special powers that are extremely special in this world. There is no doubt that Haki, Conqueror's Haki is almost a practice method resounding all over the world, except for the weakest sea in East Blue. As for killing intent, we all know, as long as enough people are killed, a terrifying aura will form on a person's body. Just to look in such a person's eyes will make people feel fear, and this is murderous aura. Advertisement. This man who looks feminine and looks like a woman has murderous aura, obviously. He definitely killed enough people. Of course, sometimes, killing enough people will produce murderous intent, but want to truly control the murderous aura perfectly. It was a very difficult thing to do, and the teenager was clearly a terrifying monster. Snake. Kaido looked at this guy, curled his lips, and said boredly, "You guy, you also appeared here. Lousy didn't expect, you guy, don't you want to be a king?" Snake. This is his code name. He is from an empire in New World named the Nolan Empire. He grew up as a Boy Scout and grew up in the army from childhood to adulthood, and at only 18 years old, he became a general of the Nolan Empire. It can be said, snakes are definitely promising, though. This guy Snake looks feminine, but he has terrifying ambitions. He wants to replace the king of the Nolan Empire and become the new king. Result. Anyway, it's here. Snake smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just because the assassination of that person failed, so it was counted by Marine, no. The Rocks pirates are recruiting newcomers, so I came here, but how will it be? Search." Interestingly, the snake stuck out its tongue and licked the corner of its own mouth. If you look closely, you will find that the snake's tongue is actually the snake's head. Kaido said fiercely, "Snake. If you dare to talk nonsense to Lousy, Lousy will kill you." The snake just smiled faintly, his eyes were very calm, how can I say it? Snake is very clear that compared to Kaido, he is not an opponent. If it is one-on-one, he is definitely not an opponent. 1 or 2 teasing words are enough. At this time, accompanied by gulping breaths, the 2 women came at a gallop, their eyes full of disbelief, and they went straight to the bonfire. The reason is simple, the selection of newcomers is over, as long as the person who comes to the campfire at the end is the final winner. But, advertisement. The 2 sisters froze suddenly, their bodies seemed unable to move. Roar. Between looming and looming, the terrifying demon king, the strange prajna, and the roaring evil spirits are all roaring crazily. Of course, all of this is looming, and no one knows whether it is true or false. But sometimes, just this moment is enough time, a figure appeared behind the pair of sisters, and said in a very cold voice, "Remember. In the next life, don't worry about provoking Lousy, Lousy is not a good person." Click. With a little force with both hands, they directly took off the sister's head, and the corpse fell to the ground uncontrollably, while this figure fell into the eyes of the other 2. It was Locke. 45 days have passed, and Locke looks the same as before 45 days, except that his body is tattered and dirty, the biggest difference is that his breath is extremely terrifying. Jet black, dark purple, blood red, these 3 terrifying auras are all echoing crazily on Locke's body, like a jet black demon king, a dark purple demon, and a blood red prajna. That weird scene is really shocking. Just looking at it is trembling. Obviously, after these 45 days, Locke has undergone tremendous changes again. The terrifying strength has improved, and it has really reached the point where people just look at it and feel endless fear. Kaido. Besides, Snake. Locke set his sights on the 2 of them, the corners of his mouth slightly opened, looking like a monster. On this unnamed island, the remaining 5 people have gathered here, although 2 of them have already become corpses. Chapter 32. A Glimmer of Hope, the Black Pearl. Haki. Murderous look, ghostly, he. The snake gave out that cold smile, and whispered in a very low voice, it's really a terrifying monster. I didn't finish what I just said. Haki. Murderous look, it's all very easy to understand. And, Ghost Chi is a kind of power that only individuals can master. It is an extremely special power. If Murderous Chi can form an effect similar to Conqueror's Haki after training, then Ghost Energy is a natural force, but after training, it can form an effect similar to Armament Haki. Zoro, Bullet, Shiryu from the original book, these guys. It's all the power of the possessor's Ghost Energy. Of course, possessing this special power does not mean that you must be a strong person. It is not a joke to say that on this sea, Conqueror's Haki is known as the courage that only 1 in a million people can have, but in reality where? No kidding, the person who owns Conqueror's Haki is like a carp crossing the river. In this selection ceremony, Locke didn't know how many people he killed. So say it. People who have Conquerors are not necessarily strong, but people who have Conqueror's entanglement must be strong, and this is correct. Locke, Kaido said interestingly, you are still alive. Locke walked over to the bonfire and sat down, grimly saying, if you die, Lousy won't die either. There's nothing to say. It's over. It's over. Both Kaido and Snake were taken aback, but they clearly remembered that when the 2 of them came, the number of people left must be at least more than 50 people. Locke said calmly, I blocked the entrance and killed the rest of the people. The speed of the 2 of you is a little faster, otherwise. Forget it, Lousy wants to simply kill the 2 of you alone, not easy. Actually, in this test, the strength of Locke, Kaido, and Snake is far beyond the level of the others. Because of this, Locke can say that everyone else has been slaughtered like a chicken, but wanting to kill these 2 people is the same as killing a chicken. Advertisement. But it is not so easy. Quote. The atmosphere among the 3 became silent, and everyone quietly looked at the bonfire in front of them, waiting for the arrival of others. Soon, about 10 minutes passed. Gu la. Following the heroic laughter, Newgate walked step by step and said with a big smile, Locke, Kaido, Snake, as expected, only you 3 brats became the final winners, let's go. 3 of you, except for Locke who is number 1, and you 2 are number 2. Quote. Both Kaido and Snake looked at Locke, and had no opinion on this statement. After all, no matter the strength they feel from Locke, or what Locke does, these 2 people are sure that Locke is definitely the well-deserved number 1. Let's go. Newgate spoke, and the 3 followed Newgate's pace. Soon, a group of 4 returned to the boat. Clatter. Clatter. The boat is also gradually moving towards the distance, the speed is not fast, but it's very stable. The 3 of them also returned to their respective rooms, all of which were prepared, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Worth to talk about. This is the only rule of the Rocks Pirates. For the Rocks Pirates who eat the jungle and are full of endless madness, there is only one rule. This rule is a very special rule, the reason is very simple. Even for the Rocks Pirate group, an absolutely safe place is needed in this pirate group. That's the room. Advertisement. In the Rocks Pirates, you can assassinate, sneak attack, or even poison your companions, but as long as the opponent returns to his room, he is absolutely not allowed to make a move. Anyone, even if it is a top cadre like Newgate, if he violates this rule, Rocks will personally kill him, no matter who he is absolutely not allowed. Therefore, this is the rule that everyone follows. I slept for 3 days and 3 nights. When Locke woke up, he still hadn't returned to the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates. Breathing lazily, Locke quickly recovered. After making himself a cup of coffee, he rubbed the space between his brows and asked, Acedes, how long have I been asleep? Your Highness. The Phantom of Acedes emerged, sitting on the side of the bed and said, you have been sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, it is really strange that you can sleep so soundly, and in such a dangerous place. Locke tells Acedes the rules of the Rocks Pirates. Acedes nodded, and said very seriously, so, through this method, no matter how terrifying and high pressure the environment is, there will be a slight gap left. This is very important, absolutely high pressure will drive many people crazy. Acedes is an admiral soldier with both civil and military skills, and because of this, he couldn't be more clear about such methods. Burn one's boats. Fight to the last stand. This is inspired by courage, what if it is not inspired? Isn't that just waiting to die? So, in many cases, it is still necessary to leave a trace of the bottom line. Only in this way can a crazy place like the Rocks Pirates barely maintain a balance without problems. This is extremely important. Don't ever think that this is going to be out of the question, quite the opposite. What if there were turmoil due to high pressure? Even if it can be calmed down, such consumption is meaningless. Stop talking. Locke had just had breakfast, and suddenly said, it's already arrived. Locke walked out of the room, and the Phantom of Acedes also disappeared. Walking out of the room, Locke saw the huge fleet of pirate ships, and in the center was a pirate ship that looked like a jet black pearl. The main ship of the Rocks Pirates, the Black Pearl. Chapter 33. The strongest man in the world. Rocks, the reward for the first place. Black Pearl, the main ship of the Rocks Pirates. Same. This is also the top pirate ship in the world, known as the #1 pirate ship in the world. It can be said, the money Bailey spent on this pirate ship has a lot of black technology on it, and the power contained in such a pirate ship, so. As long as you are not an idiot, you are very clear about how terrifying it will be. This is the Black Pearl. Kaido looked at the pirate ship in front of him with a mace in his hand. Snake licked the corner of his mouth and said interestingly, it is said in legend. This is the top pirate ship, no, it should be said to be the strongest in the world. Who knows? Locke put his hands in his pockets, and said very casually, it is said to be the world's #1 pirate ship, but who knows what the result will be? To be honest, Locke doesn't think that ship is the #1 pirate ship in the world. For the truly strong, as long as they walk on the road step by step, they can cross the sea. For this sea, strength is the most important thing. Important. Besides, everything else is meaningless. Yo. The new brats are back this year. Guess what will happen to these brats this year? I feel the same result. Ha ha ha. The lunatics of the Rocks pirates saw Newgate and Locke who came back, and Kakuzu had a funny look on their mouths. What happened next was very interesting. Soon, the two ships sailed side by side, and Newgate brought 3 people to the Black Pearl. Newgate pointed to the cabin and said, you 3 go, Captain Rocks is waiting for you in the study, and your prizes are ready. No problem. Advertisement. Good. The 3 of them nodded at the same time, but they didn't care about the pairs of terrifying eyes around them, and just walked into the cabin like this. Oh ha 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 ha. In the study room, a monster who was taller than the others, only about 2 meters tall, with red hair, and Haki, who looks bold and unrestrained, is sitting in the study room. He said carelessly, you 3 are the winners this time, right? Good. Compared to Lousy's expectation, he killed a lot of people. If there are too many, Lousy will feel very unhappy. In that case, it still needs to be dealt with, and it is quite troublesome. Quote. The 3 of them didn't say anything. Only. How to say? The 3 of them looked at the situation in front of them quietly, but they were also caught in a kind of thought. The image of the Rocks is naturally known to everyone. Only, sometimes, even knowing it, when you see it with your own eyes, you still fall into a kind of silence. Fear, horrible, monster. This kind of title is very appropriate, and even said, it is too appropriate. Locke, Kaido, and Snake, the 3 of them just looked at the man in front of them, and they all fell into silence. They were not joking, and it was not easy to open their mouths just facing this man. World's strongest man. Rocks D. Zebek. This man. This is definitely not a joke. This is the most powerful man in the world. This is the most terrifying thing in the world. This power is too much to make people feel unparalleled fear, and that unparalleled breath is really too terrifying. Advertisement. Captain Rocks. Locke spoke suddenly, with a very hoarse voice, and said slowly, I am #1. Oh ha 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 ha. Hearing Locke speak, even though the words were like rubbish, Rocks laughed excitedly, and said interestingly, not bad. Not bad. Lousy is really very satisfied with you, kid. Very good. Boy, you did a good job. Obviously, the Rocks are really happy with what Locke has done. After all, to be honest, Rocks is not joking that he knows very well, above this sea, the person who dares to face himself and dare to speak. Very few. It is even more like a joke, especially for a newcomer like Locke, who dares to speak in front of his face. Therefore, Rocks is very satisfied with Locke. After scanning Kaido and Snake, it is undeniable that he can see that these 2 little devils have good aptitude. Another 7 or 8 minutes will be restored. But sometimes, after seeing the first, I am not interested in the second and third. Rocks grinned at the corner of his mouth, and said ferociously, little brat. You are really good. This is your reward, you can go. Lousy still thinks you are good, next. But be serious, don't die gone. A ferocious smile emerged. Rocks was very much looking forward to Locke's growth. But there is a very important premise, that is, Locke can live, if he dies like this. That would be boring. However, Rocks just doesn't care. For this terrifying monster, what kind of genius hasn't seen him in so many years? Already got used to it. Snapped. Locke caught the treasure chest thrown by Rocks. It was a very big treasure chest. He really didn't know what was in the treasure chest, but it was simply directly collected into Teigu's space unceremoniously. Devil fruit. This scene let everyone have an idea in an instant, but there is no question. And Locke also knew what was in the treasure chest. He couldn't help but click his tongue for a moment, and said secretly, is this the Rocks pirates? It's really rich. Such a rich first place reward, and it's just a trainee pirate. A thief. Chapter 34. Little Ghost. Lousy let you know the rules of the Rocks pirates. 300 million Baileys. 1 devil fruit. A famous knife with a good and fast knife level. This. Locke's pupils contracted slightly, never expecting such a rich reward. 300 million Baileys, let alone, this is really nothing in the Rocks pirates. To be honest, for ordinary pirates, the most lacking thing is money, but for the Rocks pirates, this is not the case at all. The Rocks pirates are really not short of money, they are really rich. The real deal is a very scary state of being rich. 1 devil fruit, Locke thinks, this is also very normal. Mainly, Locke didn't expect that there would be a famous knife of the level of Liang Kuei Dao. Don't think that in the original book, all the swords appeared in the original book are 50 crafts of Liang Kuei Dao, 21 crafts of Da Kuei Dao, and 12 crafts of Supreme Da Kuei Dao, so I say. Famous knives are very casual street stalls. Not so. Actually, famous knives are definitely top-notch weapons. Many strong men don't even have a good and fast knives. In addition to these famous knives, swordsmiths and famous craftsmen will often forge some very special weapons. These weapons are as powerful as Liang Kuei Dao, Da Kuei Dao, and even the supreme Da Kuei Dao, but for various reasons, it was not included. But, no matter what it is, these are indifferent things. Locke can only sigh secretly in his heart. Sure enough. This is how rich the Rocks pirates are. Okay, 3 brats, you can go away. Locke, Kaido, and Snake didn't pay any attention to Rocks' crazy words, and the 3 turned around and left. Only, as the 3 of them gradually left the cabin, they felt the dangerous gazes all around in an instant. The gazes seemed to be greedy ghosts. They had already stared at the 3 of them. As for the purpose. In fact, this is self-evident. What they are eyeing is the treasure in the hands of the 3 people. Their goal is only one, and that is to take away the rewards in the hands of the 3 people. Advertisement. Hello, brat. A pirate walked up to Locke's side, put his arm around Locke's shoulders very familiarly, and said with a smile, "Little devil. Do you know the rules of the Rocks pirate group?" "Are there any rules?" Locke asked with a smile on his face. "Senior, what kind of rules are there?" Ha ha ha. The pirate patted Locke's shoulder with gravity, and smiled excitedly. What an obedient kid. Very good, very good. Lousy is very satisfied with you, Lousy told you. Little devils like you just want to be obedient, obediently take out the devil fruit you got and the treasures you got, like this. Lousy can spare your dog's life. I see. Locke nodded knowingly, and smiled. Senior, thank you for your teaching. Of course. Click. The pirate's voice hadn't finished yet. The next moment, it was accompanied by a crisp voice. Tick, tick, quote. The atmosphere became weird in an instant, and Locke didn't know when. A hand actually took off his head directly, and the terrifying sheep scorpion appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At that scene, many pirates shrank their eyes strangely. Kaido and Snake were very calm about this scene. Joke. After 45 days of fighting on the island, it would be too strange for these 2 people not to know what kind of character Locke is. This guy. That's a real lunatic, and the craziest kind. You want to threaten this guy? Impossible. This guy will not be threatened, unless you say you are killing this guy. Noxus Locke. This terrifying monster would not make such a choice. Advertisement. It's really good. Seeing what Locke did, at this moment, a tall pirate stood up, and he said ferociously, "Little devil. You look really good, just in time. Lousy just let you know today, what are the rules of the Rocks pirates?" Quote. Locke just glanced at him, then asked casually, "Kaido, Snake, who of you 2 know what this guy's name is?" Lousy is not interested in this kind of garbage. Kaido said he didn't know. Snake licked the corner of his mouth, and said interestingly, "A little captain, it seems to be called Warhammer, right? It seems to be such a name. I heard that he is the captain of the 3 Hammer brothers." 3 Hammer brothers? Who knows? Snake also spread his hands, and said casually, "I only know such a little thing, after all. I am not very interested in the information of the Rocks pirates, and I have never considered joining before." Kaido complained. "Then why did you join?" Snake smiled and said, "Because I am not John's opponent. When John asked me to join or not, if I didn't join, I would die." "So that's the case." Locke nodded knowingly, and said, "It's true, but it's a shame." Cut. Hearing Locke's words, Snake curled his lips and said, "That sounds good, what's your reason?" Locke said calmly, "Because when Whitebeard invited me, I thought I could make money in the Rocks pirates. Lousy feels that the Rocks pirates can become stronger." Kaido also spoke out about his own situation. The communication between the 3 made the pirate named Warhammer instantly angry. "Good guy, you 3 brats, how dare you ignore Lousy? Do you really think that you are some kind of young genius? Or, do you really think that your strength is really good?" Chapter 35. The 3 brothers of gold, silver and bronze, with a total reward of over 2 billion Baileys. Hello. 3 brats, are you kidding Lousy? Following this ferocious sound, Warhammer had already clenched a huge iron hammer in his hand, and with a rounded wheel, he came straight towards the 3 people, with the intention of directly taking off the heads of the 3 people. Locke just took a look, looking around, as if looking for something. Bump. Kaido raised his mace and directly blocked the attack of the Warhammer. Worororo. Kaido smiled ferociously. "It's really a good power. It's a pity, it's still much weaker. A guy like you is nothing worth mentioning, okay." Thunder 8 trigrams. Almost instantly, Kaido's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace, followed by him, when everything returned to calm. Everything is just in an instant. And the pirate named Warhammer had already fallen to the ground, losing his life in an instant. Snort. Kaido looked at his corpse with disdain, his chest was completely smashed, just such an opponent. In the trial on the nameless island, even the strength of the middle and upper class, they can't rank at the top. Is this the result? Quote. The atmosphere has become eerie and silent. The pirates around became more and more interesting one by one, the smiles on their mouths became more and more intense, and each one was filled with funny looks. I really felt that it was getting more and more interesting. Did not think of. Warhammer was killed so easily. No kidding. Warhammer. His strength is not weak. As a small captain of the Rocks pirates, his strength is not bad, but unexpectedly, he was directly killed by these three brats. Actually, advertisement. How to say, normally, although the trainee pirates of each class are geniuses, their strength is probably the same. But I don't know what's wrong with this session, the genius just burst out like a blowout, and the strength is getting more and more terrifying, one is stronger than the other, and it has reached an unimaginable level. The three monsters, Locke, Kaido, and Snake, stand out from these monsters, and their strength is not at the same level as those of the trainee pirates in the past. Brother Warhammer. You guys are looking for death. Kill them. Moment. The roar of fury had already been heard, and a large number of pirates had poured out from all around. These pirates were holding various weapons and came straight towards the three of them. As for what kind of situation is this in the Rocks Pirates? It's just a very normal scene. For the Rocks Pirates, such a scene is too normal. Don't say it's killing. Inside the Rocks Pirates, such a situation every day is very normal. But, the second rule of the Rocks Pirates is that cadres are absolutely not allowed to attack each other. If the subordinates challenge the superiors and kill the superiors, it doesn't matter, but cadres are absolutely not allowed to attack each other. The opponent shot. It looks like this is probably the strength. With a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth, Kaido said ferociously, "Trash. Are you planning to trouble Lousy?" Worororo. Kaido was laughing ferociously, while Locke asked, "Snake, do you see clearly, did they come from that ship?" This one. Snake pointed to a pirate ship not far away. Locke jumped up directly, landed on the pirate ship, and said calmly, "Then. From today onwards, this ship belongs to me." Locke is a madman and a lone wolf. Although he said he didn't care. Advertisement. But Locke is also very clear that when it should be like this, it should be like this, and he still needs to determine all the situations. There is no need to be hostile to Kaido and Snake, and they can cooperate in a short time. Little devil, you are courting death. You don't think that killing a Warhammer means you are strong. Court death. As Locke landed on the boat, the captains who looked like Warhammers stood up one by one, with terrifying murderous intent flashing in their eyes. These guys were very unhappy with Locke's arrogant behavior. So, Locke looked around and asked, "Are you the subordinates of the so-called three brothers, gold, silver and copper?" To be honest, this ship belongs to the three brothers, right? Locke's voice hadn't finished yet, when suddenly, a tall figure galloped past him, holding a huge copper hammer. The figure with a huge copper hammer suddenly attacked him at an extremely fast speed. The copper hammer that fell in that instant, as if to take Locke's voice away. Boom. Turning around suddenly, Locke landed a punch directly on the huge copper hammer. The same armament Haki entangled and collided instantly, forming an extremely terrifying impact. Wave. The impact spread to the surroundings. Locke felt the huge pressure, grinned at the corner of his mouth, and said ferociously, as expected of the cadre of the Rocks Pirates. "It's really a terrifying force." Lousy is getting more and more excited. Brat. The man holding the huge copper hammer is the third brother of the gold, silver and copper brothers, the cadre of the Rocks Pirates, the monster with a bounty of 630 million Baileys, the guy named the Copper Hammer. Only. Facing the attack of the copper hammer, Locke had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and said very strongly, "It's really a good power. I just don't know, what is your strength?" Snake. These rubbish pirates will be handed over to you. Get rid of any of them. Lousy is not interested in my little brother. Locke was just holding the copper hammer, his eyes were full of excitement, while Snake said casually, "It doesn't matter, I'm not interested in my little brother either." And at this moment, the other two figures gradually came out. They are two brothers, with the same strong killing intent. Chapter 36. Locke killed 3 cadres by himself. Brat. Are you interested in Lousy's position? Following this icy voice, Locke turned his head and looked at the two brothers not far away. The two were almost exactly the same as the person they were fighting against. The 3 brothers of gold, silver and copper. The brazen hammer offers a bounty of 630 million berries. The silver hammer has a bounty of 720 million Baileys. The golden hammer offers a bounty of 810 million Baileys. Commonly known as the 3 brothers of gold, silver and copper. The 3 brothers are the 3 cadres of the Rocks Pirates. There is absolutely no doubt about their strength. After all, they are monsters with a bounty of more than 2 billion Baileys. There is absolutely no need to say more about their strength. The corners of Locke's mouth curled up, and he said amusedly, "Golden hammer, silver hammer, and copper hammer. Well, how can I say something? Since you are interested, then don't hesitate. Isn't this the rule of pirates?" Court death. Brat. The golden hammer jumped up, but the huge figure was brandishing the extremely terrifying giant hammer, and smashed down fiercely in an instant from top to bottom. Destroy the golden hammer. What an amazing power. Come, let Lousy try it. Crackling. Every inch of Locke's muscles twisted horribly, just like an evil spirit twisting. Locke clenched his fist with one hand, and Haki, ghostly, and murderous aura entwined around his fist at the same time. Boom. Moment. The fist and hammer collided, and the deafening roar resounded in almost everyone's ears. For a moment. Advertisement. Facing Locke's punch, Jin Hammer's face turned red, followed by him, and flew backwards. Ha ha ha. Fun. Fun. Locke laughed excitedly. It's really enjoyable. Lousy likes opponents like you the most. Come. Be careful, otherwise, Lousy will not hesitate to kill the 3 of you. Locke became more and more excited, and his aura became more and more ferocious. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki was mixed with ghostly and murderous aura, forming Locke's exclusive Conqueror's Haki. Quote. The three brothers, Golden Hammer, Silver Hammer, and Copper Hammer, were all silent. This moment, the three brothers really felt what a horrible monster Locke was. 15 years old. Only 15 years old. And is this 15-year-old monster so terrifying? Actually, in the few months since he left Noxus, Locke has really undergone an extremely terrifying improvement and transformation. He is no longer the same person as he used to be. Because of this, the strength that Locke has shown is unique. It would be so scary. Next, lousy is not welcome. Locke saw that the three brothers did not intend to take the initiative to make a move. Instead, they stepped on the deck and took the initiative to make a move, if that's the case. Then lousy is not welcome. Locke's speed was extremely fast, and he was heading straight for the Golden Hammer almost in an instant. Not good. The three brothers' Gold Hammer, Silver Hammer, and Bronze Hammer came straight to Locke almost without hesitation. The three brothers' Gold, Silver, and Bronze, why are they juxtaposed? The reason is very simple. The three brothers teamed up. The strength of the three of them is the most powerful thing. As the triplets brothers, with the cooperation, the strength they display, the amazing tacit understanding, is the most amazing. Crackling. Rumble. Locke's reaction speed is also extremely fast in the face of the three people joining forces. Just sometimes, things don't look that way. Although Locke's reaction speed is extremely fast, facing the siege of these three people, he is still inevitably at a disadvantage. But advertisement faced with such a disadvantaged situation, Locke not only did not feel dissatisfied or nervous, but became more and more excited. That's right, pressure. Just need such terrifying pressure, then, a person can continue to become stronger, and Locke is like this. He knows his own situation, he needs pressure, enormous pressure, and if there is not enough pressure, even he cannot become stronger of. Therefore, faced with the attack of the Gold, Silver and Bronze brothers, Locke is full of motivation. Under such a huge pressure, his strength may be unparalleled. Snapped. The other side. Newgate held Kong Yunki in his hand, watching the battle amusedly, with no intention of stopping it at all. At the same time, Gia ha, following the sound of a lion's arrogant laughter, a figure with blonde hair, wearing a kimono, and two famous swords hanging from his waist floated down, and he said ferociously, Whitebeard, the three brats you brought back this time are amazing. Golden Lion. Newgate glanced at it and asked, what do you think will happen next? Golden Lion. Shei, the bounty on offer exceeds 3 billion Baileys. Paramecia. Lion fruit ability user. He holds two famous knives that are comparable to big knives. One of the top cadres of the Rocks Pirates, second only to Newgate, and even say, the two should be called equal, no one dares to say what the strength of the two is. Shei said interestingly. The result? If there are no accidents, this kid named Locke will kill 3 Gold, Silver and Bronze brothers by himself. Where did you see it? Newgate asked interestingly. Cut. Shei twitched his lips and said, are you looking down on Lousy? Lousy is not an idiot. This kid's physical fitness, resilience, and all aspects are very similar to that crazy woman Linlin, and even more terrifying. Like this the little monsters, the Gold, Silver and Copper, the 3 garbage, the time to die is just the length of time. Gia ha. Shei laughed excitedly. If such a brat can be brought under Lousy's command, it would be really great. Actually, as Shei said, the situation will gradually change. Chapter 37. This ship, it's Lousy's. Become your subordinate. Newgate waved his hand directly and said, don't dream, according to Locke's character, he wouldn't do that. Gia ha. Who knows? Shei talked and even jumped up. Amount. This can be regarded as Shei's character is different. He can actually be called a strange guy, always doing some idiotic things inappropriately at certain times. Actually, the people who went out of the Rocks Pirates basically have no normal people. Newgate likes to find his son everywhere. Shei is an idiot to some extent. Linlin is a woman who likes to have children. Kaido likes to commit suicide. As for Ochaku, John, and Silver Axe, they each have their own problems. I can only say, this group of guys in the Rocks Pirates is really one by one, which makes people feel outrageous. But, anyway, the battle is still going on. Tick. This moment. Blood has gradually dripped down, and the body of the copper hammer in the copper armor has gradually cracked, and drops of blood have overflowed from the cracks. Cough. The copper hammer coughed violently, and his face gradually turned pale. The internal organs are shattered. Copper hammer felt the condition of his body, and said secretly, damn brat, is every punch so terrifying? Brass hammer said without joking, he just resisted a few punches from Locke because he was not prepared enough. The results of it, now this is the only result. Locke grinned at the corner of his mouth, but said excitedly, what's wrong with you 3 brothers? Why don't you take the initiative to attack? If you don't take the initiative to attack, then, Lousy is not welcome. Snapped. Advertisement Locke launched a ferocious attack at an extremely fast speed, and his whole body was like an afterimage. It was so fast that it was not an exaggeration to be as fast as lightning. Careful. Notice, the 3 brothers, Gold, Silver and Bronze, all looked dignified. To be honest, the 3 brothers never expected that Locke would show such strength. Watching the fierce battle, Kaido casually dealt with the pirates on the ship, and asked, Snake, what do you think the result will be? He. Snake smiled softly and strangely. What's so interesting about this? Locke will win, that guy, I don't think he will lose to this kind of guy. The three brothers of gold, silver and copper. To tell the truth, the three brothers' overall bounty exceeded 2 billion. But these three brothers are really too hot. The three brothers joined forces to become the cadres of the Rocks Pirates, and because they became the cadres of the Rocks Pirates, their bounties were greatly increased. But what about their own strength? Obviously there are some problems. It is even said that after joining the Rocks Pirates, they began to become arrogant, not only did not improve their strength, but even decline a little. This, the common crew hadn't challenged to kill them, otherwise, according to Rock's personality, what does the person under him look like? It was already planned to kill such a guy. Therefore, according to Snake's judgment, the end of the battle will be sooner or later, which is strange. As expected, as the fight continued, when it reached 3 hours, the copper hammer made a flaw, and his chest was directly pierced by Locke. Pooh! Accompanied by the piercing chest, the copper hammer spat out a mouthful of blood, even mixed with internal organ fragments. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but at this moment, Locke hit his head with a whip leg, directly taking his life and crushing his head. Third brother, third. Advertisement. Both the golden hammer and the silver hammer gave out crazy shouts. What a pity, their cries were also meaningless. Locke dealt with the copper hammer, and next, the target was of course the two brothers. The speed was extremely fast, almost in an instant, they were already heading straight for the brothers, and the speed of the attack did not need to be said. Boom! Boom! The roaring sound exploded, and every punch of Locke was like a mountain crushing the top. The invincible power made the golden hammer and the silver hammer unbearable, and, as time goes by, more and more go down. The two brothers already felt that the pressure on their bodies was getting bigger and bigger, and it was getting more and more terrifying. Their bodies were no longer able to function under their own cholera. Cough cough cough, the two brothers even coughed a little weakly. This is the moment. Click. Stab it. Locke passed his hands through his chest, splitting the silver hammer in two in an instant, and blood spilled directly on the deck. Second brother. The golden hammer let out a crazy roar. What a pity. His madness did not affect Locke at all. Locke did not stop at all. The moment he killed the golden hammer, he had already gone straight to the golden hammer. The speed was too fast, and Locke's fighting spirit is definitely getting stronger and stronger. Crackling. Crackling. Even say, the muscles on Locke's body are like monsters. Every time they go through battles, they continue to improve, improving time after time, improving time after time. This speed is really too fast, it is unimaginable. Is Locke really alone? Pity. The final result is already doomed. The golden hammer is still powerless to fight back under Locke's indiscriminate bombardment, like a devil's attack, or in other words, it's not a level at all. Tick. Tick. Drops of blood dripped down, and Jin Hammer also fell to the ground unwillingly. That's how the three brothers lost. Snort. Locke grinned, looked around, and said, this ship, it's lousies, no problem? Chapter 38. Robbery, getting rich is so fast. The atmosphere was silent. Aside. Kaido and Snake have already dealt with all the pirates on the ship, killing them one by one, and throwing the bodies into the sea. Naturally, everyone shut their mouths obediently. No comment. No comments whatsoever. Joke. Locke killed the three brothers, gold, silver and bronze, and 3 cadre positions were vacated, which already means that Locke, Kaido, and Snake replaced the 3 brothers of gold, silver and bronze, of course. If someone has an idea and is dissatisfied, you can also challenge it. As long as you kill these 3 lunatics, you can also become a cadre. But, that's not the case. If it was really that easy to succeed, someone would have already challenged it. Kaido, Snake. Locke saw that no one was causing trouble, so he said casually, the treasures of the gold, silver and copper brothers belong to me. The other treasures belong to you. If you two recruit younger brothers, it's free, as long as you don't just provoke me. Listening to Locke, Kaido and Snake both shrugged and said there was no problem. The two also know Locke's character very well. Locke is not interested in these things, this is a pure money fan, what people want is money. But, Kaido and Snake are interested in power, and the two of them are very thoughtful about these. Seeing that the two agreed, Locke turned around and walked towards the treasure room of the cabin. Again, for the Rocks Pirates, as long as it is placed in the room, then, everything is absolutely safe. Advertisement snapped. Snapped. Gold, silver and copper. The rooms of these 3 brothers are connected together. Don't tell me. It's really big. Just in time. Wait until someone can open it up for me. Forming a large room with 3 bedrooms and 3 halls, which is also quite good gone. Locke opened the doors of the rooms one by one, and walked into the room of the 3 brothers. No joke. I still need to live here for at least 5 or 6 years in the Rocks Pirates. If this is the case, then of course I have to prepare some good ones for myself. Otherwise, how about 6 years? Locke doesn't like to be tackled. Of course. Locke is able to accept that his life is not good, but Locke never likes to deal with it. He can bear a bad life, but he also likes to enjoy it all. Enjoying a luxurious life, enjoying rare food, and enjoying the best beauties. There's no conflict, Locke thinks, gaining power and grabbing money yourself, doesn't it? Is it not enough to enjoy yourself? Your Highness. The Phantom of Acedes emerged, and said lightly, next, as you become a cadre of the Rocks Pirates, Noxus will be safer in North Blue. Locke said very calmly about this. This kind of security is like cooking oil in a raging fire. It seems to be getting more and more prosperous, but in fact it has a big problem. As long as there is any flaw, even if it is just a tiny bit, it will affect the safety of the people. As far as we are concerned, we will all be destroyed. Acedes hesitated a little, but said in an interesting way, Your Highness, you don't seem to be particularly interested in Noxus? I'm no different. I'm not particularly interested in rights. Locke clenched his fist with one hand and said with sharp eyes. In my opinion, the absolute power of the owner can control everything. But, Noxus is my country, and this is my duty. As a royal family, since I enjoy life, then, I have to pay for it. It's a matter of course. Acedes listened to what His Highness said, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Locke didn't care, and started looking for treasures in the room. To be honest, it's not looking for it, it's just what's right in front of them, which is basically the case. What the Rock's pirates need to consider is to survive. Advertisement. It is not about where the treasure is placed, even if it is placed in the room, it is absolutely safe. This is beyond doubt. So, it's not looking for it, it's just that the pure treasure is here. Locke looked at the treasures in front of him, and opened the treasure chests one by one, all kinds of gold and silver treasures. As for the others, none. Pirates are not interested in other things, but they are more interested in hard currency such as gold and silver treasures. Your Highness. Acedes stood beside Locke and asked interestingly, how much money is there? How much is it? Locke thought about it and said, if you do a coarse filter estimate, you probably have 7.8 billion Baileys, right? In fact, it's almost the same. 3 cadres, their daily expenses, plus the squandering of the pirates, can have 7.8 billion Baileys. It has been astonishing. Don't think that these 7 or 8 billion Baileys are nothing. No kidding. These 700 to 800 million Baileys are already a very terrifying wealth. Sometimes, a small country may not be worth the money if you buy it. As for Locke's 8 billion Baileys on the red line. That's the red line. That's Celestial Dragon's sight, let alone get 80, even if you get 80 billion Baileys in Celestial Dragon's sight, isn't that a matter of course? They are really rich. Locke also said interestingly, it is undeniable. The benefits are indeed very huge. Sure enough, joining the Rock's pirates is a correct decision. This is the first day. 1 devil fruit, 1 good sharp knife level the famous knife, and about 1 billion Pele. Acedes nodded, such gains are indeed astonishing enough. Nice. Locke's smile became more and more intense. This kind of income is definitely the most exciting thing for him. No matter what he said, what he needs most is money. The country needs money, and his training needs money even more. For myself, money, that is pure bottomless pit. Chapter 39, King of Beasts the Lion King, Leoni. Pity. No devil fruits. Locke searched around but couldn't find devil fruit, and finally shook his head feeling a pity. Of course. That's normal too. Devil fruit. This kind of thing always seems to be seen in the original work where celestial dragons are taken out and squandered casually. But the problem is, those are celestial dragons. Normal people get devil fruit, so as long as they eat it for the elite under their hands, they can become cadres, and if the top devil fruit develops it, they will be strong. So, generally speaking, when you get devil fruit, you eat it in time, who keeps it? After all, on such a dangerous sea, if you keep it, it is easy to keep it to yourself, there is absolutely no doubt about it. This is the true side of the sea. Your Highness, Acedes asked, are you planning to continue summoning Teigu? Locke thought for a while, nodded and said, summon 1, now I have 5 devil fruits on hand, just enough to summon 1, plus my physique can be continuously improved. Acedes nodded in response, undeniably said. Teigu summons, Locke doesn't seem to get any pervertibility, but it's just that the improvement of physique is the most terrifying, as the further you go, the more Teigu you summon, then the improvement brought by Locke will become more and more terrifying, and the further you go, the more terrifying it will be. Even say, to the extent that punches can crush the sky and feet can crush the earth. But that was the follow-up situation. Now, after absorbing 5 devil fruits, Locke has started to summon a new Teigu in the Teigu space. Buzz, buzz, wisps of light emerged from Locke's body, followed by a Teigu that looked like a belt, slowly emerging, floating in midair like this. The King of Beasts, the Lion King. Advertisement. The Phantom of Acedes smiled amusedly and said, it turned out to be the Teigu of that kitten. Hello, Acedes, who do you call the kitten? A wild woman's voice came out, and the looming phantom slowly condensed. Unlike Acedes' phantom posture, this is a real solid figure condensed out. A wild woman with long golden hair, although she doesn't have obvious muscles, but every inch of the snow-white skin that was exposed outside seemed to prove what kind of power it contained. The upper body is a black tube top, the lower body is brown boots and white pants, matching that hot dress. The feeling is not astringent, but a wild feeling, which makes people have a very strange feeling, which can only be said. Compared with Acedes, she and Acedes have their own merits and are completely different. The only thing they have in common is the former is the rampaging Lion King. The latter is the proud queen. No matter who it is, men are full of expectations. Your Highness, she looked at Locke and Acedes at the same time, but turned her head in displeasure. Whether it is the summoned Leoni or Acedes, they all have memories of the past, but their past memories are just past memories, just like the anime you watched. Although they have that memory, it will not have any impact on them now. How should I put that sentence? For Leoni, it is very normal not to like Acedes. The King of Beasts, the Lion King, Leoni. Participate. Leoni greeted Locke confidently. Quote. Both Locke and Acedes fell silent. The silence of the two of them didn't affect Leoni, on the contrary, she still grinned with a confident smile. I can only say, embarrassed. Advertisement. Really embarrassed. Ah, the corner of Locke's mouth twitched slightly, and he complained, Leoni, just stay with me, there is no need for you to go back to Noxus. Good. Leoni nodded seriously, but a strange look flashed in her eyes, it's just. This strange look was not noticed by anyone. Or even say, was Leoni really like this just now? Obviously. This is the strangest thing. Okay, Locke said. Acedes, you go back first, I want someone to renovate these 3 rooms, otherwise, there is no way to rest at night. Good. Acedes smiled and disappeared into a phantom, while Locke left the cabin with Leoni. Quote. Seeing Locke walking out with Leoni, everyone was stunned, what the hell? What's the situation? Who is this? Didn't Locke enter the cabin alone? Why did she come out with a tall blonde wild beauty? Worororo. Kaido smiled interestingly. Locke, you be asterisk D, what are you doing? My fruit ability. Locke just answered Kaido in this way, and pointed to the pirates not far away who were just recruited by the snake or Kaido, and ordered. You guys, give me the room of the original 3 brothers, get through it, transform it, and tidy it up. Yes, brother Locke. These pirates hurriedly started to act. Although they said they chose to follow Kaido or the snake, they all knew that Locke's strength was definitely the most terrifying. If this violated Locke's order. I'm afraid. Gudong. Just thinking about it, I swallowed deeply, no matter how I said it, it was too frightening. Locke waited calmly, it wouldn't take long. Chapter 40, The Beautiful Little Lion. The more trouble the better. The speed of packing is very fast. 3 hours. The 3 rooms have been opened up, and they have been cleaned up to a new look. All the things in them have been replaced with new ones, and there is nothing left of the old things. I can only say, as long as the strength is sufficient, the efficiency is indeed very high and fast. Night fell. After having dinner, Locke went back to his room to get ready to rest. Leoni came over with a smile, and said jokingly, Your Highness. Do you need this little cat to sleep with you? Okay. Locke nodded. Without any hesitation, he hugged Leoni directly. And Leoni's claws were directly numb, and everyone was dumbfounded. But, what should happen will still happen. The second day. This is one of the very few times that Locke has stayed in bed. The main reason is that he lost too much last night. The wild kitten is really hard to tame. Locke stood up, glanced at Leoni who was deeply asleep, and Locke just left. To be honest, Locke is not the kind of weird male protagonist in strange novels. He obviously has feelings for the heroine, but in the end, it is like this. Isn't that a problem with his head? Anyway, I don't think I'm that kind of person. Moreover, whether it is Acedes or Leoni, they are essentially their own, they are just their own spirits, they are absolutely loyal to themselves, what do they want to do, do you still need their consent? So say it. Don't think too much about it. Locke walked out of the cabin and came to the restaurant to prepare for dinner. Advertisement. The restaurant of the Rocks Pirates is located on a large pirate ship, which was transformed into a restaurant. After all, the Rocks Pirates have too many people. It is just the headquarters, not an affiliated pirates. It has a full 60,000 people under its banner. So many people must need various supplies, especially food, for pirates, can accept death, can accept not having money, but absolutely cannot eat badly. Joke. Lousy is now a pirate, so he can't even eat well. That pirate must be very upset. So, although the Rocks Pirates said that their companions poisoned a lot, but it is absolutely impossible for anyone to do anything on the pirate ship in the restaurant, and no one will be in this place, because there is no meaning at all. If there is a problem with this, everyone will stare at it and kill it directly. It's better to be honest, and if something goes wrong, it's really a bit wrong, isn't it? Quote. Locke chewed slowly and tasted that it was all right. Although he said he was a pirate, no matter what he said, he was also from the royal family, and he learned the proper etiquette very well. Eat without speaking, sleep without speaking. Locke. Kaido sat down next to Locke, and said casually, You've been targeted, if nothing else. Someone else will trouble you soon. Trouble me? Locke just finished eating, put down the tableware in his hand, and asked, What do you mean? Snake came over at this time and said, How should I put it? Just joining as a trainee pirate killed 3 cadres and replaced the other party's position. Tisk tisk tisk. You will definitely be targeted. You know many cadres have subordinates, but they are all as strong as the cadres. So, brush. Just when the snake opened its mouth to speak, suddenly, a sharp dagger came straight to Locke's temple, and the dagger wrapped around armament Haki exuded a sharp cold light. This blow was to take away Locke's life. Jingle. Locke raised his hand, clamped the dagger directly between 2 fingers, raised his head, and asked calmly, How are you going to die? Snort. Advertisement. The pirate snorted coldly, discarded the dagger directly, flicked his hands, and slid out 2 more daggers from his sleeves, and came straight to Locke at an extremely fast speed. Click. Only. Locke stepped on his chest and crushed his chest with a little force, crushing his heart, and said very calmly, Is this the case? Almost. Snake nodded and said, Basically, this is the case without accidents. This is just the beginning. After all, this is garbage. What about the 2 of you? Locke looked at the two strangely. Both Kaido and Snake are smiling, obviously. The two of them have already experienced such a thing. I see. Locke nodded knowingly, and said casually, it doesn't matter. When the soldiers come to block, and the water comes to cover, Lousy is looking forward to it. After all, the battle can make progress faster, and Lousy is more afraid that the opponent's strength is not enough. Quote. Listening to Locke's words, many people in the restaurant left. Undeniably said, these words of Locke are meant for these guys. The Rock's pirate group does not allow cadres to shoot each other. This is absolutely not allowed. If this is the case, then, I really want to see how many powerful people are hidden under the Rock's cadres. Just like what I said, only between life and death, fighting again and again, then. Strength is the biggest improvement. It is absolute. There is no doubt about it. Snort. The corners of Locke's mouth curled up, and there was a confident yet proud smile on the corner of his mouth. He joined the Rock's pirates not only to make money, but also to become stronger, so. Don't be afraid of any challenges and opponents. Because, as long as you kill them, that's all. Kill all your opponents, then. I am the final winner. Is preparation the best result? Locke has these absolute confidences. After all. Since I have come here, if I don't even have such courage, wouldn't it be fine to hand over the money obediently? Chapter 41. Golden Lion's Solicitation. Feel sorry. I reject. Locke chose to bear everything alone, left Noxus, and came to New World, fighting desperately again and again, for what? He. Flinch. If you choose to back down, then. Why come to New World, obediently hand over 3 billion Baileys to the Kingdom of Germa? So, naturally, he is still enjoying the life of the royal family. Because I don't want to. So, Locke chose to carry everything on his back, to come here with everything on his shoulders. Snapped. That is, Brother Golden Lion. FK. Why did Brother Golden Lion come here? At this moment, with the sound of footsteps, the spirits of the pirates all around suddenly became dignified. They didn't expect that this monster would appear here. Golden Lion. Shei. This terrifying monster is looking for it step by step at this moment. Gia ha. Locke, Kaido, Snake. 3 brats. With this maniacal laugh, Shei spread his hands and suddenly started dancing awkwardly. Quote. Locke, Kaido, Snake, the 3 fell into silence at the same time. You look at me, I look at you, the 3 fell into silence. This moment, Locke secretly complained. Sure enough, all the guys who came out of the Rock's pirates are purely problematic. They are definitely not normal people. I really don't blame Locke for complaining, just talk about it, how can there be any normal people? So, advertisement. Locke looked at Shei who was dancing awkwardly in front of him, but fell into silence. Soon, Shei stopped his dance, didn't feel embarrassed at all, and still laughed loudly. 3 brats. Do you want to join Lousy's command? Brother Golden Lion actually invited these 3 brats. If you join Brother Golden Lion's command, you will reach the sky in 1 step. Yes, all the pirates were discussing excitedly, what about Shiki's dance? I'm used to it. It would be strange if I didn't know about the situation of the top cadres in my family, but I'm already used to it and know what's going on. Locke looked at Shei and said without hesitation. Sorry, I'm not interested in joining anyone's command. Gia ha. Did you agree? Refused. Refused. Shei stopped abruptly with a loud laugh, and seemed to be looking at Locke in disbelief. Not only Shei, but everyone else also looked at Locke in shock, as if they hadn't thought that Locke would choose to reject Shei same with invitation. Locke nodded. Golden Lion, I'm not interested in joining anyone. Oh, hearing this, Shei seemed to be interested, and said interestingly, boy. Then why did you join the Rock's pirates? For money, for power, for rights, for the beauty. Anyway, not for loyalty, and not for Captain Rock's. Quote. My F***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************œux Silence, good guy. Although, this is what almost everyone thinks, but are you saying it too blatantly? Good guy. It's just that I don't know what to say better. Everyone fell into silence. For a while, when you looked at me and I looked at you, they were all silent. Advertisement. Locke said calmly. Golden Lion, isn't this what everyone thinks? What's so strange? It's not that Captain Rocks doesn't know, so don't lie to yourself. Quote. Hearing Locke's more straightforward words, everyone became even more silent. Gia ha. After a while, Shei laughed excitedly. It's really good. Brat, you are really good. Lousy is getting more and more excited about you. Kid, you are really interesting. Never mind. Since you don't want to be recruited by Lousy, Lousy won't waste any time. A guy like you won't be willing to be someone else's subordinate. But, Shiki's smile did not disappear, but the killing intent gradually emerged, and he said ferociously, little devil. You'd better be careful with Lousy. Lousy is not a soft-hearted person. If you give Lousy the chance, Lousy will kill you. Locke nodded, not feeling anything. Joke. Of course I know Shiki's character. In the original book, because of Roger's refusal, he directly launched the 8-wall naval battle, which almost wiped out Roger's pirate group. If it weren't for the rare storm in a century, Shei wouldn't be opponent, guess. Roger didn't even have a chance to become One Piece, so he was destroyed directly. Where are you two brats? Shei ignored Locke, but focused on Kaido and the snake. He. Snake smiled lightly and said, Golden Lion, I'm really sorry. I'm not interested in being someone else, so it's fine as it is. Worororo. Kaido grinned excitedly and said, for joining other people's subordinates, Golden Lion. Lousy is even more concerned, can he kill you? Quote. The pirates around fell into silence when they heard the arrogant words of these three people. Good guy. You three are really arrogant. Do you know what you are talking about? Do you know, who are you talking to? Listening to the arrogant words of these three little devils, each of them was thinking, what would happen if they said so? Amount. Will die. I am not a cadre, but they are cadres. According to the rules of the Rocks pirates, they will not be attacked by Shei. This is why it is not a problem to be able to say such things. If it were me, I would probably die without knowing how of. Chapter 42, Mission. Received. Leonie's determination. Noxus Locke, Kaido, Snake, Gia ha. Shei swept over the three little ghosts one by one, and the next moment, what erupted was not killing intent, but crazy laughter, and he said boldly, not bad. Not bad. It's really the three little ghosts that excited Lousy. Lousy has decided, the three of you will become Lousy's subordinates sooner or later. Locke nodded and smiled. As long as you are happy, Golden Lion, do you have anything to do with us? To be honest, according to Shiki's character, come to recruit yourself and others. That is simply unrealistic. The biggest possibility is that there must be something, otherwise. Do you think that according to Shiki's personality, he will personally recruit himself and others? That is simply unrealistic, okay. Shei grinned and said ferociously, of course there is something interesting. Captain Rocks gave an order for the three of you. Are you interested in following it? It's very dangerous. What about the reward? 500 million Baileys per person. Or, one can choose one devil fruit. Shei gave revenge, and Locke nodded directly, no problem. When are you leaving? Go now, can. Locke stood up, turned around and left the restaurant to prepare. As for the task, it doesn't matter. Whether it is money or devil fruit, I want it all, and everything else is meaningless. Worororo. It's really exciting. Lousy has long wanted to see how strong his opponent is. Kaido stood up and left too. Snake shrugged. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning was already very obvious. These three little ghosts all left, and Shei seemed to have guessed it a long time ago, and also left to prepare. FK. Advertisement. These three brats agreed. Didn't they even ask what the task was? Such revenge. I will die. Absolutely will die. Shut up. You rubbish. Look at the three brats. Looking at you rubbish. Isn't this the difference in strength? Haven't you figured out what the difference in strength is? Hearing this, everyone fell into silence for a moment. How should I put it? It is undeniable that if they were replaced by three people, they would definitely not dare to accept such a task. This is really not a joke, but this task is really too dangerous. This is really not a joke. Anyone who is not an idiot can see it. 500 million Baileys. One devil fruit. Although this is an alternative, but it also represents the degree of danger of this mission. So, this situation is really too amazing. The results of it. These three brats actually agreed without hesitation. Even say, I didn't even ask what kind of task it was, it's simply impossible to imagine, okay. Of course, although some people are thinking and have some different ideas in their hearts, more people just watch the excitement. They are not interested in these three arrogant little devils. The best way is to let these three little devils die. Now such an opportunity is right in front of them. Of course they are happy to watch the fun. Your Highness. Back in the room, Leonie just opened her eyes in a daze. She was indeed quite tired yesterday. She rubbed her eyes, watched Locke packing up her things and jumped up, and landed directly on the ground, asking, Your Highness, shall we leave? Locke nodded and said, then prepare to carry out the task, let's go. Okay, Your Highness. Leonie nodded. Half an hour later, Locke left the room with Leonie, and just as he came to the deck, he saw Kaido and Snake. Advertisement. Oh, Kaido said ferociously, Locke, you be *********************************** D, do you want to bring a woman with you when you go out? Woman, my old lady tore you up, do you believe it or not? Leonie instantly turned into a raging little lion, just kidding. Who do you look down on? Oh, Kaido looked at Leonie, grinning at the corners of his mouth, slamming the mace down from top to bottom. Roar. Leonie roared instantly, beast ears appeared on the top of his head, his hands turned into lion claws, and a lion tail appeared behind him. The whole person looked like a beast ear girl, and his whole body seemed to be burning with golden flames. Bump. Leonie clenched his fist and directly met Kaido's mace. Result. Kacha. Leonie's fist was broken in an instant, but for such an injury, Leonie didn't care at all, but still insisted on resisting Kaido's attack. Worororo. Kaido laughed excitedly, while Locke said indifferently, Kaido, if you keep talking, Lousy will kill you. Cut. Kaido curled his lips, and said ferociously, if it weren't for the cadres not being able to act casually, Lousy would be with you today. Click, click. Kaido put away the mace, while Leonie shook his hand, and the injury recovered instantly. Seeing such resilience, Kaido and the snake both said secretly, is it zone demon fruit power? But, human and beast is the form like this. But, it's quite normal, after all. Devil Fruit's abilities are very cumbersome. Both of them withdrew their gazes, while Locke took Leoni to the side and said, Leoni, I will teach you Haki and how to exercise on the way, but your strength is still too weak, even if you rely on the power of the Lion King is not worth mentioning at all. Okay, Your Highness. Leoni also nodded with firm eyes. She was born in a slum, and since she was born, she has a character that is not to be outdone by others. Chapter 43. The Inward Wind brought by Locke. Locke took his training very seriously on deck. And, just from the outside, Locke's training at this moment may seem ordinary, but in fact it is extremely terrifying. Same. Leoni is also training with Locke, but compared to Locke, the level of training is much less. Although Leoni has the resilience of the Lion King, Leoni's overall strength. Leoni's overall strength is probably at the level of a general, and because he doesn't have a Grandmaster 2-color Haki, and he doesn't have systematic combat experience, he may not be an opponent against Commodore. As for Locke, Kaido, and Snake, the strength of the three of them is probably at the level of Rear Admiral now, but surpasses ordinary Rear Admiral, and is probably one step away from Vice Admiral. Acedes is at the level of a Vice Admiral, and with the power of the Devil's Essence, he can reach the level of a top Vice Admiral. There is nothing to say about this. The power of Logia itself is so outrageous. Quote. Scary training. Is this guy Locke crazy? Who knows? Both Kaido and Snake looked at Locke seriously. It has been 3 days since they went to sea. What is the mission? Shei didn't say anything, and neither did the three of them ask. After all, quests are the absolute top priority in the Rocks Pirates, and the idea of stabbing a knife during a mission is absolutely not allowed, otherwise. Unless, say, you want to face the Rocks, fists. Therefore, Locke is able to continue training so hard. Advertisement. Taking a deep breath, Locke stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face was extremely pale, and it was another day of training, so don't think that Locke's training is very easy. Actually, the heavy-duty equipment that Locke carries is worth more than 1 billion Baileys. Where is it sold? This is hard to say. These weight-bearing equipment will form a load on itself, but will not cause a sense of oppression to the surroundings. This is definitely a sense of oppression with a sense of technology. The highest weight. I am not particularly clear about it. Anyway, I can't reach it now. Besides, this is just the first step in training, and the equipment alone is very expensive, other than that. And what about the ingredients for the medicinal bath? Locke takes a medicated bath every day after training, and the medicinal materials for the medicated bath are also very expensive. It can be said, poor culture and rich martial arts. This sentence is really not a joke. Learning literature, no matter how poor your family is, as long as you can get a book, or learn characters, you can always learn a few, but learning martial arts is not the case. If you don't have money, you really can't learn. Your Highness. Leoni also struggled to get up, panting heavily, her whole body almost collapsed. Obviously, for Leoni, this kind of training is still too tiring. Locke said, let's stop here for today's training, let's go. The two of them returned to the room in the cabin, prepared to take a medicinal bath, and continued training tomorrow. Quote. As the two left, Kaido blinked, and he couldn't help saying with emotion, no wonder Locke's strength is so terrifying. He really works hard. Yes, Snake couldn't help but nodded with emotion. The training he experienced in his childhood was also extremely terrifying, but if it is said that he is training at a difficult level, then Locke's training is absolute hell-style training, and there is no comparison between the two sides. Kaido and Snake looked at each other. Although the two didn't say much, but the meaning is already very obvious. Second day. When Locke and Leoni started training, these two also joined the training. Advertisement. Not just these two. The training level of Locke, Kaido, and Snake even made Shei start to be vigilant. Good guy. Did you three brats work so hard? Then lousy can't relax. And as Shei began to work hard, the other pirates were also stimulated one by one, no kidding. If you don't work hard, if you are surpassed, it will be too embarrassing. Therefore, with the sweeping wind brought by Locke, everyone began to roll up, and everyone worked crazily to improve their strength. Even the voyage is much slower. The voyage that could have been reached in about half a month had already taken 20 days, and it took 3 more days to arrive. Crackling. Facing Leoni's indiscriminate attack, Locke was very indifferent and just defended, blocking Leoni's offensive, while commenting on Leoni's attack. Soon, the two stopped fighting. Locke nodded and said, the two-color Haki has been perfectly mastered, and the basic fighting skills are almost learned. Leoni, have you never learned this kind of fighting skills? Quote. Locke is also a strange question. No matter how you say it, Leoni was also a killer of the assassination team. Haven't you even learned basic fighting skills? Leoni shook his hands, brushed his hair, and said casually, I used to rely on the ability of the King of Beasts to go on a rampage. For this kind of thing, I didn't learn because I thought it was a waste of time. Locke nodded knowingly. Sure enough, otherwise. No matter how you say it, the Revolutionary Army is also a powerful organization that can compete with the Empire. It is impossible that they can't even show their fighting skills. But, Locke continued to Leoni. Next. Study hard. If you don't work hard enough, you will never be able to compare with that guy Kaido. That guy Kaido's strength is very terrifying. No problem. Your Highness. Leoni also has sharp eyes, she definitely wants to challenge Kaido. Haki from the Lion King has been inspired. Chapter 44, Crazy Rocks. Pirates attack Marine. Little devils. Shei called everyone this morning. Everyone also knows that the mission is about to begin. Gia ha 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 ha. Shei looked at everyone, grinned, and said with a sinister smile, not far away is the G3 branch of Naval Headquarters in New World. Our goal this time is very simple. To destroy the G3 branch, Naval Headquarters dared to attack the Rocks. The pirates took the initiative, and Captain Rocks wants to teach them a lesson. Oh hoo, Marine. Ha ha ha. Fun. All the pirates roared crazily, their eyes flickering with terror. And Locke is very calm about this, which is normal, really worthy of the character of the Rocks pirates. As the most powerful pirate group in the world, just kidding, how dare the mere Naval Headquarters attack Lousy? It's just courting death. Marine. Leoni crossed his arms, thinking about something, and said secretly, as a pirate, you dare to take the initiative to attack Marine, and in this world, the Rocks pirate group is so terrifying. As a person who came out of the slums, Leoni is indeed lacking in many aspects, but she is very smart. During these 25 days, she was not only learning two-color hockey, learning fighting skills, and exercising, but also learning a lot of knowledge. Therefore, Leoni knew a lot. He also knew the status of world government, the position of naval headquarters, and even more so, how powerful the Rocks pirates are, but I don't have a clear position. Now, but never thought that the Rocks pirates would dare to take the initiative to attack Marine. It's like bandits attacking the city on their own initiative. Anyone who isn't a fool knows what's going on. Advertisement. Locke said casually. Indeed. Only by shooting at Marine will it give such a big revenge. The G3 branch, and it is the Marine branch closest to the red line. If the speed is not fast enough, Marine support it will arrive soon. So, Kaido said interestingly, it's very dangerous. Isn't this very interesting? Snake said interestingly. After all, if you attack Marine, as a pirate, you will become famous in the sea. Locke is very nonchalant about this. Anyway, I am already like this, and I am not interested in naval headquarters, a group of world government dogs. Hate. That's right. It's TM's hatred. Locke has nothing to hide. What's there to hide? Lousy is not happy with you, Marine. Don't you call yourself a righteous army? When the Lousy country was troubled by the Germa Kingdom, you ignored it. Lousy's country has defeated Germa Kingdom. You admiral will be here soon. FK. It'd be weird if Locke didn't have a grudge. Boy, are you treating me differently here? Isn't that what it is? Anyway, Locke just felt rather annoyed. After all, Locke is just a person, a normal person. At most he has an extra status as a prince or nobleman, but Lousy is definitely not the so-called Virgin W. Gia ha 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 ha. Little devils. Since you have no objections, give Lousy a good rest, and launch an attack on the G3 branch tomorrow morning. Correct. Speaking of this, Shei stopped suddenly, looked around, and said ferociously, get ready for Lousy. Get ready to die. Attack the Marine branch. Who knows what the next result will be. Gia ha 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 ha. Shei left ferociously, and everyone present looked at me and you one by one. Locke returned to the room with Leoni. Advertisement. Start tomorrow. So, today is just a good rest, after all. Too tired. If there is a problem on the battlefield, it will be very embarrassing. Your Highness. The Phantom of Acedes sat on the bed in the room, saw Locke and Leoni, the corners of his mouth curled up, and said, isn't this a sneaky kitty? Acedes. Leoni glared at Acedes. The two women are colleagues now, but they were enemies in the past. Locke's attitude towards the two women is also indifferent. The two women are healthy competition, of course. I don't have a bad taste, but I don't need to worry about it at all. They are all Teigu envoys controlled by Teigu, and I am the supreme master. They can't attack each other. The little kitten has blown its fur. Acedes didn't know if it was an illusion. She was getting darker and darker, and she was obviously a queen-like female general before, but now she is getting richer and darker. Huh. Leoni let out a long breath, calming down his heart. Forget it. Never mind. Don't bother with Acedes. Locke sat down and asked, Esdeath, how is Noxus? It's still the same. Acedes said. A country without any turmoil, without any turmoil. Self-sufficiency is enough. Your Highness, you brought back such a huge Bailey, it can be said. Except that the soldiers are getting stronger, everything else remains unchanged. Locke nodded and said calmly, this is the best. To be honest, how big is Locke for making Noxus big? Feel sorry. Not interested. Locke is not interested in these things. What he has to do is to protect Noxus forever, just like Newgate protects the Sphinx. This is Locke's duty, as a king's duty, as for his other ambitions. Locke will do it the other way. All I need to think about now is earning money and becoming stronger. For everything else, I just need to think about it slowly in the future. There is no need to rush and worry. Chapter 45. G3 Branch. Attack. The war begins. New World. Marine G3 Branch. Compared to other marine branches in New World, the G3 branch is definitely a very special marine branch. This branch is the closest to the red line, and the flight time even only takes about 10 minutes. Besides, the G3 branch does not have a vice admiral headquarters. Do you find it very strange? But that's the way it is. The G3 branch has an elite force of 3,000 people. In their eyes, the elite marines are nothing to mention. Their strength is extremely terrifying. But they are a group of soldiers. In their opinion, no one is suitable to be the Vice Admiral of the G3 branch. Even Admiral, many of them are not taken seriously by them. This is the confidence of the G3 branch. This terrifying force possesses unrivaled power. For so many years, I don't know how many pirates were killed by this wrong team. Therefore, there is no Vice Admiral in the Marine G3 branch, but it is the scariest of all branches. Of course, these are not important, because the Rocks pirates are here. What kind of elites are in front of the Rocks pirates? It's all meaningless in itself. Because Lousy is playing the elite. Clatter, clatter. The golden lion with the lion's head went straight to the island in front of him, and on the island there was a dilapidated marine branch, which looked dilapidated, but was full of the smell of blood. It is the G3 branch of Naval Headquarters. Advertisement. G3 branch. Locke stood on the bow, whispering softly. Known as the most powerful marine branch, there are 3,000 elite marines among them, and their strength is extremely terrifying. As far as I know, their most powerful the record is just relying on the number of 3,000 people to wipe out the 100,000 person pirate fleet without any damage. Ah, Kaido held the mace and said fiercely, it's really a group of elites. However, if such guys are not under Lousy's command, it's better to kill them. I think so too. Snake licked the corner of his mouth, looking very weird, but there was a strange look in his eyes. It is fleeting and unnoticed. 3,000 people face 100,000 people. After listening to Locke's words, Leonai also began to think about it. Fear. Horrible. From Leonai's point of view, without the blessing of Teigu, it is unbelievable that such a terrifying level can be achieved. Such a battlefield is really not a joke. Your Highness. Leonai walked over and said with a serious expression, such an opponent. Isn't it very dangerous? Locke nodded and said, for sure. For the G3 branch, you don't need to think about it. Marine must be watched by someone. If there is an accident with such an elite, it will be a huge loss to Marine, so let's say. The support speed of the opponent in this battle will be very fast. Quote. Listening to Locke's unhesitating words, Leone hesitated a little, but a smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. Regardless of the outcome, she will not back down. It is enough to follow His Highness of her own family. Undeniably said. Acedes and Leone, the two girls have undergone many changes since they came to this world. After all, in the past, their eyes were only on the Empire and the Revolutionary Army, but now, after coming to this larger world and seeing more everything, then, naturally, there will be huge changes in the heart, and everything will change, which is beyond doubt. Fire. Gia ha 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 ha. Little devils. The attack has begun. Shiki floated up, laughing crazily, with his hands open, and the artillery fire rolled in an instant. Advertisement. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying artillery fire was churning, and in a short period of time, it seemed that the sky was about to collapse. The terrifying speed was really too fast. There were not many ships arriving this time, only 3 ships, but the number of the 3 ships under the bombardment of artillery fire in turn, there was a gesture of heaven and earth falling apart. Hello, you bloody pirates. Ah. The reaction speed of the Marines in the G3 branch is extremely fast. Before the shells are waiting to fall, thousands of Marines rushed out in an instant. The shells were detonated in midair. This moment, Locke got a sense of how elite this elite really is, boy. 3,000 people can't all be able to swing the level of slashing, right? This is already equivalent to the level of an ordinary swordsman. What level will this be? Terrifying strength. Kaido's smile gradually subsided, and his expression was extremely sharp. If all 3,000 people have such strength, then. If Lousy rushes in, he will definitely die. There are too many people. Snake nodded in agreement. It is undeniable that with such a quantity, it is too terrifying. If this is the case, then it is really no match at all. Locke said calmly, such an opponent is even more exciting. Search. Locke stepped on the deck, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Like an afterimage, he appeared directly in the distant G3 branch and landed directly. Both Kaido and the snake looked at Leonai. Leonai stood there as if he had no intention of following. Quote. Leonai also ignored the thoughts of the two, the next moment. Leonai's figure disappeared instantly. Followed by, it was at Locke's side. What exactly is Locke's ability? This is the same thought of Kaido and Snake. I always find it very strange. Chapter 46. Strong. It's just a matter of time to kill. Snapped. Locke pressed one hand directly on the head of a Marine, and Marine directly discarded the long knife in his hand, wrapping his fists around armament. Haki has already met Locke. At the same time, the 3 Marines around him also came straight to Locke. Crackling. With one enemy 4, the speed is extremely fast. Locke felt the galloping slashes and retreated back. Interesting. Locke's smile is getting bigger and bigger. This is really getting more and more interesting, no joke. He didn't kill an ordinary Marine in the first place, but was guarded by the other party. What does this represent? The opponent's strength. I'm afraid it is really amazing. Locke said slowly. Leonai, be careful. If he is surrounded, he will really die. Your Highness, do not worry. Leonai directly took out the Lion King form, and immediately launched an attack. Leonai is not a fool. She is very clear that she cannot give the other party a chance. If she makes the other party form a siege posture, then she will definitely die. There is no need to doubt it. The opponent is Marine, that is, the army. And what the army is best at is siege, and this way, obviously. That's the best way. Huh. Exhaling deeply, Leoni rushed into the battlefield like a wild lion king. And Locke looked at the marine in front of him, and found it very interesting. These marine uniforms are not very clean, and even give people a tattered feeling, but the aura on his body is extremely astonishing, each of them is the strength of top powerhouses and fighters. Advertisement. And 4 people formed a group, and they formed a diamond-shaped battle formation, strictly guarding against Locke. It's kind of interesting, Locke said interestingly, but your strength is useless. Snapped. With one foot on the ground, Locke went straight to the marine in front of him, and the 4 marines met Locke at the same time. The 4 of them teamed up to restrain Locke, and the marines around them were besieged. This was enough. Go away, old lady. Leoni roared, and he had already fallen from the sky, and stepped on the ground with a terrifying foot. Click, click. The ground collapsed in an instant, and at this moment, Locke had already arrived in front of Marine, and said calmly, the strength is good, but it's a pity. The absolute difference in strength is beyond what you can compare. In an instant, Locke took the lives of 4 of their marines. Even if they resisted desperately, they were no match at all. Their 3,000 marines were indeed the elite of the elite, but no matter what. They're just normal marines, and if that's the case, do we need to say more? They're marines, not top-tier powerhouses, and that's what has proven it all. Facing Locke's offensive, they have no way to fight back, even if they can sustain it for a short time, but for a long time. Worororo. Hee hee hee. At this moment, with 2 hideous laughs, Kaido and Snake also joined the battlefield. Boom, boom. The 3 of them plus Leoni rushed directly into the crowd and started killing. Undeniably said, if it was Locke himself, if he was facing the 3,000 marine elite alone, then at most, I would kill a few hundred people, and I would probably die. After all, for marine soldiers, especially the marine soldiers that the Grand Master cooperates with, if they are combined, I will definitely die. Just now their combination has been broken up, plus Shiki's offense, though. Shiki didn't make a move, and the indiscriminate siege of the other pirates was completely enough. Rumble. Advertisement. Rumble. The roar of artillery fire crazily covered the entire G3 branch, and this is the most embarrassing part of the G3 branch. Except for the 3,000 marines, they are basically logistics personnel, without any other personnel. This is caused by their xenophobia. If they are powerful, then there is no need to say more, but the problem is, when they have a problem, even say, there is no one who can help them resist attacks and reduce stress. This is the most embarrassing thing. Therefore, the attack launched by Locke at this moment, to slaughter these 3,000 elite marines, is only a matter of time, it depends on how long they can last. Snapped. Sweeping across with one leg, he directly killed a marine. Locke said very calmly, this kind of strength is indeed very amazing. Unfortunately, this is a battlefield, and I will not single out you. Locke is not such an idiot, this is a battlefield, and it is impossible to do such a thing. Tick, tick. With the dripping of blood, Leoni was certainly no match for the 3 of Locke, scars had already begun to appear on her body, and the blood was dripping, but on the other hand, Leoni said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, full of confidence, it's really exciting. Ha ha ha, I haven't enjoyed such a battle for a long time. Not for everything else, just fight for the sake of fighting. Leoni narrowed her eyes, and her eyes were full of determination. She used to fight for various reasons, but never fight for the sake of fighting. And now, Leoni just fought for the sake of fighting, without any reason, just wanted to become stronger. Roar. Leoni roared up to the sky, as if making a crazy roar, golden arrogance burst out from his body, and that golden arrogance seemed to have formed the posture of a lion, but it's just. All this was not clear to Leoni himself. She just arched her body slightly, the injuries on her body recovered instantly, and she said seriously, come on. Continue. Chapter 47. Support arrives. Admiral support. Boom. Boom. The rumble of artillery fire from the entire G3 branch seems to have proved what the current result is. Hole. Damn it. No. With a series of shrill screams, the elite marines have died, their faces are pale, they don't feel anything about their own death, they just watch the death of their comrades who have been with them day and night, for them, is too crazy. Locke punched directly through the body of a marine, threw his body aside casually, and said calmly, it is undeniable that their strength is really outstanding. After such a long time, even only close to 1,500 people died, and almost 40 minutes have passed. Unless there is no accident, the support is about to arrive. Both Kaido and Snake nodded in agreement. It is undeniable that support should arrive soon. Of course, regarding the arrival of the support, at first, the 3 people had already guessed it. This is nothing strange. After all, the 3,000 marines of the G3 branch are really strong, and their willpower is so complete that they can persist so frantically. Without Shiki's shot, they can't deal with it in a short time. Naturally, according to the location of the G3 branch, it is no surprise that support is about to arrive. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* of Marines came straight towards the three of them, their eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. And Locke swept his eyes calmly, raised and lowered his fists calmly. Crackling. Dozens of Marines were instantly sent flying, and it is unknown how many died. Clatter. Clatter. Advertisement. At this time, With the sound of churning waves, the battle between the two sides seemed to have gradually stopped, and everyone's expressions gradually became sharper. Because support has arrived. The support has arrived. Locke's eyes were extremely sharp, and his eyes were filled with excitement. A powerful battle can make you improve faster. The more the battle between life and death, the more so. This is the attitude that Locke has always believed in. I just want to see how amazing my opponent is, huh? Snort. There was a smile on the corner of Locke's mouth, and he waited quietly. Both of them were waiting. Gia ha 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 ha. Shei stood up with a ferocious smile, looked into the distance and said interestingly, here we come. Here we come. A terrifying monster is here. Is it the Admiral of Headquarters? It's really a terrifying monster. Clatter. The warship has gradually docked, and the number of people is not too large, only about 3,000 people. Even say, compared with the 3,000 Marines of the G3 branch, the strength of these 3,000 people is not only one level lower, but this time, there are also real strong people who follow the followers. When the number of strong people is equal, then, a lot of everything, but it is completely different. Brush, brush. After finishing the 5 Marines besieging him, Leoni came to Locke's side and said seriously, Your Highness. I can feel it, a very terrifying aura. It is coming like a terrible monster. Locke nodded, indicating that he understood. Same. What Leoni felt, of course I already felt the same. Leoni, after transforming into the Lion King, will not only possess terrifying resilience, but also have the instinctive and keen instincts of a beast. This moment, Leoni already felt it, the terrifying aura that looked like a monster was too shocking, as if. It is simply unimaginable how amazing this is, what a terrifying monster. Totally unimaginable. Therefore, Leoni was there to remind Locke. Advertisement. Marine Admiral. Locke murmured, involuntarily thinking of that Marine Admiral who went to Noxus, was it him? I don't know myself. However, at this moment, he was full of fighting spirit. Months ago, it is undeniable to say that facing Marine Admiral, he must not be an opponent at all, but now. Some things. Then it is no longer a certain thing, even to say. What happened next is hard to say. Search. He licked the corner of his mouth slightly, and Locke's eyes were filled with a sharp light. In the past few months, his strength has been greatly improved, and he wanted to see what the opponent's strength is now. Gap. Just how huge is it? The Rock's pirates. Standing on the deck of the warship, a terrifying killing intent emerged. As Marine Admiral, his anger really exploded at this moment. Good, good, okay. As a pirate, he took the initiative to attack Marine. And want to destroy the Marine branch. Especially the 3,000 elite Marines. No kidding really. Does Marine really not care at all? Not at all. This was specially trained by Marine, and this is the top Marine elite. Therefore, Marine has always been secretly protecting them, and even provided various materials to make them stronger. It turned out great. In such an instant, everyone had never thought of something, and they lost a full 1,500 people in one breath. This is close, no. It has already exceeded half of the number, and watching this scene, just watching, makes people feel endless anger. It really makes people feel angry. He let out a deep breath and suppressed his anger. As Marine Admiral, he must set an example and never be controlled by anger. He couldn't take Marine's life as a joke. Chapter 48. Shikiv's Zephyr, Leoni vs. Gion. Gia ha 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 ha, Zephyr, you guy, you actually came here. Shiki floated up slowly, with an interesting look in his eyes. He didn't face the Marine Admiral directly, but looked at another person interestingly. That was the man following the Marine Admiral. With short purple hair, wearing sunglasses, he is tall and has perfect muscles like an iron tower. Black Arm Zephyr, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Naval Headquarters Monster Vice Admiral. Naval Headquarters Alternate Admiral. Various names, various identities. This is the identity of Zephyr. He is one of the 3 monsters Vice Admiral in Marine, and one of the 3 alternate admirals trained by Naval Headquarters. Strength is absolutely beyond doubt. Actually, Sengoku's nemesis is Newgate. Garp's nemesis is Roger. Zephyr's nemesis is none other than Shiki. 3 marine monsters. 3 pirate monsters. It is the existence of separation like an old enemy. Kill. Attack. Next moment. After a brief hesitation, the war broke out again. The two sides went straight to each other without any hesitation, and the speed was very fast. To be honest, for the pirates of the Rock's pirates, they are completely red-eyed. At this moment, their eyes are full of madness. They only have one thought, to kill all the Marines in front of them. G3 branch destroyed, that's what they thought. As for Marine, they just want to defeat and kill all the pirates of the Rock's pirates. Let them know the price of daring to provoke the Overlord of the Sea. Boom. Advertisement. Boom. As the roar sounded again, it represented that the war had begun again. Gia ha 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 ha, Zephyr. Lousy is going to be rude to you. Lion Majesty's sea roll. Shiki was also accompanied by crazy laughter, and he opened his hands with one hand, and the sea began to churn in an instant, and the monstrous sea water gathered into terrifying streams, and this stream of water unexpectedly formed a roaring lion heads. These lion heads smashed viciously at Zephyr's warship. To be honest, even if they are strong players of the same level, there is still a difference. For example, people like Shiki and Newgate are very good at large-scale battles, because their devil fruit is meaningless in the face of a large number of sieges. But for people like Locke and Zephyr, it is different. There is still a big difference in facing the siege of numbers. Black arm tempest kick. Zephyr suddenly soared into the sky, stepped on moonwalk, and was kicked out in an instant. Compared with normal slashes, the terrifying power of this blow was too amazing. In a short time, the explosive attack made people feel endless fear. Brush, brush. All the lions' heads were cut open in an instant, and Zephyr raised the corner of his mouth and said ferociously, "Golden Lion. Are you too arrogant? Do you look down on Lousy? Gia ha 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 ha. Zephyr. Lousy is looking forward to killing you. Come." Shei and Zephyr looked at each other, and they went straight to each other at the same time. The speed of their strikes was terrifying, as if they wanted to kill the opponent directly. With the astonishing speed, what they brought was astonishing power. Crackling. Rumble. The killing intent of the two is extremely terrifying, and it is also full of terrifying fighting intent. At this moment, there is no need for any nonsense. The two of them are old opponents, and naturally they know what the other party wants to do. The three of Locke watched the battle between the two, but calmly withdrew their gazes, and set their sights on the marine warship that was gradually approaching the shore. Locke squinted slightly, as if having a bold idea. Advertisement. But, at this time, Leoni shot suddenly. Jingle. The lion's claws wrapped around armament Haki blocked the astonishing knife, and the claws and the knife collided instantly, producing dazzling sparks, and Leoni's opponent also emerged. Aged, with black hair, looks very beautiful figure of a woman. She didn't seem to expect that her attack would be blocked by someone. Brush. The two separated in an instant. While Leoni stood in place, she turned around in midair, landed gracefully on the ground, pointed at Leoni with a knife in one hand and said, "Who are you?" "Who is my old lady?" Leoni raised the corners of his mouth, and asked back, "When you ask the other person's name, shouldn't you tell me your own name first?" "Naval Headquarters Seaman First Class, Gion. My mother's name is Leonie." The two reported their names to each other, and both stared at each other. All of a sudden, the two feel that the strength of the two is almost equal. Locke glanced at it, and said secretly, "Gion. The future Naval Headquarters candidate admiral, but she's just a little girl now, so don't take it too seriously." Locke didn't pay much attention to Gion, and his expression was very calm. Even though these are the strong ones in the original book, but at this point in time, it's just a little girl. It's just that Leoni's background is relatively weak, and the time to learn the two-color Haki is relatively short. Otherwise, even Leoni could defeat Gion, not with such an almost equal strength. After all, who is not a genius? Joke. People who can become Teigu envoys seem to have a gap in strength, but one thing you must understand is that every Teigu envoy is a genius and a monster with penultimate aptitude. Just some people developed it to the point of being Acedes, and some people were just garbage, and that was the biggest problem. And they are all geniuses themselves, but Acedes is even more enchanting. Chapter 49. Challenge. Go straight to the three boys of Admiral. Rabbit cut. Gion suddenly moved. The whole person moved very fast, like a rabbit jumping side to side. What people saw was only afterimages. For a moment, the sharp long knife had already landed on Leoni's neck since no one knew when. Unfortunately, it just doesn't make any sense at all. However, Leoni took a step back in an instant, just like that, narrowly dodging Gion's attack. Acedes is a terrifying monster. She is extremely amazing for Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Observation Haki, which Conqueror's Haki developed. And Leoni is completely different. Leoni's Armament Haki is very strong, yes. To say that the most powerful one is actually Observation Haki. Leoni has an instinctive beast reaction, and with such a reaction, what he brings is the amazing Observation Haki. Drink. Leoni followed with a loud explosion, and at the same time dropped a punch, directly hitting Gion's chest. But Gion's reaction speed was also extremely fast, and he immediately withdrew his knife to block Leoni's blow. Just for a moment, although Gion blocked it, he still felt the terrifying power, and his whole figure flew upside down. Cough cough cough. Backing up continuously, Gion stopped his own figure, coughed violently, and rubbed his chest, obviously not being touched, but the impact of that moment almost made his heart shatter. The reaction is fast, Leoni said with a smile on his lips. If the reaction was slower, this punch would have penetrated your chest. Snort. Gion just snorted softly, resisting his breath gradually, and then still stared at Leoni. To be honest, advertisement. Gion also never thought that Leoni's strength is really so amazing. It is too terrifying. This is really a terrifying monster. Exhaling deeply, Gion didn't dare to be careless this time, and became more vigilant. Leoni also arched his body slightly, his eyes were sharp like a roaring lion, and he said confidently, "Then. Next, let me try it and see what your strength is." "Try it," Gion said unceremoniously, "then let's try it with the head on your neck." Quote. The two girls looked at each other, both very dignified and very vigilant. After all, the second daughter is not an idiot. They both see very clearly that the other party is very strong. This is really not a joke. The strength of the other party is really terrifying, even to say the least. Reached an astonishing level. Therefore, in the face of such a person, you absolutely cannot have any carelessness. Even if it is only a moment of carelessness, you may lose your own life, because of this. This is so vigilant. The two women looked at each other. Brush, brush. The two figures went straight to each other at the same time, with a sharp light shining in their eyes. Next fight. The curtain was drawn again in a short time. But for such a battle, Locke was not interested, but walked towards the warship one by one, and all the marines who dared to block along the way were easily beheaded by him. As for those strong marines at the general level, Locke is not interested in them, and Shei didn't just bring the 3 of himself, there are other small cadres at the captain level, and other cadres, they will be responsible for stopping them. Worororo. Kaido laughed excitedly. Locke, what the hell are you trying to do? Same. Advertisement. Kaido is also keeping up with Locke. Locke glanced at Kaido, raised the corners of his mouth, and said ferociously, Lousy also wants to see. What is the strength of the opponent? That's the Admiral of Headquarters. Who doesn't want a strong man at the top of the sea? Let's see, what is the strength of such a strong man? Indeed. He. Kaido also raised the corners of his mouth. Yes, just like Mihawk shot against Newgate in the Summit War, and every ambitious person will fight against a general-level person. Because everyone wants to see the gap between themselves and the real top powerhouse. This is the most exciting and curious thing for everyone. They all want to give it a try, but what will be the follow-up result? This is something that cannot be determined. But no matter what the result is, one thing is certain is that all of this. It's all in front of your eyes. Since everything is in front of your eyes, do you need to say more? Chance. It's already in front of Locke's eyes. If Locke doesn't try it, he won't forgive himself. Admiral of Headquarters. Locke murmured, let me see, such a monster. What kind of strength does it have? Search. Licking the corner of his mouth slightly, Locke went straight to Marine Admiral at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Kaido and the snake also moved, because they all had the same idea. 3 figures, 3 teenagers who were only 15 years old, they went straight to Marine Admiral, they wanted to try to see how amazing Marine Admiral's strength was. They want to see how terrifying Marine Admiral's strength is. No matter what it is, Marine will not allow the actions of 3 people, just kidding. You trash pirates, and a bunch of brats, want to attack Marine Admiral. It's almost like a joke. This was absolutely not allowed. All of a sudden, the Marine soldiers rushed up one after another, while the 3 of them rushed straight forward, with increasingly fierce speed and fierce attacks. Chapter 50. Admiral of Headquarters, Black Cloud Salang. Snapped. After going on a rampage along the way, the 3 of them finally broke through many obstacles and came before this Marine Admiral. Noxus Locke. This man, who was probably in his 50s, stood with his hands behind his back, watching Locke's arrival quietly, with a different look in his eyes. Admiral of Headquarters, Black Cloud Salang. Logia. A person with such fruit ability. A monster of terrifying strength, he is one of the 3 admirals of Naval Headquarters, and is the Logia demon fruit power. Presumably, as long as you are not an idiot, you will know how amazing his strength is. This is the terrifying strength of Salang. Only. Salang is also the Admiral of Headquarters who went to Noxus. Knew it. Locke walked up to him step by step, with the corners of his mouth curled up, and said sarcastically, it really is you. Hyen Salang, the dog of the world government. I really didn't expect to meet so soon. Quote. Hearing Locke's words, the entire battlefield seemed to be slightly silent. Everyone looked at Locke curiously, as if they hadn't expected that Locke would say such a thing. But some people who know the identity of Locke, the Prince of Noxus, and now the cadre of the Rocks Pirates. Therefore, as long as anyone who knows, Marine is silent, while the pirate shows a sarcastic look. Undeniably said, this matter can only be said to be obeying orders, but Marine is under the banner of justice, but doing such a thing really makes people feel disgusting. At least, Locke feels disgusting. Locke knows that among Marine, there are also those who insist on their own justice, but these things are essentially meaningless. No matter what kind of justice you insist on. Advertisement. In essence, you are just a dog of the world government, and since you are a dog, it cannot be changed. Quote. C. Lang just shook his head silently facing Locke, and said calmly, Locke, last time. You have left North Blue alive, now. You should pay for what you did. Locke said disdainfully. I can understand it. For you lackeys of the world government, to put it mildly, it seems that you let me go for the sake of justice. Isn't it for your own reputation, justice, fame, everything is yours, so, where is Noxus? Marine, you can call it the overlord of the sea, but don't call it the justice of the sea, because you are just lackeys of the world government. Quote. Hearing that Locke's voice was not loud, but full of sarcastic words, everyone fell into silence, and many Marines fell into confusion, and they all lowered their heads. After all, the matter in Noxus was quite a commotion, and under such circumstances, many people knew about everything, and it was because many people knew that they would feel ashamed. They are for justice. Their Marine is known as the Army of Justice. And, in this short period of time, the Rocks Pirates watched you fall into confusion, but he will not stop attacking. These pirates quickly dealt with opponents one by one. Snow said calmly. Everyone. Remember our choice, remember our purpose, Marine is for justice, absolute justice, and no shame will be tolerated. At the very least, won't there be any shame when facing pirates? The corner of Locke's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile, and he looked at Snow in front of him with interest. To be honest, Locke is not that kind of kid, he really felt disgusted to show everything. Marine Admiral, is this the so-called just Marine Admiral? Locke really felt that if possible, these Marine Admirals would be more suitable than killing them directly, they really are not good things at all. Justice. He. Locke really finds it funny, this so-called justice is simply boring. Advertisement. No matter what you say. Snow said calmly. I have already given you a chance. Since you choose to become a pirate, then, you have to pay the price for your choice. Now, you want to challenge me, then come on. Snow stood calmly with his hands behind his back, watching Locke quietly. And Locke said sarcastically, I don't deny Marine's justice, it's just that. Marine's justice is only in accordance with the rules of the world government, you guys. It's still just a bunch of dogs. Talking. Locke looked around at Marine, with a sarcastic smile so obvious. Undeniably said, was Locke right? Correct. No one can deny the justice of Marine, but, similarly, the justice of Marine is just justice carried out according to the requirements of the world government, then. Isn't this the group of dogs raised by the world government? Lion Majesty empty volume. Black arm finger pistol. Shei and Zephyr's fight intensifies, and Shei suddenly floats backwards. Gia ha. But it's really ironic. Of course Shei also heard what Locke said, and said sarcastically, is it just a bunch of dogs? Don't say it. It's very appropriate to call him Boy Locke. Gia ha. Quote. The corners of Zephyr's mouth curled up, and he said ferociously, what Lousy insists on is not justice. Lousy is a soldier, and what Lousy wants to accomplish is just a task, killing you. That's enough. For Zephyr, this of course will not change anything. At the same time, Jingle, while fighting against Gion, Leoni said sarcastically, it's really a pity. A little rabbit from the world government. You are just a kitten raised by the owner. A young man in Gion also had some different ideas, but he still responded quickly. Leoni said casually, I am His Highness's kitten. At the very least, I just need to follow His Highness's will, and I won't pretend to be righteous. Chapter 51. The three team up to fight Admiral, the terrifying monster. Gion Chi's teeth were itchy. How could she, a little girl who grew up in Marine, be compared to someone like Leoni who grew up in a slum? Therefore, Gion just shut up, chose to attack again, and went straight to Leoni. Leoni was also not afraid at all, and directly met Gion's attack. The other side, all three looked at the Admiral of Headquarters in front of them. Quote. Atmosphere. It seemed that everything had become silent. Next moment, Thunder 8 trigrams. Without any hesitation at all, Kaido shot instantly, the mace in his hand slashed across, and under that extremely fast speed, it seemed that he wanted to kill Snow directly here. Pity. The huge gap in strength is not at the same level at all. Snow took a step back, just this step, one hand caught Kaido's attack, at the same time he turned around and punched Kaido directly and fell down. Snow's arm turned into a cloud, and the pure white cloud smashed down against Kaido's chest. Wow, a mouthful of blood was spurted out, and Kaido flew upside down. But, in midair, Kaido turned around and landed directly on the ground. His whole face was also very pale, but the wound on his chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kaido let out a deep breath, stood up slowly, and said with sharp eyes, Hey, you are no match at all. Facing Marine Admiral is completely crushed by huge strength. Well, Locke said casually, I already guessed it. However, I still have to try it. Facing the strong, you can choose to escape, but you can't just choose to escape without even hitting. That would be too embarrassing. Gone. Snapped. Talking. Advertisement. Locke stepped on the ground, and his whole body was extremely fast. Almost instantly, he turned into an afterimage, and went straight to the opponent in front of him. Looking at Snow in front of him, his speed was a step faster. Brush. Snapped. Locke jumped up, and his kick was directly blocked by Snow. He said calmly, not bad strength, what a pity. You will die here today, if it's just such strength, then. It's not worth mentioning at all. Accompanied by this faint voice, Snow made a faint move, and his hands turned into clouds. And, Locke is also covered with armament Haki, meeting Snow's offensive. Crackling. It was a quick fight, but Locke followed him like a cannonball and flew out. No matter in all aspects, he was no match at all, but. It's nothing out of the ordinary, and there's no shame in not being Admiral's opponent. Turning sharply and landing on the ground, Locke even stepped on the ground into two deep pits, spat out a mouthful of dirty blood, and said, Kaido. What you said is right. It's really a purely terrifying gap in strength. Completely it's not on the same level. Look, Kaido spread his hands, Lousy is no match at all, and you are no better than Lousy. Snake, why don't you go up and have a try? Kaido put his eyes on the snake and asked teasingly. Never mind. Snake shook his head, and continued, I'm very self-aware. Since I know I'm not the opponent, then. It's better not to go up and challenge alone. It's completely meaningless. Together, always have to try it out. Locke, Kaido, and Snake looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Yes, this is really standing in front of Marine Admiral, of course it is necessary to try to see what kind of strength such a strong man has. As for the monsters of the Rocks Pirates. He. No kidding, if anyone really wants to challenge those monsters, accidents will really happen. Those monsters will not show mercy. You can challenge them, but if you die, there is nothing you can do about it. Of course, this moment, advertisement. The three of them challenged Admiral, and the other party would not show mercy. That's the same sentence. If you die, there will be nothing left. Bring it on. Here we go. The three of them looked at each other and nodded calmly, then. At the same time, he went straight to Snow. Crackling. Boom. Boom. The four of them fought against each other in an instant, but even facing the same combination of three people, Snow's strength is still very strong. After all, he is the Admiral of Headquarters. Facing the attack of the three brats, to be honest. If it weren't for the fact that these three little ghosts were really talented, and the three joined forces, Snow would have hesitated a little bit and needed to think about it. Otherwise, it's too easy to get rid of these three brats. It is simply not an exaggeration. Of course, no matter what it is, this battle has already begun, and the result is actually the result in front of us, the three will lose. Only, the three still chose to fight. They wanted to see how amazing Marine Admiral's strength was on the sea, what kind of monster it was, and what kind of power it possessed. Everyone wanted to see it. Take a look. After all, no matter what the result is, you always have to try it. If you dare not even try it, then you might as well die. Crackling. Crackling. Under the extremely fast fight, scars began to appear on the bodies of the three people, and the soft cloud in Snow's hands had also begun to gradually burst out with amazing power. After all, it was the Admiral of Headquarters, that terrifying his strength has begun to gradually show at this moment. Such fruit. Although it is the devil fruit of Logia, the weakness of the cloud should not have any strong destructive power, but in the hands of this Admiral of Headquarters, it can exert even more terrifying power. All of a sudden, these three people seem to have begun to be in danger. Chapter 52. Support arrives. Unbalanced battlefield. All three of them were panting heavily. 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes. But, it was in this short period of time that the bodies of the three people were already covered with scars, which made the three of them look very miserable, full of scars. It's over. Snow spoke indifferently, without any emotion in his eyes, and he no longer felt guilty about Locke, that was already a thing of the past, he let Locke go, and now. It is time to take responsibility for your own responsibilities. At this time, clatter, clatter, with the churning of the waves, a heroic voice came to everyone's ears. Gu la la la. As a dignified Marine Admiral, did you actually attack the three brats? Kong Yunchi air shock slash. Whitebeard. Edward Newgate was already standing on the bow of the pirate ship and galloping towards him. His speed was extremely fast. With a deep leap, the tall figure fell down from top to bottom with Kong Yunchi's knife in his hand. Kong Yunchi was astonishing. Combined with the power of shock fruit, it seems that it wants to devour everything. It was too astonishing, the terrifying slash directly smashed down. Die. Facing Newgate's blow, Snow did not dare to be careless. He opened his hands, and his whole body turned into a pure white cloud, but it instantly covered the jet black armament Haki. Titan of the cloud. A huge cloud titan emerged, meeting Newgate's blow. Boom. There was a violent roar from the two top powerhouses, and in an instant, it seemed that the sky was about to collapse, and the world seemed to be destroyed. Newgate is also a general-level powerhouse, though. Now Newgate is not too old, that is, in his 30s, but this is completely enough. According to Newgate's strength, entering the rank of general, even facing the strong men of the older generation, he is not weak at all. Advertisement. Kaido took a long breath and said weakly, I'm saved. Locke wiped the sweat from his forehead, but said in the same weak voice, to be precise, it should be called alive. Even though, Whitebeard's support has long been known. But if it's a little bit slower, I'm afraid I'm going to die. That's right, Locke, Kaido, and Snake are not challenged by idiots. The three of them also know that not only Marine has support, but also their own side. The other cadres left for various reasons before. Newgate, on the other hand, caught up after he also left here. So, it was precisely because of the support that they chose to attack. Otherwise, not kidding. Although the three of them are all juvenile monsters, it doesn't mean they are idiots. What they are facing is the top powerhouse in the sea, a real general powerhouse. And in the face of such a strong man, good guy. The three of them and the desperate one are planning to challenge. Stop it. It's purely like a joke. If you want to challenge this kind of battle successfully, it's just like dying, which is unrealistic. Therefore, the three of them were just experimenting to see how far they were from a real general-level powerhouse like Snow. Anyway, with the support of Newgate, there will be no problems. It turns out, the situation of the three people is well controlled. So, next, continue to the task. Advertisement. The three of them are moving their muscles and bones a little, and they are ready to continue the task. They are not joking, but the real fact, and the next step is to start. Destroy the entire G3 branch. No kidding. When Snow, Zephyr, the two powerful generals on Marine's side were stopped, the entire battlefield actually began to gradually collapse towards Marine's side, after all. Although about 1,500 people died in the G3 branch, there are still about 1,500 elites left, and their strength is still extremely terrifying. Therefore, as long as you are not an idiot, you know what the result will be. Only, now that the three monsters Locke, Kaido, and Snake have drawn their hands. So, the result is completely different, or even completely different, the gap in strength is immediately revealed, this is not a level of battle at all. This is the particularity of this sea war. Number of people. Elite. It has never been the fundamental core to decide the battle, but the need for the strong. When a completely OB-level powerhouse appears on the battlefield of both sides, then this war is actually doomed. No kidding, do we need to say more about this level of war? Obviously. This is the doomed thing, the strength is in front of you. He. With a smile on the corner of Leonie's mouth, he joked amusedly, "Little rabbit, it looks like you have lost." "I lost." Guillaume murmured these two words, her expression was very dignified, she looked around, but she had to admit that it was indeed so. After all, that's the fact, everything is the result in front of you, there is no way. The situation of everyone is the result in front of you, you don't want to admit it. Feel sorry. This is still meaningless, even if you don't want to admit it. But it must still be acknowledged. Locke, Kaido, and Snake have joined the battlefield, which has shifted the balance of the entire battlefield again, or rather. There was a complete offset, and because of this, the outcome of this battle was already doomed. Then, Leonie said confidently, "Next, it's time for my old lady to defeat you, little rabbit." Snort. Guillaume held a long knife and stared at Leonie, no matter what the result was, she didn't want to lose to Leonie. Chapter 53. Destroy the G3 branch. The Rocks pirates resounded to the world again. Damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Wow. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he seemed to be looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. My brothers died one by one, and my consciousness gradually became blurred. The G3 branch has begun to gradually collapse. The entire G3 branch originally stationed 3,000 elite marines. This moment. Dead. Just 3 hours. Result. But it is already doomed, there is no doubt about the result. Seem. This is the only result, and it is also destined, this is the inevitable result. No one can change this result at all. Tick. Drops of blood slowly dripped down, and Locke's fists were all stained red with blood. He looked at everything in front of him quietly, and said indifferently, how is it going? It's almost done. Golden Lion. About there. After Locke and the others communicated with each other, they shouted Golden Lion. No problem. Gia ha 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 ha. With the crazy laughter, Shei also separated from Zephyr, with one hand open, in an instant. The original pirate ship has begun to float gradually. Advertisement. Everyone. Retreat. Yes. Following Locke's order, everyone quickly returned and boarded their own pirate ship, and as the pirate ship lifted off, there were not many people left on Marine's side. Aren't you going to leave? Guillaume looked at Locke and the others who had already left, and asked Leonie. He. Leonie stood up slowly, and he had already recovered his human form. He waved his hands and said, Little rabbit, I will spare you this time. The next time we meet, I will kill you. Buzz. As soon as the voice fell, Leonie's figure disappeared without a trace in an instant, and when he reappeared, he had already come to Locke's side. Guillaume raised his head and saw Leonie's plump figure condescendingly looking down at him, but he clenched the long knife in his hand and murmured, It won't end like this. Guillaume. Retreat immediately. What? Rumble. Guillaume hadn't reacted to the shouting, but at this moment, the ground suddenly began to vibrate violently, and feeling such a vibration, Guillaume also immediately realized what was going on. Absolutely nothing, he hesitated and went straight not far away, extremely fast. Snapped. Running away quickly, and Guillaume's speed is very fast, she also knows that if she continues to stay on the island of the G3 branch, something will happen. Clatter. Even the marine warship retreated quickly, leaving the entire G3 branch behind. In an instant, the G3 branch completely rose into the air, while Shei opened his hands and said ferociously, Today. The G3 branch will be destroyed. Boom. Next moment, Shei took the G3 branch soaring into the sky, and the next moment, a huge island fell from the sky. It was the G3 branch. No one knew how high it was brought to by Shei. In short, in an instant, the G3 branch has fallen and has been destroyed. It all seems to be coming to an end, and that's all. It happened so fast, it was so fast that people had no time to react and could only watch all this silently. Gia ha 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 ha. Advertisement. It's over. Shei also returned to the pirate ship, controlled all the pirate ships to float in midair, and looked down at Marine headed by Snow. Damn it. Zephyr clenched his teeth, his face extremely ugly. Snow raised his hand to stop it and said, It's useless. Lion Fruit's ability, if you want to leave, no one can stop it. We Marine lost this war. Zephyr's face became extremely ugly, just kidding. Did you lose like this? This is something Zephyr simply cannot accept. To be honest. It's not how embarrassing it is to lose, but the G3 branch was destroyed. This is the dignified Marines G3 branch in New World, and it's the most powerful G3 branch, so it was destroyed in the end. This is simply unacceptable. Pity. Whether it is acceptable or not, the fact is that it has already happened before our eyes. The other side. Locke stood by the side of the boat, looking down at Snow below, for a long time, did not say a word, but silently withdrew his gaze. Lost. That's how you lose, then. It would be nice to win it back next time, no matter what. Next time, Locke will never lose like this again, he wants to win everything back. Snow. This Marine Admiral, I absolutely want to kill him, this Admiral who I hate, took his life with my own hands, and this is what I want to do. Crackling. Clenching a fist with one hand, Locke's eyes flickered with a terrifying cold light, but in the end, he silently withdrew all his eyes, because there was no meaning at all. Next. It just quietly becomes stronger. After all these things are meaningless things, no matter how angry or annoyed you are now, this is the doomed result, this is meaningless things at all, everything I have shown is of course it doesn't make any sense anymore. Your Highness. Lee and I walked to Locke's side, and Locke shook his head calmly and said, it's okay, I'm not such a fragile person. Finished. Locke also withdrew his gaze, everything that followed was meaningless. Next. The madness of the Rock's pirates will once again resound throughout the sea. This is absolutely beyond doubt. 2 at Chapter 54. Locke, accept failure, will become stronger. The Rock's pirates destroy the G3 branch, Golden Lion, Shei, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, as well as many cadres teamed up and destroyed the Marine G3 branch directly in front of High Admiral. This news, in a short period of time, it spread directly across the entire sea, and it really achieved that, even if you want to control it. It's all beyond control. The speed of transmission is too fast. It has almost reached an unimaginable level, and it is precisely because at such a terrifying speed, in such a short period of time, the entire sea feels only endless fear for the terrifying sea overlord of the Rock's pirates. It's too scary. The former Rock's pirate group could attack each of the franchise countries. The current Rock's pirates even directly attacked the Marine branch. So, what is the next goal of the Rock's pirates? Naval headquarters? World government? Or, all in all? As long as it's not me, it's fine, all of a sudden. Whether it's the country, power, or everything else, anyway, they are honest and wait for the result honestly. It is not an exaggeration for each of them to tremble. They really feel endless fear. No way. It's too terrifying. The strength shown by the Rock's pirates is simply telling the whole sea how terrifying I am and how amazing my strength is. Therefore, facing everything like this, as long as they are not idiots, they are very clear about what will happen to this sea. Invincible. Advertisement fear. Monster. That's what this sea calls the Rock's pirates, but it is undeniable that these titles are too appropriate, and this is the most appropriate title for this pirate. But these are all external situations, but inside the Rock's pirates. Snapped. Snapped. Locke was walking on the road, looking at Kaido and Snake, who were sitting by the side of the boat, quietly looking into the distance, then walked over, and asked casually, what are you two doing? Is there anything you want to do with me? Well, looking for you to drink, said Kaido, throwing the drink straight to Locke. Locke didn't hesitate at all. He threw the fine wine that Kaido gave him, and drank it in big gulps. He wiped the corners of his mouth slightly, and then said calmly, what's the matter, what do you two mean? Isn't it embarrassing? Snake asked sinisterly at this time. Snapped. Snapped. Lenny walked over step by step, watching the three of them just standing quietly aside, like a guard. Shameful. Locke said casually. What's the shame of it? It's not a shameful thing to accept failure, become stronger, become even more terrifying in strength, and then defeat the opponent. This is not the most appropriate thing? Listening to Locke's casual words, both Kaido and the Snake fell into silence. How to say? When Kaido and Locke challenged Newgate together, although they said they lost, it was just an attempt, and winning or losing didn't really matter. But Kaido really felt the taste of failure. That feeling gave Kaido a completely different feeling. This kind of failure made Kaido even a little bit unacceptable. Ah, Locke said casually. So that's what happened, you two were really trash. This moment. Locke can see that these two people can't accept their failure. How can I say it? This is also a normal thing. As a young genius, he has always been at the level of a monster, and it turned out, all of a sudden, he failed. Advertisement this, there is something unacceptable at all, whether it is acceptable or not. If you fail, you are already a failure. They can only ask a little bit about Locke, wanting to see what Locke thinks. Tell the truth. Locke said casually while drinking, you two, UF asterisk 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 G you're Lousy's enemy, right? Why did Lousy enlighten you? What do you have for Lousy? Although it is said to drink their wine, but the problem with TM is that this drink is not worth the price. Are you kidding Lousy? Both Kaido and the Snake are silent, indeed. Looking at Locke who has no influence, although they said, they also want to say that they are nothing, but the problem is, they know that there is really nothing wrong with them. Just they still couldn't speak, they could just watch Locke silently. Kaido remained silent for a while and said, the mission rewards this time are all yours. Can. The Snake also nodded at this. Locke raised his eyebrows and said in a funny way. Good reward. You two choose devil fruit, and devil fruit is mine. Lousy just reluctantly told you, you are simply too arrogant. As long as you use your brain, you know that your arrogance is meaningless at all. For this sea, no one is truly an undefeated king, no matter who it is, it will fail. We are still young, isn't it normal to lose against Admiral? You too, don't you think you are invincible? Hee. Locke's last sarcastic smile made both of them clench their fists almost instinctively. How should I put it? Locke said very simple words, but the two of them felt a lot more relaxed. Just like, Locke's simple words really made the two of them relax. Locke stood up and continued. Failure, it's not a big problem. After all, everyone loses. As long as you are alive, then keep working hard. It doesn't matter if you fail again and again, as long as you win once, that's enough. Remember, kill with one hit. Chapter 55. Rock's pirates, making money is really fast. Huh, both Kaido and Snake breathed a sigh of relief, after the two of them went through Locke's very strange chicken soup for the soul. Gradually calmed down his heart. Of course. For Locke, he is sure to make a profit, okay? Good guy. Blood earns 2 devil fruits, is there anything else to say? Soon. Although it was a lot slower when I came, but when I went back, the efficiency was very high, after all, I flew back. Actually, Shiki rarely flies with his own pirate ship, because, in Shiki's view, he is a pirate, and as a pirate, he should conquer the sea, not the sky. If he is always flying, is he still conquering the sea? This is what Shiki has been thinking about all the time. What you have to admit is that for many pirates, this is actually a kind of persistent belief. It comes from the heart, which is very special and very strange, but a very firm belief. Black Pearl. With the appearance of the fleet of the Rock's pirates, Locke, Kaido, Snake and others also returned to the Black Pearl. Everyone looked at these 3 little ghosts with interest. The first time these 3 little ghosts went on a mission was to go to the Marine G3 branch and destroy the G3 branch. The 3 of them were only responsible for cleaning up those people in Marine, not for the final destruction work, or the task of facing the Admiral class. All in all, that is also to participate in it, and it is also a success. Therefore, it can also be seen from here, how amazing the talents and aptitudes of these 3 15-year-old boys are. Soon, advertisement both Kaido and Snake took out Vice Admiral's own reward after entering the cabin respectively. The 2 looked at Locke, but didn't say anything, and then threw their own treasure chest to Locke. Thank you very much. With a smile on his face, Locke put away the 2 treasure chests. The treasure chests disappeared in an instant and he put them in the Teigu space. To be honest, Locke didn't hide anything. Instead, he showed his Teigu space and the ability to summon Lenny. The reason is very simple. These abilities make the opponent mistake him for demon fruit power. Besides, collecting devil fruit yourself, so his opponent would just think about it, what is this guy collecting devil fruit for? Increasing the strength of one's subordinates is completely different from increasing one's own strength. After all, if a strong physical player like Locke eats the same powerful devil fruit, the power he can exert is too amazing. Therefore, if Locke didn't expose his ability, the other party would also crazily snatch it. Can only say, Locke has thought of all of this, every aspect has been considered. Creak. Locke walked into the cabin, opened the door and entered Captain Rock's study. Locke greeted casually, Captain Rox. Oh ha 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 ha, Locke brat. Rox looked at Locke with interest, the corner of his mouth moved away, and he said ferociously, you little brat, you did a pretty good job this time, but, facing that kid Snow, how do you feel? Worth to talk about. In terms of seniority, Rox is actually a member of Snow's previous generation. Rox is in the same generation as the current Naval Headquarters Marshal, and Snow is counting down, and the next is Newgate, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Shiki generation. It's okay. Locke thought for a while, facing that invincible power that is like a monster, there is nothing shameful in failing, after all, it's not a big deal in itself, and a loss is a loss. Advertisement, oh ha 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 ha. Rox looked deeply at Locke. Looking at Locke didn't look like he was trying to relax, but was completely relaxed. The whole person really laughed out loud. Rox said with a heroic smile, Locke, you little brat, you are really interesting, not bad, it's really an excellent choice. It cannot be denied that you kid is really excellent in every aspect, it's good enough. That's right, Rox said proudly, failure is not a terrible thing, what's terrible is that you don't even have the courage to face failure, that's the scariest thing. Never mind. These have nothing to do with lousy, this book is for you, just treat it as an extra gift. Congratulations on your return alive. When Rox said this, he also stopped, but picked up a book from the table and threw it to Locke. Locke took the book and asked interestingly, Captain Rox, in your judgment, is it impossible for us to come back alive? Roughly the same. Rox didn't care, instead he said casually, you 3 brats, it would be nice if one of you came back alive. I didn't expect that they all came back alive, but, it doesn't matter, it's your ability to come back alive, work hard bar. Oh ha 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 ha, hearing Rox's loud laughter, Locke understood, no wonder, Rox would give such a generous reward. Reason, in fact, it's very simple, in Rox's view, he doesn't even need to give a reward, or only needs to give one. The result? Unexpectedly, all 3 of them came back. Locke doesn't care, this is the Rox pirates, crazy, fear, a place full of endless death. In such a place, if you are a little bit careless, then, the price to pay may be death as the price. Locke stood up and took the book and left, thinking secretly in his heart, no matter what you say, another 3 devil fruits are credited, although it is very dangerous, but this speed of money transfer is also true. It's terrifying. Chapter 56, How to Practice High-Level Haki. Income from 3 devil fruits. After collecting 2 devil fruits, you can summon the next Teigu. Only, Locke returned to his room, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, thinking about something. How to say, now you can summon Teigu with 5 devil fruits. The reason is because, the energy of 5 devil fruits is enough, but what if, as time goes by, the number of devil fruits needed will increase? Locke doesn't know how many devil fruits will be needed by that time. The appearance of the demon god, the quintessence of the devil. King of beasts, the Lion King. For the summoning of the 2 pieces of Teigu, I obviously felt that the latter required more energy than the former, but it was still within the range of 5 devil fruits. Come on slowly, take one step at a time. Locke also rubbed the center of his brows and murmured, Next, it is not an easy task to collect devil fruit. After all, devil fruit is called the secret treasure of the sea. Locke is also thinking about this matter. It is undeniable that devil fruit is called the secret treasure of the sea. If it is so easy to obtain, it is too strange. I can only say, the Rocks Pirates, this place, can get many secret treasures. And, the strength is not enough, not enough. It's not enough. Snapped, clenching a fist with one hand, Locke's eyes were filled with sharp fighting intent, and he said with a lively expression. We still need to work harder to become stronger, otherwise, everything is meaningless, not enough at all, not enough, completely not enough. Locke is very clear that his own strength is not enough now, and he needs to continue to work hard to become stronger. If not, faced with Snow's admiral's sense of powerlessness, Locke absolutely does not want to appear again. Advertisement, Your Highness. Lenny looked at Locke and hesitated to speak. Locke nodded and said, Leone, don't worry, I'm fine, I'm just thinking about something, it's just a small problem. Lenny. The Phantom of Acedes appeared and said teasingly, Don't worry, Your Highness is not such a weak person. Snort. Listening to Acedes' words, Lenny was quite upset. Anyway, he was not satisfied with Acedes' amount. These two people always quarrel, of course, this is also normal. Locke didn't care much about the two of them, but took out the pamphlet that Captain Rocks gave him specially. Haki's training method. Locke flipped through the booklet, from the original indifference, the whole person's expression from the indifference at the beginning, but gradually began to dignify. The reason is simple, this is a good thing, and it's a really high-end good thing. Locke read it carefully, while Acedes and Leone on the side were not arguing, but both of them looked over. After a while, Locke breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression became abnormally sharp. He never thought that there would be such information. Your Highness? Lenny looked at Locke strangely. Let's see, how to practice advanced conqueror's Haki. Locke threw the pamphlet to Lenny, and as for Esdeath, she doesn't have a physical body, so she can just write it down and learn it on her own side, and then pass directly through the Teigu space and hand it over to Acedes unilaterally. Hiss, Lenny gasped, and said in shock, Your Highness, can such things be given away casually? Advertisement. Locke nodded and said, If nothing unexpected happens, this kind of thing is not a precious thing for Captain Rocks. Undeniably said, High-grade conqueror's Haki, that's right. This pamphlet records all high-level conqueror's Haki training methods. First of all, Armament Haki has a complete record from the three aspects of the initial winding, covering, and emission. Not only that, Rocks has made very strict records on the strength and concentration of Haki. These are knowledge that is priceless. Secondly, the practice of observation Haki has been recorded in terms of scope and precision, and there are even higher levels of observation Haki that peek into the future, observation Haki that listens to people's hearts, and observation Haki that listen to the voice of all things. These are defined as special abilities. Observation Haki. Good guy. Good guy. Locke always calls him a good guy, but Captain Rocks in his own family has summed up the methods that can be cultivated. Even though, such a situation is very harsh, and normally, it is almost impossible to do it. Finally, it is the practice of conqueror's Haki. The main record is conqueror's winding, and the use of higher-level conqueror's Haki, and the most critical skill, knowledge killing. That's right, through the development of conqueror's Haki, it can perfectly hide its own breath, so that the opponent's observation Haki cannot be peeped at all, and at the same time, this pamphlet also records a lot of Captain Rocks, just purely considering and guessing the development direction. I can only say, the value of this booklet, the value is simply too terrifying. Locke narrowed his eyes and thought about it. This book of Haki's cultivation method, could it be said that Captain Rocks distributed it to everyone? Not necessarily. Acedes also knew what it was, although he said that he didn't have a physical body and couldn't touch it, but he followed Lenny to scan some, and said seriously, Your Highness, this high-level Haki cultivation method, I'm afraid it will only be taught to a very small number of people. And, according to my estimation, depending on the person, the part obtained is also different, but at least the cadre level should be able to obtain it. Listening to what Esdeath said, and Locke nodded in agreement, the possibility is high. Chapter 57. Reward again, 600 million berries. Undeniably said. The improvement of the strength of the Rocks pirates must be due to the high-level Haki training methods and a large amount of devil fruit given by Captain Rocks, who didn't care at all. As for where did Captain Rocks get it, amount? This is something that is hard to say, after all. According to the terrifying strength of Rocks, and his origin is too mysterious, even impossible to find out, so many things are just unknown. Therefore, Locke reckons that even if it is like this, it is impossible to send it to everyone casually, it must be the minimum starting cadre, and there is absolutely no doubt about the gap between a lot of personnel. Weakness, strength, and qualifications are all related. Locke squinted his eyes slightly, thinking in his heart, no wonder, after the Rocks pirates, the status of pirates has been improved to the greatest extent. It's just that these high-level Haki cultivation methods have spread, so the situation is different, gone. Why are pirates looked down upon by the major forces and called mud legs? The reason is very simple, pirates are too weak. Don't think pirates are strong. There are probably 2 or 3 admiral-level powerhouses in each generation of pirates. They just rely on their talents, or they eat the amazing devil fruit, and they get up by scratching their heads. Therefore, their bodies have various injuries, and they basically all fell off when they were in their 60s or 70s. And this is the most depressing thing, there is no way. Look at the comparison between Marine and Pirates, you can see it from here. You know, normally speaking, if the strength has reached the Admiral level, you can basically live for 200 years, which is almost the same. Those with a long lifespan can live for 300 years. What about the Pirates? Generally, they die suddenly at the age of 50 or 60. That's the problem on all fronts. And, if the cultivation method of high-level conquerors Haki is spread, the overall strength of pirates will be greatly improved. Because of this, on the Sea of the Future, there are 3 legendary pirates and 4 emperors standing together. Advertisement basically it happens like this, never mind. Never mind. Locke shook his head, thought a lot, and said calmly, it depends on the situation, no matter what it is meaningless to think about it now, let's think about it in the future, take it step by step, but, learn that much is always a good thing. This is really not a joke. Noxus is a small country, what Locke learned at a young age is part of the high-level conquerors Haki, and pirates are absolutely out of reach. From this, we can see how low the status of pirates is, up. Locke looked calm and continued to study these things, but he didn't have much interest in everything else. Continuous practice. This is very important. Second day. Locke handed the books to Acedes after studying, while he himself had breakfast and was just getting ready for training. Result. Brother Locke, what's wrong? Looking at the little pirates who ran towards him in a panic, Locke was taken aback. These pirates are all Kaido or Snake's younger brother, but, because my identity is too special and my strength is too strong, so I always call myself Big Brother. Brother Locke. The little pirate hurried over, holding the reward order, and said excitedly, Brother Locke, your bounty has increased again. Let me see. Okay. The little pirate handed the bounty to Locke carefully and then withdrew respectfully. Fallen Prince. Noxus Locke. Fruit power. Suspected space demon fruit power. Bounty. 600 million Baileys. Looking at the bounty, Locke also showed an interesting expression. Has the bounty reached 600 million Baileys? Of course. It's not that Locke doesn't think he deserves the bounty. After all, people in the Rocks Pirates generally offer inflated bounties, which is not surprising. The Rocks Pirates are really too strong, so when they offer bounties, they generally give too much. Advertisement. The most important thing is, Locke killed the 3 brothers, gold, silver and copper. Even if he inherited, the 600 million bounty should be given. At this point, absolutely nothing to doubt. Locke is also very calm about this, which is not a big problem. Subsequently, continue to watch the reward order by yourself. Kaido has risen to 600 million Baileys, and the snake is also 600 million Baileys? Almost. Locke thought for a while, and he also knew Marine's idea, which is to put the 3 people side by side. Compared with other monsters of the Rocks Pirates, these 3 little ghosts are just little ghosts. No matter the ambitious guys of the Rocks Pirates, or people from outside, they will not have any hesitation. In this way, it was purely a way to kill 3 people. Of course, if the 3 of them really endured such flattery, then, the strength will be greatly improved. It can only be said that this is a double-edged sword, but, as long as you master it, then, the benefits and improvements brought about will be incomparably huge. And that's what Marine can't do. After all, what if you let Marine come to the Rocks Pirates to target these 3 boys? According to the character of Rocks, tomorrow is to lead people directly to your naval headquarters. No doubt, at last, Leonie's reward, my bounty? Lenny was also taken aback, but he didn't expect that there would be a reward of his own, so he moved over curiously. Lion. Lenny. Fruit power. Suspected special paramecia or zone demon fruit power. Bounty. 80 million Baileys. Lenny's bounty, the first bounty also reached an astonishing 80 million Baileys. Chapter 58. Locke leads the inside story of the Rocks Pirates. Locke. 600 million. Kaido, 600 million. Snake, 600 million. Lenny, 80 million. In fact, to put it bluntly, the bounties of the 4 people are inflated, because they belong to the Rocks Pirates, and they have higher bounties. In addition, Marine has no way to better target these 4 little ghosts, and finally chooses another one. The way is to flatter and kill. For the killing of the 4 of them, what is the most important thing for pirates? Reputation. For pirates, they challenged again and again. Don't they know that even if they win, they can't get the treasure? Of course they do. But these are not important to them at all, because what they want is not so-called treasure, but fame. They want to be famous in the sea, and this is almost what pirates want most. Therefore, these pirates, one by one, are full of greed and madness and will attack 4 people. An attack within the Rocks Pirates, an attack outside the Rocks Pirates. It can be said, under such a situation of internal and external pinching, what will be the next result? In fact, it is self-evident, at that time, if these 4 people are still alive, then, it can only be said that Marine has been unable to restrain the rise of these 4 little devils. This is a helpless thing. But as far as Locke is concerned, Locke just looked at it, but he didn't look at it calmly, turned around, and said casually, Leonie, let's go, have breakfast and exercise. No problem. Leonie nodded with a smile. Locke, Lenny, both of them didn't care about their bounty at all. Advertisement not kidding. Rather, in the true sense, I really don't care, what's the use of this? Minimum. To Locke, it's just pure nonsense. For me, the most important thing is to improve my strength, and then earn money. As for this so-called bounty, for me, it means being able to deter North Blue from attacking Noxus. But the problem is, now the strength of Acedes is improving, and the elite soldiers are honing, Good guy. In the future, there is no need for deterrence at all, and the strength is there. So, Locke doesn't care about bounties, this thing has no money at all. It was precisely because of this situation that Locke took Lenny to eat breakfast, and then started his daily exercise. 1 month. It's been a month since Locke returned to the Rocks Pirates. During this month, Locke doesn't have any quests. Mainly, these tasks are basically ordinary tasks, and the income is too low. They're usually carried out by ordinary pirates. For a cadre like myself, I can't pick it up myself. How to say? For the Rocks Pirates, the division of tasks is very clear. The reason is very simple. If you take all of them, what about ordinary pirates? They can't eat meat, but they will go crazy, and because of this is the fundamental core of the Rocks Pirates. Of course, there is nothing wrong with Locke, but Leone is different. In this month, Leone has been busy every day. After all, Lenny is an ordinary pirate of the Rocks Pirates. As for her identity, amount, unimportant. As a cadre, Locke is fine as an ordinary crew member. Lenny has taken on various tasks this month, and during such training, Lenny's strength has also been rapidly improved. I can only say, fighting and tempering are the fastest ways to improve your strength. Advertisement only. At this moment, the Rocks Pirates are caught in a strange trend. Locke let out a deep breath. His face was very ugly. After all, compared to before, my own training is already more terrifying, and such a terrifying training, do I need to say more? Every day, for Locke, it was like walking back from the gate of hell, and it was even more terrifying. To be honest, if Locke hadn't retained the strength to deal with any danger, even say, my own training will be even more terrifying. This is Locke's daily training, which continues almost every day, no matter what kind of changes, what kind of weather, even in the face of siege, sneak attack, etc. By various means, Locke's training has never stopped. And, after this month, not only Locke, but Kaido and Snake are also training hard, even Shei, not only them, but also everyone who followed Locke on missions. It can be said, everyone is training very crazy, everyone is extremely hard, through such hard and crazy training, gradually brought changes to the entire Rocks Pirates. Good guy. Good guy. What are you doing? We agreed to show off together, but you guys secretly worked hard. This is absolutely unacceptable. Therefore, the entire Rocks Pirate group began to roll inward crazily. The entire Rocks Pirates completely rolled up. Letting out a long breath, Locke lay on the deck, finished his day's training, and murmured, this feeling, it's really comforting. This feeling is getting stronger all the time. Sure enough, no matter what time it is, only strength is the most important thing. Snapped. Clenching a fist with one hand, Locke's eyes shone with terror. Snow. This is someone who is absolutely going to die. No matter if he is Marine Admiral or whoever, since he has reached this point, he is definitely going to die. At the same time, Locke also has his own ambitions. If he wants to complete every step, all he needs is strength, and he can only go on if he has strength. Chapter 59. 1 Cut, 1 Kill Murasama, Chitong Sea Circle Calendar 1480. Leaving from North Blue Noxus, all the way to New World to join the Rocks Pirates, Locke has passed a really good 2 years, and during these 2 years, the entire Rocks Pirates have also returned to calm. After all, even the Rocks Pirates cannot eat meat every day. Search, crackling, and 2 years later, the two figures were fighting each other quickly, galloping past the deck at a speed invisible to the naked eye. This speed was so fast that it was too fast for people to react in time. Bump. Kaido turned sideways, raised his mace to block Locke's deadly leg, grinned, and said ferociously, Locke, you be ****************, D. You have no intention of showing mercy. To deal with you, show mercy? Locke's voice was very calm, and said, that's duoin. 2 years passed. Locke and Kaido have grown up again. From the outside, the two have changed a lot. They have indeed grown up. Not only that, the most terrifying thing about the two is the change in strength. The age starting from 15 years old is the age when the strength grows rapidly, and the two of them are terrifying monsters and evildoers. It is no exaggeration. The strength of the two has been greatly improved. Not to mention, in daily life, that pure hell-like training method proves how amazing the strength of the two of them is. Certainly, the two have a lot of daily discussions. After all, they are also the cadres of the Rocks Pirates. Under normal circumstances, they will not kill them. If they do not kill them, then of course it is more suitable for them. In battle, the improvement brought about by strength is the greatest. Thunder 8 trigrams. Facing Kaido's galloping mace, Locke clenched his fist with one hand and clenched his fist in midair. The bones of his whole body seemed to be fixed, and the muscles all over his body were at this moment, it froze for an instant, quickly contracted, and immediately erupted with invincible power. Boom. The fist and mace collided instantly. Snort. Feeling the instant burst of fists, Kaido's face was also extremely dignified. His armament Haki was already hard enough. But, click 21. Click. With this crisp and pleasant sound, the mace in Kaido's hand has gradually shattered, and with the shattering of the mace, this battle seems to be here and it is over. Taking a deep breath, Locke said casually, Kaido, your mace doesn't seem to be very good, you should change to a better mace. Even though, there is a saying in the New World, as long as your armament Haki is strong enough, then, you can transform the weapon in your hand into a black knife, but there is a difference between the front and the back. If the difference in strength is too large, don't say you are holding a famous knife. Even if you are holding the supreme sharp knife, you will definitely lose. The issue is, what if the difference in strength between the two sides is almost the same, exactly the same? If this is the case, then it is difficult to say. At that time, the competition is really whose sword is more amazing. After all, if there is really no gap, those powerful monsters seem to have no need to pursue better famous swords? Weapons? Right? So, it is absolutely undoubted that a powerful weapon can bring a person a powerful increase in strength. Steel Fist. Locke's use is really getting better and better. The snake standing beside him licked the corner of his mouth with emotion, and looked at Locke deeply. Isn't it natural what His Highness did? Leonai stood on the other side, with his arms folded around his chest, his face full of arrogance. It took a year to cultivate Steel Fist to such an extent. It's really too amazing. The snake's expression is also full of emotion, and the vertical pupils that look like snakes are also full of different lights. Steel Fist. The Long Hand clan lives in the kingdom of Tainaguya on Jonshin Island in the Grand Line. As we all know, the arms of the long-handed people have 2 joints, and the strength of their arms is definitely many times stronger than that of normal people. On this basis, the long-handed people have passed through an unknown number of years of inheritance. Spread amazing boxing. Just as Wano-kuni has countless schools of kendo, it is also the same within the Nagsho clan, with many schools of boxing. Steel Fist. Advertisement. This is a boxing system that has been widely circulated by the Changsho family. It is not a high-level boxing system, but this is relatively speaking, steel boxing is very easy to learn, but it is very troublesome to want a grandmaster. Perfect control over my body. To be honest, the Steel Fist is to perfectly solidify one's own muscles, bones, and joints, and then gather them together to burst out with almost invincible strength and destructive power. How should I say it? Among the long-handed clan, Steel Fist is 2 kinds of boxing together with Gentle Fist. While Steel Fist is very easy for beginners, it is very difficult for Grandmaster. Gentle Fist is just the opposite. It is very difficult to get started, but it is very easy as long as you practice after getting started. All in all, Locke just learned the Steel Fist a year ago. There is no way. The main reason is that the long-handed clan is basically isolated from the outside world like Wano-kuni, and the Steel Fist is not worth much in the long-handed clan, but it is very precious outside up. It turns out, Locke is really a terrifying monster. It has only been a year since he got the Steel Fist, and he can already control his joints and muscles together, bursting out with stronger strength. The next step is to add bones to it. That's why I said it. Leonai said confidently, "This is my highness, and it is a matter of course." The snake didn't continue to say anything. As Kaido's mace shattered, the battle was over. Locke flexed his muscles a little, and said casually, "I have to admit that after learning boxing, the control of power seems to be more perfect." Cut. Kaido curled his lips in displeasure and said, "That kind of thing. It's just a meaningless thing. In Laozi's view, only absolute power can smash everything." Snapped. Clenching a fist with one hand, Kaido even squeezed the air directly. But how to say some words, some people's aptitude is very terrifying, their strength improvement is very amazing, but in terms of skills. That is, it can only be said that it is really pure waste, and Kaido is obviously in such a situation, this is absolutely undeniable. "You guy, you just can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour." Locke also complained about Kaido casually, and then asked, "Kaido, you guy, do you agree to the good deal?" Snort. Kaido snorted unhappily. "You guys are making a lot of money." Locke shrugged and said, "Who made Laozi not obsessed with a certain devil fruit?" Cut. Kaido was even more upset, but still nodded and said, "No problem, 1 common species can be exchanged for 2 devil fruits, 1 ancient species can be exchanged for 3 devil fruits, and 1 phantom beast species can be exchanged for 5 devil fruits." Okay. Locke nodded and said, "Leone, take out that devil fruit." "Yes, your highness." Leonai took out a devil fruit out of nowhere, raised his hand and said, "Kaido, this is a dog fruit, common breed dog type devil fruit. It's agreed to exchange for 2 years. Even among the Rocks pirates, devil fruit is not endless and can be supplied in unlimited quantities, this is all limited. Naturally, under the circumstances that there is a gap, it must be the current situation. Locke only got 1 zone devil fruit this year, but in terms of money, he got a full 700 million Baileys. It is in the middle of making money, and the speed of strength improvement is also extremely fast. The 2-color Haki, especially the observation Haki, is amazingly improved. And, with the passage of time, Leonai's development of the Teigu, King of Beasts and Lion King, has reached an even more astonishing level. Can only say, the power of Teigu is not fully displayed by the Teigu envoy. It cannot be said that each Teigu can evolve, but the power of each Teigu is definitely not so ordinary. Leonai's current strength has basically reached the strength of the Commodore, and he has become a strong middle-level backbone. If he continues to practice hard and become a Vice Admiral level, it will definitely not be a problem. Damn it. Kaido looked at the devil fruit that Leonai took out, and said directly, "Emotion, you guys have already prepared it. Stop talking nonsense. Should I change it?" Change. Compared to Locke, Kaido has gotten 2 devil fruits in the past 2 years, but none of them are Zone's devil fruits. For Kaido, he is not particularly interested. Honestly, Locke is not particularly clear why Kaido is so obsessed with Zone devil fruit, and he doesn't care about other kinds of devil fruit no matter what it is, but he is more interested in Zone devil fruit. Can only say, this thing is hard to say. Soon, after the exchange between the two, Locke took the 2 devil fruits in his hand and immediately put them away. From going out to sea to now, he has collected 10 devil fruits, which is a total of 2 years. Knew it. It must be on the big voyage that the income will be huge enough, at home. In those 15 years, I didn't know how much money I spent, and I barely collected 5 devil fruits. By the way, Locke suddenly thought of something, and said to Leonai, how are the people trained there? Leonai understood instantly, and said earnestly, Your Highness, you've almost trained, although you're very upset. However, that woman's ability to train people is really amazing, and it's definitely enough. Advertisement. Let's go. Look how it looks, if it's suitable, it's just right. There are not enough people here to send money. Locke and Leonai leave. Expect. The meaning of the 2 words is very simple, it proves that Locke's fruit ability is the fruit ability of the space type, and at the same time. It also proves that if the 2 summon other people, they are purely Noxus trained people. Both of them didn't carry their backs the whole time. Others didn't even say any names. But, the more this is the case, the more it is something that everyone must admit. Such words, on the contrary, are easier for people to admit. Kaido and Snake looked at each other, and Snake spoke first, Noxus. It's out of the initial trouble, I heard. The Admiral Army of Noxus, named Ace. The women of Sri Lanka have trained a total of 10,000 elite soldiers, and the elite level of these 10,000 people has begun to gradually approach the elite Marines in the G3 branch. Locke guy. Kaido squinted his eyes and said, I completely use the Rocks Highs group as a tool for making money. Complete the task here to get devil fruit, get money, and then improve the strength of Noxus. Indeed, the 2 discussed with each other, and the matter was settled in this way. Coupled with the ability of Locke's space like devil fruit, you can teleport objects and humans at will, even the intermediate steps are omitted. Boy, this is simply. It's the perfect cash machine. And for this scene, Rox is also very satisfied, all he has to do is to complete the task, as for whose hands the money fell into. Lousy is not interested. Moreover, over the past year or so, the efficiency, frequency, and completion of tasks that Leonai has completed are all excellent and amazing, just kidding. Who doesn't like such an employee? 17. Go back to your room. Locke absorbed 5 devil fruits directly, and chose to summon at the same time. 5 devil fruits summon Teigu, this is only the 3rd time, and I already feel the pressure. Locke felt the energy consumed, and said secretly in his heart, it's almost possible. To be sure, all the energy is almost exhausted. Quote. At most it's twice. After at most 2 times, when summoning Teigu, 5 devil fruits are not enough. It's very troublesome to say, but Locke can clearly feel it. At most, after summoning 5 times, 5 devil fruits are not enough at all. At this time, you need to add devil fruit. Never mind. I don't think so much for the time being, before the Rocks pirates go through the Valley of God's War, they definitely want to plunder enough wealth. And, Locke squinted his eyes, you know, the Valley of the God's War, where is the place where the celestial dragons gather? There is definitely enough wealth, because of this. That is also. The last and best opportunity is definitely to make a lot of money. At the same time, Locke looked at Acedes, who was sitting on the sofa in Phantom, and Leonai, who was standing beside him with his arms folded, and didn't say much, devil fruit. Not enough. As time went by, I became keenly aware that devil fruit seemed to be able to cause some kind of different situation to Teigu. For this situation, Locke is not sure whether the follow-up is certain. But, what is certain now is that the number of devil fruits is definitely not enough. I still need to collect more and more devil fruits. Acedes sat on the sofa with his slender legs crossed, and said interestingly, I'm really curious. Who will the Teigu envoy be summoned next? Acedes. Leonai said teasingly, no matter how you summon him, it won't be someone you are familiar with. That's true. Regarding this point, Acedes supported his head with one hand, and agreed. After all, there are indeed no beautiful women under my command. Your Highness prefers women. Locke looked at Acedes, and said casually, I like power, lust, wine, money, and strength. I like these 5 things. Besides, do men like women? What's wrong? Lousy's Tegashi are all beautiful girls, it's better than a bunch of muscular men, right? Locke said it without any worries, and the 2 girls were already used to it. Locke is very real, does what he wants to do, and never hides. At this time, the summoned Teigu also emerged, it was in the shape of a long knife, exuding a sharp cold light. Seeing this Bing Emperor tool, Leonai said happily, one cut will kill Murasama, it's Chitong. Chapter 60. Rocks, boy. Dare to give it a try. 1 cut and 1 kill, Murasama. A sword-shaped Teigu, this is a demon sword, as long as you are injured by this Bing Yao sword, you may be swallowed by the poison in an instant, and you will die quickly. But, rapid death, not instant death. So, as long as your reaction is fast enough, if you don't hesitate to cut off the place where you were cut off, then you can survive. But if anyone had such perseverance and firmness, then this person is also a top-notch powerhouse. To put it bluntly, this is unrealistic. As Mariah floated in midair, a figure gradually emerged, with black and beautiful long hair, red eyes, black and red overalls, calf socks and small black leather shoes. That exquisite appearance is very well behaved, and it looks very cute. She quietly looked around, passing her gaze over the bodies of Locke, Leoni, and Acedes, and finally silently picked up the village rain floating in midair, and stood beside Leoni's side. Acedes just looked at everything with a smile, but didn't say anything. Leoni was very happy. Big victory. Big victory. Big victory for the woman Acedes. Of course. Also as Tegashi, they are all only Locke's people, and there will be no internal struggles, and Locke looks at Akahito. Chitong bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Hello, Your Highness." Locke just nodded at this, but he didn't continue to say anything. To be honest, the appearance of Chitong, this situation, I didn't expect it. As for Bing Teigu, no kidding, Locke thinks it is very useful. If Acedes represents strength, Leoni is a thug, then Akahito is the real killer. Holding the Murasame Teigu, the red pupil, is definitely the most suitable for assassination and killing. In particular, in this world, many people rely on their physical fitness to be terrifying, even to say. With extremely strong strength, the opponent even disdains to defend against an attack like Chitong, so a little injury, even if he is injured, so what? Can he die? Therefore, in this world, many people maintain this mentality, but if they maintain this mentality all the time, then Murasama's power can be perfectly displayed in Chitong's hands. After all, as long as the result of the battle spreads out and the process does not spread out, then that is enough. As time goes by, Chitong can fully display the power of Murasama. As for the ability to spread out one day when Murasama discussing the things at that time, before that, everything was indifferent. Leoni, Locke said suddenly. Starting tomorrow, you will start making money with Chitong, and teach Chitong two-color Haki, according to Chitong's character. While talking, Locke shook his head. Unrealistic, it is almost impossible for Chitong to have the potential of Conqueror's Haki. Not surprising. Although Leoni looks careless like a big sister, but in her heart she is just a little girl who came out of the slums, and she has a carefree personality, but she definitely does not have the qualifications of a showman. Needless to say, Chitong, as a killer Chitong, she also does not have such qualifications. Acedes. Although she is only an admiral soldier, but Acedes is a proud queen. As the queen of Shaking S, Acedes has amazing talents, especially in this aspect. Because of this, the arrogance that comes from the soul and the heart makes Acedes own the Conqueror's Haki. Your Highness, don't worry. Leoni patted his chest and said confidently, I will teach Chitong well. Locke nodded, and Acedes left. It's getting dark, it's time to go to bed. In addition to the kitten, Locke also enjoyed the cute girl, not to mention. It's still very good. Have a great night. The second day, Locke stood up, continued his daily training after breakfast, and Leoni took Chitong. Also after breakfast, Leoni began to teach Chitong two-color Haki. Money is very important, but it should be improved when it comes to strength. It is still necessary to improve strength, which is also a very important thing. Kaido was staggering, and he seemed to know that he was hungover again. He looked at the person in front of him in a daze, and said interestingly, who is the little girl who was following Leoni? It should be someone from Noxus summoned by Locke. Snake looked at the red pupil who held a long knife and followed Leoni's practice, squinting his eyes and said, her hidden ability is amazing, but her slender body, but the strength that erupts in an instant is extremely amazing. This is a killer. Killer. Kaido looked at Chitong interestingly, just in time. At this time, a pirate from another ship came over interestingly. He looked at Chitong lewdly, and said excitedly, little sister. Do you want to talk to me? Have fun. Both Kaido and Snake were stunned, and Snake couldn't help complaining. This is simply low-level cannon fodder for Locke to complain about. Kaido nodded in agreement. Good guy. We just saw Chitong here, and we were thinking about Chitong's strength, but you just showed up to show Chitong's strength. You're the lowest kind of cannon fodder, right? The two of them were making complaints crazily, but they really didn't know what to say. This situation was too much to make people want to complain. However, Snake also changed the topic. Go on and have a look, just to see how strong this little girl is. Indeed, Kaido sat down at the side, watching this scene with interest, but wanted to see what was going on. Advertisement. Facing the entanglement of the pirates, Chitong took a step back, raised his head and asked Leoni, Leoni, how do you sing? Kill him. Leoni said without hesitation that he would kill him. He has been in the Rocks Pirates for more than a year, and he knows very well that the Rocks Pirates are a place where the weak eat the strong. People respect you and fear you, so it is necessary to show enough strength to kill the other party directly, then, naturally, these people will be obedient. Good. Bury you. Chitong heard Leoni's words, nodded quietly, and when he raised his head again and set his eyes on the pirate, he suddenly moved, extremely fast, as a killer, burst out in a short time speed. Power, it's absolutely very important. Brush. Murasama unsheathed in an instant, sealed his throat with a knife, and the pirate covered his throat with his hands, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he fell on the deck in pain and died. Chitong appeared behind him, and Murasama remained motionless, as if he had never moved. Leoni casually pointed at the two pirates and said, you two, throw this guy's body into the sea and feed the fish. Yes, Leoni big sister head. The two pirates pointed out by Leoni immediately started to act in a hurry, and hurriedly carried the guy's body and threw it into the sea. Leoni said, Chitong, if these guys dare to harass us and cause trouble, they should be dealt with. Do whatever you want. Chitong said in a soft voice, it will cause trouble. It's okay. It's okay. Leoni waved his hand and said, don't be afraid. Here, we just want to show our strength. If you can't beat it, you can find me. If you can't beat it, you can find your highness. Good. Chitong nodded obediently. Undeniable. The original Leoni's strength is indeed not Chitong's opponent, but with Leoni's more than a year of hard work, coupled with Grandmaster two-color Haki, especially observation Haki, Chitong's current strength as compared to Leo's Nai is already weak. Of course, Chitong himself is also an ace killer, and his own strength is also extremely strong. After Chitong mastered the two-color Haki, his physique was further enhanced, and he reached the level of Vice Admiral. That's certainly not a problem. The power, speed, explosive power, and hidden ability at that moment are so fierce that a knife seals the throat. Snake said very calmly, "Isn't this a killer?" Kaido nodded in agreement and said, "It really is. Moreover, at this age, such strength is really amazing. I don't know where Locke cultivated such an outstanding talent. If there is no accident." Snake thought about it. This is the ability of the Admiral Soldier Acedes of Noxus. Some people are born to be teachers. A genius teaches it. I guess so. Two people are discussing. Of course. It is undeniable that Acedes is indeed a teacher who teaches students according to their aptitude, especially in terms of military training, so any soldier can grow up in the hands of Acedes. A 1,000-mile horse often exists, but a bull does not often exist. So, there are very few people who can discover a Chalima, but if you reach the level of a monster, you don't need a teacher. Even if you learn by yourself or change someone else, no matter what kind of monster you are, you can grow up. This is the horror of monsters. It's very different from genius. Acedes is an evildoer, while Chitong is between evildoer and genius, and Leoni is a pure genius. Still the same sentence, as long as one can become a Teigu envoy, there is no idiot, at least he must be a genius. The day passed quickly. What happened to Kaido? Locke said. This is purely a small problem. After all, this kind of thing happens every day in the Rocks Pirates, just right. Locke, who has just finished his daily training, also went to eat dinner, take a medicinal bath, and is ready to go to bed. A combination of a kitten and a beautiful girl. Cough cough cough. It is really unforgettable, only, at this time. But a pirate came over. Locke walked out of the room and asked strangely, "What's wrong?" Brother Locke. Brother Locke. The little pirate was trembling with fright, although Locke didn't mean to express any anger, but the terrifying side he showed really made people tremble. Explain. Yes, Brother Locke. Captain Rocks asked you to go to see Captain Rocks now, saying that he has something to talk to you about. Advertisement. Listening to the child's words, Locke narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes were sharp, and he said secretly. Captain Rocks looking for me. I see. Locke waved at the little pirate. Hand. The little pirate ran away in a hurry, just kidding. Staying here is easy to be killed. Locke changed his clothes, then walked towards the Black Pearl, and soon came to Captain Rocks' study. To be honest, no one has ever entered Captain Rocks' room, everyone has come to the study, no one knows what kind of terrifying treasure is hidden in Captain Rocks' room. In the impression of many people, perhaps there are countless treasures. A treasure that makes everyone crazy. But, among the rules that the Rocks Pirates are absolutely not allowed to violate, this is absolutely the most important thing. Although everyone is very curious, no one dares to. To do something so daring is to die, really, die. Locke walked across to Captain Rocks, sat down, and asked, Captain Rocks, do you have anything to do with me? Oh ha 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 ha. Rocks grinned ferociously and said, Locke brat. Lousy has a mission, which is very dangerous. Are you interested? Task. Locke froze for a moment, and couldn't help thinking about it, what should I say? After all, among the Rocks Pirates, the 6 cadres, including myself, Guy, Duo and Snake have grown to 60 cadres. With such strength, it is very interesting that it is his turn to handle this dangerous task. But, Captain Rocks did not explain, and Locke did not mean to ask, it was meaningless, instead he asked interestingly, Captain Rocks, tell me what is the reward? Quote. In general, you have no right to refuse the mission Captain Rocks gives you, but if Captain Rocks asks you, it is proof, normally speaking, according to your. If you have the strength to handle this task, then it is absolutely a matter of death. Therefore, under such circumstances, Captain Rocks will ask you whether you want to perform this mission, which is very important. But, as far as Locke is concerned, he has no intention of refusing for money. No matter how dangerous the task is, he has to try it to know. Now what he wants to know more is, what exactly are the rewards? After all, money can turn ghosts around. If the rewards are rich enough, then of course there is no problem. Oh ha 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 ha, as expected of you, Locke brat. Rocks also laughed ferociously, propped his head, and said casually, you can choose 1 billion Baileys, or exchange devil fruit according to the world of the underground world. Only 2 coins can be exchanged, Lousy can exchange 3 coins for you, are you interested? Rocks looked at Locke interestingly, but wanted to see what choice Locke would make. Worth to talk about. Among the prices on the black market, the price of 1 devil fruit is 100 million Baileys. But actually, the transaction price is at least 200 million Pele, and there is no market, basically it is 500 million Pele. As for the price of 200 million to 300 million Pele, it is impossible to determine. Devil fruit. As for the 500 million berries, that is the lowest level Paramesha devil fruit and zone devil fruit. Other than that, basically starting with 1 billion is really not a joke. Laughing. This is no surprise gauge. Devil fruit can easily create a cadre, and if it is a top devil fruit, it can create a strong man. Therefore, under such circumstances, except for celestial dragons who obviously have problems with their brains, basically. As long as they are not idiots, they should know how to deal with it. Reasonable, this point is absolutely beyond doubt. So, Rox looked at Locke, and continued to ask, Locke kid, do you have any ideas? Accept this task. Locke nodded unceremoniously and said, of course no problem. Captain Rox, I accept this mission. Chapter 61. Phoenix, Walker. Here's the data. Good. Locke took the information that Captain Rox handed to him, stood up and left. Oh ha 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 ha. Looking at Locke's leaving figure, Rox also grinned, and said ferociously, interesting. Interesting. He's really an interesting kid. Locke kid, according to your strength, this mission is almost certain to die, come on. Let Lousy see how you succeed. Interesting. Rox is very interesting. Looking into the distance, he seems to be thinking about something. The other side, Locke left the Black Pearl and returned to his room on the ship with the documents in hand. Leonai and Chitong also approached them. Looking at the two women, Locke opened the documents in his hand and read them carefully. Locke narrowed his eyes slightly, and said secretly, this man, it turned out to be to get rid of this man. If it was the same as before, then, I am almost certain to lose, but it's not the same. One cut, one kill Murasama, red eyes. Sometimes. The power that Chitong can display with Murasama is extremely astonishing. After confirming the situation, Locke continued to take the kitten and the beautiful girl to rest. After all, what to do at what time is what to do at what time, otherwise. It would be too much of a waste of time. Second day. Clatter, clatter. With the churning of the waves, a pirate ship has gradually left the large fleet of the Rock's pirate group, galloping away towards the distance. The speed is very fast, and the owner of this ship is Locke. As for Kaido, Snake. These two people just didn't follow. After all, this is not their task. Kaido smacked his lips and said, interesting. This guy Locke actually got a unique pirate ship. It's really curious. What kind of mission did Captain Rox give him? That's right. Originally, Locke, Kaido, and Snake shared a pirate ship. No kidding, the Rox pirate group has a total of 50 pirate ships in addition to the main ship Black Pearl, plus so many huge personnel and cadres. It is not easy to get a pirate ship that belongs to you alone. Now, Rox actually handed over a ship to Locke directly, which is quite interesting. What is the reason? Or, what is it for? This is a very interesting thing. Of course, among the Rox pirates, there is a 283 very big and spoken rule that if you get a huge treasure, then this means that your mission will be very dangerous, especially the pirate ship status and status, that is to prove what happened next. Although I don't know what the mission is, but Snake changed the subject and said interestingly, if there is no accident, it is the kind of mission that must die. According to Locke's own strength, it is definitely not the opponent's mission, but since Locke accepted it, he must be sure. After all, Locke's character, but that's it. Although he is a lunatic, he won't do that kind of thing without any preparation. And Snake narrowed his eyes and continued, Locke hasn't left in the past 2 years, the only thing is that this newcomer, a little girl named Chitong, her ability is very special, otherwise, Locke would never do such a thing. Snake's analysis can only be said to be inseparable, after all. Snake is a person who plays with his brain, and his character pays more attention to this point. For a lot of information will be analyzed. Therefore, this is the character of the snake, and Kaido looked at the snake and smiled interestingly. Worororo. Kaido patted Snake's shoulder excitedly, and said with a ferocious smile, you be asterisk 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 D. Do you want to become Lousy's subordinate? Join Lousy's subordinate and become Lousy's person. I'm not interested in this. Snake shook his head, not accepting Kaido's invitation. He also has his own arrogance. Some things are hard to say, hard to do, and it is not an easy thing to deal with. Let's talk about things later. At the same time, the matter of Locke's departure is also very curious to many members of the Rock's pirates. And everyone knows what Locke's mission is. It can be said, this is known to almost everyone in the entire Rock's pirate group. The reason is very simple. For the Rock's pirate group, except for the Black Pearl besides, how exactly does each ship appear? In fact, it is very simple. Every ship is a cadre, and it appears as a result of completing a task that is almost impossible for his strength. Only, with the strength of the Rock's pirate group, it is becoming more and more difficult for such a thing to happen. Over time, the number of 50 pirate ships has been fixed in this way and now Locke has become a new person to carry out this task. Had Locke returned alive, he would have owned the 51st ship. What if Locke doesn't come back alive? Well, sorry. Death is the only outcome for him, and nothing much will change for Rox. After all, on Locke's ship, except for some cooks, shipwrights, and navigators, no one else was recruited. These people were all recruited by Locke. I dare not say their loyalty, but they will definitely be very obedient. Locke doesn't need their loyalty either, the loyalty of the pirates. Advertisement. He. Be honest. Even though No matter how the original book reflects the pirates, family affection, friendship, and willingness to die for their own captain, but Locke really doesn't believe these things. The Rocks pirates he personally experienced are full of betrayal. If this is the case, then there is nothing to say. Locke just doesn't trust pirates, the only thing he trusts is the Tegashi he summoned, other than that. Everything else, I just don't have the slightest trust. Clatter, clatter. The pirate ship is sailing on the sea, while Locke continues his daily training. No matter what time it is, the daily training will never stop. And, without so many people, Lee and I continued to teach Chitong two-color Haki, and Chitong's talent is indeed a very amazing existence, although it is not as good as a monster like Acedes. But it is indeed much stronger than Lee and I. If nothing else, the low-level two-color Haki can be mastered very quickly. Night fell. After a day of training, we had dinner. The three of them were lying on deck chairs in a row, and were fishing by the side of the boat. Lee and I stretched out his perfect figure and said comfortably, "It's really comfortable." Sure enough, it's better if your own boat is comfortable, and someone else's boat is comfortable. Number matter what, I'm not happy. Quote. Chitong leaned there silently, without any words, she didn't know what she should say. It is indeed, Locke said casually. However, don't let your guard down. Even on such a ship, we are still not safe, and all this is still just the beginning, and the next danger will sooner or later will keep coming. Your Highness, you can rest assured, Lee and I said confidently. My observation Haki, I'm not joking. Although Lee and I had a carefree look, Locke knew that Lee and I had definitely listened to what she said, that was just her character. If that was the case, then there was nothing to say. Not to mention, Lee and I's observation Haki is very amazing. The most important thing is, the path that Lee and I's observation Haki seems to be taking is not any road recorded in the pamphlet Captain Rocks gave him, but a road, Captain Rocks for the record, call it a guessing road. Although I don't know if it can be successful, but as long as there is a possibility of success, then it is good. But, Lee and I sat up, cross-legged, and asked strangely, Your Highness, what is the mission this time? See for yourself. Locke took out the information from the side and handed it to Leone, but he quietly looked at the dark sea in front of him, enjoying the peaceful fishing. Let me see. Lee and I pulled out the information and began to read it. FK. Lee and I's eyes widened in an instant. Hey, what is it? Phoenix Pirates. Phoenix. CBBD, Vok. Devil Fruit. Bird Fruit. Phantom Beast Species, Phoenix Fruit. Bounty. 1.765 billion Baileys. Leader of the Pirates. After reading the documents line by line, Lee and I said in astonishment, Your Highness, can we deal with this? Locke nodded calmly and said, According to the current strength, it is almost impossible, even if. With the ability of Red Eyes, there is a chance to get Vok's Phoenix Fruit, but. According to the number of people's cadres, we too are bound to die. Then what should we do? Lee and I blinked her eyes, she seemed a little dazed, how to deal with this? This is not a joke. Phoenix Pirates. Valk's bounty is 1.7 billion. He is a real powerhouse at the admiral level, and he has a total of 6 top cadres with a bounty of 800 million to 1 billion. Does this kind of strength need more? Not to mention, they are a pirate group, with more than 5,000 people under their command. If they only rely on Locke, Lee and I, and Akahito, then they will die. There is absolutely no possibility of completing this mission. Even if Locke and Chitong teamed up to kill Walker, who has the ability of the Phoenix, directly, and the other cadres can also tear the three of them apart. This is the huge strength gap, it is too huge. Regarding this matter, it is necessary to discuss the division of bounties. Generally speaking, if you have reached the level of 4 emperors, then the bounty is basically 3 billion at the beginning, and Luffy is at the bottom level at this level, and the level of the legendary pirate is 5 billion. Up. For example, Whitebeard and One Piece Roger in the strongest period have bounties exceeding 5 billion. Further down, the standard of 2 billion is hard to say, and the standard of 1 billion to 2 billion is the level of the Emperor's deputy, quasi-admiral, and the cadres at the lower level of the Emperor are basically in the early 1 billion, and there will be no more. Down, then. It is at the cadre level, that is, it exceeds the level of 500 million Pele. Advertisement. So say it, when there are a lot of bounties, as long as Marine does not report falsely, then. Basically, it can reflect the strength of a pirate, and this is definitely not a joke. Lee and I thought about it and said, Your Highness, this must be a loss. Locke nodded and said, I know, it's still the same sentence, with the strength of the 4 of us, we must lose, so. I have already contacted the staff, I will send Ace. Ace Day summoned, and after the battle was over, Ace Day returned to Noxus by boat immediately, basically there would be no problems. Quote. That woman, cut. Lee and I curled his lips, very upset, but he didn't say anything. Acedes. Very strong. Chitong nodded cutely. As a real fight with all his strength, Chitong recognized the strength of Acedes very much, which is really too strong. Locke also said calmly about this, no way. The 3 of us are not good at group combat, and Acedes' ability of the essence of demons is most suitable for group combat. Combat, coupled with the strength of Acedes, so that the mission can be successful. Quote. Otherwise, Locke shook his head emotionally. No way. If the task is not successful, well, I will definitely die wherever I hide. According to the character of the Rocks pirates, they will never be merciless. You accept the mission, and there are only 2 ways to complete it or die. Either you complete the mission and get a reward. Or death is completely dead in the task. Do you want to choose to escape? He. On this sea, no one dared to face the pursuit of the entire Rock's pirate group. Moreover, Locke is still sure, this battle is not absolutely without any possibility of success, even to say. According to my own estimation, the probability of success is quite high. Because of this, the next situation is hard to say. Taking a deep breath, Locke murmured calmly, what will happen next? Never mind, it's hard to say the specific situation, so let's complete this task for the time being. And, Locke patted himself on the head, when did he start to be sentimental? I am not a sentimental person. For all kinds of things. Locke has never been a sentimental person, on the contrary. What Locke prefers is to use his own means to suppress the other party, to completely suppress the other party. The defeat of the bottom is besides the thing I like most at this time. Everything else is meaningless stuff. The winner has it all. The loser gets nothing. That's Locke's character. Normally, Locke doesn't like gambling. But, the benefits this time are huge. Locke knows that only by winning this task, then, can he get everything he wants. Devil fruit has to be collected. But it's never been an easy path. The income from 3 devil fruits is extremely important to me who has only summoned 3 pieces of Teigu, and there are 45 pieces left that have not been summoned. Locke is very clear about this, and is extremely clear about the core. Your Highness, Lee and I thought about it, but, even with the power of Acedes, can we win? According to the information I read, if you want to win, don't you? An easy thing to do. Quote. And, Lee and I was also thinking about a problem, which was not an easy task. The resilience of the phoenix fruit can be seen from Marco. And, the power developed by Valk may be even higher than that of Marco. He. There was a smile on the corner of Locke's mouth, and he said interestingly, don't worry. According to the strength of Acedes, there is no problem. Don't forget, Acedes is a demon. Although I don't want to admit it. Lee and I smacked his lips, indeed, he had to admit it. Chapter 62. Shocking combo skill. Instantly kill Valk. Phoenix Pirates. As the famous pirate group in New World. In terms of strength, that is absolutely beyond doubt. Therefore, what Locke has to face is Phoenix Pirates. And, Locke didn't even hide anything, instead he went straight to the Phoenix Pirates. Sky. In just 7 days, the pirate groups of the two sides have gradually collided with each other. Clatter, clatter. With the churning of the waves, the two pirate ships stopped within a distance of only 10 meters. Both sides looked at each other sharply, and the terrifying aura began to gradually spread. He. Vox smiled ferociously and said, Noxus Locke. Lousy must admit that you are a good genius, but, brat, you are too arrogant. Do you want to attack Lousy? What are you? Boom. Terrifying killing intent burst out from Vox's eyes, the next moment. The astonishing Conqueror's Haki was churning. Facing Valk's Conqueror's Haki, Locke was not afraid at all, and also broke out his own Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki of the two collided crazily, with the intention of tearing each other apart directly. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki was churning while the natives looked at each other sharply. He. Locke grinned ferociously and said, you really deserve to be a monster of the older generation. What a terrifying Conqueror's Haki, what a pity. Your strength is not that good at all. It's nothing worth mentioning at all. The terrifying killing intent burst out, and Locke's voice was filled with ironic words. But anyone with a discerning eye can tell that although Locke's Conqueror's Haki is not weak, it is inferior to Valk's Conqueror's Haki. The two sides are not at the same level at all. Locke should have called it completely suppressed. Hello. Locke continued to sarcastically. Is this the so-called Phoenix? Only this kind of strength. This kind of Conqueror's Haki. But it's really not worth mentioning. Little devil. Valk narrowed his eyes and said ferociously, are you looking for death? Court death. Locke said indifferently, Phoenix, since I have accepted the order of Captain Rocks, then. There is only one result today, and that is your death. Not mine. What I dislike the most is going to gamble, since I coming here already means that. Victory is already in the palm of my hand. Locke's voice was full of absolute Haki and arrogance, as if the victory of this war was already doomed. This moment, everyone in the Phoenix Pirates was stunned. What the hell? They are not idiots, okay. They can see that Locke is completely suppressed, okay. Under such circumstances, you discuss with me, you will definitely win. It's almost like a joke. Ha. Under Locke's words, Valk let out a ferocious laugh, and said crazily, okay. Lousy really wants to see, kid, what exactly do you have? Such strength. Today, let Lousy take a look. A terrifying murderous intent burst out from his eyes. Walker is a very thin person, who looks like that kind of bone-like figure, but this kind of phoenix is relying on the power of the phoenix fruit to become abandoned, the famous big pirate on the sea. This moment, how could Valk be looked down upon by a brat like Locke? It's almost like a joke. Therefore, Valk's anger started to burn uncontrollably, and he said ferociously, little devil. Come on, let Lousy see what your strength is. Don't make fun of Lousy. Otherwise, Lousy doesn't mind slaughtering you. About you. Although that's what it says. But, Valk's anger is definitely not a joke, he just wants to kill Locke, this is definitely not any joke. He. Locke said with a faint smile. I still say the same thing. Since I have come here, I have absolute certainty of victory, Vok. As an older generation of big pirates, you can choose to die here like this. Leave you with a whole body. Ha ha ha. Listening to Locke's words, Vok let out a ferocious laugh, and said with a crazy smile, it's really interesting. Kid, are you joking with Lousy? Or do you think that Lousy's strength is to see go up a little bit? Search. He licked the corner of his mouth slightly, and Vok's killing intent became more and more terrifying. He raised one hand, waved to Locke and said, come on. Come on, come on. Boy, Lousy really wants to see you trash. What kind of preparations can you have today? If you can hurt Lousy, Lousy will spare you. Otherwise, Lousy will stew you with wine today. No kidding. Valk's murderous intent was really fully aroused by Locke, and his anger was burning crazily, which is really too annoying. Are you kidding? Is this trash brat actually messing with Lousy here? Your victorious attitude really makes Vok's anger burn like crazy. No joke. Vok's anger and fighting spirit are really terrifying. As a big pirate of the older generation above the majestic sea, it turns out. To be ridiculed by a kid like this, the most important thing is. As a big pirate who has seen strong winds and waves, if it is purely ridicule, it is nothing at all. Advertisement. But, Locke said it is a matter of course, as if. In Locke's hands, it is a matter of certain death, to be honest. It would be the most strange if Vok's anger was not burned crazily in such a situation. It's almost like a joke. The terrifying killing intent was burning wildly, and Valk decided that today he must use the most cruel means to kill Locke. It is definitely not a joke, but to use such the most terrifying means to kill Locke. But, before that, Walker will show his most terrifying strength today, one step, bit by bit, he will directly devour Locke and crush Locke crazily. This terrifying killing intent and fighting intent are definitely not a joke things. He. Locke still said indifferently, your arrogance is not worth mentioning at all. In front of my eyes, you are just an incompetent barking wild dog. Honestly, this moment, people in the Phoenix Pirates, some people originally thought that Locke had some amazing ability, and planned to kill his own captain with one blow, so why pull away now? Isn't this pure arrogance arrogant? This guy is purely arrogant, it is too crazy and arrogant. Good. Vok's anger was really burning crazily. He laughed back in anger, but said with a faint smile, come on. Let Lousy try it, what is your strength today? Lousy wants to see, what kind of strength is your trash, brat? Are you ready to feel the pain of ultimate? Brush. Vok directly soared into the sky. He didn't even use the Phoenix's fruit ability. Instead, he clenched his fists and landed directly at Locke. Red eyes. Leone. Yes, your highness. Both women are followers and Locke went up to Walker together. Crackling. 1 against 3. Vok was completely unscathed and had already driven the 3 of them out, and the figures of the 3 landed on the pirate ship in a very embarrassing situation. He. Walker landed on the edge of the deck with his hands in his pockets, and said with a faint smile, is this the kind of rubbish? Brats. Is your strength only like this? If it's just like this, it's too boring. Lousy will kill you today. Take your life. Listening to Vok's words, Locke's expression was very different. He just stood up from the ground indifferently. Although he had some injuries on his body, he put his hands in his pockets and said indifferently, it's nothing worth mentioning. Just now it's just a little experimentation, it's nothing at all. Try it, ha ha ha, come. Hearing what Locke said, Vok waved his hands generously and said, let Lousy see what your so-called experiment is like. Come on, let Lousy see your real strength, today. Lousy will let you little devil experience endless pain. Undeniably said. Vok's anger was burning crazily. To the arrogant Valk, Locke's words were like the flames that ignited a powder keg, burning Vok's anger crazily. Only, this kind of burning anger is exactly what Locke wants. There is no expression on his face, but Locke said solemnly in his heart, the opportunity has gradually come into my hands. There is only one chance. Take your time. As long as it succeeds, then your plan is a success. Bring it on. No problem. Quote. Locke's body is covered with a jet black armament Haki, while Leoni has transformed into a Lion King form, and Chitong has drawn out the long knife from his waist. The 3 of them seemed to be ready for the first battle, and they all looked at Valk. The most important thing was that the disdain in Locke's eyes was simply stimulating Valk crazily, making Valk's anger go crazy. Burning. Attack. Brush. The 3 figures went straight to Walker, and Walker went up to him without any fear at all. Crackling. Compared with just now, they just persisted for a few seconds, and the 3 of them flew upside down again, uncontrollably fell directly on the deck, and got up after a while. Watching this scene, the pirates of the Phoenix Pirates calmed down one by one. Asking for flowers. Mouth Kakuzu had a sarcastic smile, and everyone looked at the scene in front of them mockingly. I don't think it's a real genius. I thought I could make gestures with the captain. Quote. So it's just this kind of rubbish. Who would have thought? Such a brainless fellow. What kind of preparation did Lousy think it was? It turned out to be like this. Cut. 1. All the staff shook their heads boredly. They really felt bored. With such strength, it was nothing worth mentioning in front of them. Honestly, advertisement. In their view, the result of this battle is that it is over, so far. This is already over, and there is no doubt about it. Can only say, it just doesn't make any sense at all. He. Walker's smile was also very strong, but it was full of endless ridicule and coldness. He looked at Locke with a sneer and said, "Come on. Stand up. 3 little devils, you. If you only have such a little strength, Lousy will make you die even more cruelly, don't let Lousy feel bored." Pooh. Locke spat out a mouthful of dirty blood, his face was very ugly, but he still said indifferently and arrogantly, "It's just the beginning. Lousy just tried with you. Look, next, let you know Lousy's strength. Okay." Walker's anger seems to have disappeared, he chuckled and said, "Come. Come, let Lousy see." The same sentence, "As long as you little devils can hurt Lousy, then." What? Lousy will let you go, and will never let anyone embarrass you. Quote. 0. Little ones. Did you hear that? Roar. What responded to Walker was a deafening roar, and everyone was full of tyranny, and looked at the 3 of Locke mockingly, "Just kidding. With such strength. Can you survive under the hands of your own captain?" Wrong. Wrong. It should be said that death is doomed. Want to hurt the captain of your own family? Even if it is just a little bit. Impossible thing. Absolutely no possibility. Locke remained silent, but his heart was calm enough. He was very clear that the opportunity was in front of him, and it was the opportunity in front of him. Because of this. As long as such an opportunity is in your hands, then everything is absolutely beyond doubt. You only get one chance. Only. Now the opportunity has come to my face, as long as I grasp it, then. A moment is enough, it only takes a moment, and in this short moment. However, I want to ensure that even if it is a short period of time, there will be absolutely no problems. Moment. In this momentary opportunity, I absolutely cannot have any problems, any little problems, this is absolutely not allowed. Locke knows this all too well, and because of that. Brush. The 3 of Locke shot in an instant, and in an instant, they showed amazing strength. Crackling. Under the extremely fast speed, the 3 of them seemed to show even more astonishing strength just like explosive seed, while Locke stood still, very indifferent, as if full of. With the same indifferent look, he calmly blocked the 3 of them, just using armament Haki, not even using the fruit ability. Not worth mentioning. Walker put his hands behind his back and said flatly, "It's nothing worth mentioning at all. This kind of strength, if it's just like this, it's nothing worth mentioning at all. That's all." Brush. And at this moment, the sharp Murasama in Chitong's hand went straight to Vok's throat, and facing this blow, Vok's expression was filled with endless calm. He didn't take this blow seriously at all, and just wanted to take a step back indifferently. This step was enough. Moko Potmo. Suddenly, a cold and beautiful woman's voice came, instantly. The surrounding space seemed to be silent. Only, the figure of Acedes just came out gradually, and she whispered softly, "Facing such a strong man, can you just freeze for 3 seconds? But, it's enough." After 3 seconds passed, the time was instantly restored. But, these 3 seconds are completely enough, Walker doesn't know what happened, but. This momentary absence, or a brief pause, Chitong's hands. The rain of the village has already scratched his throat. Everything is in the blink of an eye, a little scratched. But, Locke, Esdeath, Leoni, including Akahito, the mouths of the 4 people Kakuzu evoked a smile. It's over. Chapter 63. Binglan Admiral Army. Destroy the Phoenix Pirates. Tick. Drops of blood dripped slowly. Snort. Walker said indifferently. It's a good preparation, what a pity. It's still quite boring. Do you think this kind of opportunity is really useful? It's just for a moment. How could it hurt Lousy? Not bad. Lousy will spare you. Vok waved his hand, the blue flames on his body flashed, and the injury has recovered. He. Locke shook his head with a faint smile, and said calmly, "Vocker, it is undeniable. If you are the opponent head-on, and you completely use the power of the Phoenix Fruit, then we have no chance of winning at all. Arrogance. That's the only root cause of your death." Undeniably said, if Murasama's attack is under the Phoenix Fruit, it will be completely meaningless. But, however, Vok did not take out the fruit of the Phoenix, although it was only a slight wound, but. This slight wound is enough, and Vok's life has been left here forever. Seeing that Locke was completely different, and what he showed seemed to be different, Walker had already keenly noticed something was wrong. Moment. Wow. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Vok's face instantly became extremely ugly. He felt that his body seemed to be collapsing in an instant, and he said fiercely, "Damn it. What's going on? Brat, you." It's over. Locke just spoke calmly, while Vok's body fell backwards uncontrollably. At this moment, Murasama's poison has completely spread all over his body. Vok fell like this. A dignified one with a bounty of 1.7 billion, the top pirate on the sea, just fell down like this. It can be said, everything is under Locke's control, even, 703. Locke has considered, if Acedes can directly launch Mokobatmo, can the battle be ended directly? Finally, Locke still gave up on this idea. The other party's fruit ability is the Phoenix Fruit ability user after all. Although it is possible that there will be no accidents, but. In such a situation, it is better not to happen, chance. Only once, if Acedes is not fatal, then. For the Phoenix Fruit, it can be restored. Therefore, Locke chose to let Chitong take the shot. Murasama's curse poison was just a moment, a tiny wound, but. This is enough, everything has come to an end here. Phoenix. Vok. 38. It seems to be very easy to say, but. Everything is after Locke's very serious consideration, even to say, every position, any part, as long as there is any place, there is any slight problem. I am afraid. The one who died was himself and others. The strength was really no match at all, and the only way to end this battle was to use such a clever way. But, no matter what it is, the result is good in the end. Everything finally came to an end here. Locke watched Bach fall into the sea and let out a sigh of relief, and murmured, no matter what it is a success. This is the best result. All in all, it was a success. Even if it may fail, but don't worry about so many consequences, success is success, and everything else is meaningless to consider. Next, Locke set his sights on the rest of the Phoenix Pirates. This moment, everyone in the Phoenix Pirates showed a look of astonishment, as if everyone couldn't imagine that such a thing would happen. Why? What happened? What happened? No, it should be said that they couldn't understand at all that their own captain was rowed over, but such a small injury is nothing at all. They were discussing whether Locke would run away with his tail between his legs, or what would happen. As a result, it turned out like this. This is simply unscientific. Exactly. This is not right. No matter how you look at it, it is not right. Pity. This is the fact, whether you want to admit it or don't want to admit it, this is the fact that is already in front of everyone's eyes, this is a doomed thing, and it cannot be changed at all, followed by the Phoenix Pirates in an instant fury. Damn it, how could a mere brat do such a thing? It's too embarrassing. Kill, brothers, kill this brat in front of you. The brat, such things come. Kill, roar, advertisement. With these terrifying roars, the pirates of the Phoenix Pirates seemed to be crazy one by one. They seemed to be evil spirits, and their eyes were filled with crazy light. Acedes took a deep leap, and the next moment, he stepped down from top to bottom. The terrifying iceberg has already emerged in an instant. The corners of Acedes' lips curled up, and he said interestingly, don't let me down. As opponents, you must be qualified. This moment, Acedes' eyes are full of endless fighting spirit. For her, except for the opponent of Noxus, which is the kingdom of Germa, everything else. It's not worth mentioning at all, because in this way, Acedes' fighting spirit at this moment is extremely strong. Clatter. Countless ice immediately covered everything around. At the same time, snapped. Stepping on the ground, Locke's figure instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared not far away, with a ferocious smile on the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, next. It should be the real battle. Next moment, the strength displayed by Locke is extremely terrifying. It is no exaggeration to call the steel fist in Locke's hands the most vividly, that amazing power. The domineering blow after blow is simply unparalleled. The shock, the power of each blow is too terrifying. Crackling. Rumble. Locke has dealt with countless enemies in such a short period of time, and Leoni and Chitong also joined the battlefield. At this time, Acedes released countless ice from top to bottom, condescendingly, and ice cavalry emerged one by one. Binglan Admiral Army. Normally, there is only one kind of Teigu's profound meaning, in fact. Locke, as the owner of Teigu, knows that there is not only one kind of Teigu's profound meaning, but it is not an easy task to be able to perfectly display Teigu's profound meaning. The thing, to be precise, you want to perfectly display the power of Teigu, and the pressure in this is also very huge. Even say, this is extremely difficult, and Acedes is a monster that has developed the power of Teigu more perfectly. It can only be said that it has developed two kinds of esoteric monsters. Even if it is a genius compared with a monster, there is no comparison at all. And Acedes belonged to that monstrous type. With the western sword unsheathed at his waist, Acedes joined the battlefield with the ice cavalry, and the next battle was much simpler. Apart from Bach's strength being strong enough, what other people's strength? Although the strength of these cadres is good, compared to Locke and Acedes, they are much weaker, and ordinary pirates are massacred by ice knights, and the next battle is purely one-sided. Leoni. Red Pupil. The two women are fast killers one by one of the Phoenix Pirates. In a short time, the entire battlefield seemed to be gradually returning to calm. After all, the war is over. Tick, tick. Blood flowed across the entire battlefield, and then dripped on the pirate ship. Locke looked around and said calmly, is there any fish that slipped through the net? Your Highness. Leoni made a perfect turn in midair and landed on the deck, and said with a smile, no problem. All the people have already dealt with 10 fish that slipped through the net. Very good. Locke nodded silently, and then said, Acedes lifted all the ice, it's time to leave. Good. Acedes didn't have any hesitation either. She raised one hand, and all the ice dissipated in an instant. Then she boldly stepped forward, kissed Locke, and said with a smile, Your Highness, I look forward to seeing you next time. Finished. Acedes just turned around and created an ice horse. While freezing the sea, he galloped towards the distance at a very fast speed. With the departure of Acedes, the frozen sea was also untied. Frozen. In general, everything is under control. Next. Acedes will leave according to the ship that Locke has found, and he can return to Noxus in 20 days at the latest, and Noxus there will never be any problems in the case of SARS. How to say, all of this happened too fast, the battle between Locke and the Phoenix Pirates happened too fast, and it ended too fast, in this short period of time, it is a conclusion. Totally unimaginable, or even said. The only thing people feel is the unimaginable shock, which is not an exaggeration. After all, this is the Phoenix Pirates. On the current sea, apart from the Rocks pirates, this is almost one of the most powerful pirates, and it turned out. That's it, after 3 hours of time is in Locke's hands. Or even say, if it weren't for the fact that the Phoenix pirates had too many people, the speed of the end would be even faster. The situation is completely unimaginable. In terms of personnel, how is it going? Locke raised his head and asked Leone. Leone made an okay gesture, and said confidently, Your Highness, don't worry, everything has been taken care of, and everyone on board will never leak information about Acedes. The news about Acedes doesn't matter, as long as Acedes returns to Noxus after 20 days, all of this is nothing to worry about. The real important thing is the red-eyed Murasama, which must not be leaked out. Locke shook his head at that. Even though, advertisement. Acedes represents Noxus security concerns. But the safety of Noxus is just a minor issue. As long as there is a slight delay, these are nothing at all. What really matters is Chitong's village. As for the rain problem, Murasama's ability must not be leaked out. Locke has never doubted the intelligence of people in this world, as long as they know the process of the battle, then. I am afraid that many people will guess what Chitong's ability is. What, after all, this ability is very easy to guess. Your Highness, I see. Leonie's expression was solemn, and she also started to act again. Regarding these, it is absolutely necessary to deal with them properly, otherwise. It will definitely cause accidents. As Leone went about it, Locke wondered if there was anything left. Tick, tick. The village rain in Chitong's hand was still dripping with blood, but this lovely child stood there quietly, as if she was at a loss, as if she didn't know what was going to happen next. What will happen? That's the fact. Kaitong's character is like this. She has a naturally dull character, which was developed as a killer since she was a child. She doesn't have a more active character of her own, as long as she completes the master's task. Chitong, let's take a look at the treasure of the Phoenix pirates. Yes, Your Highness. Chitong obediently followed Locke's pace, and the two stepped into the treasure house of the Phoenix pirates. Creak, creak. Locke opened the treasure chests one by one, then shook his head and said, Is that what it is? No matter how you say it. This is also the top pirate group on the sea. Only 300 million Pele. What a shame. In this regard, Locke shook his head, and he never paid attention to it at all. After all, he had never seen such a thing in the Rocks pirates. Put it in your eyes. At this point, Locke really felt that it didn't matter. But, in fact, if you think about it, this is really not a strange thing. The Rocks pirates are rich. This is because the situation of the Rocks pirates is quite special. Generally speaking, no one. The pirates can be compared with the Rocks pirates, so they are special. And this can have 300 million Baileys, which is actually very amazing. Normally, for pirates, basically, as long as you get Bailey, you will spend it without hesitation, after all. Pirates are a group of guys with their heads on their waistbands, What do you expect these guys to do? Obviously, but as long as you understand this principle, then, basically, you will understand what it means, and even more clearly, what the situation will be. Forget it, Locke said casually. Anyway, as long as you have money, take all of them, but I don't know if there is any devil fruit. Locke muttered casually, seriously, 4.7. This money is really not in short supply. For more than a year, Leone spent money like crazy, plus his own 3 billion Baileys. The 8 billion Baileys that were later obtained in Red Line. Honestly, although it is said that the time spent in the past 2 years is also very huge, and there is still nearly 5 billion Bailey left in his hands. Amount. Worth to talk about. All the Baileys spent are basically spent by Acedes, and they are used to train the army at home. As the saying goes, poor culture and rich military. As for the troops at home, Locke feels that no matter how powerful they are definitely not too much, good guy. That is Bailey who spent billions of dollars. Such a huge money consumption, shouldn't they be powerful? Even a fool should be powerful. While thinking about these things, Locke suddenly found something else. Devil fruit. The harvest is really good. But what is this devil fruit? Locke looked at the devil fruit in his hand and began to think, of course. I am not interested in devil fruit, whether it is Logia or Phantom Beast. But if I really got such a precious devil fruit. You can trade by yourself. It can be used for trading to buy in exchange for more precious devil fruit, which is absolutely very important. Locke murmured. A devil fruit that can be collected. Anyway, Vok is also a top pirate, so he must be a top devil fruit, right? Obviously. Locke was thinking about it too. Chapter 64. Success. Shock the Rocks pirates. Clatter, clatter. With the waves churning, Locke also set sail and returned to the Rocks pirates. As for the devil fruit, I don't know what it is for the time being. Put it away and study it later. What if it is a high-end product? If it is a high-level devil fruit, you can exchange it for more low-level devil fruit. Actually, there are only garbage-capable users, and there are no evil fruits of garbage. Many people think that this sentence is just nonsense, which is not the same as a joke at all. Actually, Locke is the most qualified to say that this sentence is true. After all, the energy contained in each devil fruit is the same. Since they are all the same, then, you don't need to think about it, the energy of devil fruit, it must be exactly the same, so I say. This is the core and root of devil fruit, which is absolutely beyond doubt. undeniably said. The power of the top-level devil fruit is indeed even more astonishing, what a pity. For these, Locke is not interested at all, and even said that he doesn't pay attention to them at all. Whether it is the top-level devil fruit or other devil fruits, for himself, it's all meaningless. All I have to do is to summon Teigu, all I have to do is extract the know of devil fruit. All in all, what I need is energy. Even if you really put the top devil fruit in front of yourself, it is meaningless. Your own path is very obvious, your own path is very clear, there is no need for you to embark on a different path. Everything that is different is meaningless to me. Your Highness. Leonai walked out of the cabin and said with a smile, the woman Acedes has boarded the merchant ship and has already set sail, and the speed of the merchant ship is very fast. If there is no accident, at most it will take more than 10 days to reach Noxus. Locke nodded at this. As for how to cross the Red Field continent. That is not a problem for Acedes at all. With his own ability, he can pass the red line in an instant, so there is no need to be nervous about this. Acedes returns to Noxus. Locke shook his head and said with emotion, it's still not enough at 21. The strength is completely not enough. Next. We still need to increase our strength quickly. No matter my strength, you and Chitong, you all need to be stronger. Work hard. The road ahead will only become more and more difficult. Next. Everything will become very dangerous, if you don't work hard enough, it will be more dangerous in the future. Listening to Locke's words, Leonai also nodded with serious eyes. Of course she is clear that the future will be very dangerous. Because of this, you must work hard enough. If you don't work hard enough, then everything is meaningless. As for Akihito, she silently ate small cakes, her face full of cuteness. For Chitong, as long as Locke arranges it, she will work hard to exercise. Chitong, who was once trained as a killer, has actually gradually lost own autonomy. To be honest, Chitong needs someone's order. As long as there is someone's order, she is an efficient monster. If there is no order, she will lose herself. Locke knows this problem, but I don't have the idea of correcting it, and it doesn't make much sense. It's good to discuss it later. Next, Locke looked into the distance, and said softly, it's time to go back, just right. Lousy can also see what kind of situation those guys are, and what will happen next. There was a ferocious smile on the corner of Locke's mouth. Those guys had the idea of watching the fun, and now that he went back alive, for those guys, maybe a lot of everything is about to become interesting. Search. He licked the corner of his mouth slightly. Locke didn't say anything, and the pirate ship was also galloping away into the distance. 15 days later. When we came here, Locke came at a gallop. When we went back, Locke didn't summon at all. Just kidding. Take your time, just wobbly. It took a full 15 days to go back. Same. Your Highness. The Phantom of Acedes emerged and smiled. I have already returned to Noxus. Noxus has no problems. Everything is under control. Locke smiled and nodded. As long as there were no problems, then of course it was the best thing. Other than that, everything else, it didn't matter. Stay. Locke suddenly said. What do you think of these guys in the Rocks Pirates? What will happen? Probably will be very shocked. Acedes said calmly. However, Your Highness, the most likely thing is that the Marine's reward for you will continue to increase. The reward of 600 million Baileys is no longer suitable for you. Quote. Indeed it is. But, Locke shook his head, and also said helplessly, every time the strength has not reached the level corresponding to the bounty, the strength is still not qualified. Undeniably said, when I reached the 600 million bounty, it was inflated, but now, I have completed the impossible task and destroyed the Phoenix Pirates. Good guy. According to the 1.7 billion reward of the Phoenix, I have at least it also has to be raised to a bounty of 1.5 billion. In other words, who said that he has just gone through hard work to make up for it, and he has truly reached the level that can match the bounty of 600 million. Result, my bounty has become inflated again, and I can only continue to work hard to make up for it. Never mind. Take your time, there is no need to be eager for everything, just take your time is enough. Locke also shook his head with emotion. No matter how you say it, there is no point in worrying about everything, you can only take it slowly. The improvement of strength, no matter how anxious you are, it is meaningless. And his own strength has been improved to a terrifying level. He was born with a terrifying talent and physique. With the addition of 3 enhancements, his physique has been strengthened to an extremely terrifying level. Advertisement. But the problem is, these are all foundations, and it will take time to transform foundations into strength. For these, Locke is also very serious, and he is very clear about how to deal with everything that follows. Arrived soon. Locke looked into the distance, narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw the huge pirate fleet gradually emerging. Rocks Pirates. Black Pearl. A huge fleet of 50 pirate ships in total. No. The once huge fleet of 50 ships has now undergone tremendous changes and has completely changed to 51 ships. For the Rocks Pirates, as Locke has completed this almost impossible tasks, naturally everything has become different. Snort. The corners of Locke's mouth curled up, looking into the distance amusedly. At the same time, I'm back. Kaido looked into the distance, squinting at the galloping pirate ship. Snake also nodded, and calmly said, although I said it. I already guessed that Locke would succeed, but I didn't expect that Locke actually killed the Phoenix and wiped out the entire Phoenix pirate group. Imagine. Indeed it is. As for the snake, Kaido also agrees very much. Phoenix Pirates. Phoenix. Vok. The strength of this monster is absolutely beyond doubt, mainly. The recovery power of the special phoenix fruit is the most terrifying and the most important, after all. Just like when Jin and Quinn fought with Marco, it was like this too. Cow, is this guy not going to die? This is the most outrageous ability of the phoenix fruit. It is almost immortal. Do you want to get rid of this guy? That is simply impossible. Result. Locke actually succeeded. Yo no. Even in the Rock's pirate group, the 6 major cadres basically defeated the phoenix, but if it is said to kill the phoenix stably, it's hard to talk about things, and no one dares to say that they have absolute certainty. This is the fundamental core. Both Kaido and the snake are very clear, but Locke succeeded, which proves that Locke definitely did it through some special means. But, never mind. For the Rock's pirates, they don't care about the process, they only care about the result. As long as your mission is completed, then it is enough. Yo, Locke, are you back? Hearing Kaido's greeting, Locke raised the corners of his mouth and said interestingly, successful. It's similar to my plan, although there may be a little difference. But, it's not bad, at least, there are no problems. He. Snake smiled lightly and said, interesting. Interesting. But it's really interesting, Locke. How did you do it? What kind of method did you really get rid of the phoenix? Quote. Locke spread his hands and said with a smile, who knows? No one knows what kind of method it is, but it may be used on you in 10 days, it's not a daily decision. Cut. Quote, quote. Snake also licked the corner of his mouth amusedly, his whole smile was very weird and ferocious, he was really very curious, how did Locke do it, but obviously Locke can't say it. After all, such a method is too amazing, it can be done, then. This is a very terrifying ultimate move, even Vok who has the fruit of the phoenix is dead, so what will happen to the others? Obviously, at that time, no matter how powerful a person is, as long as they face Locke, they need to think carefully and think about what will happen. Let's go. Locke greeted the two of them. Lousy needs to go to Captain Rock's to turn in the quest. Finished. Locke jumped up and went straight to the Black Pearl, and watching Locke landed on the Black Pearl and walked towards the cabin, many people were thinking, and they were also discussing. Tell me, how did Locke, a brat, manage to do this? Uncertain. If this brat has a special method, he's just out of luck. Advertisement. Brother, are you an idiot? Give me luck and try to kill the phoenix directly. And say. The person who said this also twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, and complained, there is no way. The matter is here, whether it is admitted or denied, this is the case, and no one can do it. There is a way, indeed. Smacking their lips, everyone is also very curious, what is going on next, or what will happen next, what will happen to the pattern, this is the most interesting thing. After all, after Locke got rid of the Phoenix Vok, then, next, Locke also became the cadre who owns the pirate ship. Once, the 3 brothers Gold, Silver and Bronze also completed the impossible task and became the cadres who own the pirate ship. Now, Locke is also completed, so many people are in the. When facing Locke, Kaido, and Snake, you need to think about it. Now that only Locke is left, you need to think about it. What will happen next? Can everything from this guy be taken away? This is an idea that many people are thinking about, but again, no matter what the idea is, as long as it does not succeed, it is meaningless. Say 820 again. Locke really killed the Phoenix and wiped out the Phoenix pirates, and under such circumstances, the next thing is very interesting, you need. Think about it carefully, and then, a lot of everything, how to deal with it. Interestingly squinting, a lot of people are wondering if it's okay to kill Locke, take everything from him, or. This is what many people are thinking about, but many people are shocked, and it cannot be denied that Locke's actions this time are indeed shocking enough. Snapped. Watching Locke walking on the road, that faint back, and the two of them were chatting interestingly. Silver Axe, a tall man wearing huge armor and a long beard said interestingly, what do you think this brat is? How did you do it? Snort. With a cold snort, this is a tall man wearing a silver medieval armor, he said indifferently, Lousy is not interested in this kid. It's just a mere. It's nothing more than a kid, it won't threaten Lousy's status, the same. For Lousy, it's meaningless. Quote. Silver Axe, what you said is not wrong. However, if such a brat can be brought under control, it will also be good for increasing power. Akoku, are you interested in this brat? Silver Axe turned his head to look at the man who was stroking his beard, and raised his eyebrows, showing an interesting expression. Akoku said with a faint smile. This matter is hard to say. This kid's talent is really very good, if it can really be brought under his command. Then, the improvement of one's own strength is still very obvious. Quote. Silver Axe said lightly, don't dream. This kid, even if he dies, he will not join anyone's command. Lousy can still see that this kid is arrogant. Proud. Indeed it is. Akoku nodded at that too. Captain Wufang. Akoku. Tomahawk. Silver Axe. These two people are the second of the 6 cadres of the Rock's pirates. The relationship between the two is also very good. To be precise. What he is good at is being both right and left, or in other words. Like a courtesan, because of this, Akoku's relationship with everyone is basically not too bad. Silver Axe is an arrogant guy, he looks down on anyone, among the same 6 cadres, he looks down the most on madness, alcoholism, killing, and madness. In his opinion, such rubbish is not worth mentioning at all. Doesn't deserve to be next to itself, of course. That's what Silver Axe thinks. Chapter 65. The 51st Ship, the bounty soared to 1.5 billion. Akoku. Silver Axe. Of course, Locke didn't know about the discussion between these two cadres. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all, just kidding. This has something to do with Lousy. If Lousy is interested in a guy like you, that was the strangest thing. Creak. Locke entered the cabin of the Black Pearl, pushed open the door of the study in front of him, and strode directly into the study. Oh ha 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 ha. Rox sat on the chair, crossed his legs, looked at Locke interestingly, grinned, and said like a robot, Locke kid. Locke kid. Good job. Although Lousy doesn't know, you passed. What method did you get rid of that rubbish of Vok? But if you can succeed, kid, your mission this time is a success. This is your reward, 3 devil fruits. Talking. Rox directly took out a treasure box from the table and threw it to Locke, and Locke looked at the flying treasure box, and the moment he raised his head, the treasure box had already been sent to the Teigu space, and he sensed it a little. Exactly 3 devil fruits. No problem, Captain Rox. Locke got the devil fruit he wanted, of course he was ready to leave. Oh ha 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 ha, At this time, Rox smiled interestingly. Locke brat. Are you interested in other tasks? No need. Locke shook his head unceremoniously and said, Captain Rox, I'm very interested in money and devil fruit, but I'm not an idiot, some tasks are really too much. It's too difficult, at least. For me now, under the circumstances that my strength and fame are completely inconsistent, let's forget it for the time being. Forget about it. Rox also waved his hand, and Locke just left. Snort. Seeing the back of Locke leaving, Rox grinned, and said ferociously, interesting brat. A brat who can restrain his inner greed is very interesting. This kid's purpose is very clear, and he is also very interested in what he thinks. It's very clear, but if such a kid is properly cultivated, he will be a good combat power in the future. That's right. This is the name of Rox. In Rox's view, whether it is Locke, Kaido, Snake, these new generation brats, or Whitebeard, Golden Lion, etc., these top cadres, to put it bluntly. They are all fighting forces under their own hands. The combat power that appears after completing one's own mission, other than that, they don't have any meaning and value at all, and that's why. For such a guy, Rox has never put everyone in his eyes. Actually, this is also the fundamental core. The collapse of the Rox pirates was not only due to various reasons, but also had many internal and external problems. This is simply a problem that is difficult to deal with. In the end, the Rox pirates went to collapse, which is not a strange thing. Minimum. From Rox's point of view, doesn't he know about these issues? Yes, but Rox himself just doesn't care. For Rox, all this, just to get what you want. Everything else is meaningless. Because of this, the Rox simply don't care. Locke, who left the study, also murmured, no wonder. The Rox pirates are as strong as monsters, while the weak ones seem to have many problems. That's how it is. He. Locke shook his head lightly, but he didn't continue to say anything. It didn't make any sense. This is the whole crazy Rox pirate group. No kidding. For all of this, as long as you are not an idiot, you are actually. I can see it very clearly, so I say. As long as I can make money safely and steadily in the Rox pirates, it's fine. As for everything else, meaningless. For me, all of this means nothing at all. All I want is money, power, and devil fruit. Snapped. Everyone looked at the figure of Locke coming out of the cabin. Everyone looked at Locke deeply, but Locke didn't care about their gaze at all, but returned to his pirate on board. This moment, everyone is very clear that Locke has returned to his own pirate ship, which already represents it. The Rox pirate group is no longer 50 pirate ships, but 51 pirate ships. What are you talking about? Black Pearl number. This is simply not counted internally. Undeniably said. For a monster like the Rox pirates, you added a cadre. That would not be too much noticed, after all. The Rox pirates are too big, and such a huge monster, you say increases it a rare thing to appoint a cadre. Therefore, this is really fundamental to the Rox pirates. A dime. This is nothing at all. But, what if the Rox pirates added a pirate ship? That's a whole different thing. This is a big deal for the entire Rox pirate group. It represents a huge improvement for the Rox pirate group, after all. The origin of each pirate ship. That is not as easy as it seems, because of this. Everything else is needless to say. In such a situation, as long as you are not an idiot, you will know what it means, right? It seems. It's really a success. Backquote. Advertisement. Yes, it's really scary. This boy Locke has really succeeded in becoming the owner of the 51st pirate ship. It's really hard to be the master. But, the 51st pirate ship has indeed appeared. Yes, the pirates are discussing with each other, and each one is full of emotion. As time goes by, it becomes more and more difficult for people who can complete tasks that cannot be completed. Therefore, the occurrence of such people in the entire Rox pirate group is becoming more and more rare, even reaching an unimaginable level, but now, the 51st pirate ship has finally appeared. Next, everything is hard to say. Back on the pirate ship, Locke let out a deep breath and murmured, the next thing will be coming soon, trouble. Your Highness. Leonai leaned over and asked curiously, goods, have you got it? Locke was taken aback, and couldn't help but shook his head and complained, Lee and I, those who didn't know thought we were some kind of gang connection, but the goods are indeed in hand, devil fruit. There are 3 devil fruits in total. Come down, as long as you find a way to get 2 more, you can continue to summon Teigu. Lee and I asked strangely, Your Highness, that one won't work. Locke shook his head and said, I think that devil fruit is a precious devil fruit. I'd better wait until I find the devil fruit illustrated book, after all. For large pirates like the Phoenix Pirates for the group, they had no reason to keep an ordinary or unknown devil fruit, but just ate it. Lee and I also nodded seriously, this matter is still very clear. Okay. Locke stretched his muscles a little and said, in this battle, we can see that our strength is not enough at all. Next, we still need to exercise well, otherwise, it will not be enough at all. He. Lee and I gave a thumbs up confidently and said with a smile, Your Highness. Just rest assured, this is definitely a small problem. Locke also nodded with a smile, indeed. According to the attitudes of Leone and Chitong, to put it bluntly. All they need is time, as long as they are given time, their strength will naturally grow to an astonishing level. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Again, they are geniuses, and as a genius, isn't the improvement of strength a matter of course? Only, they just need time. Locke also needs time, he is 17 years old now, but my own strength is still in the stage of rapid development, I need time to continue to improve myself, and this is an extremely long and extremely important time, faster and harder improve yourself so that your strength can reach the level corresponding to your reputation. But Locke also muttered. This time the reputation has increased, coupled with the increase in the bounty, the only advantage is that for a long time, Noxus will not have any problems. Gone. To be honest, the safety of Noxus depends on Locke, as long as Locke's prestige is large enough, as long as Locke's reputation is large enough, as long as Locke's bounty is large enough. So, Noxus will not have any security issues, after all. For those guys in North Blue, they also know that if they dare to attack Noxus, Locke, a barefoot pirate who is not afraid of wearing shoes, then there will be no fear, people really dare to charge up and kill themselves. So say it. There are some things that are really unnecessary. They can't do it. They can't do it. It's completely unnecessary to provoke such a lunatic. It's more or less unnecessary to start a war. It is precisely because of maintaining such a mentality, so, for the entire North Blue, the current Noxus is really very safe, after all. No one wants to face the really crazy Locke. That's a completely meaningless thing. This matter. It's definitely very important. Pirates. For the major forces above the sea, they really look down on them, after all. These guys have no bottom line, they are a group of lunatics. For the major forces, any problems need to be considered, it all needs to be thought about, and then continue to consider whether to fight. The results of it. These pirates are a group of real lunatics. For them lunatics, what do you expect from them? Stop it. They don't have any worries. If they want to kill you, they are fighting with you, but the problem is, fighting with such a guy is the real meaning of winning instead of making money, and losing instead of losing. The situation is more embarrassing. Next. For Locke. Advertisement. That is, it is really not an important thing. When you come back, you are back. What you should do is what you should do. If you should be busy, you should be busy, and you need to continue to work hard. Refined. Eat, exercise, sleep. Locke once again returned to the life of 3 points in one line. Only 25 days after Locke got rid of the Phoenix Pirates, 10 days have passed since Locke returned to the Rocks Pirates. As a result, Locke's the reward order was just issued. It took 15 days to sail and 10 days to come back. Result. The reward order came down just now. No kidding, Locke thinks it's outrageous. People's reward orders basically come down in about a week. How did you get there? Here I am, almost a month has passed. But no matter what, this matter is not too important, at least. For Locke, it is really not particularly important. Your Highness. Your Highness. Compared to Locke who was very indifferent, Leonai was very excited. She took 3 steps and 2 steps, and came straight to Locke like an excited cat, and said excitedly. Your Highness. Your latest reward order is out. The latest reward order. Locke was stunned, to be honest. He had forgotten about the reward order, and was a little dazed, and then said in astonishment, 25 days. It's time, Marine sent me the reward order. Indeed. Leonai was also a little dazed, among other things, it really is. It has been a full 25 days, just like what I said before, this is simply far away. Is the spectrum good? No kidding. It's been a full 25 days, but you just sent me a reward order. Amount. Anyway, Locke thought it was very strange, but he still accepted the reward order from Leone. 1.5 billion Baileys. Locke looked at the number that went from 600 million to 1.5 billion Baileys in one breath, thought for a while, then shook his head and said, to be honest. This bounty. It's too high, it's completely inflated. To me, this bounty has no meaning. Quote. For this, I am very calm, I don't have the corresponding strength, then I don't have it, if I don't have it, I don't have it, if I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. What a big deal it is. Your Highness. Leonai smacked his lips and said, it seems that there is no need to say that, right? Locke shook his head and said, such an inflated bounty is a good thing for those pirates who want to be famous, but for me, it is actually a bad thing, after all. I'm not short of fame, either. Do you think fame means anything to me? Ah, Leone thought for a while, and then said seriously, that's true. Your Highness, just like what you said, fame is completely meaningless to you. Right thing, all you need is time to grow. Quote, not bad. Locke nodded, and continued. Before this reward order came out, he was able to barely maintain his balance. Next, the trouble is that he's going to hit the door. Leone thought for a while, and seemed to know who this trouble came from. But, Locke grinned, and said crazily, what about me? I'm just very interested in trouble coming to your door. After all, only in battle. In the battle, the strength improvement is the fastest. Snapped, crackling, clenching a fist with one hand, Locke's eyes exude endless chill and endless madness and terror, don't forget. Locke has never been a good person, this. It's a real and terrifying lunatic, guess what this lunatic would do? Chapter 66. Trouble is starting to visit. Under the night. The beautiful moonlight shines on everything, making everyone squint their eyes comfortably and enjoy the beautiful moonlight. For pirates, life is just the beginning under the night. Fighting, having a banquet. Everything you need. That's the nature of pirates. They are very crazy. Or, pirates have the character of drinking today and getting drunk today. For them, if they don't enjoy today, what if there is no tomorrow? This is the character of pirates. Because of this, all along, pirates they are all enjoying themselves with such a character. Over time, the pirates are like lunatics one by one, they are crazy and greedy to enjoy all this. Only, today seems to be a little different, there are 5 people, they touched Locke's pirate ship little by little under the night, how should I put it? Locke's pirate ship has very few people, except Locke recruited nothing other than navigators and shipwrights to pilot, and there was basically no one on board. After all, to Locke, these people are meaningless at all. What are you recruiting for? To fight, or, to make a joke? Anyway, in Locke's view, these people are not trustworthy, pirates. There is no one trustworthy, even if I am a pirate, because I am a pirate, so I know that pirates are not trustworthy at all, and I have only one step. To grow up, improve yourself step by step, and then wake up, if you trust these pirates. I'm afraid it will be easy to get up tomorrow. But now, the 5 people fumbled to Locke's boat, with a mad look in their eyes. Yo-hoo, there are a few guys who can't bear it and are ready to do it. A reward of 1.5 billion Baileys, a unique pirate ship. I'm not kidding, if such benefits can fall into the hands of lousy, the scholars will not be polite. But people still have to be self-aware, we are not opponents. Indeed, everyone is silently looking at everything in front of them. What about the success and failure of these 5 pirates? Just kidding, if 5 of them can succeed, then Locke is really too weak, right? No matter how you say it, Locke also defeated the former gold, silver and bronze brothers with his own strength. Don't care what kind of means they used, whether they are worthy of the 1.5 billion bounty, but Locke's the strength is definitely not weak, and that is the main cadre of the Rocks pirates. The result is that you guys are a piece of rubbish. That is the most strange thing. That's not a subject of 033. That's it. You're just a pure trash brat. Such a brat, just. Pirates are discussing one by one. They have already appeared on the pirate ship, but they didn't respond at all. This kind of rubbish is actually a cadre of the Rocks pirate group. It's just a brat. Then let the 5 brothers step on Locke to become famous. Only. Hello. You guys are really annoying. Don't you know that disturbing people's dreams is like killing their parents? Following the sudden cold voice, Leoni leaned against the entrance of the cabin and looked at the 5 people quietly. His face was full of boredom, and the terrifying killing intent in his eyes seemed to have fallen on him. On everyone. Moment. The atmosphere became extremely strange, and the 5 of them drew out the long knives around their waists almost without hesitation, and came straight to Leoni. Oh, there was a smile on the corner of Leoni's mouth, and he looked at the 5 people galloping with interest. Bump. The battle is completely one-sided, the 5 of them are just garbage, and this kind of garbage is just looking for trouble. Isn't that just a joke? They are 5 garbage, being kicked by Leoni is like a rag doll, one by one, they all flew upside down, and everyone fell into the deep sea. As for life, forget it, their internal organs have been kicked to pieces by Leoni, no kidding, they are absolutely doomed. Leoni clapped his hands, with a casual face, just looking around, under the night, every pirate in the Rocks pirates was like a terrifying evil ghost, just looking at all this, at this moment, it seems to have understood what it means, because of this. Leoni knows, next, as these 5 trash have already started to visit, then, it means that trouble is coming, not a joke, but coming in a real sense. Advertisement. Exhaling deeply, Leoni shook his head without saying anything. As expected, what Leoni guessed was really not wrong, trouble. That's how he has really started to visit, definitely not a joke, troubles come up again and again, attack. Sneak attack, fight. In various ways, he came to face His Highness again and again, but for such troubles, His Highness did not have any fear, but CBDG confronted this time head on again and again, that's the trouble. Crackling. The 2 figures passed each other quickly with fists to the flesh, and then separated in an instant. Wow. A man standing on the other side spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, his face instantly became extremely pale, and he knelt down on one knee uncontrollably, as if he hadn't thought that it would turn into this looks the same. Cough. Coughing violently, he raised his head unwillingly to look at Locke, and at the man in front of him, he spat out another mouthful of blood, and this time. It was not just blood, but mixed with internal organs. The blow just now actually directly shattered his own internal organs. This was his last thought, and then he was so soft that he fell on the deck, lost his life, and completely lost his consciousness. Locke just walked over calmly, picked up his body, and then threw it into the sea water. Gululu. With the bubbles, slowly, his corpse disappeared without a trace. Locke didn't care. In the past 10 days, this kind of thing happened countless times. Although no cadres took action, but the Rocks pirates really confirmed the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon sentence. This is definitely not a joke. All kinds of ordinary pirates turned out to be strong one by one. 10 days. Locke has experienced hundreds of battles, big and small, and his own training was forced to stop, after all. This average of 10 battles a day, it would be the most strange if he could continue to have time to train. Even though a lot of them are rubbish, they are purely door-to-door visits, and they don't have a clear positioning for themselves, but just like this kind of master, the number is not a lot, even. A lot, because of this, Locke in these 10 days, the strength has once again been visibly improved by the naked eye. Your Highness. Leonai walked to Locke's side, and said with a smile, those guys. They've all been dealt with. Locke nodded, didn't say anything more, but looked at him quietly. His expression was very calm. What should I say? For me, the minimum strength of the person I fight with must be considered good, and those who are pure the garbage is handed over to Leone to deal with. As for Akihito, Locke doesn't intend to let Chitong shoot casually, just obediently exercise to hone himself. Chitong is telling the truth. There is no clear fighting skill, but the main thing is that Chitong doesn't need it. Locke learned the steel fist, and learned the control of many techniques. Leonai also learned how to control boxing and skills. But Acedes doesn't have any learning, whether it's her mastery of the essence of demons or the use of Western swords, these are all created by a monster like her. It is also what I have mastered. This is the talent and ability of others, and it is absolutely incomparable. Chitong grew up as an assassin since she was a child. She doesn't need any specific skills, because as an assassin, she is best at one-hit kills, adapting to the situation in the battle, and then killing the opponent. This is what Chitong is best at. Of course, Locke will not change the situation of Chitong. It is the best thing to let Chitong continue to grow like this, growing step by step. This is the most important thing, after all. If there are too many messes, it will be the opposite, just one troublesome thing. Locke also understands this very well. Let Chitong learn too much, but it will pollute Chitong's original fighting style, which is not a good thing. Letting out a long breath, the corners of Locke's mouth curled up, and he said interestingly, next. The matter is not over yet, all the materials are just beginning. Has it just started? Leonai thought for a while, nodded and said, Your Highness, the troubles will not end, and they should continue to come to you. Locke also nodded at this and said, So, don't worry, everything, just wait slowly and see what the follow-up result will be. Locke really enjoys this kind of visit, anyway. Sleeping in the room at night, if you want to make trouble, that is not allowed. This is the express rule of the Rocks pirates, and during the day, Lousy is here. If you want to make trouble, then just come here, it doesn't matter, Lousy doesn't care anyway. That's all. During these 10 days, Locke faced challenges during the day and slept at night. On the contrary, his daily schedule was very full. Anyone else? Locke waited here for almost 3 hours, seeing that it was getting dark, he asked. Is there anyone who continues? If there is no one, I have to eat and sleep, I don't like staying up late. Although I don't know why Locke, who is a pirate, has such a habit, but the fact is that Locke really does not stay up late for eating and sleeping. This has always been Locke's character. I can only say that a habit is a habit. The atmosphere became silent, and many pirates were secretly staring at Locke, but they didn't expect that Locke would say such words. This advertisement. Kill, suddenly. I don't know who yelled, and almost instantly, dozens of pirates came out from all directions, and they came straight to Locke at the same time. These people are all outstanding among ordinary pirates. After all, there is no weak person who can join the Rocks pirates, but they are the best among them. To be honest, all of them are arrogant guys. Because of their pride, they are full of self-confidence and arrogance. In their view, just kidding, isn't Lousy not strong enough? Lousy can't become Locke. This is the arrogance of these guys, the result. Needless to say, now the opportunity is in front of everyone, of course they are not polite. It finally came out. Locke held his forehead with one hand, his eyes were filled with a blood-red light, and he said extremely cruelly, Lousy. But I've been impatient for a long time, you guys, the murderous intent is so obvious, but you have to hide it, wake up, you guys are really meaningless. But, snapped. With one foot on the ground, Locke's speed was too fast. In the eyes of many people, it was like an afterimage, but it was this terrifying afterimage that disappeared without a trace in an instant. When it reappeared, it had already appeared in midair, in the center of these soaring pirates, and everyone's eyes widened, and they turned their heads in disbelief, as if they couldn't imagine that Luke's speed would be so fast the same. Only, Locke's speed is not only fast, but his strength is extremely terrifying. This is the terrifying side that Locke showed. The corner of his mouth was grinning, revealing that hideous look. A series of terrifying slashes burst out instantly like a tornado. Moonwalk, Tempest Kick, they are all Marine 6 styles. For Locke, it is too easy to learn such skills. During the battle between Shiki and Zephyr, Locke will shave, finger pistol, tempest kick, and moonwalk. I learned it. As for paper arts and iron body, can only say, this one is not so easy. These two tricks, in fact, are the real core of Marine 6 styles, yes. Don't think this is a joke, but the real fact, these two tricks are the absolute core of Marine 6 styles. Even though, iron body's skills are always criticized, but, iron body plus paper arts, originally is the weakened form of observation Haki plus armament Haki, this is absolutely beyond doubt, the result is always regarded as an invincible move. Amount. This is what formed the situation, and, after mastering these 4 moves, Locke understood that Marine 6 styles is actually a prototype, and because of this, Marine 6 styles can be played in the hands of different people. Show more different strengths. Steel Fist plus Tempest Kick. With the 2-stroke technique, Locke's explosive slash is like countless terrifying tornadoes. Say it hard. Locke finally had the first move, which was a large-scale lethal AoE damage, and it was more or less awkward. Crackling. Crackling. Exclamation mark. Brush. Countless slashes covered these pirates in an instant, and these pirates could only resist with difficulty in midair. They spent a lot of hard work to block Locke's offensive, but more than 60% of them they were all swallowed up by countless slashes in an instant. Are there so many people who survived? Locke looked at these people, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he flicked his fingers suddenly. Snapped. Ah. A person's eyebrows were pierced in an instant, he uttered a shrill scream, and fell straight down, finger pistol. However, still combining steel fist plus finger pistol, Locke formed a technique similar to flying finger pistol. Only, the power of this move of his is even more astonishing. Compared with Stussy, his own strength and Stussy can't be sure now. Amount. Mainly, at this point in time, Stussy has not yet appeared, but one thing is certain, the destructive power and penetrating power of this move is definitely more amazing than Stussy's move, this is absolutely beyond doubt, after all. No kidding, if you can't even do this, it will be really shameful. Chapter 67. Killing Everyone Fears. Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. Clatter, clatter. Just like Dumpling, the pirates fell into the sea one by one, dyeing the sea red, but with the passage of time, all traces disappeared completely. Snapped. Locke landed on the deck, casually said, it seems that this is the end of today, okay. It's time for me to rest too. Finished. Locke turned around and walked towards the room. The follow-up things are meaningless. It's already dark, and it's time for me to sleep. In the survival game of the Rocks Pirates, as long as you return to the room, you are back. Safe place. In fact, the reason is very simple. This is not only the rule of Captain Rocks, but also the default rule of everyone, after all. When even the safe zone disappears, it will truly become a dark game, and everyone will be completely crazy. This is the scariest thing. Because of this, everyone instinctively maintains this rule and will never break it. This is very, very, very important. Snapped, snapped, creak. Locke pushed open the door and returned to the room, and in the room, Chitong sat on the sofa obediently in the way of a duck, hugging a small doll, and he didn't know what the child was doing, Leonie, but it grinned, as if to bite someone. As for the target, of course, he was sitting on a single sofa in the form of a phantom, with his legs crossed, teasing Leonie's Acedes. How to say, Leonie's character is very carefree, in fact, he is very mature and stable, but there will always be some small problems, as long as Leonie meets Acedes, he will be furious, crazy and bloody, which is also it's outrageous. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. Seeing Locke coming back, Leonie, Akahito, and Acedes greeted each other. Locke also sat down and rubbed Chitong's little head, making Chitong squint her eyes cutely. This feeling, like a cat, is really very interesting. At the same time, Locke looked at the two with a smile, and said casually, Leonie, are you losing to Acedes again? Snort. This woman. Leonie was quite upset, his teeth were itchy. It can only be said that Leonie and Acedes are born with a natural horoscope disagreement, they are always arguing, and every time the winner is all Acedes. Kai also likes to quarrel. This description is the most appropriate. Little cats are really interesting. Acedes looked at Leonie with interest. He also likes this kind of cute little cats. As time goes by, he can slowly tame the little cats. Such income is not bad, isn't it? The other side. Acedes turned his head and said, Your Highness, according to the little kitty, it seems that there are more and more troubles recently. Locke nodded, and said casually, it's not a trouble, it's just a bunch of rubbish. It's not a difficult thing to get rid of this kind of rubbish. This is really not a joke, but Locke really doesn't care, these guys are a bunch of garbage in his eyes, but these garbage make trouble again and again, but it is also steadily improving his strength. Good. Eat. Trouble. Sleep. The current 3 points and 1 line have eliminated the training, let alone, the effect is even better, anyway. Locke just thinks it is very good. As that's so, Acedes thought for a while, and said, Your Highness, although it is true, if it continues to be such a trouble, it will not be an easy matter to deal with. Then kill until everyone is afraid. Locke's eyes filled with the proud Haki, and said, In the Rocks Pirates, it is a place where the strong are respected, if this is the case. Then everyone killing, slaughtering everyone, letting everyone know what the next result will be, and making everyone fearful is enough. Locke's eyes are full of incomparable Haki, while Acedes' smile is getting stronger and stronger. Leonie and Chitong just looked at their highness quietly. This is the Rocks Pirates. In this crazy place, you want to talk and negotiate. Please, stop dreaming here, it is not realistic at all, to put it bluntly. It is not scientific at all, and because of that, it is meaningless. Newgate, Shiki, Linlin, Akoku, John, Silver Axe, etc. A top cadre, what do you think? How did they get their status? You don't need to think about it, but you know it. After they have gone through bloody battles again and again, they will challenge themselves and want to compete with themselves. All the people in the village were slaughtered, thus confirming their position. Advertisement. This is the Rocks Pirates, a crazy, scary, terrifying, a place where everyone feels afraid. But no matter what the result is, one thing is certain is that Locke is now walking this path. He. The corners of Acedes' mouth curled up, and he said with an interesting smile, this scene is really exciting. Locke said very calmly, what will happen next, this is uncertain, but it's nothing to worry about. Next. I'm very curious, among the ordinary pirates of the Rocks Pirates what kind of monsters are hidden in it. This is what Locke is most interested in. Among the entire group of Rock's children, it is not an exaggeration to call it Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. There are so many monsters here, each one with terrifying strength. In the Rocks Pirates. Of course, it's not that they are not interested in the positions of cadres, nor is it that they don't have the strength to ascend to the positions of cadres, but what they want is only the position of the most senior cadres, as for everything else. It's completely disinterested attitude, for these, that is, it is completely ignored. Because, what they want is fame and status. For them, all these ordinary things are meaningless at all, but these people may focus on Locke, because Locke already has a top reputation and status, and as long as Locke if you kill him, all of this will belong to you. He. Locke also lightly smiled and said, I am also very looking forward to what choices these guys will make, but it will be very interesting. 1 month. Tick, tick. Blood dripped into the sea water along the edge of Locke's pirate ship, and there were already traces around the entire pirate ship. Countless blood dripped, which brought such a terrifying side, and this scene, just to let people watch, there is a kind of endless fear. That's right. The bloody battle lasted for a full month, and during this month, Locke really did what he said. Kill everyone in fear. This month. How many people died in the hands of Locke? Unsure. Anyway, a large number of pirates were beheaded by Locke, and there are many top experts who are no less powerful than cadres. What a pity. It is meaningless at all. These people all died in the hands of Locke, it's not that they are too weak. Quite the opposite. Their strength is not weak at all, it's just because Locke's strength is even stronger, and because of this, Locke's strength has been greatly improved, and such a huge improvement time and time again, I'm afraid. For many people it is extremely unimaginable, even to say. It is simply incomprehensible. The high-intensity battle lasted for a month, and not only did Locke have no problems, he just needed to sleep every day to recover, and his strength is continuously increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Monster. Evildoer. This is the nickname given to Locke during this month, and it is undeniable that this title for Locke is too appropriate, because this man is simply a top-level monster. Locke also spat out a mouthful of dirty blood, looked at the dead guy in front of him, and said in a low voice, it's really terrifying strength. This guy is hiding so deeply. Locke really did not expect that this guy turned out to be a Paramesha Lily Fruit ability user, good guy. This guy is still hiding very deeply, even to say the least. If he hadn't been pushed into a desperate situation by himself, this guy would not even be willing to take out your own devil fruit. This was really almost a trick for himself. But that's what's interesting. The corners of Locke's mouth curled up. What I like most is this kind of battle. Facing a real strong man, tearing up the opponent time and time again, killing the opponent time and time again, this kind of income is really great for me. Too much. Snapped. Clenching a fist with one hand, Locke murmured, after this battle, I must be able to become stronger. But, since the end of this battle, second day, starting today, no one came to challenge me anymore. This trouble-seeking battle that lasted for a full month has come to an end. It seems that it has reached a certain critical point, and everything is like this, it's over. From the second day onwards, Locke didn't seem to think that someone would come to make trouble, but continued his daily training indifferently. Everything was so weird, even to say. It made people feel such a difference. But that's the case, but everything has returned to calm. It looks very weird and makes people feel different, but it is such a weirdness and difference that the calm is over. Of course, it's not that everything is gone, it's just that Leone easily dealt with the remaining little troubles. Panting heavily, Locke's expression is very sharp, and the training he conducted is really getting more and more terrifying, giving people a feeling of endless fear, to be honest. Just watching Locke's training, you can feel how amazing Locke's strength is. This man's training is really too amazing. Advertisement. Brush. Standing beside Locke, Chitong is quietly swinging the knife again and again, and I don't know if Chitong has learned something new recently. Chitong no longer studies how to fight with opponents, but putting everything down, it turned into a trick like drawing a knife and slashing. After all, one cut, one kill hyphenation point Murasama. What is contained in this Bingdiju? Strength represents a one-hit kill, no need for any fancy skills, fancy operations, those. On the contrary, they are meaningless things, and it is best to use absolutely terrifying. The power to kill the opponent, or in other words, as long as it hurts the opponent is enough. Therefore, although I don't know how Chitong understood this truth, but Locke didn't stop him, he just taught Chitong two-color Haki and it was over. This is enough, for Chitong, more skills, tricks, are that sentence. It is meaningless in itself, for Chitong. He is the most important. What matters is her own understanding that she has her own system, and as long as she understands this system, it is enough. Your Highness. Leonai walked over, holding a thick book and said, I found the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Finally found it. Locke has just finished training, took the towel, wiped his sweat, and nodded with a smile on his face, no matter what it is. It's good, Devil Fruit illustrated book. It seems that many people have seen this thing. Actually. This thing is very precious, even to say. All major forces have their own version of the Devil Fruit illustration book, record the Devil Fruit they know, and it is not circulated externally. Therefore, many times, you think that you don't know the unknown Devil Fruit, in fact. It may be a Devil Fruit with the same bug, such as Paramesha Tongchu Fruit. Exclamation mark. This Devil Fruit is recorded in the Devil Fruit illustrated book that Doflamingo took out from the Don Quixote family, that is, the Celestial Dragon's family. It is on the external Devil Fruit illustrated book. Basically no record. Exactly. Let's look it up. Locke wondered whether the Devil Fruit's information was recorded on the Devil Fruit illustrated book. To be honest, Locke is not particularly sure, or even said, but needs to think carefully. Your Highness. Leonai said. This Devil Fruit illustrated book is already available, for the time being. It is the most comprehensive, unless it is said. Leonai didn't finish his words, but the meaning is actually very obvious, unless it is said that you can destroy all forces and countries one by one, or say. Let the other party take out the Devil Fruit illustrated book, then it can be more comprehensive, just such a possibility. It is almost impossible, to put it bluntly. This is not at all real thing. Therefore, Locke is also very clear about these situations, but he doesn't care, whether he succeeds or fails. In short, just take your time, Devil Fruit illustration. This. For the major forces, it is almost like a strategic weapon. After all, no kidding, the improvement brought by the Devil Fruit illustrated book is really too big, and the more precious Devil Fruit is obtained at a lower cost, isn't that big enough? Obviously. As long as you are not an idiot, then you all know what it means, and Locke is very calm about it. When he returned to the room, he began to carefully study the evil in the hands of the researcher. Devil Fruit illustrated book, and at the same time look for this Devil Fruit against the Devil Fruit illustrated book. To be honest, Locke still has a lot of ideas about the Devil Fruit illustrated book, not any other ideas. It's about being able to exchange for more Devil Fruit. The garbage in other people's hands, your own. It also looks like that, and that kind of treasure looks like that too. So say it. For myself, there is no big difference between Devil Fruit and the energy is the same. If this is the case, then of course there is no need to say anything, because of this. Locke is very calm about it. Maintaining a calm state of mind, Locke flipped through the Devil Fruit in his hands, and after a while, he was also slightly stunned. Phantom Beast. Chapter 68. Dog Fruit Phantom Beast Oko True God Form. Excited Kaido. Phantom Beast. Locke also showed a look of astonishment as he looked at the Devil Fruit illustrated book. After all, I also didn't expect that this Devil Fruit turned out to be a Phantom Beast Devil Fruit, you know. A Phantom Beast Devil Fruit is extremely expensive in the underground world. For example, the purchase price of Op Fruit, which is known as the Ultimate Fruit, is 5 billion Baileys, but what about the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit? 3 billion Baileys. That's right, the price of Phantom Beasts and Logia starts at 3 billion Baileys, and if the power is more powerful, then the price will be higher. That's not bad. Locke also rubbed his chin, and the smile on the corner of his mouth was also very strong. Dog Fruit, Phantasmal Beast, Dako True God Form. It turned out to be this Devil Fruit. Locke squinted his eyes, and an interesting look appeared in his heart. He didn't expect that it would be this Devil Fruit, but if you think about it a little, it seems very reasonable. The number of Phantom Beast Devil Fruit is very rare, of course. According to Vegapunk's theory, the power of Devil Fruit is endless, even extremely huge. In theory, the energy of the Devil Fruit absorbed by oneself, and as long as someone still desires this kind of power, then Devil Fruit can be born again. This is almost the core of Devil Fruit. But, although this is the case, the scarcity of Phantom Beasts has no necessary connection with these. The number of Phantom Beasts is still extremely rare, there is no necessary connection, naturally there is no an inevitable relationship. For this, Locke is also very understanding. Inugo Fruit, Phantom Beast, Oguchi True God Form. This Devil Fruit is the Devil Fruit eaten by Kaido's daughter Yamato in the original book, 600, that is, the filial daughter, to be honest. If such a daughter is placed on his body, Locke will kill her directly, are you kidding lousy? But, if this Devil Fruit is placed in Valker's hands, then, according to the original book, Kaido spent a lot of effort to obtain this Devil Fruit, so it seems to be a matter of course. After all, because of my appearance, Vok died in my hands, and what if in the original book, Kaido defeated Vok and got this Devil Fruit? Locke thought about this idea in his mind, and thought, there is basically no problem. Looking at it now, the situation should be like this. Because of this, Locke thought about it. Forget it. Since it is sure that it is a Phantom Beast, so, then, let's make a deal with Kaido tomorrow. 1 for 5 ratio. Kaido felt he had earned it. Locke thinks. Kaido is a real evil species, the phantom beast devil fruit has no meaning at all to me, what I need is very simple, that is devil fruit, as long as the quantity is enough. Because, as long as I have enough quantity, I can summon Teigu, and the summoned Teigu can even evolve with enough energy, so to speak. As long as you are not an idiot, then you understand what is going on. Locke sees these things very clearly, and even more clearly. Don't feel like you can get everything. Only if you give up, you will get it. This is a rule that must be followed all the time, because of this. Locke is very clear that he wants to get everything he wants, so. The best result is to give up some things, and among them, the best thing to give up is the power brought by devil fruit. Teigu, this is a very large and broad road for me, and if this is the case, then. It is meaningless to think about so much. For me, this is the most important and fundamental core. Don't be half-hearted. Leonai, tell Kaido tomorrow. I want to see if Kaido wants this phantom beast devil fruit. Locke gave an order to Leonai, and Leonai also nodded, she knew what to do next. Of course, if Kaido can't get more money, Locke plans to sell it to other members of the Rocks Pirates. No kidding, for the Rocks Pirates, there are a lot of rich people, a devil of the phantom beast fruit, you can definitely get the money, the premise is. You can stand up to the guys like the Rocks Pirates, instead of being killed by these guys directly, and then make the evil factory more real. To be honest, Locke played with the devil fruit in his hand, and said interestingly, I think the most interesting thing about devil fruit is this. Kaido, why is he so attached to zone devil fruit? Where's the clock? In the original, Kaido, as a user of the blue dragon fruit, basically has zone demon fruit power under his command, so it is understandable for him to establish beasts pirates, and the result. Now Kaido is collecting zone devil fruit. Is this a little too weird? Never mind. Locke shook his head and said casually, this has nothing to do with lousy, that's Kaido's business. Whatever Kaido wants, that's his business. Locke is not interested in these, anyway. My purpose is to sell this phantom beast devil fruit, as for who is the buyer. I am not interested. What I am more interested in is the price at which it can be sold. How many? Advertisement. For these. No kidding, Locke wasn't interested in the slightest. It has nothing to do with me after all. Moreover. Study what people think, how can you feel comfortable with your own kittens and beautiful girls? That is the most important thing, okay. Everything else is useless, not interested. Not interested. Lousy is interested in you guys, what's the point? It doesn't make any sense. Locke is asleep. Anyway, this matter is not a big deal. Day 2. Locke had breakfast and was ready to continue his daily exercise, but at this time, Kaido had already received the news from Leonai, and he rushed over in a hurry, and he didn't know what happened. Locke. With a roar, Kaido jumped up and came directly in front of Locke. Quote. Locke stopped his preparations for training, looked at Kaido, but fell into silence, although he said he knew that Kaido was very interested in zone devil fruit. However, if you are in this state, isn't it somewhat strange? Locke. Kaido rushed to Locke, excitedly said, you be asterisk D, got a devil fruit of phantom beast. Looking at Kaido's appearance, Locke nodded calmly and said, I did get a devil fruit of you demon species. But, you shouldn't be so excited, right? Worororo. Kaido laughed excitedly, shut up. You be asterisk D, what do you understand? Tell me quickly, what kind of phantom beast is it? Dog fruit phantasmal beast Oguchi true god form. You are interested in 6 pieces. This is the lowest price. Locke waved his hand at Kaido, and gave his offer very calmly. Kaido's smile disappeared, and he began to think about something with a serious expression. Locke. Kaido narrowed his eyes and said sharply, the price we agreed on at the beginning is not this price. Locke waved his hand and said, Kaido, if you can take out 5 devil fruits now, then. No problem, these 5 devil fruits will be sold to you directly, if you can't take them out now, I will have to wait for you if so, that's 6 devil fruits, after all. You should be very clear, 5 devil fruits are in the Rocks Pirates, and 1 phantom beast, I can sell them casually. Kaido was silent, he was very clear, what Locke said is right, if it is top-level devil fruit. Especially you demons, Logia, this kind of devil fruit, in the Rocks Pirates, it is too much to sell, too easy to even say. Calling it a breeze would be an understatement. Therefore, Kaido knows very well that as long as Locke wants to sell, it is very easy. No problem. Kaido nodded calmly and said, in half a month, 6 devil fruits will be given to you, in exchange for this big mouthful of true god fruit. Locke nodded and said, no problem, half a month, it's up to you, if it's more than half a month, then. Continue to increase the price. Locke thinks it's interesting. I originally planned to give the time for 1 month, but the result is great. You kid actually took the initiative to say that it was half a month, so of course I have no problem. If you don't get the money by then I just continued to increase the price, or sold it to someone else. It's absolutely worth it inside and out. Joke. Locke has absolute certainty, as long as he sells this thing, at least 5 devil fruits are the starting point. It is definitely not a loss in blood. 1 phantom beast is equivalent to a piece of Teigu, isn't that profitable? No problem. Kaido turned around and left immediately. Time is running out, so we need to get enough devil fruit, of course. Kaido must have stock in his hand, but zone devil fruit will not be used by himself, so. What is needed are other devil fruits fruit, it takes a lot of time to acquire other devil fruit. Of course, Locke thinks it's normal for Kaido. According to Kaido's character, this guy can definitely do it. It's not a strange thing. Snort. The corner of Locke's mouth curled up, and he said interestingly, Kaido, this guy. Your Highness, Leonai asked strangely, do you think Kaido can really collect enough devil fruit? Ah, Locke waved his hand and said, don't worry, Kaido has his own abilities, it's not a problem to get these 6 devil fruits, anyway. For Kaido, he just needs to be rich. To be honest, Locke himself feels a little strange. I don't know what Kaido is thinking. He has a very strange obsession with zone devil fruit, but this thing has nothing to do with him. Anyway, if someone gives me money, what does the rest have to do with me? Right. Advertisement. Alright, continue training. Yes. Your Highness. After Locke discussed this matter with Kaido, he continued to exercise, which is the most important thing. Strength. This is definitely the most important thing in this sea. Locke is very clear that there are still 4 years before the Battle of the Valley of Gods, and he must be successful in these 4 years. To grow into a real strong man who can gain a foothold on the sea, at least. I must reach the level of that guy Bach. Otherwise, everything is meaningless. Without the corresponding strength, you can't really survive safely and soundly on this sea. Not to mention, after the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates, the sea that followed was truly in turmoil, even to say the least. That was the most turbulent era. However, in addition to the era of supernova collective rampage, it is estimated that the most chaotic period is after the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates until the middle of the tripartite confrontation. This era is very chaotic. I don't have enough strength, not to mention protecting Noxus, even myself, it is estimated that I will definitely die. Locke is very clear about this, so. You must work harder. Only strength will never cause any problems, and only strength, this will never betray. One's own must bring all these powers into the palm of his hand, this is absolutely very important. Same. Acedes, Leonai, Chitong. All 3 of them felt that His Royal Highness's crazy pursuit of power, even though she said. I don't know what will happen next, but she. What they know is that they also want to pursue strength and pursue their own strength step by step. This is the most important thing. As for everything else, it's just pointless in itself. Locke is well aware of this. Strength. It is the most important thing at any time. Especially in this dangerous sea. Half a month's time. It was just fleeting. Locke, who had just finished his daily training, was walking on the road step by step after dinner, and was about to go back to rest. At this time, Rei Onai suddenly said, Your Highness, Kaido is here. D. 0.8. Locke was taken aback, then counted the time and said, tomorrow should be half a month, right? Yes. Leone nodded. Oh, Locke is also interested, but he really didn't expect that Kaido actually got 6 devil fruits in just half a month, which is quite interesting. After all, devil fruit is really very precious, not only because it is the secret treasure of the sea, but the fundamental reason is that if it is located in the 4 seas, the evil. Due to various circumstances, the number of magic fruits eaten is relatively small. But, in Grand Line and New World, it is completely different. Based on the original foundation, the improvement that devil fruit can bring is very important, just because of this. As long as you are not an idiot, then, it is very clear. What kind of improvement can devil fruit bring, and if this is the case? Then, after being obtained, the stored devil fruit is very rare. Normally, after getting it, I will definitely eat it directly, after all. This can bring strength improvement. For this sea, strength is the most important thing. Locke, Kaido strode over with a treasure chest in his hand, and said indifferently, this is your devil fruit. He. Locke looked at the treasure box and raised his hand, directly put it into the Teigu space, and then devoured it without hesitation. All 6 devil fruits were absorbed, sure there is no question. Locke took out a mouthful of the true god fruit and threw it to Kaido, saying, this is yours. Chapter 69. Endless Death Needle. Joel Blair. See Circle Calendar 1484. Who slightly let out a foul breath, and 4 years have passed. Locke seems to have matured a lot, but although he looks more mature, but the breath is even more amazing, it looks like a terrifying monster in general. Noxus Locke. 4 years. The bounty has not increased though. But, what Locke has really achieved is that he has truly matched his own strength with his reputation. In these 4 years, Locke is only 21 years old, but his strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. If the current Locke were to fight against Bach 4 years ago, well, the outcome of this battle is beyond doubt. Even if the opponent has the Phoenix Fruit, Locke is sure to kill the opponent directly. Kill. This is the transformation that Locke has obtained, and it has obtained a terrifying improvement that cannot be described in words. Because of this, under such an improvement, anyone who is not an idiot will know that during these 4 years, Locke how terrifying it has become. These 4 years, Locke didn't complete many tasks, after all. It is not so easy to get Devil Fruit's tasks, but Leonai and Akahito have collected a lot of tasks as time goes by, earning money. Money. That's crazy money. That's all. Leonai and Akahito also became cadres of the Rocks Pirates. The former offered a bounty of 700 million Baileys, while the latter only offered a bounty of 400 million Baileys. The reason is simple. Compared to Leonai, who is violent and good at beating people to death with his fists, which is similar to Locke, Chitong seldom knows how to make shots, but more of them seem very quiet, which is natural. Although Chitong has become a cadre, but the information on the marine side is also relatively small, so a reward of 400 million was given. That's all. 4 years have passed, and these 4 years of time 21 have brought about earth-shaking changes to the entire sea. The most important thing is that the entire new world has been completely incorporated into the Rock's pirates. Under his command, this is absolutely beyond doubt. After all, the strength of the Rock's pirates is there. Is this something that needs to be said? Obviously, it is no longer necessary. Never before. There will be no one behind. Such a name is definitely the most suitable thing for the Rock's pirates. This, absolutely, 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 it's not a joke, but a real fact. Outside of the pirates, there will never be another pirates that can rival the Rock's pirates. This is this terrible sea, it should be said. Call it the most incomparable and chaotic sea. This is the only result. The Rock's pirate group is the unparalleled pirate group in this sea, this is absolutely beyond doubt. He exhaled deeply, and Locke jumped up. His aura was hidden in his body, and his whole person looked extremely terrifying, exuding a very calm aura. The former Haki, murderous, and ghostly aura waiting for everything, I can't feel it at this moment. But this is the more terrifying thing. For this sea, this is really not a joke. If a person can restrain all his breath, do you think he has become weak? Say the exact opposite. He has not become weaker, but has become even more terrifying. He has reached that kind of unparalleled level. Only in this way can a person's strength be truly improved to an unimaginable level. Advertisement. Snapped. Walking on the deck step by step, Locke asked while wiping the sweat off his body, Leone, how is the mission going these days? Your Highness. Leone folded his arms and stood beside Locke. Although 4 years have passed, Leone has not changed his appearance at all, of course. Think about it for a while, this is also a very normal thing. Leone is the Teigu envoy, the spirit of Teigu. If so, her life is actually fixed, and she can improve her strength. This is already a very special situation. Therefore, Leone is actually a weapon spirit that can grow, but only strength can grow. Other than that, everything else can't grow. This is the most important and very fundamental core. This point, absolutely no doubt about it. During the past 4 years, apart from making money, there were basically no tasks related to devil fruit, and we purchased them in the black market, but it is very difficult to buy them. Well, Leone also sighed helplessly, really helpless. 4 years ago, Locke got 9 devil fruits in one go, and after summoning Teigu once, the result. There was no way to get 1 devil fruit up. For such a situation, it is really a headache. After all, as long as you get a devil fruit, you can call again. It's not surprising. Locke looked into the distance very calmly, and said calmly, this sea. Next will be a stormy wave, and next. What will the result be? Who knows? With a look of emotion, Locke said gently, everyone is sharpening their knives and preparing for it. The most terrifying turmoil is about to sweep across the entire sea. Because of this, it's really hard to buy these things now. It's the impossible thing. No kidding. Locke is really not joking about this, and he is also very serious, after all. The sea seems to be very calm now, in fact. This is the calm before the storm, the whole sea is in a storm, and it's the scariest thing. After all, but as long as you are not an idiot, then you are very clear that the Rock's pirates are too big, and how will such a huge Rock's pirates develop in the future? Anyone who is not a fool is very clear, because of this. It is impossible for the Rock's pirates to continue to develop, the interior has swelled to ultimate, and the outside does not allow the Rock's pirates to continue to develop. Under such circumstances, it seems to be calm, but the war is actually imminent. All it takes is a fuse. For the outside world, it's no joke. In the underground world, not to mention selling devil fruit, even in auctions, devil fruit has disappeared without a trace. This situation has lasted for 3 full years, so after a long time, the problem can already be found. In the whole underground world, even a single devil fruit did not appear, this problem. If there is no problem, it would be the most strange thing. Leone was also thinking with his hands folded, while Locke continued, however. Anyway, this is pretty good, and everything that follows. Take it easy, the next war, that's the most important. War. Leone thought for a while, but nodded seriously. Yes. Recently, problems have gradually appeared within the Rock's pirates, and this war will not wait too long. Gone. That's right. Locke also nodded at this is absolutely beyond doubt, no joke. If the inside of the current Rock's pirates was once crazy and greedy, it is now full of hostility, simply because they don't like you just to kill you. This already represents, the Rock's pirates have reached their limit, and such a limit is the most terrifying, because no one knows what will happen next. But what is certain is that, next, Captain Rocks will not wait any longer, whether it is the time in the original book, or the current situation, it can be seen that the entire Rocks pirate group has actually reached limit, no matter what you want to do, you must do it now, otherwise. But it is simply impossible. Correct. Locke suddenly thought of something, and asked, Leone, how is Joel doing recently? She hasn't appeared for a long time. Yoel, Leone said with a smile, Your Highness, you also know that the speed of Joel's growth is completely different from ordinary people, no. This year he has grown to the peak state, this is the truth. It's only been 4 years. So, that woman in Acedes has already prepared a terrifying training for her. Training. Advertisement. Locke murmured these words, then shook his head, and just said nothing. Endless Death Needle. This is the Teigu that never appeared in the original work, and it is also the Teigu summoned by Locke this time, but the Teigu envoy of this piece of Teigu turned out to be a short dwarf. I am very satisfied, so I became another Tegashi through energy replacement. Joel Blair. For this name, many people are not particularly clear. Joel Forger. Thorn Princess. Speaking of this name, many people must have known it. It was her who was summoned by Locke, and she was summoned, unlike Acedes, Leone, and Chitong, who were directly at their peak, but in their infancy. A tiny baby. That's all. Locke asked Leoni to send Joel back to Noxus for training. He thought it would take a long time, that is, more than 10 or 20 years, before Joel could grow up. But what is astonishing is that Joel has grown extremely fast. In just 4 years, he has grown to the age of 27 when he was at his peak. No matter how Locke calculates, he always feels that the ratio is not right. But, after thinking about it, Locke thought it was probably because of it. 4 years is the time for growth, no matter it is any Teigu envoy can grow up in 4 years. Moreover, after researching, Locke found that Joel also has with the memory in the original book. This is very interesting. It is a matter of course that Acedes, Leone, and Chitong have memories, but what about Joel? She also has memories. This makes Locke very interesting and wants to study it. But, my own strength is still not enough for the time being, and I still don't understand these things, so. Locke also gave up, and after a while, he gradually understood. In general, in 4 years, Joel has finally grown up. At the age of 27 at his peak. According to Joel's talent, Locke thought for a while, and said, next. I am afraid that the growth of his strength will be very rapid. No kidding. In Locke's consideration, Joel's talent probably surpasses Chitong's, and it definitely belongs to the top-level monster-level talent, and it may not be as good as the monster Acedes things, but it should be one of the weaker ones. Not kidding. Joel's performance in the original book is already very amazing, but from all aspects, Joel's strength is definitely more than just that, because of this. It can be seen here that this is Joel's strength. Now, when Joel has a higher platform, then, to what extent will his strength be developed and improved? That must be a no-brainer. For example, Acedes. In this short period of 4 years, the strength of Acedes has once again been improved in a terrifying way, and now Acedes has reached an unimaginable level. It is just one step away from Admiral. If the current Locke is slightly stronger than Valk, probably at the level of the bounty of 2 billion to 2.5 billion. So, Acedes has already reached the real level of 3 billion, which is almost equal to the general, only slightly different. Chapter 70. Acedes. Spend money like water. Locke wasn't joking, or couldn't be. According to Acedes' talent, such a growth rate is very natural. 6 years have passed since Acedes was summoned by Locke, and in these 6 years, Acedes has transformed from a top vice admiral to a powerhouse close to the general emperor level. It can be said that this is very normal. As for the matter, Acedes' talent is there, it is a matter of course, there is no need to doubt it at all. Same. According to Joel's talent, the next increase in strength will definitely reach an extremely astonishing level, and it can even be said that it is unparalleled shock, which is definitely the most appropriate description. Come on, let's go back. Yes, Your Highness. Leoni followed Locke's pace, and the two returned to the cabin room. Locke had just returned to the room when he saw Chitong. She was sitting on the sofa in a duck posture, holding a cute puppet in her hand. She didn't know what she was thinking. She seemed to be in a daze. It seemed to be in a dazed state. Red pupil. Locke nodded and asked, mission completed. Finished. Chitong nodded obediently. The task this time is not easy. It is to deal with a captain who is unwilling to submit to the Rock's pirates, and this guy is not bad, but facing Chitong's attack, there are some problems, and he is killed in one blow. Life, just deal with it directly, can only say. The strength is too weak. Think a little bit. Such a situation is actually a very natural thing, after all. The strength of the opponent is too weak. It is nothing worth mentioning at all. This is absolutely beyond doubt. His strength lies there, this point. It is also a very suitable thing. Because of this is the absolute core, coupled with Murasama's deadly ability, to deal with such an opponent, as long as the defense is not sufficient, then definitely a breeze. Moreover, what Chitong has practiced the most these years is to draw the sword and slash. It can be said that now Chitong seldom makes a second knife. The first knife is basically able to kill the opponent. It is also very normal. Good. Locke nodded with a smile. According to Chitong's strength, being able to deal with such a dangerous opponent without any serious injuries is already very good. Chitong tilted her head cutely. Her expression looked very cute. A blush appeared on her cheeks. She was very cute and cute. Locke stepped forward and rubbed Chitong's little head. He is really a cute child. It is undeniable that Chitong is too well behaved and cute. No matter if it is any man, you like Yuji or like Lolita is fine too, but you will definitely like girls. After all, girls in their teens are always the most likable, right? Men are always so in love with young, beautiful and beautiful. Locke is a man in love, and one thing is, these Teigu envoys in his family are all beautiful, each with its own scenery. Leoni said teasingly, Your Highness, are you pampering Chitong too much? This word, it's really not that Leoni was joking, Locke dotes on Chitong even more, although it seems that there is not much difference in attitude, but Locke is even more doting on Chitong, listening to Leonie's words, and Locke but he shook his head and said, there is nothing more pampering, it's just that Chitong is more cute, if you are as cute as Chitong, I can do it too. Cut. Leonie curled her lips, but nodded with a smile. She didn't continue to say anything. It is absolutely impossible for people to have different personalities. Soon, Locke, who had soaked in the medicinal bath, sat down on the sofa. Medicated bath. Medicated bath. To be honest, Locke's medicated bath is getting more and more expensive now. With the growth of strength, the medicated bath after each training session is extremely terrifying. Now the consumption has reached 1 million berries, 10 days is 10 million berries Li, 1000 days is 100 million Bailey, and the minimum medicine bath needs 300 million every year. Advertisement. It can be said, the sum of all Locke's expenses has basically reached an astonishing level, and there is absolutely no doubt about this. Worth to talk about. Locke's room is very large, basically the level of a spacious 4-bedroom and 2 living room, after all. Locke has no crew, and the cabin rooms are remodeled, so the remodeling is very huge. And in the center of the living room, there is a square coffee table, surrounded by sayings. The front direction is a huge coffee table, and the opposite is a slightly smaller gap, with a total of 4 corners on the left and right. Zhang, a separate coffee table. In general, most of the time, Locke would sit on the sofa after soaking in the medicated bath, and quietly let go of his heart. Just like it is now. Locke sat in the main seat, with his hands resting on the sofa, emptying his heart. He was thinking about something, and Leonie sat down on the single sofa to the right of Locke, raised his slender and fit legs, and sat cross-legged on the sofa directly, and Chitong sat opposite Locke in a duck-like manner. At this time, as the two afterimages gradually emerged, slowly, the two phantoms emerged, perhaps because the night was getting dark, and he was already wearing an ice blue lace nightdress, and the looming Acedes was emerging. She sat barefoot on the single sofa on the left, raising her slender legs. For the picture of Acedes, Leonie was very upset, while Chitong tilted her head cutely. Another figure slowly emerged. With jet black long hair and dark red pupils, this is an absolutely delicate beauty with a perfect appearance and figure. She is wearing a black dress and a pair of black knee-high high-heeled boots. There is a pendant hanging, and yellow flowers decorate the hair accessories. It looks very delicate and elegant, but it is full of a capable feeling. Joel Blair. Thorn Princess. This is the title of Joel, like a princess of thorns, full of beauty and magnificence, but also like a thorny thorn. Because of this is the most beautiful side, no matter what time it is. Your Highness. Joel called out softly, and then sat down on the sofa beside Acedes, put his slender legs together, and leaned slightly. Locke nodded and asked, Joel, has your body fully grown to its peak? Yes. Joel's cheeks were flushed, and his eyes were very serious. Your Highness. I have grown to the peak period. Next, I will work harder to become stronger according to Miss Acedes' training. Locke nodded at this, and he would definitely not be surprised by Joel's efforts. As for Acedes' training, can he become stronger? I'm really not joking. Acedes' training is ridiculously powerful. Although it is not as good as his own training, it is also very terrifying. It is definitely a shocking hell-style training. Because of this, Noxus the Huxia army has resounded across the sea in the past 6 years. Locke looked around, looked at the 4 Teigu envoys, and suddenly said, since everyone is here, let's discuss how to deal with the follow-up matters and how to act. Yes. Leonie's eyes widened, Chitong tilted his head, Joel was very serious, and Acedes smiled. Locke said calmly, your strengths are already on the right track. Ace Day Grandmaster Conqueror's Haki, Joel, Chitong, and Leonie have also learned the 2-color Haki. What you need is tempering. This requires time, this is not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. Locke said quietly, for the growth of a person, it definitely takes time to hone, otherwise. If there is not enough time for hone, then the growth of strength is meaningless at all, isn't it? Everyone is those monsters, in the middle of the battle, they can all of a sudden explode. Even Locke. It is also in the battle after battle, defeating the opponent, summing up experience, honing oneself, such a cycle to become stronger. Joel said very seriously, Your Highness. I have just mastered 2-color Haki. Miss Acedes said that before my body has recovered to its peak, it is best not to learn too much, so that it is easy to damage my body, cause problems. Locke nodded and said, that's right. There's no way to be sure if there will be any problems with your body before then, so this method is the most appropriate. For this advertisement, Locke also agrees very much. Acedes did nothing wrong, after all. No one knows what the follow-up situation will be, if there is a problem. Obviously, this is a huge problem. If it does happen, if there is a problem, it is something that cannot be dealt with and cannot be changed, so I say. It is best for Joel to recover. Acedes, how is the situation of Noxus in recent years? Locke turned his head and asked Acedes, to be honest. In recent years, I have not paid too much attention to Noxus, everything just steady development will do. After all, Noxus has Acedes to manage, and there are many things to deal with. In a place like the Rocks Pirates, who dares to relax their energy? No matter how they died, they just don't know, it's just like a joke, this place is too dangerous. Noxus' status in North Blue is very high now. Bai Yi. Not as a member country, but the strength of the owner. Sometimes, it's just a lot of trouble. Acedes crossed his legs, and there was a funny smile on the corner of his mouth, which is absolutely undeniable. Locke is not interested in becoming a member country of the world government at all, or even said that it has no meaning at all. In his own opinion, it is precisely because of this. Locke doesn't pay attention to these things at all. If so, what will happen next? Obviously, this is a simple matter. The world government will not allow you to show off like a Noxus, and will definitely send someone to deal with it. But because of this, Qian Zhao. The elite troops honed by Acedes showed extremely terrifying strength. Water horse. As the name suggests, this is a kind of horse that can run on the surface of the sea. Endurance, impact, lifespan. They are all very terrifying. This is a very special creature, both. If this is the case, why has no one formed cavalry? The reason is very simple. The price of the water horse is too huge. As we all know, the cost of a warship in the capital of Seven Waters is 100 million berries, and the warships, that is, those vice-admiral, admiral warships. The cost is 1 billion baileys, and the price of a water horse is almost equivalent to half of a warship, which is 50 million baileys. Good guy, MMs. This is a full 50 million baileys. Moreover, even if the water horse is powerful, it can only arm a cavalry, and you build a warship, the destructive power it brings. What a big deal. So, the number of water horses is scarce, and the sales are too expensive, so no one has formed cavalry for a long time. But, Acedes is formed. 50 million 1, 500 million 10, 5 billion 100. Acedes is really powerful enough. He even bought 100 water horses in one go and spent 5 billion baileys directly to form the prototype of the cavalry, plus the whole body. Heavy armor, Acedes dreadful grind, cavalry weapons and armor. Everything is top-notch. The trouble that time was a massacre, a unilateral massacre, and since then, no one has caused trouble again. Chapter 71, First Meeting, Couch Meeting. 5 billion bought 100 water horses. 3 billion bought armor, weapons and heavy armor for 10,000 soldiers. A total of 6 years. Acedes was just training, and it cost a full 2 billion soldiers. Yes. The cavalry of Noxus, known as the top elite in the world, is said to surpass the top elite of the Marine G3 branch. It is definitely a monster among monsters, good guy. In Locke's words, Lousy worked so hard for money woolen cloth. In 6 years, he directly killed Lousy's 10 billion baileys. To be honest, it would be impossible for another person to afford it. Locke has spent crazy money, robbed, and plundered in the Rocks Pirates these years, plus he made a fortune in the Red Line. All in all, plus other messy things, this is what makes so much money. And, Your Highness, Acedes suddenly continued, the money you sent back is still not enough. I have found a way to buy water horses. As long as you get back enough money, you can completely buy the horses. A cavalry regiment of 10,000 men fully armed. When the cavalry regiment of 10,000 people is fully armed, I will. Hearing Acedes' thoughts, the corners of Locke's mouth twitched slightly, good guy. A cavalry regiment with 10,000 people on a water horse. MMP. What a terrible price is that? The armor, weapons plus water horse armor for 10,000 people cost a total of 3 billion baileys. What about the maintenance costs in the future? No kidding. At least 300 million berries per year, plus training. These follow-up costs are not included. It is simply the purchase of water horses, 50 million 1, 5 billion 10, 5 billion 100, 50 billion 1000, 500 billion 10,000. No Locke kidding. How about you kill me? Good guy. This is a total of 500 billion baileys. I'm really not kidding myself, if I put the entire North Blue. Locke was silent after thinking about it. Don't say it. If the entire North Blue is really swept away, then the number of Bailey must be enough. 09. Grand Line. New World. Actually 390. Someone who was bored once made statistics. 300 years ago, the economy of the 4 seas in each sea had already exceeded the value of 6,000 billion berries. After these 300 years, the value will definitely continue to increase. As for the Grand Line and New World, that's hard to say, because what? The person who was too idle to count the 4 seas just finished counting the world, but he was killed directly, so he can only talk about it. Some things, can they be exposed? If I let the whole world know that I have money, wouldn't that be asking me for money? Is this possible? Obviously. This reason, the big man who is idle is not very clear, in the end. He just got kicked out. Locke thought about it and said, Acedes, wait a minute, cavalry, marine, it is no problem according to your idea. However, for the time being, it is estimated that there is no hope, we don't have such a huge amount of money, it is meaningless. Locke shook his head, this situation is really not a joke, but really meaningless. No way, if I want to get such a huge amount of money, it is like a joke, and if it is really according to Acedes' training method, if the cavalry regiment of 10,000 people is really cultivated, good guy. Haki plus weapon plus water horse. Obediently, this level of top cavalry, what level will this be? No kidding, if it is really cultivated, an admiral is meaningless, and it will kill you directly. Indeed, Acedes shook his head and said, however, Your Highness, if you allow me, I can plunder the entire North Blue. At that time, the wealth will fall into our hands. Locke shook his head again and said, I have no problem with your idea, but the strength is still too weak. Our current strength, plus Noxus is also in the North Blue, all of this doesn't mean much. Not because of advertisement. Acedes' thoughts are very crazy, and the actions of the whole person are also very crazy, but this really does not mean that Acedes is a desperate lunatic. Because of this, Acedes also knows, how should the next thing be handled. Other than that, Locke asked, how's the interior of Noxus? Acedes nodded and said, although Noxus does not have any clear industries, under the management of Sebastian and Alice, there will not be any problems, after all. The population is not large, that's right. Under such circumstances, many things can be handled casually. Acedes is very indifferent about this, all of this is very easy to deal with. Locke nodded at this, so that is the best situation, as long as there is no problem, then. It must be the best result, after all. If there is a problem, then. Everything is the most difficult to deal with and needs to be considered things. The situation in Noxus is relatively good, so everything is easy to deal with. Locke also nodded at this, saying undeniably. For me, Noxus is indeed my core. Certainly, it's not that Locke can't live without Noxus, but another reason, for Locke. Noxus represents everything he used to be, and as a time traveler, he is not an emotionless people, and Noxus represents such feelings. Gently exhaling, Locke continued to lean on the sofa, thinking, look at it now, chaos. It's about to erupt. Moreover, this chaos will definitely sweep the entire world, if you seize this opportunity. Locke squinted his eyes, but those slightly squinted eyes were unusually sharp. This situation is completely different, you know. If the chain reaction caused by the rocks pirates caused the entire sea to explode instantly, then the next situation will be very interesting. After all, but as long as you are not an idiot, then you can see that the next situation is obviously not the same. Thinking about the situation for a while, Locke thought about it. Esdeath, there is only one opportunity, we must seize it, and that one opportunity can bring about a huge improvement to the entire Noxus. Acedes smiled and said, Your Highness, this is not difficult, and the pattern of the world has now gradually become chaotic or has reached an area of expansion. As discussed by Locke and Acedes, the world now. In fact, it has gradually begun to expand, or, it has reached a level that is very difficult to understand or to describe in words, and it is rapidly expanding at an extremely terrifying level, and the fundamental reason is that the rocks pirates are too strong, so powerful that it is impossible for people to go tolerable degree. If it continues, then, CBEJ, to what extent will the rocks pirates continue to grow? This is a question that needs careful consideration. After all, this is often the case. If a pirate group continues to improve crazily, there will be huge problems, just like the current rocks pirate group. This is a huge powder keg. And this gunpowder barrel needs to explode sooner or later, and it needs to be released, because of this. This is definitely not a so-called Valley of Gods war that can be calmed down, but a war that will completely sweep the entire sea, the whole world is at war. New world. Grand line. All over the world. Only after going through a huge and incomparable chaos, the whole new world will gradually stabilize, in a real sense. At this point, definitely not a joke, because of that. Next, this is an extremely huge opportunity. If you seize this opportunity, the whole world will be shuffled in an instant. Everything you can get, but there is no need to say anything. In the chaotic era of the sea, the Don Quixote family has easily replaced the North Blue overlord of the Germa Kingdom. The reason is very simple, that is, the strength is improving too fast. In the era of chaos, there are too many to get. Under the circumstances, then, the situation is naturally beyond doubt. Locke is very clear about this. Confusion. It is the era when heroes rise together, and this chaos is about to begin. Advertisement. Acedes nodded very seriously, and Locke continued, Chitong, I will arrange a ship for you. You are also planning to set sail and return to Noxus in a few days. Chitong nodded obediently, she didn't ask, as long as the task was completed. Locke continued. Acedes, at most 1 year, seize this time, you want to buy water horses, build a marine, this can only be paid by yourself. The corners of Acedes' mouth curled up, and with a smile, he said confidently, Your Highness, as long as you give me a chance, then of course everything will be fine. If you fail to seize the opportunity, it would be too embarrassing. Locke nodded again, while Leonai thought about it and said, Your Highness, don't you need me to return to Noxus? Even though, Leonai doesn't like Acedes, and he doesn't like to follow Acedes, but Leonai knows that the situation in North Blue is more important, and New World will hardly have problems. Because of this, Leonai Nina made such considerations. Aren waved his hand and said, Don't worry, it's enough to have Acedes, Chitong and Joel. Leonai, you stay with me in New World, and then the whole New World will be the same confusion. Okay. Leonai also nodded seriously, she didn't seem to be joking, but she knew very clearly what she should do next. To be honest, Aren still feels that there are not enough people. Leonai, Chitong, and Joel, the 3 girls are qualified as killers, but what if you talk about the various abilities of the 3 girls? Never mind, that's not qualified at all. The 3 girls are suitable as killers, but they don't have the ability to manage them. What about Acedes? Acedes is suitable as an admiral army, with both wisdom and courage. Art of war strategy. Training soldiers. This aspect is definitely very suitable. To put it bluntly, suitable as a commander, suitable as a general, but also not suitable for management. So, Locke rubbed the space between his brows, and said secretly in his heart, there are still too few talents suitable for management. Sigh. Let's deal with it slowly in the future. Locke knew that he wanted to realize the ambition in his heart. So, all these are meaningless things. For me, I not only need invincible strength, but also need talents to manage all these things. It can be said that both of them are indispensable. Exclamation mark. Because of this, Luke needs to work hard step by step. Everything else, take it easy. More entanglement, but meaningless things. For this, Locke is very clear. That's all. As all this came to an end, this meeting ended like this. First meeting. Curtain down. Couch meeting. All the children have a strange idea, and the meeting is held around the round table, so it is called a round table meeting. Result. My side is fine, my side is having a meeting around the sofa, so, should it be called sofa memories? For these situations, Locke doesn't know, Locke just feels that the time is almost up, and he should rest, that is, go to sleep, and he is not interested in everything else. It's just fun, it's just a small problem, and my daily routine is very regular. Chapter 72, The Strange Calm Before the Storm. The second day, after Locke woke up, he arranged a boat for Chitong, and that afternoon, Chitong left. Of course, regarding the departure of Chitong, no one paid attention at all, after all. The current situation of the Rocks pirates has fallen into a very violent stage internally, just like a terrifying powder keg, and under such circumstances, of course, no one has the heart to pay attention to others. Snapped. Leonai walked behind Locke, but couldn't help but said with emotion, Your Highness, this hostility is really terrifying enough. If you don't know what happened, the entire Rocks pirate group, now like a powder keg, it gives people a feeling of being on fire with just one touch. Locke shook his head calmly and said, Not accurate. To be precise, the current Rocks pirates don't look like a powder keg, but an extremely terrifying powder keg that is on the verge of exploding. This powder keg has been destroyed. It ignited, but the only uncertainty is when it will explode. Locke walked to the side of the boat and sat down, feeling the sea breeze, with a terrifying scarlet murderous aura, which also represented the terror of the current Rocks pirate group. Leonai walked to Locke's side, and Leonai, who was wearing short-sleeved hot pants, thought about it. Your Highness, Captain Rocks doesn't seem to have any reaction to this situation. No response. Locke nodded and said, in other words, this is what Captain Rocks wants. What Captain Rocks wants is this kind of chaos and terror, sweeping everything completely destroying everything. Overlay. That's all there is to it. As that's so, Leonai hesitated a little, which was a little unimaginable. After all, according to Leonai's idea, you have formed the most powerful pirate group in the world, and it is unprecedented and unprecedented. If it is this level, then, shouldn't you be very serious about it? How to manage all this well? This is what should be considered. However, the problem is here. What Captain Rocks wants is not peace and continued development at all, but chaos and terror. This is very strange. Normally, a person, at the very least, shouldn't do this at all. This kind of behavior makes people feel extremely strange, even to say that it makes people feel very weird. Locke said very indifferently about this, as this strange. That's because you don't understand what Captain Rocks thinks at all. He essentially wants a higher status, and he wants to seize a higher status. If normal development is simply unrealistic. Only bringing the Rocks pirates an absolute boost in horror. Only in this way can the Rocks pirates really grow up to the point where they can fulfill Captain Rocks' ambition. Now, all of this is right in front of us, can it be successful? This is the idea of Captain Rocks. He doesn't need a group of law-abiding guys, but a group of lunatics, a group of monsters, because only such guys can truly bring out everything and develop everything to the limit. Ultimate, this is the most important core. Listening to His Highness's explanation, Leonai didn't seem to expect that such a situation would happen. This, Leonai was also thinking. Your Highness, you know about this. Then. That's right, Locke nodded and said. As you guessed, not only me, but many people know what Captain Rocks thinks, it's meaningless at all. In the Rocks pirates there are only two types, the living and the dead. Rocks D. Zebek, Captain Rocks. He is too strong, so powerful that it is unimaginable. Above this sea, it is hard to imagine such a terrifying guy, and because of this. This terrifying guy is still growing step by step, improve yourself step by step. Advertisement. It can be said, this is the fundamental core. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Akoku, John, Silver Axe, a total of 72 cadres including me, everyone knows this situation, but no one at all you can resist. Because we are not the opponent of Captain Rocks. Facing the invincible strength of Captain Rocks, we can only die. Locke's voice is very light, but it depicts an extremely cruel reality. This is a sea where the strong are respected. Rocks D. Zebek, the strength of the strongest man in the world is too terrifying. It's an unimaginable level, and because of this, at this level, what people feel is endless fear and timidity. Therefore, Locke is very clear about all this, and even more so, what will be the result of everything that follows, after all. As a time traveler, I know the result of the war in the Valley of Gods, otherwise. I am definitely won't join the Rocks pirates. Joke. I am not an idiot, and I am not a fool. The Rocks pirates look like this. If I really participate in it like a fool, what will the result be? Actually, this is already self-evident. So as long as you are not an idiot, you are very clear about what it is like. Because Locke is a time traveler, he knows what the outcome of this behemoth will be, so He is qualified to participate in it, but what about others? They can only look for opportunities. Valley of the Gods War. This is the only chance. For them, this is the only chance. There will never be a second time. They seized this opportunity, played the role of Captain Rocks in the Valley of Gods War, let Captain Rocks die in God's Valley. So far, the Rocks pirates have been completely disbanded. It can be said that all this is something that everyone can accept. It was a complete failure, which is absolutely beyond doubt. Locke was well aware of that, and they took the only chance they had. I see. It's really disappointing. Leoni let out a sigh of emotion. The current Rocks pirate group is called a terrifying pirate group that has never been seen before and will never come again, but this pirate group contains such terrifying despair, which makes people really feel there is only endless despair. It seems to be in full swing, but in fact everything is suppressed in it, but it is the most helpless and painful feeling. Let out a deep breath. While Leoni shook her head, she didn't think about it that much, after all. For her, she doesn't have so much heart and ability, and more is to obey His Highness's orders, that's it. Worororo. At this moment, there was a crazy laugh, and Kaido walked over step by step. He jumped up and landed on Locke's boat. Kaido grinned, and said ferociously, Locke, you guy, you really dare to say anything. How dare you say such things? He. Looking at Kaido, Locke said indifferently, what are you afraid to say? This is just something that everyone recognizes. However, facts are facts, but whether it can be done or not is another matter. Thing. Cut. Kaido curled his lips, and said casually, you be asterisk 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 D, but you said it so nicely, as if you don't care about all of this. I really don't care too much. Locke spread his hands, and said casually, Lousy wants money, devil fruit, why does Lousy care about all of this? What do you guys think instead? Really weird. Kaido stared at Locke, as if he wanted to see what Locke was thinking, but in the end, he looked back, because he couldn't see anything on Locke's face, he just shook his head and said calmly, forget it. Lousy doesn't bother to pay attention to your thoughts. Your thoughts are very strange. Lousy is not interested, but Lousy always feels that you seem to know something. Asking for flowers. Well, who knows? Advertisement. The corners of Locke's mouth curled up, but he said secretly in his heart, Kaido, this guy really has a beast-like intuition. No. This is an intuition that surpasses the beast-like intuition, completely like a sixth sense. The ability is really amazing. But Locke didn't continue to say anything. These things are nothing, in fact. It doesn't matter at all, after all. These things are just in front of us, no matter what the result is, it doesn't matter at all. Valley of the Gods War. For this war, Locke can see it very clearly, and it is because of this. As long as you know enough, then you can truly understand what the next situation will be like, this point. It is definitely not a joke, but really very important. After all, as a time traveler, I have also thought about it, because I am a time traveler, will a lot of things change dramatically. But, now, Locke gradually understands all this, it is not the case at all, on the contrary. The war in the Valley of the Gods is something that cannot be changed at all. No matter who it is absolutely unchangeable and impossible to change. There is absolutely no possibility. 0. This is the real explosion of the Rocks pirate group, which is already like a powder keg, and at the moment of the explosion, Captain Rocks vented this terrifying power on the war in the Valley of Gods, is the only result. Taking a deep breath, Locke said lightly, there is nothing to say about these, but Kaido, what do you want Lousy to do? To be honest, this is what Locke finds interesting. What is Kaido this guy trying to do? Worororo. Kaido laughed and said, Lousy has nothing to do, I'm just curious about what you are doing. I came over here. After all, at this normal time, you are exercising. You seem to be self-disciplined. Like a ghost, it is very interesting to actually do such a thing. Well, Locke said casually. No matter how self-disciplined people are, they always need to rest. Even Lousy needs to rest for a while, otherwise, he would be too tired. Cut. Listening to Locke's words, Kaido pouted casually, as if he didn't believe it. Undeniably said, Kaido is very clear, what Locke said is not wrong. However, in the entire Rocks pirate group, if Kaido claims to be the second to understand Locke, no one dares to say that he is the first, and this is the most scary thing. Locke, the character of this monster is very terrifying, and his ability is also extremely amazing, even to say. He is very self-disciplined in all aspects, this is a person who is extremely self-disciplined and full of absolute firm beliefs. You feel, will such a person relax his heart and let himself go to rest? Impossible things. Locke will never do this, that is to say. Locke is trying to do something, and this is the most important core of course. What is Locke doing? Or, what is Locke trying to do? What? This is something no one knows. After all, no one knows what this monster Locke is trying to do, especially in the calm before the storm, no one dares to act rashly. Anyone. We all know that if you dare to act rashly at will, then something will really happen. Chapter 73. Call of the Rocks. Everything is about to begin. Brother Locke. Brother Kaido. While Locke and Kaido were chatting, at this time, a pirate ran over in a panic, looked at the two, and shouted loudly, both brothers. Captain Locke told you to, after 3 hours meeting on the Black Pearl. Meeting. Looking at the pirates who ran away in a panic, Locke and Kaido narrowed their eyes slightly at the same time. Both of them were thinking about this matter. As for why the meeting was held, there is no need to ask about this, the pirate must just not know about it, it is meaningless. If I remember correctly, Locke thought for a while and said, this is the second meeting of the Rocks Pirates. The first time, Locke hadn't joined the Rocks Pirates, that is, the time when the Rocks Pirates made a fuss in the Grand Line and directly attacked the franchise countries. One pirate group has completely become the one action that made the whole sea feel fearful of the Rocks Pirate group. Now, the Rocks Pirates held a meeting again. So, what is the purpose of this time? Have no idea, no one knows. But, everyone has no difference, but they think it is a matter of course, because with the continuous development of the Rocks Pirates, it has reached the limit now, because of this. Meetings like 060, it's a very normal thing. But, Kaido narrowed his eyes and said interestingly, Locke, what do you think is the reason why Captain Rocks called everyone for a meeting this time? Or, why did he hold this meeting? Why, who knows? Locke shrugged and said casually, who knows why the meeting is held? However, one thing is for sure, no matter what the reason for the meeting, however. For us, as long as we obediently accept the order, this is the best times. It is also the best opportunity, as long as you seize this opportunity, you can get everything. Snapped. Clenching a fist with one hand, Locke's eyes flashed the incomparable Haki, just kidding. The opportunity has finally come, and it would be too embarrassing if you can't seize this opportunity, this is the best opportunity. Oh, a chance. Kaido squinted his eyes, and began to think about what Locke said, the same. Kaido is not an idiot, or the same sentence, don't think anyone is an idiot, for this sea, any monster basically exists yes, they must at least have brains. Otherwise, if you don't have a brain, just relying on your strength. That is simply impossible. After all, on this sea, there are too many people with power, but you don't have a brain, facing such a person. That's just a pure reckless man, and there is no need to pay attention to it at all. This is the most important thing in the core. Gone. Kaido stood up and was about to leave, but at this moment, Locke suddenly said, Kaido, haven't you found the snake yet? Hearing this, Kaido stopped in his tracks suddenly, and then continued to leave without turning his head, saying, that guy, if there is no accident. He should be dead. Laozi is not interested in that guy either. He insists on accepting tasks that are not acceptable to him, and death is a matter of course. Snort. Hearing Kaido's words, Locke's mouth curled up into a smile, and he said interestingly, Snake, is this guy really dead? I've heard of it. Kaido, you've got a lot of fun in the past few years. A phantom beast devil fruit, snake fruit, phantom beast, hydra-shaped phantom beast devil fruit, and why are you looking for this devil fruit? Locke has vaguely guessed something, but this matter is not important, and it doesn't mean much to him. Snake. As a member of the Rocks Pirates who passed the test at the same time as Locke and Kaido, he disappeared into the sea. 3 years ago. That is to say, 1 year after Locke completed this so-called impossible mission and got his own pirate ship, Snake also started his own mission, and it also wanted to try to complete its own mission. Advertisement. He failed in the end, and just disappeared forever. Is he dead, or is he alive? Anyway, even if the Rocks Pirates couldn't find it, he would just disappear like this, and Kaido had completed the task of the snake. Have your own pirate ship. Since then, the snake just disappeared forever, Kaido started to look for the devil fruit of the phantom beast. In the past 3 years, let alone. No one knows what kind of price Kaido paid, really bought a new demon's devil fruit. Snake fruit, phantom beast, hydra form. Snake, missing. Eudemons. Such a connection makes it difficult for people not to have other ideas, obviously. This idea is a very normal thing, because of this. Many people have considered this situation. It's meaningless, because, for the Rocks Pirates. That's all things that have disappeared, since the snake has never appeared again, then. It's just a meaningless thing, and Kaido didn't continue to say anything, after all. Kaido is collecting zone devil fruit, which is what everyone is knowing things are meaningless things at all, and there is no need to discuss them at all. Therefore, these things, there is no need to pay attention to it at all, and as time goes by, this matter is put down, and as time goes by, few people mention it again, but today, Locke suddenly mentioned this matter, but also understood. Snake is joining Kaido's command. Hydra fruit is what Snake is looking for, don't doubt it. Don't need any doubts at all, because it's a matter of course. Locke could see that Anne's momentary pause had already proved everything, but it's not a big deal, and Locke just didn't care about it. Taking a deep breath, Locke's expression was very calm, and he was still looking at the distance quietly, and murmured, however. The most important thing is the battle in the Valley of Gods. Do you want to start? Wrong. The time is not right at all, if it is calculated in this way. Then, it seems that there is a problem somewhere, and it is considered in this way. That is to say, other tasks. Or, this is the mission before the Rocks Pirates launch the Valley of the Gods War. This is the best opportunity. Next, the sea will completely launch unparalleled turmoil. Locke is still thinking a lot, after all. The turmoil is about to start, and with the start of the turmoil, it means that something is about to start, that is. Next, the entire sea will completely fall into madness and in the chaos, and at that time, many things are hard to say. The future, Let's talk about it in the future. Now, I want to see what this meeting is going to do. Locke squinted his eyes and looked into the distance, thinking about all this. 3 hours. Time is but fleeting. As time passed, the entire Rock's pirate group suddenly started to move like a silent beast. That's right. These 3 hours were very quiet, which is actually a very strange thing for the entire Rock's pirates. After all, no joke, according to the situation of the Rock's pirates, it is actually so quiet. It's very interesting in itself. Leone, let's go. Yes. Locke left the deck with Leone, and as the two left, many people also started to act, some in 2s and 3s, but more people were alone. After all, this is the Rock's pirates, basically they are real monsters. Although Chitong is not there, but as a cadre, Chitong is Locke's subordinate, so as long as Locke goes, it doesn't matter, after all. Leone and Chitong will always follow Locke. Snapped, snapped. Everyone walked slowly towards the Black Pearl, while the people who were originally on the Black Pearl started to leave. In the very center of the deck of the Black Pearl, there is a throne, and no one has ever sat on this throne. Because, advertisement. This throne belongs to the most powerful man in this world, that is, the scariest monster. Rox D. Zebek. And such a terrifying monster is already sitting on this throne at this moment, and the incomparable Haki is exuding from all over its body, making everyone just stare, as if feeling the fear from the soul. It is too terrifying, yes, that incomparable sense of oppression, that extremely terrifying power, even to say the least. It makes people feel endless fear just looking at it. This is the most powerful man in the world, and also the scariest monster in the world. Locke brought Leone to the Black Pearl. There were more than a dozen people scattered around, and he himself took Leone to the side of the ship, leaning casually on the side of the ship, arms crossed, silently quietly waiting for the meeting to start. Edo. As time goes by, soon. All the cadres are here, except Chitong. All 71 cadres have arrived, even Chitong appeared beside Locke. There was a phantom. Although this is not the body. But it has already appeared, after all. This is the memory of the Rock's pirates, even if Locke can represent Chitong, but it is better for Chitong to appear here, this is absolutely beyond doubt. This one thing. There is no need to doubt it at all, and everyone present is waiting quietly. After all, with the arrival of 72 cadres, the remaining ones who have not yet come are the 6 major cadres. Edward Newgate, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Akoku, John, Silver Axe. Locke secretly thought about these 6 names, and murmured, the 6 cadres of the Rock's pirates. Each of them possesses unparalleled power, and each of them is known as the top monster in the world. Now, what will be the result? He. Locke 1.9 looked at these 6 people and said undeniably. I am very clear that there is still a gap between myself and the 6 of them, but what is the gap? To what extent has it reached? And what will be the next result? This is not a good thing to say. After all, back then, Locke and Kaido once challenged Newgate. Since then, the two sides have never fought again. Because of this, if there is a real fight, what will happen in the end is hard to say. Place. Snort. A smile emerged, but Locke didn't continue to think about it. There will be opportunities in the future. For me now, it is meaningless to challenge them. There is still only one thing I have to do, and that is to become stronger. Future. Search. Locke licked the corner of his mouth, and only the terrifying murderous intent emerged in his eyes, as well as the incomparable madness, this see. Next, the most chaotic sequence will begin. The curtain has come to an end, and this most chaotic era will last at least 10 to 20 years. Until the era of the 4 emperors has arrived, and in that era, the sea has returned to calm. Next, all of this is very interesting. What will happen to everything is the most important thing. Chapter 74. The Locke pirates want to attack the whole world. Snapped. Gu la la la. At this moment, with the sound of footsteps, a tall figure walked over step by step with a naginata in hand. Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. One of the top cadres of the Rock's pirates is also the most terrifying cadre, possessing unparalleled strength, and even being called the deputy captain is not an exaggeration. Captain Rox. Newgate grinned and said crazily, what kind of thing is this? You actually called everyone to a meeting. Snort. Oh ha 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 ha. Rox grinned, and said ferociously, of course it's very interesting, Lousy is very curious. Are you guys looking forward to it? Oh, Newgate also showed an interesting look. It is undeniable that he is also looking forward to it, even saying. Special expectation, after all. Newgate is also very curious, what will be the next result? To be honest, and, still the same sentence, the Rock's pirates have come to this point, in fact, it is a doomed result, next. What the result will be, and what is in front of everyone is beyond doubt, let everyone know I am very curious about what will happen. Newgate walked to the side, also stopped, and waited quietly, and with Newgate's arrival, it also meant that the 6 members were coming back. Mo. With the ferocious laughter, a woman walked step by step. This woman had a perfect figure. Big Mom. Charlotte Linlin. It is also an extremely terrifying monster, and, not only that, she is also called the most beautiful woman in the world. Is it weird? 21. But, this is the fact, this is Linlin at this moment, this crazy woman is called the most beautiful woman in the world, she has an invincible appearance in the world, and possesses an extremely terrifying strength, maybe. No one thought that before Hancock, the most beautiful, most powerful, known as the most beautiful woman in the world is Hancock. That's what Hancock's status is. Besides, the third person also came step by step. Gia ha 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 ha. The long golden hair fluttered, and the heroic figure exuded a sharp light. The whole person seemed like a ghost, and said crazily, Captain Rox. What kind of crazy behavior are you doing? Lousy is very curious. Wait, Rox didn't care about Shiki's attitude at all, it wasn't a big deal anyway, but sat on the throne with his head propped up, and continued to wait quietly. Snapped, snapped. But at this moment, the three figures had come one after the other, and the three came over separately. That figure with a long beard is none other than Akoku, one of the 6 major cadres. The one wearing heavy armor and holding a silver giant axe is Silver Axe. As well as, that drunk figure that looks like a ferocious devil is the top monster of the Rocks pirates, and the most bloodthirsty, craziest, and most disgusting person among all the cadres, Captain John. John is a vicious guy, this guy. That guy is definitely a lunatic level guy, no kidding. The strength of such a lunatic is absolutely beyond doubt. Because of this, just facing such a guy, even said. You don't even need to think about it, what will happen next. Therefore, facing such a terrifying monster, few people would really be enemies with John. After all, the others are more or less the same, but only John is a real lunatic who looks like a ghost. Because of this, facing such a guy, there are some things that are absolutely unnecessary, that's it, even saying. It doesn't make any sense, everything is nothing but things that don't make any sense at all. For these, advertisement. The Rocks pirates can be said to be very clear to everyone. Captain Rocks. Oh who. The three people greeted each other casually, and Rocks just didn't care about the way they greeted them. He sat on the throne, looked around, grinned, and said ferociously, Boys. Is everyone here? Everyone is here quietly, either sitting or standing, but, no matter what kind of posture, one thing is certain is that each of them is like a ghost. It looks like a terrifying monster. Therefore, everyone is watching quietly, and Locke is also looking around, to be honest. This is the first time I have seen the Rocks pirates, so many monsters gathered together, this is very interesting. Locke also found it very interesting. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Linlin, Kaido, Akoku, John, Silver Axe, etc. In addition to these people, there are many monsters with terrifying strength. Their strength is extremely terrifying. Although it has never appeared in the original book, but Locke is very clear that the strength of these guys is impossible, is obscurity. Only, with the beginning of the Valley of the Gods War, some of them died in the Valley of the Gods, and the same. Some people died in the chaotic war of pirates after the Valley of the Gods War ended. This is the most horrible thing. It can be said, these things are just a sentence in the original book, but they are the glorious era of monsters with terrifying strength. As for the era of extreme evil, to be honest, Locke doesn't think highly of those supernovas in Blackbeard. In the face of quality, it is really not worth a proposal at all. Correct. There is also Miss Ba Jin, the woman who took Whitebeard to show off her power on the sea, and specially troubled the Whitebeard pirates. How to say, when Ba Jin was young, it really wasn't because of him, that's a top-notch beauty. Actually, this can be seen from Stussy, because Stussy is a clone of Ba Jin, and also the only successful clone. The other clones, they all failed. Worth to talk about. Ba Jin and Newgate did have some relationship, but outsiders don't know about this relationship, and only the two of them know what's going on. This is absolutely beyond doubt. Locke is not interested in these, though. 8 trigrams are human instincts. But my current situation is so messy, how can I have time to think about so many things? Anyway, Locke's situation is also very much, just quietly waiting for the result to come. I want to see what Captain Rocks wants to do, not just Locke, everyone is quietly waiting. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. After a full 10 minutes, Rocks slowly said, Boys. Lousy doesn't like nonsense, but Lousy really wants to know, don't you guys seem very satisfied with Lousy? Quote. With the sudden opening of Rocks, in an instant. The sea that was already dark night has been covered by even more terrifying darkness. It was Captain Rocks, Conqueror's Haki, which covered everyone in just an instant, as if the devil-like terrifying figure roared crazily. Roar. The roar of roaring up to the sky made everyone bear the incomparably huge Conqueror's Haki, which made people really feel terrified. It was too terrifying. Such a terrifying Conqueror's Haki is really not a joke. Yes, this is really too scary. But everything came quickly but also disappeared very quickly, everything disappeared without a trace in an instant. Locke folded his hands on his chest, and said secretly, this is the most terrifying level of Conqueror's Haki recorded in that book. However, if you want to reach that level, I am afraid that no one has reached that level except Rocks. Locke didn't say anything, but Rocks continued, beyond that. There is one more thing, Lousy needs to talk to you guys. Remember, Lousy is still alive, and you are just Lousy's crew. Don't let anyone overestimate themselves. Okay. Advertisement. Nonsense. That's it, I hope no one will make fun of Lousy. Next, Rocks began to speak slowly. Lousy is about to become the king of the world. And you can make a choice today, do you want to fulfill this terrifying ambition with Lousy? The atmosphere instantly became silent. King of the world. And this is the scariest idea, everyone is a little stunned, never thought that Captain Rox wants to become the king of the world. King of the world, although it's just these 4 words. But what these 4 words represent is extremely terrifying. It's even said, for many people, this is something that is simply unimaginable. Locke's expression was very dignified, and he was very serious, secretly said, the king of the world. Even though, I know Captain Rock's ambitions in the original book, but when this man really speaks out, I still have to admit that this man is really terrifying. But, however, Locke raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and a terrifying smile emerged, and the terrifying smile was so chilling. That's right, Locke didn't care about these things at all. It is also possible to have all these things, and I can also handle them all, and this is Locke's confidence. Next. Let's try it out, let yourself see, what will be the result of all this. Hehe 923 Hey. And this is the most interesting thing, isn't it? Everything is in front of you, let everyone see, the next result. What will happen? Let everyone see, the next situation, what will it be like? Same. Locke is also the owner's terrifying ambition, and he himself is the owner's ambition enough to subvert the whole world. Boys. Rox looked around and said ferociously, is there anyone who wants to retire? Moment. The atmosphere has become silent, even though it is said. Everyone knows that although Captain Rox has given a choice, but if they really choose to retire, then here is absolutely. Yes, we'll die. Just everyone at the scene, everyone has no idea of quitting, even said. Everyone feels their blood is boiling, it is undeniable. They all have their own messy thoughts. But one thing that is certain is that they are all a group of lunatics, a group of real lunatics, and when such lunatics gather together, what will be the result? This is the most interesting thing. These lunatics are all prepared one by one. They all have their own ideas, but they still want to participate in other activities. Middle. Roar. In an instant, the deafening roar echoed in everyone's ears, causing everyone to roar and roar wildly. Short time. The entire Rox pirate group seemed to be crazy. Looking at this scene, the corners of Locke's mouth curled up, and he said interestingly, it is undeniable. As pirates, at this moment, I really feel the blood boiling. Yeah, 17 Leone agreed. Your Highness. I know that this is a crazy move, but I still can't help being crazy. That's right. Locke also nodded at this, while Rox looked around and said ferociously, so. Starting today, the Rox pirate group will launch an attack on the entire world. Be the real king of the world. And that's what the Rox pirates do. Quote. Boys, this is also your last chance. Try your ambitions and see if you can succeed. Oh ha 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 ha. Rox laughing like crazy. Chapter 75. Mad's illegal research team. Rox D. Zebek. This man knows everything. For this man who is called the most powerful man in the world, he knows everything that everyone wants, but just because he knows, he just has an indifferent attitude. For Rox, all of this is nothing, it's nothing more than any meaning, and it doesn't need to be taken into account at all. Because, in Rox's view, you are an invincible existence, and as long as you are invincible, then everything is meaningless, no matter what kind of ambition you have, no matter what kind of ambition you have. In Laozi's eyes, you are just a group of little ghosts, and the 10 groups don't need the little ghosts in his eyes at all. It's just a group of such brats, and that's why. Facing everyone in the Rox pirates, Rox seems to have never paid attention to them, in fact. Sometimes, this is the case, not as if they have never been paid attention to. But, the most terrifying and powerful man in the world has invincible strength in the world, and such strength is enough for him to have absolute self-confidence. Next. Then it is time to assign tasks. All kinds of tasks have fallen into the hands of every cadre, including 6 cadres, who have left over time, until the end. The rest is Locke up. Locke, with the phantoms of Leonai and Chitong, just stood there quietly. Oh ha 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 ha. The atmosphere seemed to have become silent, but at this time, Rox turned his head ferociously, looked at Locke, grinned at the corner of his mouth, and said in an extremely ferocious way, boy. How do you feel? What about the next task? To finish. Locke smacked his lips and said casually, Captain Rox, what is my mission? Rox raised his mouth and said interestingly, there is a research team in New World. This research team is called the Mad's Illegal Research Team. This research team has something to do with me. I need you to ask for me. All the research will when will it be successful, if it is unbearable, it will be completely disbanded. Mad's Illegal Research Team. Locke raised his eyebrows, thinking what his mission would be. But I didn't expect that it would be such a task. But, without any hesitation, Locke nodded and said, Captain Rox, I see. Rox continued. Boy, this mission is just the beginning. Your mission will not begin until you finish asking. This sea of chaos. But the most interesting thing is about to happen. I see. Oh ha 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 ha. Locke left, and the crazy laughter of Rox seemed to echo in everyone's ears, making everyone feel, what is the real laughter that makes people feel endless fear? What is the most exciting feeling horrible things? Just think about it, this moment. It seems to have felt endless fear. Snapped. Locke left with Leonai, and the phantom of Chitong disappeared without a trace. Next. Clatter. One after another, the pirate ships left the Black Pearl. In a very short time, all the pirate ships disappeared. All the pirate ships belonging to the Rox pirate group have disappeared. And Locke left without hesitation after getting a life card sent by Captain Rox. The pirate ship gallops on the sea, goes straight to the distance and loses it. Well, Leonai thought for a while, and asked, Your Highness, our task is very strange. Besides, what exactly is this Mads research team doing? Mads research team. Locke thought for a while, then continued. This is an illegally formed research team sponsored by one of the underground emperors of the underground world, Lufeld. This research team is very special. Advertisement. Or, what this research team is researching is all kinds of weapons, all of which are very dangerous and terrifying weapons. Locke looked very calm as he explained. Judging from the original book, the Mads research team, Vegapunk should be responsible for the so-called replicator technology, while Caesar is responsible for the artificial devil fruit technology, and Judge is responsible for the element weapon technology. As for Quinn, it is responsible for all kinds of biological and chemical weapons. All in all, from the outside, the Mads research team is just a research team, but to put it bluntly, this is a terrifying organization that manufactures weapons, and you can tell what's going on just by looking at it with your eyes. I see. Leonai nodded earnestly, and then, after a little thought, said, If this is the case, it seems that the Mad Dollar research team of His Royal Highness also has a relationship with the Rocks Pirates. It should be like this without accident. But Locke shook his head, and said very calmly, These things have nothing to do with us, then. Just wait for the result quietly, and everything else is not a big problem. Okay, Your Highness. Leonai also nodded. Locke is really not particularly interested in these technologies, to be honest. For myself, I am a smart person, of course I am very clear. If I want to develop and succeed, then these technologies are places where I need to set foot. Only, now for Locke, money, fruits, power, these three are absolutely the most important at any time, and besides that, everything else. For those things, it can only be said that the current Locke really doesn't have the energy and thought to think about so many things. Everything must have a priority and order. This is definitely something that needs to be dealt with. Therefore, for Locke, for the Mads research team, this time it is more of a task. As for his own thoughts, wait until later, it is simply unrealistic to become a fat man with one bite, and now I don't have so much experience to become a fat man with one bite. Fatty, it is more important to grow up step by step, this is very important. Vegapunk, Caesar, Quinn, Judge, Locke squinted his eyes, and there was a sharp killing intent in his eyes, and he said secretly, Judge. Vince Moke Judge, a member of North Blue's Germa Kingdom, just right. This time you can deal with it, otherwise, it will be a trouble, but it is impossible for a research team to have only 4 people, and these 4 people should be the only ones who are relatively famous. Locke thought about all this in his heart. For Judge, in his own eyes, this is a dead person. As long as Judge doesn't leave, then he will definitely kill Kanuma without hesitation. What Locke didn't know was that when Locke set sail for the Mads research team, Judge had already received the news. After knowing that it was Locke, Judge turned around and ran away without hesitation. Just kidding, sir, you're not an idiot either, are you waiting to die here? Lousy, run quickly, wait until Lousy runs away, wait for you to leave, Lousy is coming back. Judge ran away just like that. As for where he went, that is, no one knows at all. Therefore, 10 days later, when Locke found the ship of the Mads research team, only the research team headed by Vegapunk, Quinn, and Caesar was left. Looking at these 3 people, a gleam flashed in Locke's eyes. Vince Moke Judge, Locke said ferociously, is this guy not here? Yes. Vegapunk nodded, and said very calmly, Mr. Locke, Judge has already left, he said, you will definitely choose to kill him when you come, so he left first. Cut. Advertisement. Locke curled his lips and said, this guy runs pretty fast, but forget it, Lousy doesn't have time to look for him right now, so let's keep alive for a while. As for the fact that Judge ran away first, Locke had a little bit of speculation, but it doesn't matter, if he runs away, and this is not a big deal in the first place. Subsequently, Locke put his eyes on Vegapunk, and asked, Vegapunk, I don't like nonsense, Captain Rox asked me to ask you, how is your research going, if you still can't succeed? Then, maybe there will be surprises. Locke's words are very ugly, but this is too real, for everyone present, they are very clear, what will happen next, as long as I'm not an idiot, after a little thought, I know what's going to happen next. Rox D. Zebek, since you have agreed to this man, then it would be better for your research to succeed, otherwise, if it fails, then the next result will be a very terrible result, no one will I know what kind of thing that terrifying man will do. Phew. He exhaled deeply, and Vegapunk said with a serious expression, 3 months. At most 3 months, the research can definitely be successful, and there will be absolutely no problems. 3 months. Locke nodded, and said casually, it's better like this. Dr. Vegapunk, you should also be very clear that Captain Rox doesn't like being cheated on him. You said it's 3 months, then just make sure you have your own time, and don't make any problems. To be honest, Locke really doesn't know what Captain Rox and Vegapunk are researching, mainly because he is really not interested for the time being. After all, I know that for my most important next task, the next task, Captain Rox has given a high price, and as long as it is completed, then you can get 3 devil fruits in one go, and Locke is very grateful for such benefits interested. No problem. Vegapunk nodded his head without hesitation, and said very seriously, Mr. Locke, you can tell Mr. Rocks that it can be completed in 3 months. There will be no problems. Locke nodded, no problem. This matter. That's how it was settled. Locke waved his hand at Vegapunk. Wang Qian's turned around, and left. He knew the news, it was alright, and got the specific number of 3 months, then it was enough. 2. So if it can't be done, what will be the result? He. That's a bad thing to say. And, what Locke knows most is, can the Rocks pirates really last 3 months? This is actually a more important question. According to the current situation. From the current situation, whether the Rocks pirates can live to 3 months later is the most important thing to consider. Therefore, next, after Locke left, he probably felt that there was no communication in a short time, and he also had other tasks to deal with on his side. To be honest, time valley, time is really too important now. I need to race against time to complete everything I want to accomplish, and this is the most important core, after all. As long as you don't. It's an idiot. Then, basically it can be seen that the situation of the Rocks pirates has basically reached the opportunity to go berserk. And the opportunity to go berserk like this is the best opportunity, because as long as you complete all the tasks, you can get everything. The chance at the end is that the Rocks become king of the world. Or, all in all, everyone wants to see what the next result will be. This is what everyone thinks. Chapter 76. Empire of Stone, Horde Empire. Blue. Captain Rocks, the news given by Vegapunk is 3 months. After 3 months, your research will definitely be successful. Oh ha. 3 months. Not bad. Locke kid, you also know about your next mission. Blue. The phone bug hung up again. Locke casually threw the phone bug aside, looked into the distance, and thought secretly in his heart, Captain Rocks seems to be very concerned about this research. But what kind of research is that? It's really strange. Locke always thinks it is very strange, not kidding himself, but it really looks very weird and strange. This research must be very important research, and it should have appeared in the original book of. But I can't remember anything myself. Your Highness, Leonai came over with the information and said, Empire of Stone. Empire of Horde. This is our mission goal this time. Horde Empire. Locke took over Leonie's information, and didn't think about the situation of the MAD's research team anymore. He didn't have the mind to think about so much, but mainly focused on this information. That's right. The Rocks pirates have a total of 6 cadres and 72 cadres, and deducting those cadres who are integrated, they are all together no matter what they do. Now, the Rocks pirates have attacked 48 countries at the same time. These countries are spread all over the world, the Grand Line, and the New World. And what Locke is facing is the Horde Empire, which is called the Empire of Stone. This is an empire in New World. The member countries of the world government are also very strong in terms of strength. That's Locke's goal. Locke rested his chin, looked at this information, and thought a lot in his heart. This is really not a joke, but a real fact, no joke. As for other cadres, Locke himself just doesn't know how they do it. But in Locke's own situation, it is not an easy task to destroy an empire, of course. To destroy a country does not mean killing everyone in this country, but to kill the army of this country so that there is no the ability to resist has completely dealt with the nobles, royal family, etc. of the empire, and finally plundered all the treasures of the empire. This is equivalent to destroying the country, after all. If it is true that the whole country is destroyed at the beginning, this is considered to be the destruction of the country, and that is the strangest thing. But no matter how you look at it, the current situation is the situation in front of you, and it is difficult to deal with it. The strength of the Horde Empire is good, and it is not an easy task to destroy it like this. Locke mused, thinking the odds were too low. Again. In Locke's hands are himself and Leonie, there is no one else at all, just relying on 2 people to destroy the country. This difficulty can only be said to be too high, almost impossible to do. Your Highness, Leonai thought about it. Assassination. It would be better to deal with all the royal families, nobles, and generals of the empire. In this case, it would be better. 11. Advertisement. Locke nodded slightly and said, this method is feasible, but a lot of things still need to be thought about and considered. There are still many follow-up questions, and they all need careful thinking. Leonai also nodded seriously, but it's not that he should be in a hurry for the time being, after all. This matter is not an easy one, and Locke also knows that this task is not to plunder any wealth, but to let the whole the world seize the terror of the Rocks pirates. So, Locke had to do this, otherwise, the task would not have been completed, but of course the wealth belonged to him. Sitting, CBFH, on the sofa in the room, Locke thought secretly, if it is to be dealt with by assassination, it is indeed the most appropriate thing to do now. According to outside information, the entire Horde Empire is the only the one who is strong as a general called General Shei. Other than that, there is no strong man. There is no problem with Leonai's thinking, but Locke just needs to think about it carefully. No joke. Leonai was born in night attack, and in Leonai's view, the strength of the Horde Empire is just that if 2 people attack head-on, not to mention whether they can attack, the main reason is that it is a bit unnecessary. Therefore, it is better to choose a method, and what is this method? This is more important. In Leonai's view, it seems to be the most appropriate way to deal with all this through assassination, and it is also the easiest way to deal with everything. This is definitely the best way, if that's the case. According to this method, isn't it most suitable? But, Locke also needs to think about it. In Locke's view, the next thing should be how to deal with it, and how to think about the follow-up things. These are the really important cores, after all. What I have to do is to let the whole world has seen the terror of the Rock's pirates. After all, I don't have any hatred with the Huoda Empire, and I don't have any necessary connection with the other party. It's more about this mission. What I want is devil fruit. Everything else is meaningless. However, Locke narrowed his eyes and said secretly, according to Leonie's thinking, it is also very suitable. As long as the deterrence is enough, General Shei will be dealt with, and the others will be it's not worth mentioning. And, the population of the Huoda Empire is not too large, but there are only a few million people. As long as the information is investigated first, it can be completed very easily. However, Locke confirmed his thoughts in his heart, and then took out the phone bug, and got through to the cadre in charge of intelligence, and soon got all the information he wanted. Even though, the Rock's pirates, such a terrifying giant, basically just need to face it head on, but that's just a saying. For this sea, the Rock's pirates are not idiots, of course they are very clear. The information should be obtained, and the information should be obtained. After all, on this sea, if you don't even have information, it's a really weird thing, because of this. Locke got his own information very easily. It is no exaggeration to call the intelligence capabilities of the Rock's pirates #1 in the entire world. TB. In the future era, the Big Mom pirates are known as the industry's #1 intelligence capability. Locke suspects that when the Rock's pirates were disbanded, all the intelligence personnel were given by Linlin, a crazy woman. Take it away, otherwise. According to Linlin's ability, it is still a bit difficult to develop to the first in the industry. But these are not important things. Locke just looked very calm about it, carefully flipped through all the information, and determined many problems. These are the most important things, and only by confirming all the information only then will there be no problems. General Stone. Paramesha Shishi fruit ability user. This is the strongest in the entire Huoda Empire. Same. The most troublesome person. If we can get rid of him, then everything will be much simpler. Looking at the information in front of him, Locke was thinking about General Shei's question. Advertisement. Of course, it's not that he killed General Shei in a frontal confrontation. For Locke, it was too simple. General Shei's strength is indeed good, but if he dies, it means that the Vice Admiral level is the end of the game. With such strength, if Locke wanted to, Locke could kill General Shei easily. But the biggest problem is the devil fruit Shishi fruit. This devil fruit is a very special devil fruit. Although it is not a Logia, it can integrate itself into the stone environment. If you want to grab it, it is not an easy thing to do. To be honest, there is only one chance. If the opportunity is not seized, this General Shei has always wanted to escape, but it is hard to say that this guy was caught. This is a very important thing. Your Highness. Leonie stood beside Locke, thinking, except for this guy called General Stone, everyone else is very easy to deal with. Anything that can be disposed of casually is just rubbish. Leonie doesn't take other people seriously at all, they are all rubbish. Want to deal with these guys? Isn't that a handy pinch? Easy thing. Locke did not deny Leonie's words, but said calmly, time is one night, I want to deal with everyone at the fastest speed, so that the shock generated is enough, only in this way. To the devil fruit in the quest. Leonie nodded, naturally knowing what His Highness thought. After all, devil fruit, for my family, that is the most important material, as for everything else. On the contrary, it is not important at all, it is not a big problem at all. For this matter, this is the absolutely very important core. Devil fruit. Whether it is to summon new Teigu or to enhance the power of the existing Teigu, devil fruit is needed, and since devil fruit is needed, but this devil fruit is simply not enough. It is too precious baby, and such a precious baby, do you want to get it? It's so easy there. After all, for this sea, devil fruit is also a strategic material, do you want to get it? It's so easy there. Under impossible circumstances, every opportunity to get devil fruit is very important. Every devil fruit will never be wasted. It must be used in the most critical situation, otherwise, it would be like a joke. Therefore, Locke attaches great importance to this task, there is no way. This is a full 3 devil fruits. As long as this task is completed, the devil fruit in your hand can be hit. The number has actually been increased to 7, and according to my own estimation, the proficiency of devil fruit required for the 5th Teigu is still 5, and starting from the 6th Teigu, the devil fruit required. The number of magic fruits is probably going to reach 6, because of this problem, Locke also needs to think carefully about how to deal with the next situation. Locke thought carefully considered all the situations, and finally nodded and said, according to the current situation, success is beyond doubt. No. Yes, the action on our side is just the beginning, what really matters is the action on Acedes' side. Yes, with the actions of the Rock's pirates, the entire sea will be completely in chaos, and by that time, the sea is so chaotic, the next situation will be. How? And this is an absolutely very important core. Because of this, a lot of everything needs to be carefully considered, and it needs to be handled very seriously. Under such circumstances, next, I can't make much money here, and I don't even have the chance to get more devil fruit, but it's different for Acedes, if he succeeds in looting North Blue. If so, Then, the benefits that can be obtained are simply too huge. Your Highness, Leonai said seriously. Don't worry, although I don't like that woman Acedes, but there is absolutely no doubt about that woman's ability. Chapter 77. One night. Royal nobles hanging from the city gates. Tick, tick. Drops of blood slowly dripped, and with the blood dripping. TLF. All the atmosphere has become different, and Leone is walking in the palace with corpses one after another. The blood around him is already flowing on the ground of the palace, and the guards are all fallen down. Only, Leonie's aura is still so terrifying, she said coldly. It's really annoying. You so-called nobles, as the royal family. Leonie was born in a slum. She didn't mean how much she hated the rich, but she was really anomalous about these guys. In her opinion, if it wasn't for them, this world would not be like this at all. Because of this, Leonie was really very upset with these greedy rich people. Royalty. Noble. Having really experienced that scene, Leonie is very clear about what kind of scene it is, and just like it is at this moment, everyone can see what is about to happen, and the same. Just because everyone can see it, but what they feel is the real fear that makes people feel helpless. Snort. These guys. Leonie shook his head with emotion. For these so-called nobles, no matter at any time, he really looked down on them. Sure enough, no matter in any world, in any place, when these nobles own right when they all, that's what it looks like. Your Highness. Leonie murmured. Sure enough. Only Your Highness is the most perfect. This moment, in the royal palace, Leonie has already started massacres, all the guards, maids, deacons and more. All the royal families, none of them are left behind, and all of them are gradually being killed as time goes by. Disappear. Disappeared one after another, completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. It is the scariest scene, no matter at any time. You must admit it, and it is absolutely impossible to deny it. This is that Leone did not show any mercy when he attacked. It is like a ghost story after a long time. Once, no matter what time it is, the palace is full of joy, but at this moment, it is full of silence. No one knows what happened to the whole palace, but the only thing that is known, the only thing that can be determined is the smell of blood has gradually permeated the palace. This is how fierce Leonie's strikes are. Don't look at Leonie's carefree look in normal times, it's just a scene on display. Leone, he is a monster with terrifying strength, what do you think? What will Leonie's character be like? What's more, don't forget that Leonie was a night attack killer in the past, and that is the real killer. As a killer, she has feelings, but she also has no feelings. In front of the task, Leonie will not show any mercy, just because of this. Don't think that everything is right in front of you, if you really think so. Leonie will tell you what the pain of death is, and this is Leonie. King of Beasts. The Lion King, Leonie. Tegashi under Locke's command. Under the night, under the beautiful moonlight, Leonie gradually disposed of the entire palace, and under the night, Leonie also slowly disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared before. At the same time, General's Castle. This is the most important, most powerful, and most noble general in the Huoda Empire, the castle of General Shei. Here, it has always been the entire Huoda Empire, a place that everyone worships, because in the eyes of everyone, it is because of the existence of General Shei that the entire empire will always be in peace. Just is this really the case? Expect. This is already an unimportant matter. No matter what the facts are, this is the situation that is already in front of us, as for everything else. It is simply an unimportant matter. Because it is a completely meaningless matter. Under the night, General Shei is a crazy actor. As an empire, he is truly below the king and above 10,000 people. Even the king respects him very much. This has already proved everything, and over time, so, what will happen next? Actually, this is already self-evident. General Shei is very arrogant in the empire. In General Shei's view, if the entire empire does not have itself, it is impossible to have the current peace. I started to indulge. Advertisement. After all, this is an undeniable thing. Even if someone wants to deny it, it is impossible to deny it at all, because just like everyone guessed, General Shei is indeed the core of this empire. If there is no General Shei, this empire is simply not worth mentioning. But all these are meaningless things. Because tonight, all of this will change dramatically. General Shei was a tall man, but he was full of indifference, and said with disdain, "Princess. It's just like this." At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly swept across, directly snatching away the figures of the two women beside him, and following behind, a figure was almost visible to the naked eye. It was too fast, as if the afterimage has already arrived in front of him. All of this. It's really too fast, it just happened in the blink of an eye. What? He widened his eyes in disbelief, and Locke's figure had already appeared beside him, and he said very calmly, "It is undeniable. Your strength is not bad, it's a pity. The guy has already destroyed his body. It's a pity." With a faint voice, Locke's hands interlaced, and the muscles, bones, and bones of his whole body tensed up quickly, and at this moment, the force that exploded immediately afterwards, this punch directly hit General Shei's body. Bump. Quote ? Exclamation mark quote. At this moment, General Shei seemed to have widened his eyes, and a different expression appeared in his eyes. It was as bright as a revolving lantern, in a short period of time. He seemed to be unaware of what happened. All of these. It really happened too fast. In that short moment, the power of this punch had already shattered General Shei's heart. He saw the revolving door of life, and at the end of his life, he stared wide open in disbelief. Eyes, it seems that they can't even imagine that they will look like this. Bump. General Shei fell to the ground like this, and Locke looked around. The two women had already lost their lives, and then, the figure disappeared in an instant. And this is just the beginning. The death of General Shei represents the entire Huoda Empire, and there is no one who can stop Locke. Under the next night, the killing will really begin. Remember, there will be no hesitation, and there will be no mercy. This is the most terrifying point of Locke. There will be absolutely no mercy. For the rest of the time, all of them were dealt with quickly in a short period of time. After all, they have no qualifications to resist at all, and these people are all dealt with. Sky. It's also getting brighter. Wisps of light shone on the Huoda Empire. But, the usually bustling empire showed a look of disbelief at this moment. One after another corpses were hung on the gate of the city wall. As long as they were not idiots, they could tell how terrible death was. The entire Horde Empire. Everyone up to the royal family. All the nobles in the middle. Down to all the officials. Everyone. None survived. There are a total of 7,892 people in the entire empire, and they are all hung here at this moment. The feeling is like a big tree, but it is really something that people are born with. Such a thing. Why does meat happen? Ask for flowers. Or, what the hell happened? This advertisement. It is the most terrifying core. No one knows what happened. Everyone just knows. All of this is just the way it is right in front of your eyes. It really makes people tremble. It is too terrifying. What the hell happened? Nobody knows. Only. Next. Everything that happened in the Huoda Empire resounded through the entire sea in an instant, and everyone knew about it. Noxus Locke. Leone. It's just two people, but these two people completed all of this overnight, and everything came to an end in an instant, and this power is the most frightening. Even say things that cannot be admitted at all. How powerful are these two people? In the entire empire, with millions of people, no one can notice it. This is something unimaginable. Many kings have gradually started to bring in good guy. If this happens to us, what will be the result? Do you mean, just thinking of such a possibility, some people have already started to tremble? This is really not a joke, but trembling in the true sense. It is too terrifying. It is too terrifying. Facing such a monster, that is a real possibility of problems. Because of this, many people are afraid. 0. Only. These kings won't be afraid for too long, because there is not that long time for them to fear rocks, pirates, and other crazy people. Originally, everyone was thinking about how to launch an attack. Result. Locke's actions this time, they can't do it directly. Good guy. What does it mean? Is it so curly? MMs. This is just the beginning. As for such volume, but it doesn't matter whether it is rolled or not, but what is certain is that for the rocks pirates, this group of crazy monsters, they don't care about all of this at all. Something so crazy has happened to these guys. Fear. No. Of course they are even crazier. They can't wait to rush up. This is what these guys think, accompanied by excited roars, accompanied by crazy roars, and these guys have already rushed up one by one, and started to act up. Next. Everything. But it is a very interesting thing, because although everything is right in front of our eyes, what is certain is that the next result will be very interesting. This terrifying storm brought by Locke will sweep the entire sea, especially for everyone in the rocks pirates. This is really too exciting. Clatter. Clatter. As the ship gradually moved away, Luke and Leone were preparing to return to Black Pearl Chong. Joke. My mission is over. Of course I have to go back and get my 3 devil fruits. Everything else is false. Only devil fruit is the most important. Only. What Locke doesn't know is, because of his actions this time, what a huge change it has brought to the entire rocks pirate group. These guys, one by one, seem to be crazy. Joke. Who do you look down on? Locke. This brat can do everything. Could it be that Lousy just can't do it? Impossible. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Because of this, the entire sea is now completely in chaos. Everyone. One counts as one. The lunatics of the rocks pirates have already started to act. Needless to say anything else, they must not be worse than Locke. Chapter 78. It's so fast to make money. The raging rocks pirates. Clatter. Clatter. The pirate ship was sailing on the sea. Locke nodded, stood beside the ship, and pondered. Acedes. No accident. In the next day or two, the whole sea will be completely chaotic. This is the best opportunity. Seize this opportunity. It is the best opportunity. Your Highness. Relax. Acedes nodded with a smile. Of course she knows how rare this opportunity is, even though it is said. This opportunity is only once, but as long as you seize this once opportunity, then it is completely enough up. After all, an opportunity where the entire sea is in chaos and everyone is in a state of madness, and in this opportunity, the wealth that can be obtained is very huge. No kidding. Noxus is really short of money. Locke spends money like crazy. It's not enough at all. Acedes spends too much money. In Acedes' view, it's pointless to keep money, or even say. That is simply rich and useless. That being the case, %. It is absolutely not to have any hesitation, but to spend the money, the result. Acedes spends money as efficiently as running water. No matter how much money Locke spends, it cannot keep up with the speed of Acedes spending money. But Locke thinks it doesn't matter. and he doesn't have a clear concept of money, no matter how huge the money is. In fact, it doesn't mean much to him, just 503. Exactly. In his own eyes, Bailey is just a number. He has never been short of money since he was a child. Although it is said that everything that Noxus has experienced is because of money, but this does not mean that he lacks money. What is he? Prince, if you lack money, that is the strangest thing. Locke narrowed his eyes and thought. Acedes, be careful. Money is nothing. Don't have any problems, otherwise. That's the most troublesome thing. Your Highness, Acedes said with a smile, there won't be any problems. The phantom of Acedes disappeared without a trace, while Locke looked into the distance thinkingly, as if he was thinking about something, and said secretly, the chaos this time, actually. It has already represented the war in the Valley of Gods, is about to start. But, I've never heard of the Valley of the Gods. This place seems to not exist at all. What is the reason? Locke was thinking about this question. He had never heard of the Valley of the Gods, as if the Valley of the Gods had never existed at all, and in his own opinion, this was an extremely strange place, or even an extremely strange place. Weird is not an exaggeration. Not kidding. But, the battle in the Valley of the Gods, the information I know is absolutely correct, if this is the case. Then, what is the reason? This is an extremely important matter. It is even said that this is a fundamental core. It is not an exaggeration, because of this, a lot of everything needs to be carefully considered. Taking a deep breath, Locke said secretly, it seems that the Valley of the Gods is hidden very deeply. This is definitely not as simple as an ordinary island. Let's think about it slowly in the future, for the time being. No time to think about that much. Shaking his head, Locke didn't continue to think about it, it's meaningless, these things can be considered in the future, and then deal with them in the future, Locke knows. My time is completely enough, it's not a problem. Your Highness, Your Highness. Leonai walked out of the cabin, took 2 steps in 3 steps, and said with emotion, Your Highness, it is really an extremely huge amount of money. Gold, silver, treasures, various collectibles, add up, there are almost 3 billion Baileys, let alone. This Huoda kingdom is really rich enough. Leonai plundered the entire palace, but he never thought that he would get back so much treasure. 3 billion Baileys. This number is actually quite astonishing. Don't look at Locke can always get more powerful money, that's because, he is dancing on the sword, naturally he can get more. But the same. Advertisement. Even so. But, in the past, Noxus was targeted by the Germa Kingdom because of the treasure of 3 billion Baileys. From here, it can be seen what the 3 billion Baileys represent and what they mean. That's the core of what really matters. Locke listened to Leonai's words, but nodded and said, it's not surprising. The Kingdom of Huoda, also known as the Kingdom of Stone, the stone materials in this country are very special, and many countries need to buy them. 30 Yibuli, this is just the royal family's treasury, but there are more treasures. Snort. The corners of Locke's mouth curled up, and he said interestingly, in the entire Huoda kingdom, all the nobles, the Baileys in their hands add up to almost 13 billion, and this still doesn't include the royal family's treasure in your hands. Snort. This bunch of trash. Leonai curled his lips in displeasure. They are nothing more than a bunch of disgusting garbage. In this country, the aristocrats have a wealth of 16 billion, and what is the use of such wealth? You just keep it. Anyway, it will definitely not be taken out, right? Therefore, for these rubbish, Leonai is really very unhappy. Besides that, Locke said, playing with the 2 devil fruits in his hand, this time the harvest is not bad. 2 devil fruits, this time the harvest is really good, including the devil who completed the task. Fruit, the number has reached 5. The smile on the corner of Locke's mouth is very strong, a total of 5 devil fruits, in fact. This is enough, after all, no joke, there are a total of 5 devil fruits counting the 4 devil fruits in my hand. This amount, that is to say, the number of 9 pieces has been actually reached. In this case, there is a lot of everything, but there is no need to say more. With this number, you can do a lot. But, Locke did not urgently summon Teigu, and there is no need to be urgent now, unless he said. He summoned the heaven-defying Teigu envoy himself. Simply relying on Tegashi's strength is meaningless at all. Nothing can be changed in this war, and Locke needs to consider other things. Quote. But, Locke thought in his heart. Besides, there is one more thing, which is more troublesome. The real core is that the sea will become extremely chaotic in the future, and after we return to the Black Pearl, if there is no mission, then an opportunity has been missed. I think, Leonai thought. Your Highness, you may have some special mission, Captain Rocks, it is impossible to simply let you rest like this, after all. This time the action is so big, if you just let you rest like this, seems very strange. Indeed it is. Locke thought for a while, but nodded in agreement. It is undeniable that Leonie's idea was not wrong. Because of this, after carefully thinking about all the situations, he himself said, let's go. No matter what happens next, what we need to do now is to return to the Black Pearl first. And, it seems that within the next few days, if there is no accident, the entire sea will be completely plunged into huge turmoil. At that time, everything will be difficult to say. Yes, listening to Locke's order, Leonai naturally nodded respectfully without any hesitation. Clatter, clatter, the pirate ship galloped straight into the distance. At the same time, after Locke did such a thing that shocked the whole world, follow closely. The next attack is just beginning, but, compared to Locke's assassination method, the whole world, in fact, has fallen into a state of madness among these guys of the Rocks pirates, one by one, seem to be in a state of berserk, they are completely crazy. Kill, kill, brothers, let Lousy take down this country, as long as you take down this country, all the treasures are yours, Lousy doesn't want a penny. Advertisement. Roar. This is a cadre of the Rocks pirates, and what responded to him was the crazy roar of all the pirates under his command. Originally, they looked like terrifying beasts, but at this moment, the state they show is even more like a real beast. It looks really too scary. These terrifying beasts just make people feel endless fear just by looking at them. It's really not a joke. It's too scary. It's like invincible same strength. It's like a terrifying monster. Boom, boom, rumble. The roar of artillery fire resounded crazily, and the entire sea seemed to begin to churn. In a short period of time, the country had fallen into turmoil, complete turmoil, no matter how hard it was there is nothing else to do. Facing such a terrifying monster, it is too unimaginable, what a terrifying monster this is, what an amazing existence. Following these ear-piercing roars, a hole was torn apart in the following battlefield. Oh hoo, brothers, kill, kill, victory is at hand. Ha ha ha, money, beauty, everything is ours. That's right, kill. The pirates one by one seemed to be crazy, they were completely like a group of lunatics, and launched an attack crazily. In their eyes, this tearing hole was a stepping stone to wealth. With this wealth, then, the benefits that can be obtained will be very terrifying. One by one, it was as if they were crazy. Only, for this country, it is a loud shout. Attention. Attention. Everyone must pay attention. Don't back down. Be careful. Be careful. Be vigilant. Along with the deafening shouts, it was accompanied by a loud roar. The whole sea. At this moment, everything has become completely different, and everyone is eager to resist the attacks of these pirates. Because they are very clear, if these pirates are allowed to enter the country, then what will the result be? 2.5, in fact. This is beyond doubt, as long as these people are allowed to enter the country, by that time. The result will be the complete collapse and churning of the entire sea. Stand up. Your own country will be completely slaughtered, absolutely don't look up to these pirates, these guys. They are a group of real lunatics, but they don't. What feelings, for such a guy. If you let your guard down, then you will be the one who died. Never doubt it. This is the same sentence. Die. That was the only result. Because of this, every soldier tried his best, after all. His family is behind him, and the family behind him. People, if they fall down like this, then it is too hopeless. What may happen next? No. It should be said, what will definitely happen. That is something they simply cannot accept. It's just. This kind of thing is not only this country, but also this sea. All countries are like this, and this is what makes people feel the most hopeless. This is the real. Yes, the most desperate result, even if they try their best to resist, the final result is still failure. Because this is the Rocks pirates. This completely violent Rocks pirates told the sea, who is the scariest monster? Who is the scariest monster? Scary monster. Chapter 79. World Government, the action of the sea, land and air forces. Clatter, clatter, whirororo. Looking at the information in his hand, Kaido let out a heroic but crazy laugh, and said ferociously, this guy Locke, it really is. It's really not easy to do such a thing. Such methods, such actions, are simply too astonishing. The corners of Kaido's mouth were grinning, and his whole body was filled with a look of madness. It is undeniable that Kaido did not expect that Locke would do such a thing. According to Locke's personality, doing this is more or less a little bit it's just weird. He. Locke. A figure wearing a pitch-black cloak stood beside Kaido, making it impossible to tell what kind of identity this person is. His voice was very hoarse and cold. Kaido, what do you think? What is the reason behind Locke's actions? It's not surprising. Kaido said casually. Locke's personality is determined in this way, and it has always been like this. You think that according to Locke's personality. Do you care about these? Indeed. The two of them are chatting casually, but one thing that is certain is that Locke is like this. For so many years, Locke has always had such an attitude towards these things, and a picture of Lousy is completely in his eyes. Look. Therefore, the two of them can understand Locke, because in Locke's heart, these things are nothing at all. In essence, they are just a trivial matter. Since it is a trivial matter, then, confused. Obviously, as long as he is not an idiot, he is very clear about whether this thing needs to be entangled. For Locke, as long as he can get money, then that is enough, and everything else is indifferent. And for them 21, they know exactly what kind of character Locke is. But whirororo. Kaido laughed ferociously, and said in an extremely cruel way, Lousy is very excited. This guy Locke has made it this far, then. If Lousy is much weaker than this guy Locke, then it's too embarrassing. This moment, there is a terrifying light in Kaido's eyes. In Kaido's eyes, he has always been Locke's opponent. Others are not worthy of being Locke's opponents at all. Since, now his opponent has already achieved this step. So, of course it is impossible for me to relax my vigilance. Kaido also grinned the corners of his mouth interestingly. I want to see, Kaido can do it, then. Of course I can do it easily. Isn't this a natural thing? Therefore, Kaido's eyes are flickering with a very terrifying light. It looks like a terrifying evil spirit. The ferocious side makes people feel a little bit chilly just looking at it, even to say. The feeling of shivering is not an exaggeration. Really very scary. Kaido, you can be defeated by anyone, you can admit that you are no match for anyone, and you can just work hard to improve in the future. This is not a big problem. But for Kaido, the most unacceptable thing for him is that he is not Locke's opponent. Just kidding. Why? I am not Locke's opponent. Stop making trouble. This is something I absolutely cannot accept. Absolutely. 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 It is unacceptable. This is Kaido's heart. In Kaido's view, he and Locke are equal opponents, and he must not be weaker than Luke. Worororo. Little ones. Set sail. Let the sea see what our strength is. Roar. In response to Kaido, there were deafening roars, and everyone was roaring to the sky, everyone's eyes were shining with sharp light, just kidding. They will not give up. One by one the same terrifying lunatic, also has his own thoughts. Such a situation. Not just what happened to Kaido, but to be precise, it happened to everyone in the Rocks Pirates. To the entire Rocks Pirates. FFA. Advertisement. After they saw Locke's crazy side, they didn't have any fear at all. On the contrary, they were even more excited about these guys. Joke. Since Locke is something that can be done. Could they have any slack? This is absolutely. There will be no possibility of anything, they will not have any slack, on the contrary. For these guys, one by one will go straight to each other, the attack is absolutely extremely ruthless, this is absolutely beyond doubt. This is what all of them think, and there is a sharp light in everyone's eyes. It is the Rocks Pirates. For these lunatics in the Rocks Pirates, when they see the mountains of swords and fires in front of them, their first reaction is not to say, should they back down? But, since there are mountains of swords and fires in front of them, if so, then, lousy should rush forward even more. This is the character of these lunatics of the Rocks Pirates. For these lunatics with terrifying personalities, everything else is meaningless in essence, because these lunatics, for everything else, that is an attitude of not caring. This is this group of horrible lunatics. This group is crazy. These horrors. These monsters. It can be said. This is the essence of the Rocks Pirates, and because of this, under normal circumstances, no one is really willing to face the Rocks Pirates, because this is really not a joke, but this is the real fact, this is a group of terrifying monsters, who knows how amazing the power of this group of monsters is. Even say, what will happen next? Therefore, under such circumstances, the next situation is the most terrifying. It is also the most troublesome thing, because this is the real core. The other side, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Here, it is the core location of the world's marine, and it is also called the most just place above the sea, of course. Locke's name for this place is quite special, but according to Locke's personality, it seems natural to call it this way matter. Kennel. That's right. That's what Locke is called, and that's what Locke is, just kidding. Isn't this a doghouse to Locke? Just the marine guys. Do they need to be looked at? He. Those guys are nothing more than a group of dogs raised by the world government. Since a group of dogs are raised, then, it is meaningless at all. Because of this, anyone who is not an idiot will understand, what is it? It's just what's going on, and Marine doesn't know about these things. Snapped. Master Marshal. Oh no, Master Marshal. With the sound of hurried shouts, the entire naval headquarters has been busy and turned into a pot of porridge. It is not an exaggeration at this moment. The interior of the entire naval headquarters has been completely fried, it's really not a joke. It's all kinds of messy things that completely exploded. Variety. Mess. It's really not a joke. Completely messed up. Have no idea. Now from the Four Seas, Grand Line, New World, basically all places are experiencing huge turmoil, and the targets of the Rocks Pirates are not those ordinary countries, all of them are allied countries, good guy. Usually, as long as there is a little problem in these franchise countries, the marine side will be dispatched like a dog, now. That is needless to say. Problems occur in various parts of the world at the same time, which makes naval headquarters all going crazy. It is not an exaggeration to run and break a leg. Advertisement. Have no idea. It is too chaotic. With all kinds of chaotic patterns, the whole world has completely fallen into chaos. This is something that is completely helpless, and it is impossible to deal with it. Under such circumstances, all kinds of messy things can only be said. It is really very confusing and difficult to deal with. I see. Good. This moment. In the Marshal's office of Naval Headquarters, as the old man of Marshal Marine, he is very busy, with all kinds of work surrounding him, he is really helpless. Have no idea. There are too many various things. In this short period of time, everything has completely fallen into a huge turmoil. Because of this, in the midst of such a huge turmoil, Naval Headquarters is also truly overwhelmed. It's not a joke, but it's something that I can't bear anymore and have no choice. The Rocks Pirates are moving too fast, they are almost there. There is no way for him to deny the situation. All kinds of problems are messy, but what must be admitted is that this pile of the messy questions are really too complicated. Well, sighing helplessly, he shook his head silently. As the Marshal of Marine, he felt an incomparable headache at this moment. The main reason is that he never imagined that the Rocks Pirates would act like crazy and make such a crazy move. Marine's strength is completely insufficient for 327. Marshal Marine murmured, there is no way. All we can do is seek help from the world government. Otherwise, everything is meaningless. Quote. He shook his head, then took out the phone bug, and immediately started dialing. Over time. Blue. Explain. The movements of the Rocks pirates are really too big. It is not something Marine can handle at all. They need support. And fast support. Otherwise, I'm afraid. Marshal Marine spoke very clearly, and the other side nodded silently, and then the phone bug hung up. Undeniably said. This is the real fact. This time. The actions of the Rocks pirates are really too big. It has reached the point of changing everything and becoming extremely chaotic, and at this time. If you want. Do you want to back off? That is simply unrealistic. Therefore, the current situation is definitely very cumbersome. Simply relying on the power of the Marine is no longer possible, so. You can only rely on the power of the world government, not. Otherwise, everything will become incomparably difficult. Well, Marshal Marine stood up, his eyes were very sharp, and he murmured, what do you want to do? Rocks, you guy, what do you want to do? What you are doing now, the crazy behavior you are doing now, is already very interesting for this sea. His eyes are very sharp, he is an old man, he looks like a skinny old man. Actually, the status of Marshal Marine is almost the same as that of Rocks. Both of them are contemporaries, and it is the same. They are also in this era, almost a very small number of them can live. Down people. Therefore, these two people are basically opponents of each other, but Marshal Marine is secretly thinking about what Rocks wants to do. The reason is simple. What you are doing now is too crazy. It is like making an enemy of the whole world. No matter how crazy Rocks is, normally speaking, he will not do anything. This is the right move. Unless you say. Marshal Marine narrowed his eyes slightly, and murmured, Rocks. Are you thinking about something else? Chapter 80. Acedes Baki Chong North Blue. The whole world. In an instant, it was a complete mess. All over the world. Grand Line. New World. There is a complete mess around the Rocks pirates and the world government. At the beginning, a huge riot occurred, and chaos in all directions swept across the entire sea. It was impossible for people to imagine how terrifying the chaos was. Rumble, crackling, boom, boom. The roar of artillery fire almost spread over the entire sea, making everyone look extremely nervous, and everyone in the entire sea was in danger for a while. More than that, under the pressure of the fully fired lunatics of the Rocks pirates, even the world government had no choice but to send out all three armies, sea, land and air. At least 9 admiral-level powerhouses were dispatched, but the problem yes. It's like throwing a stone into the sea. Although I saw a splash of water, the problem is that it's as simple as a splash of water. There is no big problem at all. That's probably all. One side retreats, otherwise, it will form an extremely chaotic and continuous melee. And how long will this melee go on? No one knows. Your Highness, relax. Acedes withdrew her gaze, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be thinking about how to deal with it next, but, Mingyu Acedes. Those who know Acedes know it very well. This moment. Acedes has no idea of showing mercy, this woman has already prepared herself. Miss Acedes. Joel said with a red face, smiling. Next, how do we act? Ready to fight. Acedes' fighting spirit was full of pride, and he said at the same time, Gee. Chitong tilted her head silently, she didn't say anything, while Acedes pinched Chitong's little cheek, and said with a funny smile, It's really an interesting child, not as an opponent, but as friends, but it's really good. Acedes had a very big smile on his face. Followed by. Acedes was preparing to leave step by step, saying, Next. Everything is about to begin. Both Chitong and Joel have no words, and the two women are pure killers. Chitong has been a killer since she was a child, and after joining Night Raid, she is still a killer. Joel is known as the Princess of Thorns, and she is also a top killer. As a killer, the last thing they need to think about is why, because. That is meaningless. For the killer, there is only one thing to do, and that is to complete the task. That's what a killer is supposed to do, and everything else is, in essence, pointless. At this point, absolutely no doubt about it. Admiral Army. Sebastian walked step by step, and said respectfully, Everything that needs to be prepared is ready, are you going to start? Acedes nodded and said, Your Highness, you have a grand ambition, and the support of this ambition requires a lot of support. Just relying on your current strength is not qualified at all, so I need to go further, to grow. Yes, listening to Acedes' words, Sebastian said respectfully, Your Majesty knows all of this and everything. Everything is already prepared, and there will be absolutely no problems. Advertisement. Acedes nodded seriously. Sebastian, Noxus is for you, don't let His Highness down. Snapped. Acedes walked out step by step, the light clothes on her body turned into an ice blue military uniform, with a look of pride in her eyes, she had gradually left with Joel with her red pupils. In place, only Sebastian and Alice were left behind. The couple quietly watched Acedes' retreating figure, and also kept silent, as if they didn't know what to say. For a while, it fell into silence instead, giving people a strange feeling. Sebastian let out a deep breath, and said calmly, Ace Day Admiral Army. She is really a qualified Admiral Army. No matter what she is at any time, she will complete it perfectly. Your Highness's mission, and Because of the Acedes Admiral Army, Noxus will develop better and better. Yes, Alice also nodded with emotion. It is undeniable that everything is right in front of us, and it is because of this. We, husband and wife, must not disappoint your highness's expectations. Waiting for his highness's come back, ascend the throne and become king. The former king may be even happier after seeing this scene. Yes, the husband and wife looked at each other, seeing the smile in each other's eyes. It's only been 6 years. Even though it's only been 6 years, but for the entire Noxus, it seems that earth-shaking changes have taken place, such huge changes, even to an unimaginable degree. This is the fact, this is the most shocking thing, but it is a real fact, no matter at any time, it is always like this. Taking a deep breath, Sebastian said softly, 6 years, only 6 years. But the entire Noxus has undergone earth-shaking changes. If you see it, you simply can't imagine that such a thing will happen, even say. Who can imagine that the result will be like this? Yes, listening to Sebastian's words, Alice also nodded with emotion, and said seriously, Your Highness. Everything is really prepared, and all of these are already ready. Next, whether it is what the outcome is, that's the most important thing. Listening to Alice's words, Sebastian also said seriously, there must be no problems. We, husband and wife, must take care of everything. In this turbulent era, help your highness protect Noxus. It is to make Noxus grow stronger. Both husband and wife nodded seriously. Just What the couple didn't know was that one of the maids around was very calm, looking at the two quietly. A cold light flashed in their eyes. These maids were all Acedes and Joel cultivated. They are all qualified killers, it's just that they don't do anything in normal times, because they don't need it at all. For them, their only task is to watch Sebastian and Alice. Besides, everything else is unnecessary and the reason is very simple. Although the husband and wife are said to be loyal deacons and maids, they are also unstable X factors. Because of this, for such people, one must watch it's tight, no problem is allowed, even if it's just a small problem, as long as it occurs, then. The result will be fatal, because of this. It must be done. Clatter, clatter. Acedes was riding an ice horse, and behind Acedes were hundreds of heavy cavalry in dark blue armor. The water horses they were riding were also wearing heavy armor, galloping over the sea like this, and an island in front of him has emerged. The corners of Acedes' mouth curled up, and he said confidently, It started. Yes, click, click. All the heavy cavalry put on their own masks, and Acedes pulled out the western sword from his waist with one hand, and said proudly, Everyone. Come on. Destroy the opponent. Kill all the opponents, looting the other party's treasure, this is our purpose. Yes. With loud shouts, hundreds of heavy cavalry followed by Acedes charged at an extremely fast speed. What is that? Quote. Not good. Quick. Advertisement. When the patrolling soldiers discovered the attack, what a pity. It was too late. The speed of Acedes leading the people was too fast, and it had reached an unimaginable speed. In a short time, the first round of charge has ended. But just one round of charging is enough. 1 hour. War. It only lasted for half an hour, and Acedes almost swept across the country with 100 cavalrymen. That was more than 100,000 soldiers. But, in front of these hundreds of people, it was simply worthless. Just mention it. Again, their training costs are close to 10 billion Baileys. Do you really think that this money is wasted? Stop it. That is a meaningless thing at all. The tens of billions of Baileys have already proved how amazing their status, their abilities, and their identities are in all aspects, especially their strength. That can be said to have obtained an extremely terrifying improvement. Therefore, Acedes is the one who dares to lead Baki directly to North Blue. This is the majestic North Blue. Known as the most powerful ocean among the 4 seas, since Acedes dared to make such a move, it has already been proved now. It's amazing how well Acedes prepared. And this is the ability of Acedes, which is absolutely beyond doubt. Snort. A confident smile emerged, while Acedes was full of arrogance, his eyes flashed with a sharp light, looking at the king in front of him, he smiled and said, King, be obedient, hand over all the treasures, devil fruit, and supplies, then. Everything is here, otherwise. A smile emerged, but the danger flickering in Acedes' eyes made people feel endless fear. No joke. But the fear from the heart, from the soul is not an exaggeration. Good. The king nodded cautiously and hurriedly. He really didn't dare to refuse. Just kidding. This woman's decisive killing is definitely not a joke. If you are disobedient, you will really not show mercy. Very good. Sides had a proud look on his face, with a very sharp smile on his mouth, while Chitong and Joel seemed to have disappeared. Only, after taking everything Wang Qian's away, the second daughter reappeared. Seeing that the second daughter did not make any moves, Acedes said loudly, the next target. Yes, Admiral Army. 11. The eyes of all the soldiers were flickering with fanaticism. It was not love, but the true fanaticism of loyalty. These soldiers have become the fanatics of Acedes. For them, Acedes is their master. This is all without exaggeration. Therefore, even if Acedes asked them to charge and kill Aren, they would not have any hesitation. It can be said, why throughout the ages, powerful generals and commanders have always had a bad death. The reason is actually very simple. Because they have no way to continue to live, there is absolutely no doubt about it. Soldiers only recognize their generals and commanders when the king is not recognized. GU. At that time, wouldn't it be like a joke? Therefore, this is something that is absolutely not allowed, and since it is not allowed, then a lot of everything, naturally there is no need to say more. But the difference is that Acedes is absolutely loyal to Locke. Because of this, Locke doesn't care about these things, otherwise. Even Locke needs to be considered, even Sebastian and Alice, of course Locke is know the actions of Acedes. But the same, I know, but I will not deny it. The reason is very simple. This is what should be done. 3 at Chapter 81. Gao Tianyuan 3 Royal Gods, Naji Zaidan. Acedes Baki Chong North Blue, just a few days. The reputation of Acedes resounded throughout the sea, and everyone showed a look of astonishment and disbelief. It should be said, no one thought that Acedes would do such a shocking thing. It is impossible to imagine how horrible this is, even to say, how did this happen? Only, regardless of whether it is conceivable or not, the fact is that Acedes did it, and in just 3 to 5 days, swept across 12 North Blue countries. This has completely resounded through North Blue, and for many countries, they really want revenge, but, facing the riots brought by the Rocks pirates, they have no time to think about these things. It can be said, the entire North Blue situation has really reached an unimaginable and shocking level, but regarding these things. Although Locke knew it, he remained calm. That's that sentence. Many people don't know the ability of Acedes, but if you don't know the ability of Acedes, it is a very strange thing, or that sentence. Acedes is not only a monster in itself, not only the owner an extremely terrifying force. The most important thing is here. Esdeath possesses extremely terrifying abilities, especially for the cultivation and tempering of the army. It is absolutely no joke to say that it has reached an extremely astonishing, even unparalleled, shocking level. For this situation, Locke just felt very indifferent and calm, completely understandable. Isn't this the standard situation? According to Acedes' ability, it is completely a matter of course to do this. Anyway, Locke felt that it was very simple and calm, and this was completely taken for granted. This kind of ability? There is no need to say much at all. Locke nodded calmly, without too many verbal changes. For Locke, the situation Acedes reported to him was not a big problem with 357. Acedes. Locke thought for a while and said, these things are easy to think about for the time being, but you still have to be more vigilant and don't have problems, otherwise, it's the real trouble. Your Highness. Acedes nodded with a smile, and the phantom side disappeared without a trace. Locke rubbed his brows slightly, and murmured. According to the strength of Acedes, normally there will be no problems, plus, now the world has become a mess, the world government is fine, as far as naval headquarters is concerned, they don't have the mind to take care of so many things. But, Locke is still thinking about many situations carefully, no matter what, although it seems that there are no problems now. But it is absolutely very important to think about everything accurately and make sure that there will be no problems. But it is still necessary to consider more carefully. Whether there will be problems is an extremely important matter. We must think carefully about what the result will be. Locke's expression is very sharp, and he is very clear about many things. All these things must be carefully considered. It can be said, Locke is very clear about these, and even more so, the core of all this is what kind of situation, and these, how to deal with it is. Another point. Locke raised his head suddenly, and said, Leone, how long will it take before returning to the Black Pearl? Lenny sat cross-legged on the sofa carelessly, and said, Your Highness, it will take at most 3 days to arrive at the Black Pearl, and it will take more than a day to arrive at a faster speed. Locke nodded and said, Speed up, I feel that the situation is not right. Next, there will be important things. Hurry up and speed up. Let's go right away. Your Highness. Lenny jumped up and landed lightly on the ground without making any noise, but said confidently, Your Highness, don't worry, my mother will let them speed up. At most it will be a day you can reach the Black Pearl in the early hours. Advertisement, Lenny left, and Locke was thinking, this feeling. That's right. Locke's feeling reminded himself that his own situation, the next situation will be different. It is undeniable to say. For many people, such a feeling is meaningless. But this is for Locke, however, it is a completely different matter. The reason is simple. Locke is very clear, and his sense is very keen. Since he feels that there may be problems, then the probability of problems is very high, and even, there will definitely be problems. The specific situation is still very important, worthy of attention. Taking a deep breath, Locke's expression was very dignified, and he said secretly, Strength, influence, all aspects are not enough. If you want to get the most out of this chaos, this is completely not enough. North Blue's situation with Acedes, Chitong, and Joel is enough. And, after this North Blue action, if nothing else happens, Acedes will truly break through to the Admiral level. By then, it will be a more appropriate situation. Because of this, Locke was thinking about how to increase his strength in the shortest time. No, pure strength is still not enough. Unless, Locke squinted his eyes, and had a bold idea in his heart, secretly said, Can you try it? But, you can try it. If it succeeds, then, everything is easy to say, if it fails. There's nothing to fail, it's in the plan itself. The idea this time is just to make more profits. Even if it fails, it's just that the profits are almost the same as what I thought before, if it succeeds. Snort. A smirk surfaced. Locke wasn't afraid of such a gamble. Joke. If you dare not even gamble, then, Locke is too embarrassing. This is not a joke, but a real fact. For Locke, he is a gambler, and, definitely a gambler, after all. As the road of the strong, there is nothing that is absolutely smooth sailing. If this is the case, that is the road of representing the strong, and there are many problems, and if this is the case, then, everything is naturally beyond doubt. Taking a deep breath, Locke narrowed his eyes and said secretly, "Come and see." Muttering these words, Locke started, CBAE, Teigu's summoning. Now, I have a total of 6 devil fruits in my hand, but, although Locke did not return to the Rocks Pirates, he still got the 3 rewarded devil fruits, and according to Captain Rocks, there is another big task. I hope I can come back and study it. Locke has a very sharp expression on this. Just kidding. Then of course, it is necessary to study it carefully, and the benefits are very huge. But Locke is very clear that his current strength is not enough to reach this step. Because of this, I need to further improve myself. Only by further improving myself, then, I can really get enough benefits. This one point is absolutely indisputable. Otherwise, it is only the original income, which is only enough to initially complete your own ideas, and if you want to fully set sail for your own ambitions, then, it takes time and speed. Buzz. Strands of energy leaped out, while 5 devil fruits were absorbed instantly, and a phantom emerged. Obviously, this is a newly summoned Teigu, and a sharp light emerged from Locke's eyes, and he whispered. Not enough. Not enough. It's not enough at all. This kind of power is simply not enough. In that case, Locke didn't hesitate to consume the energy of the remaining 4 devil fruits directly, letting them be completely swallowed up. That's right. Advertisement. Locke doesn't intend to summon 2 Teigu and summon 2 Teigu envoys, because the lower limit of Teigu is like that, and what I have to do is to raise the lower limit of Teigu, let the Teigu envoys come out from the summoning, and become the owner's stronger strength. And what is this method? Very simple. That is to upgrade by summoning Teigu. That is to say, to upgrade in the way of Teigu envoys. This is the best way, even to say, this is the most suitable way. As long as it succeeds, then, the benefits brought is absolutely beyond doubt. Now, as the energy was injected into it, as expected, powerful energy burst out instantly, and the powerful energy completely caused Teigu to burst out. The terrifying energy seemed to be venting crazily. The strength made Locke couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly. This is evolved? Locke felt Teigu's feedback, and couldn't help blinking. He didn't expect that Teigu would actually evolve directly. This is obviously something that he had never thought of. After all, Teigu's situation is quite special. Each piece of Teigu is a very special core. If so, theoretically speaking, as long as the energy is enough, then every piece of Teigu can evolve. But I didn't think of it. Just only by absorbing the energy of 4 devil fruits, Teigu ushered in the first evolution. Buzz. The violent energy was churning before his eyes, but at this moment, Lenny pushed open the door and said nervously, "Your Highness." "It's okay." Locke raised his hand to stop him. "I have nothing to do, it's just the newly summoned Teigu." The newly summoned Teigu? Lenny was stunned, because, this is unscientific. Does the newly summoned Teigu have such terrifying and violent energy? Isn't this somewhat strange? Anyway, Lenny found it very strange, but, looking at the emerging Teigu and the gradually emerging figure, he blinked his eyes curiously, as if, do you know this figure? Snapped, 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 with the sound of footsteps, the figure of a heroic woman emerged. A wisp of blue smoke spewed out. She was smoking a lady's cigarette. Her right arm was completely mechanical. She had short silver hair, and her right eye was wearing a black eye patch. Dressed in a black suit, she looked like a heroic woman. Naya Hidden. Naja Hidden. Leone. That's right, the summoned Teigu envoy is Naji Hidden, one of the former Empire's generals, known as the twin stars equal to Acedes, but, in terms of strength. That is without any comparability. But, compared with Acedes as a general, Naji Zaitan is different. She is truly wise and brave. They are all very outstanding, definitely a talent with both wisdom and courage, and for such a talent, Locke is very interested, not just because of strength, but because of such ability, which is very important to me now. Naji Exiden. Locke looked at those Naji Exidens, and said interestingly, how far has your Teigu improved? Teigu. Your Highness, Naji Zaitan also looked a lot more serious when she mentioned this matter. Gao Tianyuan 3 Royal Gods. Naji Zaitan. Chapter 82. Monsters gathered on the Black Pearl. Gao Tianyuan 3 Royal Gods. Naji Zaitan, once. The Teigu who originally belonged to Naji Hidden was the Lightning Flint Susano. Even though, just a name change. Actually, however, earth-shaking changes have taken place, which represents the evolution of Teigu, and it is definitely not a simple evolution, otherwise it would be impossible to reach such a terrifying level. Therefore, Locke just had a little understanding, but didn't say much. Instead he showed a satisfied smile. Naji Zaitan's own strength is indeed not too strong. After evolution, the strength of the 3 gods has reached an astonishing level. Lightning Flint, Susano. This piece of Teigu itself is an extremely rare biological Teigu, and now, after evolution, it is naturally also a biological Teigu, and moreover, the power has not only increased by 1 level, but the strength has been extremely terrifying. Promote. It's no joke at all. It is not an exaggeration to say that the strength of the 3 royal gods is weaker than that of Acedes. Because, owner, Najehidin, Leone, a figure that looks like a little lowly is slightly bowing to say hello. She is wearing a maid outfit, but she is smiling, with a gentle smile in her eyes. She looks like a perfect and chic head maid same. Is this the 3 gods after evolution? Locke also looked at the 3 gods interestingly, but he didn't expect that they would be in this form after evolution. Yes. San Yushin smiled and said, Master, After evolution, I can use more abilities, and I am no longer just Nasasano, but transformed into a brand new life form. Locke nodded calmly to this. It's not a big problem, it's a trivial matter. A trivial matter. Gao Tianyuan 3 royal gods, Amaterasu. Tsukuyomi's life. Susanoo. These 3 gods are called the 3 gods, and the power of the 3 gods is the entire power of the 3 gods. Because of this, they have absolutely terrifying strength, so to speak. The 3 gods, the power is absolutely terrifying, that's it, it's definitely not a joke. It can be said bluntly that the power that the 3 gods can exert is absolutely beyond doubt. He exhaled deeply, and Locke's expression was very calm. The harvest this time is already very good. Susanoo evolved into 3 gods, so, I have the second whole card in my hand. Although the owner of the Sanyushin is almost as powerful as the Emperor's deputy, Quasi-Admiral, it is completely enough, after all. The strength of the Emperor is above this sea. It is already top-level strength, and now the power possessed by the 3 Imperial gods has reached an extremely astonishing level, which is beyond doubt. Locke said that there is no problem at all, this is not a big problem at all. Follow-up, if you want to deal with it, it is definitely an easy thing. A small problem. A small problem. This is a small problem at all, that's it. After all, with such a whole card, the power that can be exerted in the next war, then. But it is a completely different thing, to be precise, the benefits brought will be very huge. In this chaotic era, even if there is only one whole card, then, the income is also very astonishing. Snort. A smile emerged, and Locke murmured, the next step is to see what will happen. Locke shook his head at this, and did not continue to say anything. There are some things. The next thing is to wait quietly. There are too many discussions. In essence, the meaning is not that big, this kind of meaning is meaningless. Locke also waited quietly, wanting to see what the next result would be. One day later, clatter, clatter, as the pirate ship galloped forward, it soon arrived at the Black Pearl. Advertisement. Locke jumped up and came to the Black Pearl, and at this moment, on the Black Pearl, there was a figure waiting here. Waroro, Locke. Accompanied by this ferocious but heroic laugh, Kaido laughed proudly. You be asterisk 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 D. The speed of coming back is much slower. Lousy thought that you be asterisk 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 D had already returned woolen cloth. Kaido. Locke glanced at Kaido a little strangely, but, considering Kaido's strength and ability, he said calmly, it's just a little play on the road, it's not a big deal anyway. Gu la la la. Listening to Locke's words, Kaido let out a heroic laugh, and said interestingly, you be asterisk 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 D. But it's really interesting. Did you waste so much time outside? He. Locke just chuckled a few times, but didn't say anything more. It was meaningless. No matter what he said, these were meaningless things, not a big deal in itself. Locke's attitude towards this is very simple. Anyway, this is not a big thing, since it is a small thing, then, a lot of everything is just something that is hard to say. Interesting. Interesting. Kaido looked at Locke interestingly, and he guessed that Locke should have prepared something new. But what exactly is this thing? This is something Kaido doesn't know. But it doesn't matter, no matter what Locke did. Anyway, in Kaido's opinion, it's not a big deal. If that's the case, well, it's not a big deal in itself. After all, now everyone is a member of the Rock's pirate group, in the future. Even if it is an opponent, but, at least, it is definitely not now. Therefore, for this point, Kaido is also very clear, and Locke is also very clear about this. After all, now at this point in time, if anyone dares to do something inside the Rock's pirates, well, Captain Rocks, he will never show mercy. After all, at this point in time, for Rocks it is also a very important time point. Only at this time point can I master more and get more. But there is no need to worry about these things. Snapped. Locke and Kaido walked towards the cabin of the Black Pearl, and soon, the two walked into the cabin, and at this moment, many cadres have already gathered in the cabin. For example, it includes Miss Jongjin and 2 other top cadres. Also, just like Ochaku, John, and Silver Axe, these 3 are also top-level cadres. It can be said, everyone is gathered here, everyone's expression is very indifferent, everyone's expression is very calm, that's all. For all of this, there is an attitude of indifference. Locke and Kaido didn't care either, they just found a seat and sat down, both of them sat there calmly, as if they had a completely abnormal attitude towards these things. But, after sitting down, Locke said secretly in his heart, these people, in the Rock's pirates, they are all top cadres, and what do these people want to do when they gather here? Holding his head, Locke seemed to be thinking about something, but thinking about a lot. Gia ha 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 ha. At this moment, accompanied by heroic laughter, Shei floated in slowly, with the corners of his mouth grinning, and looking around, he said ferociously, oh, is it here? So, Shei looked interestingly at Rocks, who was sitting on the top with a calm expression, and then said interestingly, Captain Rocks, what do you want to do by gathering everyone here? What are you doing? The corners of Rock's mouth curled up, and he said interestingly, who knows? Shei, sit down honestly, Lousy will tell you when everyone returns. Asking for flowers. No problem. Shei also found a seat and sat down, while everyone continued to wait. Next. Who will come back? Over time, 3 more cadres have returned, and these 3 are top-level cadres. Advertisement. The current Rock's pirates, in addition to the 6 most powerful cadres, among them, including Locke, Kaido and others, there are a total of 15 top cadres, yes, It is 15 cadres, and the 15 liters quantity? In fact, there is no need to talk about it. They represent the Vice Admiral, Quasi-Admiral, with this level of strength, and the number of people with this level of strength has reached a full 15 in the Rocks Pirates. To be honest, but as long as you are not an idiot, then, you will be keenly aware of the problem, and you are not joking, rather, this strength is absolutely beyond doubt, even to say, it is definitely a very terrible thing, because of this power is the most frightening thing. It's just unimaginable, isn't it? This kind of power, as long as you are not an idiot, then, basically, you will understand what is going on. Snort. A smile emerged, and Locke's smile was very strong, and he just thought it was very interesting. The cadres of the Rocks Pirates, one by one, are gradually coming back. 04 of the 6 cadres have returned. Of the 15 top cadres, 6 have returned now. This number? No kidding. According to Locke's estimate, if it directly impacts naval headquarters, there will be no problem. That's right. This is the terrifying strength of the Rocks Pirates, the Admiral class. There are a total of 6 members, and there are 15 Quasi-Admiral, King assistants who are only weaker than the Admiral class. In addition, the remaining cadres, what about the elite? This is the strength of the Rocks Pirates, and for this kind of strength, basically, as long as you are not an idiot, you will know what is going on. It was too terrifying. This moment. These monsters actually gathered on the Black Pearl. So, what exactly do they want to do? These. Monster, what horrible things are you trying to do? Sometimes, it's so interesting, people want to see what will happen next. Search. Slightly licking the corner of his mouth, Locke's smile is also very strong, not a joke, it's really interesting, I really want to see it. What will happen next? To be honest, Locke is really very interested, after all, I also want to see what the Rocks Pirates want to do. For all this, Locke is very interesting, after all. So many monsters gathered here, if the Rocks Pirates didn't make any big moves, it would really make people feel very boring. A smile emerged, but Luke thought it was very interesting. From beginning to end, Locke's expression is calm enough for all of this, although he was interested, he didn't show too much. Time passed by every minute and every second, snapped. Snapped, and following the sound of footsteps, a tall figure stepped into it, and those sharp eyes swept past everyone. Gu la 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 tilde operator tilde operator tilde operator. With the heroic laughter, City Newgate laughed excitedly. I really didn't expect that you guys are all here. Interesting, old man. Z really finds it more and more interesting. Captain Rocks, what is the mission this time? Listening to Newgate's inquiry, everyone showed an interesting expression. Yes, what exactly do you want to do? Chapter 83. Crazy, rush to the red line? 5 cadres. 6 top cadres. This time, a total of 11 cadres returned to the Black Pearl, and with the return of Newgate. Oh ha 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 ha, Rocks said ferociously. That's right, you guys are back, since Lin didn't come back, then, this time, there is nothing to do with her. Okay. I don't like nonsense, I still follow the old rules. Now, you can choose to back down, but you can also choose to continue. With this faint voice. Everyone seemed to have fallen into silence, and everyone remained silent, as if they didn't know what to say, they just looked at Captain Rocks quietly. To be honest, except when they got their own pirate ship at the beginning, everyone has never had such a mission. Now, at this moment, everyone showed an interesting look. As for shrinking? Feel sorry, that is absolutely impossible. They will not shrink back from the terrifying lunatics of the Rocks Pirates. Instead, they are more interested in such tasks. Of course, that also needs to be paid enough. If the reward is not rich enough, I'm sorry, but I won't be interested at all. Oh ha 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 ha, good, boys, since you haven't left yet, then. Let's talk about it. Remember, you should all know the rules of the Rocks Pirates. No one was talking nonsense, everyone in 150. Listened to the words of the crazy Captain Rocks, they kept calm, and even talked. They just sat there and did nothing more. Locke squinted his eyes, and said secretly in his heart. So, what exactly do you want to do? Or, what should you do? It's quite interesting. What will happen next? It's really exciting. A smile emerged, and a terrifying light appeared in Locke's eyes. It's really not a joke, but I really find it very interesting. After all, for Locke, the same lunatic, the next thing is the most interesting thing, isn't it? Search. He licked the corner of his mouth slightly, but Locke wanted to see what the mission was this time. As for whether he would die, it can only be said that since he joined the Rocks Pirates, then, such preparation. After all, you never know what kind of strength the Rocks Pirates, this group of terrifying lunatics, possess, and what will be the result for these guys. And this is the most important thing. Interesting things. Oh ha 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 ha, very nice look, boys. Rocks laughed wildly but ferociously, and then said very calmly. Okay. There's no need to talk nonsense, these things are here, then. That's okay. Next, let's talk about it carefully well. The task is very simple, 1 billion Baileys, or 5 devil fruits. Should you all know these things? No one said anything more. Listening to Captain Rock's words, everyone's eyes revealed a more greedy look. Joke. For lunatics like them, this is the most exciting thing. Such exciting rewards, this is the most important. After all, as long as they get all these, then for them, the benefits are also very terrible. And Locke squinted his eyes, and said secretly, what kind of mission is it? Even if it is the most difficult mission of the Rocks Pirates, it is just 3 devil fruits, and the income this time is indeed it's kind of amazing. To be honest, Bailey is really nothing. To the people present, they are all terrifying monsters of the Rock's pirates, and the strength and abilities of these monsters are astonishing. But, the most interesting thing is right in front of you. This is the most interesting thing. Everyone wants to know, or everyone is very curious, what will be the next result? Such a rich reward was given out. This is 5 devil fruits. If it is said that all 11 people present came back alive, then this is 55 devil fruits, and Captain Rocks can really take out. Is it such a huge devil fruit? This is an extremely interesting thing. Anyway, Locke really finds this very interesting, and wants to see what happens next. Advertisement. What's up? After all, given such a rich reward, and such a horrible reward, if there are no interesting tasks, that would be the most strange thing. Anyway, Locke just thinks it is impossible. Since such rich rewards have been given, then, don't even think about it. You know that the next task will be very difficult. Of course. For others, maybe it will feel intimidating, but do you think these guys will be intimidated by the Rock's pirates who are every maniac and monster every man? Stop it. That's simply impossible, or even say, absolutely no such possibility. Snort. A smile emerged. Locke's smile is absolutely very strong, not just Locke. This smile appeared on everyone present, and everyone's eyes were full of interesting expressions. Oh ha 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 ha, MN. Captain Rocks couldn't help laughing. What he likes most is the crazy side of these guys in front of him. Because, this is what Captain Rocks cultivated, yes. This is the core of what Captain Rocks has done for so many years. After all, for Captain Rocks, what will happen next? And this is the most important core. Even next, all whatever may happen, this is the most important thing. Not kidding, T-Euro. This is the real fact, whether it is attacking the Marine branch, or attacking the franchise countries, or even all kinds of crazy missions. Rocks just hopes that everyone under him will become terrifying lunatics one by one, and only so, then, your own plan is likely to succeed. At this point, it is absolutely beyond doubt. After all, if I want to become the king of the world, if my subordinates are all afraid, then I will never be able to succeed by relying on myself alone. Song, you can only succeed if these people under his own hands do not have any fear at all. Okay. Rocks also said grimly. Nonsense, lousy just doesn't say much, there is no need to talk more nonsense. This thing. Rocks took out a small map from the treasure chest on the side, and said calmly. In this map, it records the first area above the red line, where there is something lousy wants. However, all you need to do is to bring back what lousy needs. Do you have any opinions? Listening to Rocks, 11 people present. Deb. These 11 of them are a group of crazy and terrifying monsters, but, at this moment, these 11 people fell into silence involuntarily, and everyone stood here in astonishment. Because, no one expected it. This is such a mission. Crazy. No, crazy is no longer enough to describe this task, or even say it. This task should be called horror is the most appropriate. It is simply unimaginable. What a terrifying task this is. This is not a joke, but a real fact. Obediently. What a terrifying idea is this. For such a situation, people are simply filled with unparalleled shock. No kidding, this is something that I can't even imagine. But that's the problem. Whether you are willing to imagine, or do not dare to imagine, but, that is the truth. This is Rocks D. Zebek. The mission given by the most terrifying man above the sea. Oh ha 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 ha, boys, how about it? Any thoughts on this mission? There was a terrifying light in Rock's eyes, and it was interesting to look at each of these little brats, with a terrifying light in his eyes. What happened next? But it was very interesting. Each of these little brats, what choice will be made? Advertisement or what will they choose? This is extremely interesting. Everyone remained silent, as if Ping was thinking about something. But the smile in Rock's eyes became more and more intense, and also became more and more crazy. Even said, the eyes were filled with a terrifying light, because Rocks knew that these little devils would never refuse, because, in the eyes of these guys, there is no fear at all. On the contrary, the eyes of these guys are flickering with terrifying madness. Therefore, Rocks knew that this group of crazy little devils would not reject his idea, but would be very interested in his idea, and this was a success for Rocks. Because, what I want is this kind of result. As long as this group of crazy little devils are crazy enough, then it is enough. Snort. A ferocious smile emerged, and Rocks said for the second time, okay. Boys, there is no need to talk nonsense. Come on, tell me, what will happen next? How will it be? There was a terrifying light in everyone's eyes, and Rocks looked at the group of youngsters in front of him with interest. Locke squinted his eyes thinking about something, and said secretly, eternal pointer? Or, a permanent pointer to the Valley of the Gods? Locke was thinking about all the situations, while the others smiled excitedly when they heard what Rocks said, and all of them laughed ferociously. No problem, Captain Rocks, of course it's fine. Ha ha ha, this is really too exciting, yes. The unparalleled madness flashed in the eyes of each little guy. They were like a group of terrifying and crazy evil spirits. No one would choose to back down. Because they're crazy enough to just hit the red line? He. What is this? Not to mention, at this time 3.2, it is impossible to retreat. At this point in time, do you want to retreat? Then, this is absolutely impossible, because you can only choose to go on, but you want to back down? That's just meaningless. Because, the result of shrinking back is death. This is what everyone recognizes. If this is the case, then, there is no way to choose to retreat. Naturally, everything is placed. The immediate result. because this is the result that cannot be changed at all. Search. Everyone licked the corners of their mouths, and these lunatics are already ready. Come on, try it out and see what the result will be, or rather, next. What will be the intention? There is a frightening madness in everyone's eyes, and a flicker of terrifying madness has already proved the thoughts of these lunatics. And looking at this group of terrifying lunatics. Oh ha 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 ha, Rox laughed excitedly and said, okay, there is no need to talk nonsense anymore, everything is about to start, come back alive. Then your reward will definitely not be to give you less. Yes, but if you die on the red line, well, Lousy will not remember you. Remember? There is a frightening madness in Rock's eyes, and he is telling everyone? Chapter 84. Red line, bring it on, let's make a fuss. Search, search, a pirate ship went straight to the distance at an extremely fast speed, and on the pirate ship, besides Locke and other 11 people, there were also Najehidin and Lenny here, the three of them just quietly the wait is here. As for Najehidin's identity, for the people present, they are not interested. Locke, this guy, always has some weird people around him every now and then. They are used to these situations. Naturally, they will not let go at all. It is in the eyes. Your Highness. Najee Zaitan stood beside Locke, lit a cigarette, thought for a while, and said, according to what you said, if you look at it this way, in fact, all the crazy actions of the Rock's pirates, all for the purpose of cultivating the madness and ferocity of everyone in the Rock's pirates. When a person has no fear, well, he can do it anytime. That's what Rox thought. Listening to Najee words, Locke thought for a while, but nodded, it is true. Just like what Najee said, when a person is crazy enough, when all the terrifying after everything has been done, will he still have any fear? Obviously, it won't. For a murderer, he will feel fear when he kills the first person, but as time goes by, when he kills more and more people, it becomes more and more terrifying. In fact, the situation is already different, because he no longer has any feeling, and feels that what he has done is actually a matter of course, or it is actually a very common thing, and because of this is the real core. As for such a situation, as long as Locke thinks a little bit, he knows what it means. Locke continued to think about it, and said after a little thought, according to this statement, if there are no accidents, the crazy move of the Locke 21 pirates this time is actually to use the power of the world government. Attract it, now. The three armies of the world government, sea, land and air, have already started to act, and under such circumstances, no matter how terrifying the background of the world government is, there will still be some flaws in the red line. This moment, Locke already understands what is the cause of this chaotic sea, or what is the meaning of this chaotic sea, and for these situations, Locke has already vaguely guessed what is going on. Najee Zaitan nodded and said, Your Highness, according to your statement, such a situation is actually very likely. After all, although the world government is a terrifying monster that has existed for 800 years, no matter what it is, the current world government, obviously there are definitely some problems more or less, and these problems are the most important things. Locke nodded calmly about this. He probably could have guessed this situation, and even more probably knew what was going on. As long as he thought about this situation a little bit, everything would be fine. It's just that I've gradually come to understand it. After all, the situation is actually not complicated, but what is really complicated is what happens next. But Locke said casually. In fact, it's not important anymore. The next core is about this red line. Yes. Najee Zaitan also nodded, thinking about something, while Lenny stood aside, not interrupting, just listening quietly. People. The important thing is to have self-knowledge. And Lenny is very clear about these things, and he is very clear about these things, knowing what he should do and what he should not do. Regarding these things, Leonai has always seen them very well. I understand, and even more so, how to deal with it. Therefore, this is Lenai's character all along. It can be said without joking that Lenny is very clear about these considerations. The only thing I am good at is strength, so it is enough to display my strength honestly. As for other situations? That's not something that suits me. Those things have nothing to do with me. That's why. This is the real core. Other than that, everything else is just unimportant. It's not an important thing. Soon, under the ability of Shiki's lion fruit, everyone gradually reached the bottom of the red line and hid in a very remote area. As for this area, this was marked by Captain Rox long ago. This area is hidden here and will not be discovered at all. Because of this, everyone is waiting quietly. Consider what kind of situation you want to attack. Let's kill directly. Although sea, land and air are all gone, but our actions like this are not far from death. Advertisement, you guys really think simple. Everyone's expressions are very sharp, and everyone has the same thoughts, as if they're thinking about something, but, no matter what they're thinking about, but, one thing is certain, everyone they are all thinking about how to do it. Newgate, Shiki, Ochaku, John, Silver Axe, these 5 people are also considering this issue. After all, this is the red line, the heart of world government. Joke. Who really dares to say that here, he can get everything? It's just that you don't know how to die, it's really going to die. This is really not a joke, it's really going to die, and it's going to be very miserable. Because of this, facing the current situation, who dares to be careless? Remember, even if it's just any negligence, then, it's not an exaggeration to say that the result may be death. Therefore, everyone is also thinking, at this time. Locke suddenly said calmly. It starts at 5 o'clock in the morning. At this time, the sky has not yet dawned, and this time is the most tiring time for everyone. No matter how strict the security of the red line is, but this is human instinct. As long as it is human instinct, it will definitely appear more or less. Listening to Locke's words, everyone was thinking, it is undeniable. This situation seems to be true. All of a sudden, everyone nodded, and Locke continued. The patrols on the red line run every 40 minutes. In other words, if you choose to make trouble, then it doesn't matter, but if you want to go sneakily, then it is better at this time. Kaido asked strangely. Locke, you seem to know a lot about the situation on the red line? I went to the New World via the red line, Locke explained casually. Everyone was stunned, and Locke didn't say anything, but it's only natural to think about it for a while. Locke can be said to have entered the New World alone. Given the circumstances, it wouldn't be a surprise if Locke learned something from the red line for granted. No kidding. Locke is basically quite clear about the situation of the red line. I still know the timing of these changes, after all. When I was in the red line, there was a commotion. I also know something. Same. Locke also has his own definite ideas. Besides that, Locke continued. If you choose to make a fuss, then, at that time, the most suitable time is for Shei to go and take that treasure, and the others make a fuss. What's the meaning? Everyone looked stunned, but Locke continued. It's easy. Does any of you have a better escape than Shiki's lion fruit? Everyone shut their mouths because, this is the real fact, please. That's lion fruit, and in terms of escaping, lion fruit's ability is absolutely beyond doubt, it is definitely the most top devil fruit. To put it another way, as long as Shei doesn't want to, then, want to catch Shei? That is almost impossible. Because of this, in the original book, Shei was arrested. The problem is that Shei just wants to die knocked to the end. Whatever you say is the reason for not retreating. Otherwise, according to Shiki's situation, it is absolutely impossible to look like this. To put it bluntly, it's just unrealistic. Locke is very clear about this, and even more so, for all this, he knows a lot about it. Shei has no problem with this, and has no objection to Locke's statement. Advertisement. Locke continued. At 5 o'clock in the morning, 20 minutes after Shiki's action, we can start to make trouble, attract everyone's attention, let Shei steal that treasure. This is the most important core. As for the guardian of the treasure, is there a strong person? I can't be sure about this, but if you still can't steal Shei when we attract attention, then you might as well die, Locke said without any mercy, without any meaning, because there is no fear at all, although it is true. Compared with Shei, his own strength is indeed slightly behind, but this gap, that's just a few. Not a big deal at all. Jihahaha, Locke kid, 783. Shei looked at Locke ferociously, his eyes flickered with terror, and said cruelly, "You be asterisk 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 D. It's easy to say." Locke shrugged casually and said, "Because what I said is the truth." Both of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere seemed to gradually become weird. But, fleeting. The two of them didn't intend to make a move, and this matter stopped here. But this Liangza must have been settled like this, and this matter is absolutely beyond doubt. Joke. Who is afraid of whom? After this matter is over, it will definitely not be like this. Shei nodded and said, "No problem, this task, lousy accepted." And Locke said casually, there are still 4 hours until 5 o'clock in the morning, next, just wait quietly." Good. Everyone nodded silently, and everyone waited quietly. 4 hours of time, HS. It's just fleeting, especially for these guys present. Some of them even fell asleep, and it looked like they didn't care at all. They were completely careless. When the time was up, Shei summoned a boulder, supported everyone with the boulder, and gradually floated upwards, avoiding all of them in various ways. Slowly and gradually, the patrols have reached the red line. Snapped. Snapped. Figures have landed on the red line one by one, and the next moment, Shei is going straight to the distance. The speed is extremely fast, but Shei still needs to hide himself. Trace, hide everything. So, although the speed is said to be very fast, but the speed of travel is not too fast. After all, Shei also knows that there is only one chance. If it is really discovered, it will be terrible. It will really fail. If it really fails, he. At that time, it will be a really troublesome thing. Because of this, of course, I dare not be careless. And over time, 20 minutes passed quickly. All of a sudden, all the guys showed crazy smiles. Bring it on. Let's make a fuss. Chapter 85. Locke's very clear destination. Boom. Boom. Rumble. Instantly, the roar of artillery fire instantly rolled over the entire red line. Endless artillery fire instantly covered the red line. Moment. That's right, moment. As if falling into silence, all the people in red line showed expressions of disbelief. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? What happened? That's what almost everyone thinks. Please, this is the red line, and in the red line, will there be a problem? This is true, something unimaginable. Okay. Everyone can't believe that there will be a problem in the red line? Good guy. This is something unimaginable at all. Yeah. Rumble, listening to the roaring sound in the ear, it exploded in an instant, and everyone's eyes widened. Good guy. Good guy. It's amazing that someone is really doing things in red line. Isn't it? This is actually true? This is actually the truth is? I can't understand it at all. Okay? F***K? Someone looking for trouble on the red line? Oh my god. I can't even imagine how good it is. I do not know. What the hell? Everyone showed a look of astonishment and disbelief. It should be said, regarding this situation, I just can't imagine it at all. I can't imagine it. It would be like this. What happened? Should say, what is going on? This is something that is unimaginable at all, but no matter whether it is conceivable or not, no matter whether it is believable or not, the problem is, this is the fact before our eyes, and someone actually started making a fuss in red line. MMP. It's unbelievable. How dare someone start a fight on the red line? Horrible, horrible. It's totally unimaginable, okay? Indeed it is. Many people showed expressions of disbelief, but they are more just watching the fun. After all, in their opinion, what is this? Just kidding, this. But Red 10 continent, red line, world government. This is the center of power, the same. It means that this is the most terrifying place on the entire sea. If this is the case, do you need to say more? Obviously, this is something that does not need any words at all. Because, this is the real fact, even saying, this is what everyone recognizes, no one can start a fight in the red line, it's just a joke. How dare anyone make trouble in the red line? Stop it. This is simply unrealistic, it's really not a joke at all, it's the real fact, after all. This is the red line. This is the most terrifying place above the sea, and in such a place, anyone who is not an idiot is very clear. You guys, the so-called preparations of these guys are just that they will be suppressed in an instant. Therefore, advertisement everyone should eat, drink, do what they should do, and do what they do. These are all indifferent things. It is completely unnecessary to pay attention to it, after all. This is not a big deal at all. Questions, naturally, all of these are simply unnecessary. This way, there, someone invaded. Suppress and kill the opponent, yes, with the sound of such a call, just when everyone felt that everything would return to calm soon. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Everyone's smiles are gradually disappearing, that's right, 15 minutes have passed, 15 minutes. It's not a joke at all, this is the red line, and a full 15 minutes the time, the battle is not over yet? It is simply unimaginable, even to say, I can't believe it, what happened? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, and everyone was listening to the deafening roar. Crackling. Rumble. The terrifying roar resounded crazily in my ears, as if it wanted to swallow everything up, and in this short period of time, all the terrifying roars seemed to swallow everything up, it was too terrifying. This is impossible. Someone actually blocked the world government's attack? It's already 15 minutes, damn it, what is going on? What's the situation? Everyone showed a look of disbelief, just kidding, this is really not a joke, but in a real sense, everyone can't even imagine that such a result will happen, okay? 15 minutes. Under the chaotic situation in the red line, it lasted for a full 15 minutes and has not completely calmed down. Please. This is simply unimaginable, even said, it is simply incomprehensible, such a situation is completely unbelievable, okay? Therefore, everyone is a stunned observer. They just can't understand such a situation, anyway, it's simply unacceptable. I can't understand, what is going on? Just when everyone felt stunned, this moment. This group of lunatics from the Rocks Pirates has completely started to make a fuss, what will happen next? And this is the most interesting things, because no one knows what the next situation will be, and everything is right in front of us. And this group of lunatics has already started to make a fuss, after all, no one knows what kind of things these guys will do with this group of terrifying monsters. The other side, Slave City. Here, gathered all the slaves, and here, at this moment, a figure gradually emerged from the dark night. He quietly looked at the slave city in front of him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, faintly he said, what Tiger will do in the future, I didn't expect that I did at first, but, thinking about it a little bit, it seems to be a matter of course. Snort. A smile emerged, and Locke emerged from the darkness. After that, the whole person was extremely fast, and went straight to the streamer in front of him. He was in the same place in an instant, and had already entered the slave city. The speed is really too fast, it is so fast that people have no time to react. Brush. Locke's speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared almost instantly, completely turning into an afterimage, making it impossible for people to imagine that Locke's speed could be so fast. But, almost in the blink of an eye, Locke had already opened the gates of the slave cities one after another. All the slaves looked at the open door in front of them, and their cloudy eyes showed unbelievable expressions, as if they couldn't imagine that such a thing would happen. This situation, it's too weird. All of a sudden, after all the hard work, they are all in a daze, not knowing what happened. Look at me. I look at you. Everyone seems to be in a daze, a little unable to understand what happened in front of them. What? Chance, advertisement, it's right in front of you, you can try to live. Of course. If you are willing to die, if you are willing to be a dog like this, then, just wait here to die. After all, as long as you are not an idiot, then, you all know that this is the only chance, you can give it a try. With this faint sound, the sound disappeared without a trace. The slaves kept silent one by one, they didn't know what happened, and as time went by, they gradually walked out of the prison and looked at the situation in front of them. All the guards were already dead, and the corpses fell on the ground like this, and all the slaves looked at the scene in front of them, and their eyes couldn't help but tears. Yes, fear, die, they see hope, even though this hope is very small, even to say, it is already so small that you may not see much hope at all, but no matter what. But, this is the real fact, everything is already in front of you. Therefore, each of them quickly strengthened their beliefs, opened their handcuffs, and took up weapons. They knew that their own strength was not much, as for whether they could survive. Have no idea. They don't know whether they can survive, but if they wait here, they will definitely die, and only if they leave here, then it is possible to survive. Otherwise, everything is already it's right in front of you, if that's the case. #B. Everything is meaningless. Try it out. See what the result will be, no matter what time it is. Strengthen your beliefs, strengthen your heart, and this is the most important thing. Everyone has walked out of the slave city step by step, no matter what, even if it is said. The next thing they have to face is death, but they still have to face hope, and even if it is this tiny hope, but they still want to try it out. After all, this is a chance to live. 6 years ago, some of them left alive, and more people were arrested again. If this is the case, then why are they not the ones who left? This is what everyone thinks. He. Locke stood on a high place, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and said interestingly, the slaves have already started to move, and next, the biggest chaos will hit. Most of the power of the world government has been dispatched. If you want to go out and dispatch from other places, it will take time. 15 minutes. 15 minutes have passed now, and at most it will last for 30 minutes. In other words, it doesn't matter what the result is after 30 minutes, even if it is. That guy Shei didn't come back, he just wanted to leave. Naji Zaiden's figure emerged from behind Locke, and she nodded seriously. Your Highness, at most, it will take 15 minutes, for Qian Nuo, and this is because of the time brought by these many slaves, otherwise, this time is simply not enough. No problem. Locke smiled and nodded. These questions are nothing at all, but the next thing is the most interesting thing. Let me try it. The next thing. What will be the result? A smile emerged, and a sharp light emerged from Locke's eyes. Chance. This is the best opportunity. To be honest, Locke never imagined that Captain Rox would play such a mission and directly attack the Red Line. Yin. Good guy. Such a situation is simply unimaginable. But Locke also has absolute self-confidence. After all, the opportunity is right in front of him. If he can't even seize such an opportunity, it would be too shameful. What's more, all of this is the result in front of my eyes, and I just want to seize this opportunity. As long as I seize this opportunity, then, next, I will definitely get everything you want. Alright, Locke said calmly. Naji Zaitan, it's good to act separately. Next, these 15 minutes are the most important time for us, as long as we succeed. Alright, count what Najihiden has done in North Blue. Next, all in all is enough. Yes. Naji Zaitan bowed her head respectfully. Her expression was very respectful. She was already prepared for this. She would not be weaker than Acedes. Chapter 86. Are you picking someone up with a group of lunatic Rox pirates? Snapped. With the sound of slow footsteps, Locke's figure has gradually entered the shop. With a smile on his face, he said gently, Shop manager, can you take out the things in the shop? Noxus Locke, the executive of the Rox pirates. Really, I'm not wrong. On this sea, there's absolutely no one who can make trouble in the Red Line, except you Rox pirates, a group of lunatics. And in the store is an old man wearing a jet black suit with an old face, who looks to be in his 60s or 70s, but his appearance is smiling, as if he is waiting for Locke's arrival. No surprises like that. So, he smiled and said, shouldn't the things that should be taken out be taken out? What a question. On the contrary, the old store manager didn't hesitate at all, nodded with a smile, and strode directly into the back of the store, and soon, he came out carrying treasure boxes one by one. He said calmly, this is everything in the store, worth a total of 700 million Baileys. It is not a coincidence that you came here, it is undeniable. You have a good chance. What a pity. In the morning, a cart of goods and Bailey has just been sent away, and now this is the only shop left. Well, it's really a pity. Locke didn't feel any annoyance, raised his hand, and sent everything directly into Teigu's space, and said with a smile. Then, manager, thank you for your help this time, goodbye. Locke turned around as if no one had noticed when he came, and walked into the darkness again, and disappeared peacefully again. The manager. As Locke left, two clerks came out and asked strangely, Manager, why don't you even resist? Even if the other party is a member of the Rox pirates, it seems that there is no need at all. Does it look like this? You guys. The old shop manager smiled and shook his head, looked at the 2077 shop assistants and said gently, you two are my disciples, there are more things. It should be to think about it, not to think about everything like this. You guys just scratching the surface? Come on, tell me, what will the result be? Result. Listening to the words of the old store manager, the first clerk, who was the one who asked the question just now, said, Shop manager, as long as you procrastinate a little bit, at most it will be. How many minutes each? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The current red line has been messed up for 17 minutes. What do you think? How long will it take for people from the red line to come to our side? And, according to the power of the world government, even if they are the first to help, then it will definitely not be our turn. If that is the case, what do you think the result will be? The first clerk fell into silence. It is undeniable that his consideration of these things was not comprehensive enough, and he did not think clearly about many things. Still too young. The old store manager smiled and shook his head, then turned his attention to the other disciple, and continued to ask, what do you think? Noxus Locke, as a cadre of the Rox pirates, and a top cadre. Go to sea in 6 years. At the age of only 21, he became the top cadre of the Rox pirates. How long would it take for such a monster to kill the three of us, such an old, weak, sick and disabled person? The second clerk hesitated a little, and then said respectfully, The store manager, it will take a moment at most, or even say, killing us is as simple as a joke, and we can be dealt with easily. Good. Advertisement. The old store manager smiled and nodded. If that's the case, then the result is already doomed. If we obediently hand over the treasure, we can still survive. And if we choose to resist, then the result is definitely a matter of death. If so, what choice would you make, CBBF? Bring it on. Show me your options. The old store manager pulled out a chair and sat down, just smiling and looking at his two apprentices. He is already 70 years old. For him, the position of store manager is actually about to retire. Because of this, he needs to test his two disciples to see who is suitable to inherit his position, and this is the most important core. No kidding. All of these are absolutely very important things. Grasping this opportunity, even saying, dealing with all of this, then, is the most important thing. After all of this is right in front of you, and if you don't handle it well, it will be extremely dangerous. Listening to the old shop manager's inquiry, the two shop assistants were lost in thought, and they began to think about it in their hearts. The first clerk thought about it and said, Shop manager, according to the time calculation, we will definitely die, and all the treasures will be found, eventually. The result is that there is no change. It seems that the only change is that we will die. Good. The old store manager nodded with a smile. The second clerk continued. Because of this matter is not something we are qualified to change at all. If this is the case, then why not take out all the treasures obediently? The store will not have any damage, and we survived, though, lost all treasure. But, the second clerk looked very serious and said, although it is said that everything is lost, but this is not a big problem at all. After all, it is not only our family that has problems, but everyone has problems, but it is not an easy task to live in the area of Red Line and open a shop. In other words, our position will become more and more important. Good. The old store manager nodded with a smile, and revealed a satisfied smile for his apprentice. And at this time, the first clerk was also thinking about it. The store manager, to put it bluntly, all of this is not something we can change at all, so obediently hand over everything. Then, what did you bring to us? It will be the best benefit, we will live, and we will continue to survive, and our status will become higher and higher. Only. The first clerk thought for a while and said, Manager, I don't really understand something. Tell me about it. Although there is no change in appearance, the old store manager has already excluded the first apprentice. Unqualified. It is simply unqualified, and it is not enough in all aspects, such as reaction speed, reaction time, and even speaking. All aspects of endurance are completely inferior to the second disciple. The most important thing is, he didn't have the humble heart at that moment, but was full of arrogance, which is absolutely not allowed. Just kidding, this is the red line. To put it bluntly, if a stone goes down, the people who are killed by it may be the nobles of the world. Therefore, under such circumstances, this so-called arrogance, then, the result will be that death is not an exaggeration. Because of this, such arrogance is absolutely not allowed. And the old man's shop, the boss, didn't say anything, but he had already dispatched the first clerk, preparing to train his second apprentice with all his strength, and even said, he was very clear about what the clerk wanted to ask. The store manager, the first clerk said seriously, why don't you choose to tell this person about us? The old store manager interrupted the conversation behind the first clerk, and asked with a smile, what do you think? You and a group of lunatics form the Rocks pirate group to ask who is behind us, and what is the result? Woolen cloth? Guess what the consequences of this will be? The old man's smile was very gentle, but he continued very calmly. These lunatics even dared to attack the Red Line and the world government. What do you think? Can the people behind you be compared to the world government? You can guess, what does everything behind this represent? Listening to the words of the old store manager, the first clerk fell into silence. Obviously, he already understood what all this meant, and even more clearly what kind of result this would be. That's the real core. Advertisement, remember. Some people, they feel intimidated. Some people, they feel fear. And among these people, pirates are definitely not included, and the monster Locke came from the Noxus Empire. For some reason, you all know that he left Noxus and became a pirate. What do you think? For such a guy, would he be afraid of all this? The old store manager is still teaching softly, but he is becoming more and more dissatisfied with the first clerk. If this is the case, do you still need to ask? What an idiot. Simply rubbish. If such a guy is really kept in the red line, then the consequences for himself and the forces behind him will be devastating. This is beyond doubt, and it is because of this doubtful thing. This disciple, with his retirement, should leave with him. As for the second clerk, he is also a little satisfied. At least, he didn't do such an idiotic behavior, but he is still immature, and many things are still need to continue to cultivate. Otherwise, it is still not qualified at all. A lot of everything is still not enough. It is not enough at all. As for all of this, the old store manager certainly saw it very clearly, and even more clearly. Remember, the old store manager continued, you shouldn't reason with lunatics like pirates. They're indeed, in the eyes of big shots, they're just a bunch of mudlegs, not worth mentioning at all, and they can't even get on the stage. But what kind of identity are we? These pirates, even those big men, no one is willing to provoke. The reason is very simple. Because these people are a group of real lunatics, they don't have any worries at all. You think? When facing these lunatics, what will be the result? Will you fight them? The old store manager didn't say what he said later, but the meaning is already very obvious. Impossible things. This is nothing more than the actions of idiots. but as long as there is a person with a brain, it is impossible to do such an idiotic thing, after all. Everyone is very clear, if we start a war with these, then, what will be the result and price that we need to pay for this? People are barefoot and not afraid to wear shoes. You just won't make money and lose blood, such a result. Therefore, the major forces, basically very few people really go to war with the pirates. This is not appropriate at all. You say that if you win, what can you get? These pirates just get their legs up, and I can die straight away show you. And for yourself? My family has a big business, if I lose something, I can't bear it. Therefore, this is the real core, and in this case, this is the real core, because of this. These are more like a joke, just listen to it. And if you really mean it, that's very embarrassing. Sometimes, that's the case, no matter at any time, just use your brain a little bit. Remember, this is a real world, this is not a false world, and in this real world, as long as you are not an idiot, then, you should be very clear about what will happen next. This is absolutely beyond doubt, it is very important to see all this clearly. Chapter 87. World Government, Superpower, Dark Emperor, Underground Emperor. Boom. At this moment, a shop suddenly collapsed, and Locke walked out of the room again, smiling and continuing to walk in another direction, as if, it was not me who did such a horrible thing just now same. The old store manager was standing at the door, and similarly, an old man who also looked old came out of the shop next to him step by step. The two old men looked at each other, and a smile emerged from the corners of their mouths. Obviously, for these two old people, they have seen a lot of different things keenly. Because of this, they know a lot, and they also know what the next result will be. Naturally, they have done enough prepare. The two old store managers looked at each other and smiled, then turned around and returned to the store. It is better not to participate in the follow-up. This is the case at this time. It is enough to survive. The less you know, the better you will be. Is the appropriate result if you know more? So, for the three, it is not a good thing. After all, what will be the result of everything? These things. As long as you are not an idiot, then, in fact, they are all very clear things, and slowly will understand everything. Man. Sometimes it is like this, the older they are, the more they will understand a lot of everything. For them, they understand a lot, and likewise, they also know a lot, and they know what will happen next things, and such things, what will be the result. Everything has returned to calm, and Locke is still walking step by step in this trading city. Some people in the shops are willing to hand over their things obediently, while others will. The death was very miserable. After all, Locke is not a murderer. If you are willing to obediently hand over things, then, I will not have any politeness or hesitation, if you don't want to. I shook the eggs for you and turned them yellow, and I chopped the earthworms vertically and killed them directly. So, sometimes, things are like this, you just know what's going on if you obediently understand it. Locke is very calm about these situations, and in the trading city. Just like that, like a demon urging his life, he walked by gradually. Step by step, snapped, snapped, snapped. The gentle footsteps made everyone tremble. Locke walked at an extremely fast speed. In a short period of time, Locke walked through half of the trading city. Of course. Want to plunder the entire trading city by yourself in just 15 minutes? Stop making trouble. That's simply unrealistic, it's like a joke. Do you know how big the trading city is? There are nearly 1 million people in the trading city, and all the people who trade in the sea except pirates are gathered here. You must know that pirates are the rarest people in this world. After all, the number of people who can go to sea to become pirates is still very small. Because of this, under such circumstances, then, anyone who is not an idiot is very clear about what the next pattern will be like, and it is precisely because of this situation that a lot of everything is already in front of you, whether you want to admit it or not, it is something that must be admitted. This is undeniable at all, but something that must be admitted, one step at a time, everything has already been placed in front of everyone. This is the result that you cannot change at all, and it is even more fundamental undeniable change. It's all here, snapped, Locke stopped, looked into the distance, and whispered softly. Well, the time is still too fast, only 13 minutes is really not enough, but, this time the harvest is enough enriched, let's see how Naji Zaitan and Lenai's gains are. Snort. A smile emerged, but Locke's figure disappeared without a trace in a flash. He still had his own work, and everything that followed was for him to deal with. But advertisement the other side, Naji Zaitan and Lenny, the two girls don't have any worries at all. They really don't have any intention of showing mercy when they are in the auction city. The actual burning, killing, and looting are all without any scruples. It's too much, give money. Don't give money? See if we are merciful? This is the case with the two women. Of course, the two women are fearless. After all, even if it is surrounded by personnel, they should first surround His Royal Highness's side, and the trouble on their side is really fierce enough. If the other side is not completely dealt with, the general situation under the circumstances, it is simply not the turn of oneself and others. Moreover, even if it was true that His Royal Highness escaped and surrounded the two of us, but so what can it do, isn't it? As long as Locke summons through the Teigu space, the two women can be directly summoning away, the two women can disappear almost instantly, and there will be no problems at all. Correct. There is one more thing that still needs to be said. Teigu. It is their core, and the Teigu envoy is just a form displayed by Teigu, or in other words, it is just the form of a weapon spirit, and even if they are dead, in essence, as long as Teigu destroyed, they just resurrect over time. As for Teigu being destroyed, as long as Devil Fruit has enough energy, then, even if they die, they will just be resurrected with time. To put it bluntly, they are not afraid of death at all, so as long as they can make enough money this time, then that is the most important thing. As for other losses and so on, no kidding. Locke has nothing to lose at all, and for this sea, the next situation is the most interesting thing, especially for Locke. What will happen next? What will happen? After all, the red line was invaded for a full half an hour, and then, if you can't handle all of this, then, this is the most troublesome thing, and because of this, the next look is the most interesting. Everyone is waiting to see. Auction City, snapped. Hello. Be obedient and hand over everything to my old lady, otherwise, my old lady definitely doesn't mind killing you. One hand pressed the rubbish in front of him to the ground, and Lenai's eyes shone with an extremely terrifying light, like a roaring lion king. The terrifying aura was burning crazily. As for the nobleman who was pinned down on the ground, all his limbs had been broken at this moment, and he was trembling. He was afraid that Leone would kill him directly as if he were a monster. Because of this, he carefully obediently took out all the Baileys, money, and collectibles. But, after taking it out, Lenny directly twisted his throat without hesitation. Click. Following this crisp and sweet voice, Lenny said disdainfully, "It's really pure rubbish. A guy like you should die." Lenny was still very upset with these nobles, which was caused by Lenai's character. She collected all the treasures in the Teigu space, and then went to the next box. Joke. This time the turmoil came very quickly, except for the celestial dragons who really left under the protection of the CP organization, and the others? But there is no way to leave. Basically, they are already trapped in the here, and under such circumstances, Lenny and Naji Zaitan are simply making a lot of money. This is really no joke. These people, that's really rich, one by one is simply rich. After all, advertisement world government, superpower. Asking for flowers. Dark Emperor, Underworld Emperor. These four major powers represent the most terrifying power on the sea. The world government needs no further words. This is a terrifying monster that has stood on the sea for 800 years. And what about superpowers? A superpower, either in economics, military affairs, specialty products, etc., absolutely has astonishing capabilities, and there are admiral-level powerhouses suppressing it internally. This is the foundation of a superpower. Even some superpowers, and even have top powerhouses comparable to rocks. It is the strength of a superpower accumulated over time. Besides, Dark Emperor. The Dark Emperors, as the name suggests, they are the third level above the sea. In fact, the strength of the Dark Emperors is almost equal to that of the superpowers, and the Dark Emperors are hidden in the underground world, which is different from the methods of the superpowers in the open. Of course, the power of the Dark Emperor is very complicated, even to say. It has reached an extremely chaotic level, and it has reached an extremely astonishing level. Because of this is the Dark Emperor is also a terrifying side. It can be said bluntly that the Dark Emperor has their strong and weak, but what is certain is that there is no doubt that an admiral-level powerhouse is in charge. At last. Then they are the weakest underground emperors. Their strength is not strong, and the forces under their hands are not strong, but, in their hands, they have mastered one or several kinds of forces above the sea. The lifeline of the economy, if they are touched casually, it will have an extremely terrifying impact on a certain industry in this sea. As for the fact that Stussy directly killed Lufeld, this can only be said. The world government is rich and powerful, even if there are some problems, it doesn't matter at all. So far, world government, superpower, Dark Emperor. Underworld Emperor. From the supremacy, to the superpower on the surface, to the emperor hidden in the underground world, and the underground emperor who has mastered the economy, it can be said, these four kinds of people are the core who have mastered the sea. As for pirates, still the same sentence. Only in the era of four emperors in the future, the pirates at that time will be the real pinnacle. Each of them can rival a superpower, but another problem is that when the captain dies, this force was instantly disintegrated. For example, the failure and death of Newgate, Kaido, and Linlin brought about the disintegration of the forces. To put it bluntly, the foundation is not enough. Therefore, now in this auction city, all kinds of big shots and people from many countries, nobles, big shots, etc. gather here to conduct transactions, and Naji Zaitan and Lenny don't have any subordinates. The meaning of mercy. Rob. Just don't have any hesitation. This is the most important thing, for this sea. There is no need to have any hesitation at all. Anyway, the two women are very clear. His Royal Highness has no good contact with them. And, the more critical point is that this sea is a sea where the strong are respected. As long as the strength is strong enough, then, everything is meaningless at all. Under such circumstances, then, as long as I am not an idiot, I am very clear about what the result will be. Only strength is the real core, and without strength, no matter how much wealth you have, you are just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This is the core of everything. Absolutely don't think there is a problem, but this is the real greatest question. It can be said, as time goes by, the gains of the two women are getting bigger and bigger, and this chaotic Red Line war has gradually reached the ultimate. At the same time, not far away, a real big war broke out. That's it. It was a battle in the true sense, and it was all a battle between the top powerhouses. Chapter 88. Locke. Terrifying Special Forces. Snapped. Accompanied by the sound of gentle footsteps, Lenny walked into a private room. The three gods who looked like Lolita had already dealt with everyone in front of them, and Naji Zaitan was squatting down. It seems to be sorting out something. Najehidan. What's wrong? Lenny leaned over, his face full of curiosity. Naji Zaitan said without raising her head, these books are quite special. Each of them records some information about devil fruit. These are not devil fruit illustrated books, but the Tao of many forces accumulating over time. Yes, and this collection, collecting all the devil fruit illustrated books, will bring great benefits. Listening to Naji Hidden's words, Lenny nodded seriously. Undeniably said, Devil fruit illustrated book, for your Royal Highness, the benefits it brings are absolutely huge. This is not a joke. Think about it, sometimes you get high-level devil fruits, such as ancient species, phantom beast species, and logia. If you take out these high-level devil fruits casually, then the benefits are not big at all. This, absolutely beyond doubt. If you eat it directly, good guy. It's purely a treasure, in Locke's eyes, indeed, the energy is equal, but if you take it out for exchange, it's not the same thing. Minimum. In Kaido's hands, 1 to 2 1 to 3 1 to 5 with such a 530 ratio. If you look at it a little bit, don't you understand what's going on? That's why, sometimes it's like this. These devil fruit illustrations are really great for Locke now, just like the devil fruit that I ate. Who knows if that one is a high-grade devil fruit? I can only say, these things are still very important. But, Lenny said curiously, Naji Hidden, shall we continue? There is no need. Naji Zaitan shook her head and said, if you count the time, the income is not that high anymore. For us, the time now is to see if there are any precious treasures in the auction city itself. As for those nobles who came to participate in the auction. Naji Zaitan shook her head, undeniably said, Naji Zaitan's judgment is not wrong. Half an hour has passed. Those who should leave, those who should escape, and those who have the ability have actually left. Again, just like a trading city, auction city. These cities are really too big. Even Locke, Lenny, and Naji Zaitan tried their best to plunder them. To put it bluntly, it is impossible to visit them all. This is like being in a treasure house. You clearly know that this treasure house is endless, but the problem is that you have so much time, you can't go on at all. So I say, this can only continue looting, almost, that is, it is time to go, this is the most important thing. In such a situation, Naji Zaitan focused on the most fundamental core, that is, the core of the auction city itself. What kind of treasures does the auction city have? The auction city? How many core treasures? These. It is the most important thing, and the fundamental core is here, all of this. It is the thing that needs to be dealt with, as for everything else. Can only say, it's not particularly important, everything that follows, just need to be dealt with slowly, this is not a huge problem, the two women are leaving. But the other side, the war broke out in terror. Boom, 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 rumble, advertisement crackling. Accompanied by this terrifying and deafening roar, the entire sea seemed to start churning, the endless roar seemed to destroy everything, this terrifying roar, the endless cracking sound, the destructiveness it brings is the most terrifying. Completely, it has reached an incomparably frightening level. You can feel it just by looking at it. What a terrifying power it is unimaginable. Under the situation that the strong men of the sea, land and air forces are all leaving, can it still show such a terrifying power? Can only say, as expected of the world government, this terrifying behemoth that has existed for 800 years has too much power. Locke let out a low snort and an extremely terrifying force erupted instantly. Crackling. Body up and down. Locke's muscles, bones, joints, everything began to contract instantly, followed closely behind. The burst of power in an instant directly knocked out the opponent in front of him. Boom. This person flew out directly, but the breath of the whole person did not weaken much. Snort. With a muffled snort, blood indeed flowed out, but his face seemed like a puppet without any emotional fluctuations. It seemed that it was only full of such a terrifying side. Dressed in blood-red suits, they looked like devils from hell. They couldn't tell why they existed. There was only endless emptiness in everyone's eyes, but in terms of strength, but extremely terrifying. The weakest ones have the strength of Vice Admiral, and the strong ones have the strength of Quasi-Admiral in general. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido also burst out terrifying power in an instant, and the powerful force directly knocked out the opponent in front of him, but that person is also the same as just now. Although it was slightly injured, it was nothing at all. Their eyes are empty, it looks like a demon without emotion, it seems that there is no emotion fluctuation, no slightest emotion fluctuation. And because of that, they look like terrifying devils. As expected of the world government. Even if the 3 armies of the sea, land and air have already been dispatched, they are still troops with such terrifying owners. Locke can see that this army has a total number of 25 people, which is an extremely special army, and it should belong to the hidden power of the world government, among them. Including 2 admirals, 5 quasi-admirals, and 18 vice-admirals left. Such fighting power, no kidding. That is definitely top-level combat power, but, such a combat power, in the whole world, no one knows their strength at all. This is the most terrifying thing, and no one knows. How much power do they contain? Terrible, because of this. This is the most frightening place. This unparalleled power is clearly in front of everyone, but everyone doesn't know it at all. This is the scariest thing. After all, the opponent's power is right in front of your eyes, but you just don't know the opponent's situation. Isn't that scary? No, this is really too scary, even to say the least. It has reached an unbelievable level. After all, not kidding, this level, but it is too scary. Slightly exhaling, Locke raised the corner of his mouth and said interestingly, so, Facing this huge monster is also the most interesting time. Waroro, Kaido held the mace and said ferociously, "You be asterisk 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 D." You were right. Faced with such a terrifying opponent, Lousy is the one who is most interested. Snapped. Snapped. There is a terrifying light in his eyes, and Kaido's aura is becoming more and more terrifying. It's really not a joke, but, at this moment, Kaido is full of terrifying killing intent and fighting intent, and the terrifying fighting intent is definitely it makes people feel endless chills. Locke. Kaido. These two people are full of absolutely crazy fighting intent. After all, these two people will not waste such an opportunity. Facing such a strong person, this is definitely the best opportunity to hone, no matter what it is exercise. In essence, the difference is not that big. And, if you want to really improve your own strength, then, the best way is to go through crazy battles, fighting again and again. Then, your strength will get the biggest improvement, ushering in a transformation in the true sense. Advertisement, he exhaled deeply, followed by Locke, and said with a slightly active body, "To be honest, for so many years, I have been researching something. But, no one is suitable to carry out the experiment. Now, you can give it a try." Crackling. Moving his muscles and bones, Locke walked towards his opponent step by step. "Waroro, Locke." There was a sharp light in Kaido's eyes, he murmured in a low voice. "You be asterisk 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 D. What kind of level have you reached? Your B asterisk 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 D's strength. What kind of mission did you get?" Search. Lousy also finds it very interesting. "Exactly. Come and have a try today. Let Lousy see if you guy, have risen to a terrifying level." Kaido carried the mace and walked towards the opponent on the other side. Undeniably said. Time. Over the past 6 years, Locke and Kaido have definitely improved their strengths since they joined the Rocks Pirates, but, under the same circumstances, their strengths have become a mystery. Locke's strength is extremely strong, but what about Kaido? This guy has rarely shot in the past 6 years. But because of Locke's stimulation, Kaido's strength has also been greatly improved. After all, he is a genius level strength. If he can't do it in this respect, that is the most strange thing. Therefore, Kaido's strength is improving rapidly, and Locke's strength is also improving rapidly. It can be said that this is an extremely huge improvement in a short period of time. This kind of huge improvement is definitely not a joke. To be honest, Kaido's strength has improved too quickly. Compared with the original book, Kaido's strength has definitely been greatly improved. At this point, the fundamental reason is from Locke. No way. When there is a huge stimulus, then, the core of this huge stimulus is here. Kaido's original strength is more in Locke. Under the pressure of the sea pirates, he grew rapidly, but this kind of growth does not mean that Kaido's full potential has been released. Quite the opposite. 4.2 If Kaido's potential is to be fully released, even greater pressure is needed, just like at this moment, Kaido because of Locke's pressure in the heart that does not admit defeat. Kaido's strength has also been improved. Have you seen it? When Locke heard Kaido's words, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said very naturally, "Then, let's try it out, N." He. Listening to Locke's words, Kaido sneered, and walked ferociously towards the opponent in front of him with a mace in his hand. Special forces from the world government. They have extremely strong strength and extremely special identities. Because of this, it is no exaggeration to say that they are the most suitable opponents for these two people. In the eyes of the two, there are extremely sharp lights shining, and next, their goal is also very simple, that is the opponent in front of them, they want to see. Look, the opponent in front of you is just how powerful the owner is. Same. These two people also want to try to see how much their own strength has been improved. This is the idea of the two people. Again, these two people grew up in the terrifying place of the Rocks Pirates, but to what extent did they grow? Who knows? Maybe they have reached an unprecedented level. Unmatched level of horror. Chapter 89. Steel Fist plus Gentle Fist plus Xingyi Fist. Snapped. Snapped. Crackling. Locke walked towards his opponent step by step, flexing his muscles and bones a little, making a sound like popping beans all over his body. Bring it on. Locke looked at the opponent in front of him and smiled, but there was a cruel smile in his eyes. How terrifying was that terrifying killing intent? Search. Search. 2 blood-red figures came straight for Locke. Blood Warrior. This is their name. They only have this number as their name from 1st to 25th, as for their original names. Feel sorry. That is something that does not exist at all. Their original names have been abandoned. To be precise, they have lost their original names, and there is no such thing as what kind of famous officials they were originally called. Therefore, this is their change, and the ones facing Locke are number 4 and number 5, 2 real quasi-admiral, emperor deputy powerhouses, and compared with Locke, this kind of strength should be half a caddy. But sometimes, even though they are the same strength, but the strength of the battle and the explosion of two people may be the difference between heaven and earth, and it is not an exaggeration. Wave. Locke clenched his fists with both hands, and directly met number 4 and number 5. Their faces were very calm, one of them clenched their fists and the other raised their legs, and they met Locke's offensive. In an instant, terrifying waves of air surged up, and the collision of the three of them exploded the surrounding air in an instant. All of this was only in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying battle began. Quick. Quick. It's really too fast. The speed at which Locke burst out is really too terrifying. It's no exaggeration to make people feel endless fear. At such a terrifying speed, number 4 and number 5 joined forces. There is no way to quickly suppress Locke, even to say. Obviously 21 is the three of them evenly matched, but they are suppressed by Locke. The two tried their best, only able to keep the same pace as Locke. That's the heart of Locke's horror, Locke's fitness. Although Locke has no fruit ability, whether it is Haki, physique, speed, strength, etc. The essential things are extremely terrifying, and he has cultivated to an astonishing level. This is what Locke is best at, and with such an astonishing blessing, then, even if there are two powerhouses of the same level, but 1 against 2 is not difficult for Locke at all. Roar. Locke suddenly let out a low growl, and the next moment, he clenched his fist with one hand and landed the fist. His whole figure seemed to turn into a roaring tiger. The roaring tiger roared upwards, and Locke's punch also smashed down. This punch landed directly on number 4's body, in an instant. Number 4's face became extremely pale, and almost instantly, number 4 flew upside down, but, regarding the injuries on his body, he didn't care at all. He took a deep leap and stood up again. Strangely, the next scene gradually appeared. The injuries on number 4 were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short period of time, they had completely recovered. Keeping calm, number 4 walked over step by step again. Locke looked at number 4 with interest, and said interestingly, "It's really a good resilience, but your resilience is very special, and it's not your own resilience, or it's someone else's recovery power, but what is the root of the core? It's really interesting." Locke's smile became more and more intense, and he felt more and more interesting. After all, as long as I am not an idiot, then, I can tell that number 4 is definitely not a fruit ability user, and since he is not a fruit ability user, then, where does resilience come from? Advertisement, is it a talent? Impossible. This is what Locke finds interesting, so to speak. This is the fruit ability of other people, but whose fruit ability is, and who is showing the fruit ability, this is not clear. Of course, for these, Locke kept a calm heart. No matter what, the battle still had to continue. Crackling. Stretching his muscles and bones again, Locke squinted his eyes and said, "Since this is the case, then, the battle will continue. Let me see, what kind of strength have you reached? What is the extent? What will happen next?" Don't let me down." A cruel smile emerged, and Locke's killing intent became more and more terrifying. This kind of battle is what I like the most. Only the real fight with the opponent, then, it will make a person understand himself better weakness. After all, exercise is also good. It's also good to learn from each other. Actually, you will instinctively keep your hands away, and you will never be able to discover many huge flaws and problems, and since you cannot discover them, how do you deal with them? This is the best way. During the battle, during the slaughter, if the opponent sees his own flaws, then, but he will definitely not show mercy, but he can't wait to kill himself directly. Therefore, this is the most fundamental core. For me, what I have to do is to survive such a battle. Then, as for my own flaws, then, I really understand, and as long as I really understand after all this, then, it is the danger that will naturally break itself. Next, Locke faced two powerful opponents with 1 against 2, but the strength he displayed was extremely astonishing, even reaching an extremely terrifying level. Crackling. In a short period of time, the strengths of number 4 and number 5 are also fully displayed. They are both terrifying physique powerhouses. Physique plus Haki, the combination of the two, the explosive power is beyond doubt for such an opponent. Locke is his favorite because such an opponent is the most suitable opponent for him. It's really good. Locke blocked the attack of the two, and said excitedly, "It's really exciting." Bear. Roar. Locke suddenly uttered a word again, and in an instant, his figure turned into a roaring giant bear, and the two huge bear paws were directly slapped down. The terrifying power seemed to be burst into an ultimate like. How powerful is the bear's paw? Have no idea, or... For the real strong, it is not worth mentioning at all, but in the natural world, under normal training, the strength of a bear will be extremely terrifying. Just like the explosive power of a tiger and the power of a bear, these two are definitely the king of power that makes people feel endless fear and explosive power. But no matter what the result is, what Locke is showing at this moment is exactly the boxing that Locke has honed in the past 4 years. Xing Yichuan, amount, sounds like a very simple punch, doesn't it? Actually, Locke has completely learned it in his hands, and even said, the power displayed is too terrifying. Every blow, every punch, is like an ordinary attack, but every attack like this, the bursting power is really too astonishing. It has reached an unimaginable level. Even, how amazing is this power? I can't imagine it. Advertisement normally, Xing Yichuan, this thing, in fact, is to imitate the fighting style of wild beasts, that's all. But, in Locke's hands, such a simple boxing method exploded out with unparalleled power, and even reached an unbelievable power. I can't even imagine how it was done. Really, it's too amazing. Locke's smile is very strong, but it is very terrifying. The posture that looks like it is really like a terrifying evil spirit. Just looking at it makes people feel endless fear. It is too terrifying posture many times. It is even unimaginable how amazing such a monster is. But, no matter what they were thinking, Locke shook his hands, and the injuries on number 4 and number 5 were still recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. But, just in this instant, Locke was keenly noticed something was wrong. Turning around sharply, Locke's speed was extremely fast, and he went straight not far away, and seeing Locke going straight to that place, all the 25 members in total came straight to Locke, and seeing this, if you don't understand that your preparations are correct, well, Locke might as well die. All of this is not an important matter. At this moment, everyone also reflected, what is going on? Just kidding. These guys in the rocks pirates are terrifying monsters one by one. Since the opponent's strength is there, then, their strength is also there. Therefore, all of them reacted keenly and realized what the problem was, and at this moment, they directly blocked the opponents who wanted to rescue, and firmly bound all the opponents being here. They can't last long at all. Snapped. Snapped. Search. Locke's speed is really too fast. He has already arrived in front of this person almost in an instant, looking at this figure who is also wearing a blood-red suit, with an indifferent expression and no emotion, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It is interesting said. Is it your fruit ability? I caught you. That's right. This unit 397 has a total of 26 members, and only 25 members are on the bright side, and the last one, member number 26, is hidden in the dark, or in other words, he will never have appeared because his ability is such an extremely special recovery ability. For him, what he has to do is to use his own ability to recover all the injuries of his team members in a short period of time, and that's his job. Just he is now discovered by Locke, and Locke will not show any mercy when he strikes, even to say, according to Locke's strength, then, the next result will be die. Mantis. Brush. Locke's figure turned into a huge praying mantis at this moment, and the terrifying mantis waved his sickle and fell down instantly, and it was at this moment. He didn't even have a way to resist, and his life was directly taken away like this. The head fell, and the blood spurted out, and at the last moment of his life, he seemed to not understand what happened, and what the next result would be, because of this. He lost his life in this way, completely lost his own life. And Locke turned around, crossed his hands, and very gently blocked the attacks of number 4 and number 5. Their attacks seemed to be nothing worth mentioning in front of his eyes, just like Tai Chi. Locke easily deflected their attack. Steel Fist. Gentle Fist. Xingyichuan. During these 6 years, Locke has mastered 3 very simple boxing techniques. In the eyes of many people, these 3 boxing techniques are simply not worth mentioning. Only, Locke is very satisfied with these 3 boxing methods. Steel Fist and Gentle Fist represent 2 amazing skills, and they also represent 2 amazing cores. When these 2 are combined, then, explosion, and what will be the power that comes out? Obviously, this point, as long as you think about it a little bit carefully, you will understand, and it is precisely because Locke has perfectly mastered these 2 boxing techniques, combined with Xingyichuan, he can perfectly display the power of Xingyichuan come out, or even say, it has reached an unparalleled level, which is extremely terrifying. Chapter 90. The Embarrassed Shiki. Run. Steel Fist. Gentle Fist. Xingyichuan. 3. To be honest, in terms of power and various aspects, it is not considered a powerful boxing technique, even if it is within the long-handed clan. In fact, I don't particularly care about these 3 boxing techniques, otherwise it is impossible to ignore them at all. Just deal with it in a casual way, and because of this is the fundamental core reason. In Locke's hands, the combination of these 3 punches produced amazing power. It is simply unimaginable for ordinary people. Steel Fist. Gentle Fist. The power that erupts from the combination of the 2 is really too terrifying, but how amazing is the power that can be truly emanated by combining these 2 boxing techniques? I am afraid, as long as you are not an idiot, you will not be able to imagine what an amazing power that is. If it's just like this, it's okay. What Xing Yiquan needs is to imitate the posture of a beast, but Locke doesn't need this at all, because his mastery of Steel Fist and Gentle Fist can perfectly combine these 2. The power of this kind of boxing combined with Xingyichuan, then, the explosive power is obviously even more astonishing. It has reached an unparalleled level, and all aspects of the level are truly explosive. Saber-toothed Tiger. Roar. A roaring saber-toothed tiger emerged, but its sharp claws penetrated the chests of number 4 and number 5 in an instant, and they both fell down like this. With the disappearance of No 26's treatment method, and these 2 people only lasted for about 3 minutes before they completely collapsed. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido on the other side also burst out with amazing strength, and directly tore his opponent apart in the shortest time, and this terrifying power burst out in this short time. That is, it doesn't take much said. Waroro. Kaido smiled ferociously, but said disdainfully, too weak, too weak. These guys seem to have good strength, but what a pity. The strength that can be exerted, in Laozi's opinion, is not worth it at all. Just mentioning it, is it just that? Cut. Kaido raised the corners of his mouth in disdain, as if he didn't pay attention to it at all. Be honest. Very strange strength, at this point. It's not that Kaido is joking, but I really think that the opponent's strength is a bit problematic. It's really too weak. It's so weak that it makes people feel strange, and such strength, no joke, Kaido thinks it's very strange. Obviously, the opponent's Haki, strength, speed, all aspects of hard strength should be almost the same as their own, but there is a very big problem with the strength displayed in the battle. They seem to be weakened. There is no way to do it showing more powerful strength. This thing is very strange, even, it makes people feel very weird. For this situation, Kaido felt very strange, and always felt that there was something wrong. Snapped. Snapped. Locke walked over step by step, and said calmly, this special unit was cultivated by the world government, there is no doubt about it, but, there is a different problem, this special unit. I am afraid that they are only through special forces. The strong ones cultivated in this way seem to have the power and strength of the owner level, but in fact, they don't have enough foundation at all. They are nothing worth mentioning when facing strong men of the same level. Listening to Locke's words, Kaido also nodded with sharp eyes, but, after a little thought, he said seriously. Although, Lousy thinks that the strong person cultivated by such means is quite boring, but, if you can hold it in your own hands, it is indeed an astonishing power. After all, powerhouses of the same level are no match. But, what if it is a slightly weaker strong? Then, the strength that explodes is completely different. Good. Locke also nodded at this and said, this is the fundamental core. After all, this kind of training is not about other things, but quantity. Only by combining quantity and quality can we produce a quantity that reaches this quality. It's already pretty amazing to take over. Yes. Kaido nodded in agreement, undeniably said. Advertisement Deputy Associate Admiral. A strong man of this level, after being cultivated, may be weaker than the strong man of the same level, but, compared with the strong man of the next level? Obviously. That is the victory of the crushing level, no joke. But it is not a level at all, there is no comparison. At this point, it is absolutely unquestionable. Because of this situation, in this core, how to deal with it next is an extremely important thing. The strong people cultivated by the world government in this way can be for other forces. It has formed an absolute crush. After all, when such a situation takes shape, then, the two sides are no longer opponents at the same level. I have to admit it, Locke said with emotion. As a behemoth that has ruled the sea for 800 years, the power it contains is indeed terrifying enough. Undeniably said. Locke never underestimated the world government, no matter at any time, he never underestimated the world government. The reason is simple. Leopard in the tube. Ordinary people may not use their brains, but Locke is a person who uses his brains. As a time traveler, he has seen more. Is the strength of naval headquarters very weak? 1 marshal, 3 admirals, plus Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, that's a total of 7 admiral-level powerhouses. Not to mention, under the 3-army system, there are the Army and the Air Force, and the system of the Army and the Air Force is needless to say. It is also the configuration of 1 handsome and 3 generals, and under such a configuration, how many admiral-level powerhouses are there? 15 strong admirals. Good guy. This is already such a terrifying amount, and this is only the apparent strength of the world government, to be precise. This is the apparent strength of Marine. If it weren't for the Rocks Pirates riot this time, there would be insufficient manpower. If so, will you be clear about the strength of the other side for the Army and Air Force? Will not, remember. Not at all. This is an absolutely indisputable thing. The two sides are not at the same level of strength at all, and because of this is the real fundamental core. After all, when the strength gap between the two sides is so huge, everything, then, essentially pointless things. Not to mention, CP organization, the Knights of God. Besides, now reveal the Special Forces, can only say. The power of this terrifying behemoth that has ruled the world for 800 years is too terrifying. It has really reached an unimaginable level. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you would never dare to imagine it. Such power, why is it so terrifying? But, this is the real fact, and it cannot be denied by anyone. Locke thought about all this in his heart, and said secretly, as I guessed, if it weren't for the combined forces of the whole world, the explosive strength would be too powerful, or what the world government needs considering the situation of the whole world uniting. I'm afraid. He really has the power to wash the whole world with blood. The strength of the world government is absolutely beyond doubt. But this is a fundamental core reason, and other than that, everything else is beyond doubt. The most important thing for the world government to consider is, when the opponents are all combined, then, what is the power that will erupt? How amazing, and this is the most important and fundamental core reason. This is definitely not a joke, but a very important fact. After all, back then, I brought 20 kings together to build the huge world government, and what would happen if the whole world joined forces? That is something beyond doubt. It can only be said that this balance is maintained by everyone. After all, a balanced sea is suitable for everyone's development. If the sea is experiencing unparalleled battles, then, there are many problems. It is definitely the core problem that is beyond doubt, and it is definitely not a joke. Advertisement. Taking a deep breath, Locke shook his head and said, to tell you the truth, only by looking at these can I truly understand how amazing the power contained in the world government is, or to put it another way, the strength of the other party, how terrifying and terrible it is. Kaido also nodded indifferently. If he still felt indifferent to these in the past, then, now Kaido understands that the strength of world government is too strong and Yamato is too terrifying. This unparalleled power is the most astonishing and shocking thing. Locke kept a calm heart about these. How should I put it? After all, I had already guessed all of this at the beginning, and when everything I guessed was confirmed, then, everything, it just doesn't feel that shocking. Only, Locke has absolute ambition. This is Locke's heart. No matter what the core is at any time, there is no doubt at all. This point, there is no need to doubt it at all. Any time, any situation, this is true for myself. Such is the ambition of Locke at all times. With a deep breath, Locke's expression returned to calm, without any emotional fluctuations in the eyes of the whole person, and said lightly, no matter what, the next thing is the most important, and I don't know if Shei got that thing or not. Locke was thinking about this question. After all, if the mission is successful, then everything is over like this. What if it fails? According to the character of Captain Rocks, that is definitely the whole world chasing and killing himself and others. And Kaido thought about it. Theoretically speaking, it should not be a problem. According to Shei's ability and the huge movement we created, if this is the case, Shei will fail. Then it's better to die. Kaido's eyes are full of sarcasm. It's not a joke, but the real fact, if it's all failure, it's really better to die. Already, for these cases, that's definitely no joke. But Locke shook his head calmly and said, who knows, it's hard to say what will happen next, just keep waiting. But, it will be 3 to 5 minutes at most, if you don't come back. So, we're just leaving. And, a sharp light appeared in Locke's eyes, and he said, no matter what happens next, even if we face the pursuit of Captain Rox, we have to go. It is possible to live in the future, and it is certain to die here, so the result is already very doomed. Indeed, Kaido also very much agreed with this. He was carrying a mace, quietly waiting for what might happen next. Undeniably creative. Locke was right. Or, what Locke said is true. Even in the face of the pursuit of Captain Rox, he may die. However, that is also a matter of the future, and if he does not leave the red line. If so, then, death is already at hand. This is the absolutely fundamental core. This point, there is absolutely no doubt about it. This is definitely an extremely fundamental core. This is beyond doubt. Can live, who wants to die? Not to mention, in the situation here, if you don't leave, you will definitely die. Chapter 91. World Government Commander-in-Chief, Yan. Snapped. Following the sound of footsteps, a figure walked over step by step, holding Kong Yunki. It was Newgate. Gu la la la. Newgate laughed and said, it's really a good opponent, but it's really a terrifying monster. The smile gradually subsided, and Newgate also spoke with emotion, as if he hadn't expected that this would be the case, and the expression in his eyes was full of emotion and solemnity. That's right. Newgate also did not expect that the strength of the world government would be so terrifying. It is too powerful. Locke is very calm about this point, which is why, all along, the idea of pirates as mudlegs is basically the same as everyone's idea. Because, they really can't see a higher height, they really don't think much about it, and they haven't considered how terrifying the owner of this behemoth that has existed for 800 years is. As for why the world government attaches so much importance to the Seraphim research by Vegapunk. The reason is very simple. Blazing Angel. The young Seraph is the owner of extremely terrifying strength, and if it grows with age, to what extent will it be improved in the future? Obviously, this is an undoubted thing. There is no need to doubt it. Seraphs will be extremely terrifying when they grow up, and Seraphs, as reformers, they are not unable to continue to create, but they can continue to create, anytime as time goes by, step by step, step by step. What does this represent? Admiral-level powerhouses can be produced unlimitedly, and they are Admiral-level powerhouses with extremely terrifying talents, and they are absolutely loyal artificial humans. Good guy. Just thinking about it, it seems to drive everyone crazy, right? Don't say that 5 elders value Seraph so much. If this is placed on Locke, no matter who it is, if anyone dares to think about Seraphim, then, I will definitely not show mercy, and I will chop off all those who stick out their dog paws. Let they honestly know what the result will be. That's Locke's idea 167, therefore, don't just look at it from one point of view. No matter how you look at it, the strength of the world government is definitely not a joke. It is still the same sentence. This is a behemoth that has existed for more than 800 years. If it really does not have enough strength, if so, it would be the most unrealistic thing. Time. He will tell people everything, and even more so, he will tell everyone what an amazing strength he possesses. Of course. For these, Locke's attitude is that it doesn't matter, and it's not a big deal to him. Locke thought for a while, and considered, no matter how you look at it, the next situation seems to be difficult to deal with. It's undeniable. Newgate nodded in agreement and said, it's true, if Shei doesn't come back, we have to leave, and it's not easy to leave Redline gone. Locke nodded, and then said very calmly, it's fine to jump from here, anyway, as long as I don't fall to my death, it doesn't matter. You know my ability, and seawater has no effect on me. Listening to Locke's very simple words, the people present couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Good guy. You guys can really talk. You really have a mouth. Everyone shook their heads helplessly, but one thing that cannot be denied is. What Locke said is true. There is no problem at all. Just like what Locke said, Locke jumped from here, relying on his own fruit ability, absolutely can survive. As for the pursuit of the future Captain Rox. The pursuit of Captain Rox is not a big problem. According to my fruit ability, I can still escape. Correct. Advertisement. Also, I can abandon Noxus. And Locke put his hands in his pockets, and continued to say calmly, even if Captain Rox keeps chasing and killing me, it doesn't matter. After all, Captain Rox's time is there. For me, his body has a lot of problems. Even if you hide, you don't need to hide for long. F*K. Listening to Locke's words, everyone couldn't help but swear, good guy. This guy is really easy to say. You are really shameless, is that how you talk? Everyone is going to be unacceptable. It's really not a joke, but it's really unacceptable. You guy is really too much. No way. Everyone doesn't know what to say. Search. But at this moment, an afterimage galloped at an extremely terrifying speed, extremely fast, accompanied by 10 deafening roars. The thing is in hand. Retreat at the retreat. Coming. Everyone smiled instantly. After all, not everyone is the same as Locke. If it were another person, they would not want the mission to fail. It's not about what their rewards will be, but that they will definitely die. Just like this moment. If the mission fails, they will really die. Captain Rox will definitely kill them, and will not show any mercy to them. Because of this, the next situation is the most important and the most terrifying things. Huh, he exhaled deeply, and Locke's expression was very solemn, and he said softly, trouble. But this time it really came, what a terrifying breath. Everyone squinted their eyes slightly, keenly aware of the problem. That's right. A terrifying aura has swept over, as if to swallow everyone up, and this aura makes everyone feel that it is almost no less than the aura of Captain Rox. Is this someone as strong as Captain Rox? Kaido's eyes widened in astonishment. That's right. Just can't believe it. Even say, it's simply unimaginable. Okay. For this sea, everyone's expressions are extremely dignified, and they really have very sharp expressions, which is something that is simply unimaginable. For so many years, they have always been in the Rox pirate group, and they have never entered anyone whose strength is comparable to Captain Rox, and they think that they should be well informed. The results of it, now that I have actually seen it, this opponent who is almost the same is simply unimaginable, this is simply incomprehensible. All of a sudden, everyone fell into silence almost instinctively. No matter how you say it, it is too shocking. Many things are still completely incomprehensible. However, regarding these, Locke secretly said, sure enough. There is absolutely no doubt that the owner is almost equal to the strong. CBCF, huh. He let out a deep breath. Locke's expression was very sharp. Regarding these, he was definitely not joking, but he really took it very seriously. After all, the things are the things in front of us, it is too dignified. Locke knows that the terrifying strength of Captain Rox is definitely not an exception, not to say, Captain Rox is really invincible, surpassing everyone. But, there are real people who can reach this level, perhaps very few people, but, as long as there are people who can reach this level, then, it means that there is a higher level to go up. Because of this is enough. It is absolutely impossible to have any carelessness. Knew it. Locke felt his slightly trembling hands, but with an excited smile on the corner of his mouth, he murmured. It's really exciting. This world is indeed so exciting, and there are countless strong people. What next? What will it be? Locke licked the corner of his mouth. It was really great, facing the strong. What he felt was not fear, but real excitement. I really wanted to see what the future result would be, how, and next, what will happen. This advertisement Locke is the most exciting place. After all, facing the strong, there is no need to have any fear. On the contrary, what I am more interested in is whether I can defeat this strong, and whether I can be promoted to this. How strong is it? This is what Locke is most interested in, and it is also what Locke finds most interesting. After all, if people are not looking forward, then it is really too boring. Cough cough cough. Shei stopped at this time, looked at everyone present, and relaxed a little, but his face was still pale, and he said with an extremely ugly look. Everyone, prepare to retreat. Withdraw. Prepare to retreat now, the other party has come up. We felt it. Coming. Everyone nodded silently after listening to Shei's words. You don't need to talk nonsense, we have already seen that terrifying figure has already galloped. This is an old man wearing a military uniform who looks like an iron tower. He looks about 70 or 80 years old, but, for a well-maintained person, it is impossible to be sure. After all, the lifespan of the top powerhouse, but it is very long. And, this man had already jumped down and landed on the ground like this. He looked around, his face was very cold, and he said indifferently, Rox pirates, not bad, you rubbish, how dare you appear it's here. So, let the old man kill you. There was an extremely terrifying light in his eyes, his ferocious expression was like that of an evil ghost, but, that terrifying aura made everyone feel terrified involuntarily. Undeniably said, it's too terrifying, this aura, it's really not a joke, but it's too shocking, that horrifying aura, just like Captain Lorco's, although this is not Conqueror's Haki. But it just feels like it makes a person unable to bear the imminent death, and this terrifying breath is the most terrifying thing. A man no less than Captain Rox. Wrong. Locke narrowed his eyes slightly, and said secretly, it's a bit worse. No, it's a lot worse, just like Quasi-Admiral and Admiral level. It seems that the difference is not big, but in fact, this little difference is enough to make huge difference in life. 11 Locke felt all this keenly, but he had already felt all the different things, and he had already been keenly aware of it. Noxus Locke. He put his eyes on Locke, and said with sharp eyes. That sentence, you said it, right? That sentence. Locke was taken aback, as if he didn't quite understand what it meant. He said coldly, you said we are just a dog of the world government? That sentence. Locke nodded knowingly, and then with a sarcastic smile, said, what is your position? Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, but, no matter what it is. Aren't you still a dog of the world government? Does that require any hesitation or doubt? Locke's expression is very calm, but it is such a calm that everyone can't help but click their tongues. This is really fearless. And, the old man in front of him didn't seem to be annoyed at all. His identity is just like what Locke said. World Government Commander-in-Chief, Yan. A powerful monster, but no matter how amazing his strength is, he is really very unhappy with Locke at this moment. After all, he used to be a Marine, and now that he has become the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, he was insulted by a junior? No. This junior should be said to have insulted the armed forces of the sea, land and air. Chapter 92. Escape. Bye now. World Government Commander-in-Chief, Yan. A monster with extremely terrifying strength. Let's just say it. Captain Rox is about 70 or 80 years old, and the Marshal of Naval Headquarters is a person at the same time, and the next 3 admirals are about 50 years old, Shei, Sengoku, Garp the other person is about 30 years old. As for further down, there are people like Locke and Kaido, each of whom is around 20 years old. And this world government monster named Yan, whose age has reached 100 years old, is definitely a monster with terrifying strength. He. Listening to Locke's unhesitating words, the old monster gave a faint smile and said with emotion. Interesting. He is really an arrogant young man, but young man, you confidence, is it really full of confidence? There was a terrifying light in his eyes, and an incomparably terrifying aura emanated from Yan's body. The terrifying airwaves seemed to be churning, as if they were going to swallow everyone up in a short period of time. The endless airflow was surging crazily, and everything around seemed to be meaningless. Only, for all of this, Locke remained calm among them. Momentum. Joke. If this thing is useful to me, then it is meaningless. Under the terrifying oppression of Captain Rox, the resistance to Conqueror's Haki. No kidding, the strength of each member of the Rox pirate group cannot be said to what extent, but one thing is absolutely certain. A certain aspect of the monsters of the Rox pirates is absolutely terrifying enough, and that is the resistance to Conqueror's Haki, the resistance to a person's spirit. Have no idea. Your Captain Rox is extremely powerful, do you expect this kind of aura to defeat you? It's almost like a joke, advertisement bear. Scorching flames were burning on Yan's body, and his aura was extremely terrifying. That's right. The flaming devil fruit is the one called Logia devil fruit. Mara fruit that even dogs don't eat. Only, feeling the terrifying temperature, Ren said secretly, sure enough, devil fruit is developed completely differently in the hands of different people. In the hands of the commander-in-chief of the world government, the power developed is simply amazing. Feel chilled. Check out their Mara fruit. Even though, I don't know how this person died, to be honest. Locke thinks it's a bit strange, normally speaking. A strong man who has reached this level of strength, then, generally speaking, he won't die at all. One thing is absolutely indisputable. After all, although it is said that people in this world will basically not have any obvious changes with the improvement of their strength, but there is also a fundamental improvement in strength. This point, it is absolutely indisputable. Absolutely nothing to doubt. To be honest, the human system will still be improved, just like the scene in front of you, in the face of absolute strength. The system will also be improved, and such an improved system is also very amazing, and it will slightly extend one's lifespan. Normally speaking, the physique of people in this world is different from ordinary people, and it is not a problem to live to be more than 100 years old. Just it is because there are many problems when you are young, so you will appear to have so many problems when you are old. This is beyond doubt, and the other point is that when you are young, you need to further improve yourself. This is an absolutely very important thing. There is no need to doubt it. It is very important, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is extremely important. Thereby, your body is useless. Look at Newgate, Roger, and Shiki. Basically, they are all in poor health. As for Kaido and Linlin, these two guys are purely talented, and for those who have reached this strength normally, and there is no root cause of disease left in the body, there is no problem. Living to be about 300 years old is about the same as a normal Titan, and that is absolutely not a problem. Therefore, advertisement, asking for flowers. This is the real human condition, and no matter how you look at the inflammation in front of you, it doesn't look like there is a physical problem, so, the probability of death is not particularly high, and under such circumstances, what will be the fundamental core next? This is hard to say. In general, everything is in front of you, and under such circumstances, you have to deal with everything. Otherwise, many problems are things that cannot be handled at all. This is all problems, and Yan is obviously died for some reason, and Mara fruit reappeared. But, Locke narrowed his eyes and said secretly, there is another possibility, but this possibility is hard to say. 0. Fire punch. Yan clenched a fist with one hand, and the punch fell instantly, and at the same time, Locke, Kaido, Newgate, etc. Many powerful people shot at the same time, directly blocking Yan's terrifying blow. Next moment, Locke raised his head and shouted, Shiki, are you ready? You be asterisk D? Gia ha. Shiki laughed excitedly and said, of course it's no problem. Give it to lousy. Shiki roared, and he opened his hands, and the next moment, the ground under his feet was directly separated. To be precise, it was cut open. Everyone was standing here, and all the cadres were here waiting. Everyone instantly soared into the sky. Brush. The speed is really too fast, even if it is Yan. No matter how amazing his strength is, after all, he does not have the ability to fly. Want to catch up and kill this group of guys? That is simply unrealistic. Therefore, this matter can be regarded as coming to an end here, and this is also a helpless thing, even if everything is in front of you, but, you want to deal with it? It is almost impossible to do it, even to say, it's simply impossible. Under such circumstances, this is also a helpless thing. Chapter 93. Horrible World Government, Never Give Up. Looking at all the fleeing people, there seemed to be no emotional fluctuations in Yan's eyes. He looked like a cold machine, and said in a low, even cruel voice. Rox. You guy, you actually what exactly do you want to do to get that permanent pointer? Obviously, Yan was very clear about what was taken away, and he never thought that such a thing would happen when he just lost his mind for a moment. For Yan, it was absolutely unacceptable. Just what if it is unacceptable? There's no way. Everything. It has already happened, and since it is everything that has happened, no matter how hard Yan tries, it is nothing he can do about it. Call 407. He exhaled deeply, and his eyes were filled with a cold look, a touch of indifferent killing intent, and he said lightly, Rocks? You brat, since you chose to do such a thing, then, the old man is waiting for you there, but the old man wants to see what kind of choice you will make. Snort. A cruel and indifferent killing intent emerged. Turn around. Yan's eyes became cold. He put on his coat with the word, justice, again, and there was only endless coldness and indifference in his eyes. For Yan, next, what will happen? That's a bad thing to say. Minimum. This is definitely not a simple matter. Snapped. Snapped. Yan left, but this matter did not come to an end, but it still had to continue to happen. The other side. This moment, everyone in the escaped Rocks pirates breathed a sigh of relief one by one. To be honest, it's really not a joke. All of them didn't expect that such a thing would happen. This is something that everyone never thought things. Just advertisement no matter what it is. In the end, what happened is what happened. These things are simply unavoidable things. But being able to escape alive is already very difficult. It's really not a joke, but a real fact. After all, for the current sea, this is really not a joke. A monster like Yan, with Captain Rocks a monster with the same strength as the other is really too terrifying. He let out a deep breath, and Locke said secretly, it's really terrifying. A monster equal to Captain Rocks, and such a monster is just one of the foundations of world government. Even, it's not the complete background, it's not everything. Really? Locke shook his head secretly and said, this is the scariest monster in the world. The monster named world government, and the power contained in this monster is the most frightening and dignified. Undeniably said, this is definitely not a joke. Locke is very aware of how weak the world government's random power is. Army and Air Force. As the commander-in-chief of the three armies, Yan has almost the same strength as Captain Rocks. Even if it is slightly weaker, it is only a frontline strength gap. Count down. There are also 3 marshals, and the strengths of these 3 marshals are all promoted from their respective admirals, and their strengths, to some extent, surpass ordinary admirals. Further down. Then there are still 9 admirals. What kind of combat power is this already? All said. Just think about it for a while and you will know what a terrifying power this is. In fact, this is the terrifying power of the world government. There is absolutely no need to doubt, absolutely no need to think about it. This is a real and terrifying monster. In the original book, no matter what kind of power is valued, it is a matter of course. In the eyes of many people, when I have 10 admiral-level powerhouses under my hands, I can lose one at will, and I don't need to care about becoming an admiral-level powerhouse. Isn't this the behavior and thinking of cerebral palsy? I have 10, if only one cannot perish, wouldn't that be a better thing? Or, advertisement I already have 10 people in my hand, if this number can be increased to 15 or 20, wouldn't that be a better thing? So, this is the real core, and the improvement of strength is the most important thing. As a result, some people think that if I have 10, I can lose it casually? Taking a deep breath, Locke rubbed the center of his brows, and at the same time came back to his senses, secretly said in his heart. It is undeniable. It is indeed the world government. It is really a terrifying monster. Faced with such a horrible monster, any carelessness, and the future, you can't have it. Locke's expression is extremely dignified. For other people, maybe they don't particularly care. After all, for them, as pirates, normally speaking, pirates will not directly fight against the world government. After all, as long as they are not idiots, then, in fact, they are very clear that this is a fundamentally unreasonable thing, since if so, as long as you are not a fool, you will know how to deal with the next situation. Of course, if you're a guy like Luffy, that's a temporary exception. But, this is not the case for Locke. In other words, Locke is directly against the world government. This is absolutely beyond doubt. Because of this, I have to estimate everything. What is the strength of the opponent? This is definitely a very important thing for me. As for impossible. For Locke, it is okay to fail. It is okay to die. But, for me, 5.0, there is absolutely no option to give up. The reason is very simple. For me, no matter what the result is, if I give up, then it's as if I have given up all my thoughts, which is simply unacceptable to me. This is like a cultivator, who has given up on himself, so what will be the result? This is something that is absolutely beyond doubt. Locke let out a deep breath, and said secretly, however, no matter what, you still have to be vigilant enough. After all, if you are too lax, something will really happen. Chapter 94. A mysterious permanent pointer, Locke. What are you thinking? UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* grinned, and asked ferociously. Ah. Locke came back to his senses, and said calmly, I didn't think about anything, I was just thinking, how terrifying do you think the power of world government is? How terrifying. Kaido is not an idiot either, just after a little thought, he can immediately understand what kind of power the world government is the owner of, shook his head, and said seriously. I don't know, or say, it's unimaginable power, you can feel it just by thinking about it, what a terrifying monster it is, this is world government, an unparalleled and terrifying monster. Good. Locke also nodded at this and said, yes, an incomparably terrifying monster, if you don't see it yourself. It's impossible to imagine what a terrifying monster it is. This power is truly terrifying. Shaking his head with emotion, Locke looked very calm about this, and he just didn't bother to say anything. These things, it makes no sense at all. After all. But as long as you are not an idiot, you can actually see what happened to these things, and what will happen next to these things. To be honest, As a behemoth that has stood on the sea for more than 800 years, the most important thing is that the power of the world government is becoming more and more terrifying. You know, the Zhou dynasty, which also existed for 800 years, is such a terrifying dynasty. It just gets weaker and weaker with time, all in all. The horror of the world government is the horror visible to the naked eye. This is an extremely terrifying monster. There is absolutely no need to doubt it. If it is not handled properly, then, everything that follows will be extremely difficult to deal with. It can be said. All of this is in front of everyone's eyes, and this is something you absolutely have to admit. Do you want to deny it? Feel sorry. This is simply impossible. Some things, it's not something you can deny if you want to, but it's not that simple at all. Shaking his head with emotion, Locke was full of calm about this, shook his head silently, and continued. Forget it. There is no need to say anything about these. The power of world government, it has been through countless years accumulated. This is meaningless to us, just keep looking. Listening to Locke's words, and Kaido also nodded at this, it is undeniable that it is really very scary. Advertisement re. Locke and Kaido also walked towards Shiki's side. After all, what exactly has been obtained after all the hard work, of course we still have to see. Only, this time, not all the people who came back. Newgate, Shiki, Ochaku, John, Silver Axe, these 5 top cadres. Naturally, there is no need to say more, these people have all returned. But what about the rest? There is no need to say much at all. The others did not come back at all. It is even said, except for Locke and Kaido, only 2 people survived, and the others stayed in this kind of battle, in the Valley of the Gods. Correct. Those who came back included Miss Ba Jin. Just 9 people came back. It can be seen from here, what a terrifying power this is. Taking a deep breath, Locke looked very calm, shook his head, and said seriously, the rest, there is nothing to say. Shiki, what exactly did you get back? You brought it back. This, Shiki also took out what he got, with a very calm expression, and continued. It's just this permanent pointer, other than that, everything else doesn't exist, and I don't know what it is. To be honest, when Shiki first got it, his mentality was a little bit broken. Good guy. Lousy almost played himself to death, and came here desperately, and it turned out, are you a permanent pointer? What does it mean? F*K. Advertisement. Shiki really couldn't help swearing, but after thinking about it for a while, it seems, probably that's what happened. Over time, he just relaxed. That's how it is. It's not a big deal in itself. That's all. Shiki also relaxed, and he just maintained a very indifferent attitude towards these things. Generally speaking, this is how it is now, whether it is true or not. Turtle. Who knows if it is true or not? Anyway, that's what's in there. It's just such a permanent pointer. F*K. Everyone's faces are full of compulsion, it seems. Everyone is a bit incomprehensible. It will be like this. Everyone is you looking at me. I look at you, a little unacceptable, and a little bit outrageous, that's it. Shiki also spread his hands and complained directly, so, it's such a thing. Whether you want to believe it or not, I don't need to lie, it's just such a thing. Listening to Shiki's words, everyone nodded silently. What should I say? Because 530 is the truth. Whether you admit it or not, but, this is a fact, it is absolutely undeniable. That is to say, this time I came to the world government and rushed to the red line, and the result was a permanent pointer. Not to mention anything else, mainly, there is a strange feeling, I can only say it, this feeling is really strange. Locke didn't know what to say about this situation, although he said it, I know that this permanent pointer, if nothing unexpected happens, is the permanent pointer to the Valley of Gods. But as a person who also participated in it, good guy, after a narrow escape, what he got back was a permanent pointer. This kind of feeling is more or less embarrassing, I can only say it, it's really embarrassing, I really don't know what to say, this situation is just outrageous, yes, in every way. It's really very strange, I don't know what to say at all, I always think it's weird, but what's wrong with you? Don't know what to say. Chapter 95. Harvest, terrible harvest, permanent pointer. Even though, I don't know what the purpose of this thing is, but no matter what the purpose is, it's not an important thing anyway. This matter can only be said, for the time being, it's over like this. As for the follow-up, this is not easy to say, all the follow-up can only wait until after returning to the Rock's pirate group, and see what Captain Rock said. After all, many things are not particularly clear on their side, and the only person who is clear is Locke. But Locke is not the one who owes it. Knowing about these is knowing, and it is impossible to say it out, so I say, this matter, for the time being, is coming to an end here, and it is over like this. Basically there will be nothing else of the result. Snapped. Everyone passed the rock and returned to the pirate ship, and returned to their rooms one after another. To be honest, everyone didn't hold the treasures they robbed, but did everyone really have nothing to rob? Impossible thing. Everyone took everything away through their own abilities. As for what kind of ability? This is something that is hard to say, at least, it is impossible for outsiders to know what happened. We can only say that everything is in front of us. It is impossible for others to know. Back in the room, Locke also found a place to sit down, took a long breath, and rubbed the space between his brows slightly. Beside him, the figures of Naji Zaitan and Lenny gradually emerged, and the figures of the 2 women didn't seem to have changed at all, as if they hadn't experienced any changes. Naji Zaitan, Lenny. Locke greeted slightly, and then asked, how is the situation over there? Your Highness. Naji Zaitan bowed slightly, and then explained. Everything has been dealt with, although, in terms of you and the rest of the Rock's pirates, people from the world government tried to arrest the two of us, but, the rioting slaves, coupled with God's special space, we can leave casually. Advertisement Locke nodded at that. That's right. Naji Zaitan and Lenny, although they are said to be left in the red line by me, but, they will not have any problems at all, as long as it is at a critical time, I can directly summon them and take them away. As for everything else, no problems at all, it can be said, all of this is under control, which is absolutely not an exaggeration. Locke has brought everything under control, perfectly in the palm of his hand. But there are many things that need to be carefully considered, and Locke also attaches great importance to these. After all, what if something went wrong? In particular, the abilities of the devil fruit in this world can be said to be strange. What if there is a devil fruit that can block the space and make it impossible for people to leave? I can only say, these things are really not a joke, but need to be very serious. This is definitely not a joke. It is a real fact. After exhaling a long breath, Locke said calmly. Naji Zaitan, Lenny, how much have you gained? Your Highness. Naji Exodin lit a cigarette, spit out a wisp of green smoke, and explained, let's not talk about other aspects for now. But, in terms of gold, silver, treasures, precious treasures, all aspects. I have made rough statistics, at least there is a terrifying amount close to 70 billion Baileys, but this is just a rough statistic, and if we make a move, there will be some losses, but at the very least, our income this time will definitely not be less at 65 billion Peli. Gudong, to be honest, Locke has always thought that he is a firm-minded person, and definitely the kind of person who is very firm, and he is also a well-informed person who is very calm about everything, but the problem is, I never thought of it, one day I will feel so shocked by money. At least 65 billion Baileys, what concept, no kidding. Locke can arm cavalry and marines, this TM is outrageous, isn't it? Such a terrifying amount was only snatched from the auction city, and definitely not all the treasures, just some of them. Advertisement, but is it really that scary? Even though there is not much Bailey cash in these. They are basically treasures or various gold and silver things. When they are sold to the outside world, there will definitely be a premium or price reduction, but the problem is, this was meant to be stolen. And with such astonishing benefits, these small problems are nothing at all, okay? This is just as outrageous as it gets to ultimate, the weirdest, if not the most unimaginable situation. Letting out a long breath, Locke couldn't help admiring. To be honest, I really can't even imagine such a harvest. If anyone has any ideas, I'm afraid it won't be the case. Shaking his head helplessly, this point, it's really not that Locke is joking, but I really didn't expect that this would be the case. Please, extremely outrageous, isn't it? This is just like a joke, this kind of harvest. This is only 65 billion Bailey, and everything else. Honestly, TB. Doesn't that even count the treasures that Locke got in the trading city? This is really no joke. Everything, Li Wangzhou, is the situation in front of you. Basically, as long as you are not an idiot, then you can see what is going on. It is really a real situation in front of everyone's eyes. It's simply outrageous to open the door for outrageous mother, and outrageous to get home. It's completely unimaginable, it's undeniable. Such a terrifying treasure, right in front of you, is simply an incomparable shock, okay? Such a treasure, really are. Locke also calmed down his heart a little bit. In fact, the same is true for Naji Zaitan and Lenny. When the statistics of the two girls just came out, they were also full of the same shock, not kidding. 2. Really can't imagine such a situation at all. Please, outrageous, outrageous, it's just out of line, okay? Chapter 96. Harvest of 19 Devil Fruits, a harvest of 65 billion Baileys. But, it's still not over at all. Exactly, this is only part of it. Next, Locke took Naji Zaitan and Lenny to continue to count his harvest. Finally, it took about 3 or 4 hours again. All three sat down. Locke also asked for a cigarette from Naji Zaitan, and Lenny did the same. The three of them fell into silence while puffing. What should I say? I don't know what to say better. This treasure, it's too huge, so huge that people can't even imagine it. Lenny rubbed the center of his brows, smacked his lips, and said in disbelief. How should I put it? Some things are simply unbelievable, okay. Totally unimaginable. 1/3 of the transaction city. 1/4 of the auction city, it's just that. There are treasures close to 110 billion Baileys. Leone said everything. That's right. After careful sorting, the number obtained is simply unimaginable. 110 billion Baileys. It is completely unimaginable what a terrifying amount this is, and it can reach such an astonishing level. To know, this is really not a joke, this is a full 110 billion Baileys. This amount, it has simply reached a level that people can't even imagine. And, advertisement most importantly, this number is not the sum of the trading city plus auction city. 1/3 of the trading city, 1/4 of the auction city. Yes, that's the amount. After all, time is limited, and it's impossible for Locke to take Naji Hidden and Lenny to plunder everything, and even so, the actual number has reached 1100, and how much is it all added up to? At the very least, it is probably close to 350 billion. Of course, it's not calculated in this way. After all, Locke and others plunder are richer, but even so, at least there is a terrifying amount worth 300 billion. CBCE, Locke let out a deep breath and said with emotion, to be honest, Although I think the harvest this time will be very huge, I never thought that it would reach such a terrifying level. Locke had to admit it. Now, I finally understand, in the original book, the disbanded Rocks pirates, whether they are Newgate, Shiki, Linlin, Kaido, Ochaku, John, Silver Axe, why they are almost seamlessly connected, and immediately formed their own sea pirates. Thieves. Moreover, it is definitely possible to directly pull up a powerful pirate group in one go, even if the owner has a lot of money. Whether it's the Moby D *K built by Newgate, Linlin formed Wangguo. Kaido recruited a large number of people and settled in Wano-kuni. As for Shiki, needless to say, Shiki at that time was basically the #1 pirate group in the world. In the naval battle of Aidwall, if it wasn't for the storm, the Roger pirate group would be directly destroyed. All in all, basically, it can be seen from here, what a terrifying and huge wealth this is, and where did such money come from? I am afraid it came from the Red Line. Because of this, although it is said, it will make people feel very shocking, but one thing that must be admitted is that I'm afraid it's the treasure I got from here, that's it, there is absolutely no doubt about it. But that's the problem, obediently, it's too shocking, isn't it? This is definitely not a joke, it is a real fact, please. If such a terrifying wealth is really plundered, then it will definitely be the biggest gain for development and growth. Therefore, this is definitely not a joke, I can only say it, a lot of everything, it seems that there is no problem. But actually, advertisement Locke couldn't help but click his tongue, this amount is really too scary. World government, Lenny said unhappily. The thing I am most upset about is such guys, they really got everything. The weak eat the strong, Locke said calmly. This is the truth of this world. There is nothing strange about this, for this world, for this sea, this is the root of everything. A most fundamental core. Locke was very calm from the beginning to the end. For himself, although Leone was unhappy with these things, he even said, want to change all this? Feel sorry, that is simply impossible, and the reason is very simple, because Locke himself is also one of them, so to speak. I am the one who enjoys all of this, so why would I want to change all of this? What's the meaning? Stand up again, Anyway, Locke is not such a person. Since he has done what he wants to do, he will not change. Who, Your Highness? Naji Zaitan said very calmly. Overall, these are nothing. The most important thing is this Devil Fruit Illustrated book. This Devil Fruit Illustrated book contains a lot, compared with the lowest on the market. There are 40% more devil fruits. Locke nodded in agreement with Naji Hiden's words. Not kidding, but, this is the really very important fact, no kidding, this matter is really very important, and, this is extremely important, after all. The Devil Fruit Illustrated book on the market is extremely precious, and most people are absolutely impossible to get. After all, if the Devil Fruit Illustrated book is precious enough, I can buy precious devil fruit from you at a low price, which is a very important thing. You can say it without hesitation, this is the real core, and now there is 40% more? Good guy, from here, it can be seen how much the major forces have hidden. It is simply a shocking figure, okay. Of course. No matter what, Locke was very indifferent and calm about these things. He waved his hands casually and said, these are nothing, to be precise, these are just small problems. What really matters are those 19 devils. Fruit, I really didn't expect it. The harvest this time turned out to be a full 19 devil fruits. Chapter 97. Return to the Rocks Pirates, everything is about to begin. Devil fruit. As an extremely terrifying strategic material on the sea. No kidding. On this sea, very few people will auction or sell devil fruit. Even in the underground world, the amount of devil fruit is always priceless. After all, as long as you are not an idiot, then, clearly, with devil fruit, you can improve your own strength. And when the strength is improved, then, the benefits brought are the most huge. Everything else, instead, it's meaningless. It can be said, in this sea where the weak are preyed on by the strong, having the strength is the real possession of everything. As for other things, they are just trivial things, and don't need to be taken seriously at all, or even said, it's not worth mentioning at all. No exaggeration. Money, power, beauty, fame, all of this is what everyone above this sea pursues. But, as long as you have the power, then, all these things are not worth mentioning. Devil fruit. It can give you such power. This is the most special, but also the most intoxicating and crazy place of devil fruit. It is too dreamy and too beautiful. This is the beauty of devil fruit. Indeed, this will make people confused, and gradually completely fall into a state of confusion and madness. But because of this, under such circumstances, over time, what will happen next? So, Locke can get such a huge amount of devil fruit this time, it is simply too shocking, this is really not a joke. A total of 19 devil fruits, what kind of concept is this? The benefit that 19 devil fruits can bring is at least 3 Teigu envoys. This is because Locke has summoned 5 Teigu envoys. Starting from the 6th, the number of devil fruits that need to be consumed has reached 6 pieces. The extent of devil fruit. Advertisement. What if it was changed to the past? That's hard to say, let's talk about it. If it is specially used to upgrade a Teigu, it only consumes 4 devil fruits, and it will give Naji Hitana's Teigu an extremely terrifying upgrade. From here, it can be seen how amazing devil fruit's improvement on Teigu is. Therefore, this is the most important thing, so to say, to be able to get this amount of devil fruit, this is an absolutely very important thing. But, Locke also said with emotion, for the time being, there is no need to consume these devil fruits, Everything? The next step is to wait quietly. Yes, it's all about to start, Your Highness. For us, we just need to wait quietly. Naji Zaitan nodded in agreement. Lenny asked suspiciously. Your Highness, Naji Hidden, what are you waiting for? Waiting for the actions of the Rock's pirates. Naji Zaitan calmly explained. What is the purpose of attacking the red line this time? This permanent pointer, according to His Highness, is the permanent pointer to the Valley of the Gods. Since if so, this permanent pointer has fallen into the hand, Rox D Zebek, this terrifying monster will not relax and relax. Therefore, next, the Rock's pirates will launch a war against the Valley of the Gods, and if such a war breaks out, then, it means that everything is about to start, and this is the real core. This war in the Valley of the Gods, the Rock's pirates are a sure thing to lose. Defeated without a doubt? Listening to the answer given by Naji Hidden, Lenny was stunned. Please, according to the current strength of the Rock's pirates, will there be an inevitable result? This. No wonder Leone was in such a situation. To be honest, more or less I still find it unacceptable. How is this possible? Looking at Lenai's appearance, Naji Zaitan was very calm, shook his head, and continued. Although you can't understand it, but, one thing. You can understand it. Rock's pirate everyone in the regiment is a real lunatic, and they are also ambitious people. For these ambitious people, they are not willing to follow anyone forever. Asking for flowers. Advertisement, they're all looking for an opportunity. 1. Even in the face of a terrifying monster like Rox D Zebek, there is still a chance to get out. Now, the opportunity is already in front of us, although it is said, such a situation may be very dangerous, but this is the biggest opportunity. As long as you grasp this opportunity, then, the next benefits will be very huge, isn't it? Without the Rock's pirates, the real open sea and sky let the birds fly. Lenai's eyes widened, as if he hadn't thought that such a statement would be made, but if you think about it carefully, you will find that this is actually the case. Zero after all. Leone is not an idiot, she just doesn't think about these children very well. But this moment. Lenny thought about it carefully, but he understood everything in his heart, and he also understood what the next situation will be, and it is even more clear, next, what kind of situation may happen. Just thinking about such a situation, Lenny swallowed deeply. If this is the case, then, what will the sea be in the future? Naji Zaitan continued. This is the current situation, and there is absolutely no need to doubt, let alone doubt, this is the next result. But, even if you know all this, Rox D Zebek, it is still necessary to do this, because the Rock's pirates are no longer allowed to procrastinate. Alright, these things can be discussed here. Locke spoke suddenly, and said calmly, so far, the things that should be dealt with are almost done. Next, just return to the Rock's pirates and just wait quietly. It's about to begin. Yes, Your Highness. Both Naji Zaitan and Lenny bowed their heads respectfully, and the two women did not continue their discussion. Chapter 98. They've gone completely crazy. Clatter. Clatter, as the pirate ship gradually approached, and on the Black Pearl, the corner of Rock's mouth curled up, and he said interestingly, these brats, are they all back? But, you can come back alive. It can be seen that this time, it has already succeeded. The smile on the corner of his mouth is very strong. Rox knows that this time the plan must be successful if it cannot be successful. So, it is very normal that one's own next step cannot continue at all. And, for Rox, the most important thing for him now is that he can no longer procrastinate. Well, very few. This terrifying monster showed a different look, he murmured. Time, it is really the scariest monster, even if it is me. Thousands of words finally converged into a silent sigh of 797. At this time, Rox regained his calm, because the door of the study had been opened and a group of people walked in. Snapped. Shei threw the permanent pointer in his hand to Rox, and said, Captain Rox, the permanent pointer you want. Oh ha, boys, you came back alive. Rox turned around and looked at everyone present, although the number of people was only 9 people left, but this is considered very good in Rox's opinion. After all, where is the red line, world government? For this all people, you can question everything. But, one point that is absolutely unquestionable, and it is also the core of the absolute foundation. World government. It is definitely the scariest monster. This is definitely the scariest monster on this sea. It is absolutely. There is no doubt about it, and this task is almost as simple as narrowly dying. Therefore, now it is in front of everyone, whether you believe it or not, but one thing that must be admitted is that this is the only result. It is very good to be able to survive such 9 people. Okay, you can go. Your rewards are already placed at the door of your room. Good. Advertisement. The 9 people didn't talk nonsense, they turned around and left. After all, there is no need for any nonsense, it's just meaningless. This is a reward from the Rock's pirates. You can loot. But, if it does not fall into the hands of the master, are you plundering and plundering? Rox D Zebek, this terrifying monster will tell you how terrifying the world's most powerful man is. This is a real monster-like guy. There is absolutely no doubt about it. This is the core of everything. What is it? This is the most important fundamental core. Soon, Locke returned to the room, waiting quietly for what might happen next. 5 devil fruits. The total number has reached 24. Locke also squinted his eyes and thought about it. It is undeniable. I have already obtained a total of 24 devil fruits. This amount is indeed very amazing. According to the calculation of 6 pieces. I must at least summon 4 Teigu envoy. But, Locke said secretly, it's still not the time, it doesn't make much sense to continue summoning Teigushi now. Next, waiting for the North Blue situation to end is the most important thing. Letting out a deep breath, Locke's expression was very calm. Many things should be dealt with slowly later. The next thing is the most important battle in the Valley of Gods. Everything else. Lean back, no matter what the result is, but the absolute most important thing is the battle in the Valley of Gods. Locke is very clear about this, and he understands it very well. Next, all of these. It is the real core. If a follow-up war in the Valley of Gods cannot be handled well, then everything that follows will become very troublesome. After all, regardless of the battle in the Valley of the Gods, it seems that all the people with names and surnames survived. But is there another possibility? Is it because they survived that they are named characters, and those who did not survive are dead? Advertisement this situation. It's definitely not a joke, but a real fact. This is the most important and fundamental core. He exhaled deeply, and Locke's expression was very calm. Regarding these, he didn't continue to think more, it's fine to just wait quietly. Second day. From the second day onwards, everyone in the Rocks Pirates has started to gradually return to the voyage. This time the turmoil. This is the end here, and this is something that everyone has tacitly understood. Everyone is full of food, and everyone is full. As for the things that can't come back. For these people, they never cared, that's the nature of the Rocks Pirates. The weak eat the strong, for them, those who can't come back will never come back, and no one will worry about it. This is the only result. All of these, so far it's over, finally back. Yes, exciting, that's right. Lousy wants to have fun this time, that's right. Everyone was laughing excitedly at 4.5, and the eyes of these people were full of endless crazy actions. It seems that a huge change has taken place again. Or, after this action, everyone has become more and more crazy. Now they are like terrifying devils. For them, they have gradually established their minds. They no longer know, are no longer sure, what might happen next. But for real lunatics like them, they don't care anymore, they just know that they dare to do everything, and they can do everything by themselves. This is the craziest side of these guys, this is where they're at their most terrifyingly crazy. Chapter 99. Crazy. Fear. Monster. Looking at everything in front of him quietly, Lenny sat by the boat and said with emotion. Naji Zaitan, it's really a terrifying side. These guys now look like one horrific beasts. No matter how you look at them, it seems, they're not human. Yes. Naji Zaitan also nodded seriously, and said very seriously, during the repeated battles of the Rocks Pirates, their inner madness was completely released. It can be said that they are no longer one, it's not a human being, but a terrifying monster. Crazy, fear, ferocious, monster. They are the creatures they are now. No matter what action they take, they dare to do it, and they dare to continue to do it. This is their crazy side, these guys, it's no longer a bunch of innocent guys. Shaking his head with emotion, Naji Zaitan has to admit that this method of Rocks is really terrifying, and it really made Rocks succeed, and this method, to a certain extent, is really very the horror is that. Crazy. Fear. Ferocious. Just like what Naji even said, in essence, they are no longer pure human beings. After so many actions, Rocks D. Zebek, this monster took them and did things that I never dared to do, I took them to do, things that were once extremely terrifying. Therefore, again and again, under such circumstances, human vigilance and fear will gradually disappear, and with the disappearance of this kind of heart, what will happen next? Actually, this is already self-evident, things have happened, think about it a little bit, then, you will understand exactly what will happen next. This is a terrifying thing that absolutely cannot be described in words. The absolutely undeniable thing is that they forgot all fear and dread, even vigilance was given up. For these guys, kill, advertisement, this is what they think, no matter how terrible things are, they dare to do them. Therefore, Valley of the Gods War. This is the root cause of the outbreak. It's not a joke. For them, all of this is actually the most terrifying and fundamental core problem. After all, as long as they are not idiots, then, come out, the next fundamental core is exactly where it is. If you randomly search for a person, even if this person is a strong man, and you let him attack the world government and attack the celestial dragons, what will happen to the other party? Are you an idiot? This is the reaction of the other party. Just kidding. How can a normal person attack the world government and celestial dragons? It was what Rocks did. Rocks completely washed away the fear in their hearts, and turned them into terrifying lunatics one by one. It was through this method that they really grew up, and this is the scariest thing. Snapped. Accompanied by the faint voice and the sound of footsteps, Locke walked to the side of the two women and said calmly, "What do you think will happen to the Rocks Pirates going forward?" "Destroy. Die." That's right, both women gave their own answers, but Locke nodded and said, "As you said, this is the Rocks Pirates, and everything that may happen next, admit it, or deny it, is it? This is the only result, because, for this only the destruction of the Rocks Pirate Group is the best result. And, it's not just external pressure, it's also internal. Actually, the Rocks Pirates are also under tremendous pressure, which has reached a level that they can't bear in many cases. Slowly, how will this huge pressure be?" Locke spoke calmly, and listening to Locke's words, both women nodded silently. "Your Highness, Naji Zaidan said calmly, as you said, the next result, I am afraid it will be destruction and destruction. With such a result, everything that will follow is actually self-evident thing. Advertisement, good. Locke nodded calmly, with a serious look in his eyes, and said very seriously, this is the fundamental core, not a joke, it's the real fact. After all, for this sea, the Rock's pirates are too powerful, so powerful that they need to be dealt with. Otherwise, this is the biggest core problem. Locke's voice was calm. But the same, for outsiders. If it weren't for the people who really joined the Rock's pirates, it would be impossible to imagine this, but the same, Locke understood the fundamental core of this point, the Rock's pirates are really terrifying, and the hit in the core is really too crazy. Internal and external troubles. This, it is an incomparable explosive barrel. You need to control this explosive barrel to let him calm down gradually, but that was a thing in the past, and under the intentional guidance of Rocks, these 307 explosive barrels have gone completely crazy up. Even say, this explosive barrel is about to explode, and it will be completely detonated like this. Anyone? This is something that cannot be stopped at all, and because of this, it is something that cannot be changed at all. Anyone? No matter who it is, which cannot be changed. And under such circumstances, no matter what will happen next, this is something that cannot be changed. After all, Rocks wants to detonate this explosive barrel. So, no matter how hard the outsiders try, it's just meaningless. He exhaled deeply, and Locke said slowly, although I said it, this is not a good word, but it is precisely because of this situation that I can gradually get everything I want. That's the real fundamental core. Clenching a fist with one hand, Locke knew very well that it was because of the Rock's pirates. It is precisely because the Rock's pirates are crazy enough. So, this is what allows me to get everything I want, otherwise, I want to get it all. It is not an easy task. Chapter 100. 2 top terrorist killers, well, but... Locke said casually. This matter itself is indifferent, after all, even if you want to change it, you can't change it. This is the fact that no matter who it is impossible for anyone to change it. Whatever you do, it doesn't matter. Locke's expression was very indifferent, the reason is simple. The Rock's pirates, this terrifying behemoth, this terrifying gunpowder keg, was detonated just like that. This is what everyone wants to see, whether it is outsiders or insiders, they all hope that such a thing will happen, and I also hope that such a thing will happen. If this is the case, then what kind of ghost am I entangled here? To be honest, isn't this a pointless thing? So? Of course I don't care about these things, and Locke is not that crazy. Could it be that he fights with himself? That's what people with a sick mind would do, but it's impossible for anyone with a normal mind to do it if something like this happens. Isn't it purely a brain problem? For this situation, Locke is too lazy to say anything, it's meaningless. Anyway, it's just a boring thing in itself, it's not a big problem. Locke is just too lazy to say something. Lenny, Naji hidden, let's go, the daily training should also start. Yes, Your Highness. The 2 girls also nodded respectfully. Of course they knew that the next training should begin. The other side, North Blue. Tick. Tick. Blood dripped into the ocean, and even the entire ocean was dyed red. No one knew how many people Acedes had killed and how many lives he had taken away, because no one cared at all. That's all. Whether it's Joel or Chitong, both of them are killers. As long as they complete the task, it's fine. As for everything else, that's not important. Even Chitong. Although she has her own heart, she is also a killer. In the original book, she obeys orders and attacks at night, and it is for this reason that she should be a killer. People, isn't this a matter of course? So say it. Some things are just like this. Why do you take so many exams? Advertisement on the contrary, it is meaningless. Snapped. Snapped. Acedes walked on the ice step by step on high heels, looked around, and said with sharp eyes. These guys who call themselves pirates, are these the only ones left? Admiral Army? Only these people? Have they all perished? Yes. Not one left. Acedes is followed by a large number of cavalry. A large number of cavalry regiments gathered here. This is an expensive knights, and now, the number has reached 5,000. Acedes has purchased a total of 5,000 water horses. This amount. But it is very scary. Esdeath took money from the Teigu space while plundering North Blue. This is why he bought so much, and this is because there is really no goods. Otherwise, Acedes absolutely no direct buy. Please. Such things, of course, are beyond doubt, okay? This is no joke, rather, this is the real fact. This terrifying sea cavalry regiment was formed by Acedes. To put it bluntly, it was purely spent on money. If it was any other force, including the world government. To be honest, it is also impossible for the world government to use money for such an operation. Please. This is purely taking money and not treating it as money. In the original, why does 5 elders attach so much importance to Seraphim? The reason is simple. Seraphim is a modified person, an artificial person. Advertisement essentially, Seraphim's lifespan is endless, even if they have an upper limit of strength. After reaching a certain level, their strength cannot continue to grow, but this is still an undeniable thing. They are definitely admiral when they grow up. A super strong man. And if such a strong man can be destroyed without loss and exist forever, what will happen? Put it another way. Even if an admiral-level powerhouse lives for 300 years, it will cost about 10 billion Baileys to cultivate and consume top-level devil fruit. And Seraphim? A Seraphim can grow into an admiral-level powerhouse, even if it costs 10 billion Baileys, but the time he can exist is too long, hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even longer. This is the fundamental key issue, and this is also the fundamental reason why Five Elders pays so much attention to Wong Blazing Angel. After all, the core of the Seraph is here. If such strength and ability can be mastered properly, the consumption is too small. For the Sea Cavalry Regiment formed by Acedes, the cost of Bailey is extremely terrifying, but at most, it will only take decades to shock the sea, and it will take hundreds of years to survive. After that, just disappearing because of old age and frailty. This is an unacceptable expense for Five Elders. To be precise, the major forces are unacceptable. After all, what they pursue is long-term survival and stable development. Improve yourself step by step. But for Locke and Esdeath, this is completely different. What they need is rapid and barbaric development, and such a cavalry regiment is the most suitable existence. Brush. Brush. Two figures quickly passed by. It was Joel and Chitong. Joel swiped his hands like weapons that were thorns, and said with a smile, "Miss Acedes, everything, Wang Wang's, has been resolved." Endless Death Needle. This is Joel's Teigu. As the Teigu held by Joel, the owner has an astonishing power. It is like two thorns. The biggest effect is that it can copy itself without limit. To put it bluntly, yes, it can be used as a dart. Of course, this is nothing. The most important thing is that if you are injured, then there is no way to heal the wound, unless it is through a special method. Otherwise, the wound will always remain in this state and cannot be healed at all. This is absolutely very important thing. Therefore, Joel is very amazing in terms of assassination, just like Chitong. If you can't react, you will definitely die. Two Top Killers. Chapter 101. Acedes. The North Blue. Acedes. Megatron North Blue. These 8 words are really not a joke, but a real fact. Therefore, it can be seen from all aspects, what a terrible situation Esdeath has managed. And, Joel. Red Pupil. The 2 daughters further enhanced the reputation of Acedes. After all, if there were no 2 daughters, it would be impossible for Esdeath to reach such a terrifying level. After a little thought, Acedes said calmly, go back to Noxus. Yes. Following the order of Acedes, the cavalry regiment also began to return. The terrifying cavalry regiment crossed the sea and went straight to the distance, and the speed was extremely fast. It can be said, with the departure of Acedes, the country the king let out a sigh of relief. Terrible. Monster. This monster. The king swallowed deeply, not as a joke, but, in the real future, he really felt, what a terrifying 650 monster Acedes is. It is completely unimaginable. This is an unparalleled monster. Even say, what an astonishing and terrifying existence this is, then, as long as they are not idiots, it is very clear. This time, they formed a coalition army of nearly 800,000, and there are many strong men. But, the results of it, looking at the frozen sea in front of him and the sea that was completely stained red with blood, he already knew what was the reason for the result. This is the only result? Admit? Deny? Feel sorry? Advertisement. It's just indifferent things. For Acedes, they are indifferent things at all, and they don't need to be taken seriously at all. After all, no matter what you want to do, want to change? Do you want to deny it? All of these. Expect. It's all indifferent. After all, no matter what you want, in essence, it's just a matter in front of your eyes. All of this is nothing worth mentioning at all. Acedes. She has returned to Noxus with people, it can be said. In this short period of time, Acedes told the entire North Blue how terrifying my strength really is, and what will happen next. He told the whole big story about his own horror. It even told everyone, if they dare to provoke, then, what kind of price will be paid? The price of blood and tears. This is the horror of Acedes. She has truly achieved it. She has made Noxus a terrifying existence in the North Blue by herself. All countries, even anyone, are afraid of her, they must admit. Esdeath, the horrible lunatic. If you really risk your life, is it worth it? After all, not only Acedes, but also Locke, and under such circumstances, if you fight for your life with 2 lunatics, then, what will the result be? This is the most important thing. The root cause? So say it. Some people, if it is not necessary, there is really no need to provoke, because, after you provoke, then, the price you pay is really meaningless. This is an extremely terrifying price, even to say the least. This is an extremely astonishing price. No matter what the situation is, if you provoke it, then, it is simply inappropriate. Snapped. Walking on the road step by step, Acedes' expression did not show any emotional changes from the beginning to the end. She was just filled with endless indifference. Everyone, you will all be rewarded. These are all yours. Acedes threw a large amount of treasure on the ground, CBCA, and looking at the treasure in front of him, all the soldiers showed shock and excitement. What are they fighting for? Isn't it just for money? This moment, money and Bailey are already in front of them, which is the most exciting thing for them. And Acedes continued. This is everything you deserve, and the next step, it is still necessary to continue to work hard. Roar, Admiral Army, advertisement. Your Highness. Hearing the deafening roars, Acedes nodded in satisfaction. No matter what, this army is growing very fast, and there is absolutely no doubt about it. For Acedes, money is the most meaningless thing. Through money, loyalty can be earned. Through money, elite can be obtained. So, this is the biggest gain. Otherwise, if the money stays there, in essence, then, it's just meaningless waste paper, or even, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's scrap iron, because, money if you don't go out, then, keep it in your hands. For Acedes, what he needs to do is to hone the entire army, and this is the most important thing. Cavalry, now it is obviously fully grown up. Next. What Esdeath wants to form is marine and army, of course. How are these two types formed? This is something that is hard to say, can only say. This is the follow-up matter of Acedes, which needs to be handled by Acedes himself, and for these, Joel and Chitong can't help much. It's okay if the two women are in charge of killing. As for these jobs, that's not something the two women are good at. Who exhaled deeply, and Sebastian said softly, Alice, Noxus, it's really getting better and better. 6 years, just 6 years all. Yes. Listening to Sebastian's words, Alice also smiled and said very gently, time, only 6 years have passed, but these 6 years are enough. The husband and wife looked at each other, and there was endless joy in their eyes. Yes. For the husband and wife, other people may not be able to imagine it at all. But the two of them are the happiest, because, in the eyes of the two of them, the next Noxus is the one that has truly undergone earth-shaking changes. They have witnessed the changes in Noxus, and they have also witnessed the transformation of Noxus. For the two of them, this is the most important thing. Chapter 102. The second sofa meeting. Buzz strands of phantoms emerged, while Acedes appeared in a phantom wearing tulle pajamas. She smiled, looked around in a funny way, and said with a smile. Naji Zaitan, really, long time no see. Who? A wisp of blue smoke spewed out, and Naji Zaitan looked at Acedes, but also smiled and said. Acedes, it's really been a long time. The two women just looked at each other, subsequently. Just don't say much, because, this is nothing more than a meaningless thing. The two women just looked at each other quietly, and sat down respectively. The armchairs on the left and right sides of Locke sat down. On the second single sofa on the left of Locke, Joel sat down with his legs together, and the second sofa on the right was Leonie, sitting there cross-legged carelessly. As for Chitong, Kaido was still sitting directly opposite in the posture of a duck. Second couch meeting. Start. Even though, I always think it's weird, but since it's like this, it's okay to stay. It's not a strange thing in itself, or it's not a big bad thing. Just slow down, take it easy, it's not a problem. But the atmosphere fell into silence for a while, giving people a strange feeling. Locke said quietly, Esdeath, how is the North Blue situation going? Acedes explained. Your Highness, everything in North Blue has been dealt with, and no one will come to make trouble. After all, for them, if they dare to make trouble, then, the price they need to pay, you can say it's huge. Locke nodded slightly. Since Esdeath said so, then, there will be no problem, because this is the character of Esdeath. Undeniably said. Acedes has never been a big talker. For Acedes, what he says is what he will do. This is the character of Acedes all the time. As for everything else, that is not what Acedes likes. Advertisement if you say it, but you don't do it, then, it's not the character of Esdeath. This is Acedes. Locke continued. However, with the outbreak of the next era, after the Valley of the Gods War, the Rocks Pirates will be disbanded. By then, the entire Noxus. I'm afraid they will also be targeted. Yes, and Esdeath nodded. Undeniably said. This time the turmoil has gradually ended in this way, which also means that everyone has maintained a balance for the time being. But the problem is, this balance is only temporary, and under such circumstances, if everything can't be handled properly, and problems arise instead, what will be the result? Obviously, this is a very huge problem. Because of this, these are things that need to be thought about. This is not a joke, it is a real fact, and the follow-up is definitely something that is prone to problems. But again, danger represents opportunity, and this is absolutely beyond doubt. There is no need to doubt that everything contained in it is really full of a lot. If there is no accident, no one will know, what's next, exactly what's going to happen. Taking a deep breath, Locke squinted his eyes and said, however, that plan can be carried out quickly. As for whether it will be successful, it's hard to say for now, but, as the war in the Valley of the Gods comes to an end, it's about to begin. There is a terrifying light in his eyes. Locke is not a person who likes to wait, and he has already made all the preparations. If this is the case, then let's try it out. What will happen next? How will become? This is not a good place, or in other words, it is not a good place for the development of Noxus, and Locke has chosen a good place for the development of Noxus. Master? The sea. Advertisement. It has always been a place where the weak prey on the strong, and as long as one's own strength is strong enough, then, you can defeat the opponent, you can control the opponent, and this is enough. Asking for flowers, especially for Noxus, to be honest. The country of Noxus is really not big. Even in its heyday, it was only a small country with 1 million people, and the islands in this country are really not big. And the country formed by such small islands, for this sea, the quantity is simply too large. Now, Locke has some special ideas, of course. This special idea is also something that needs to be considered in the future. As for whether it can be successful, this is not easy to say. Regarding Locke's idea, Naji Zaidan thought for a while, and then said, Your Highness, your idea is also clear to me. This, you can try it, however, it is not sure whether it will be successful, and I will take it with you. The three gods returned to Noxus to try it out. Locke nodded and said, Naji Zaitan, I tried this matter for a while, and it succeeded. Of course it is the best result. If it fails, I will find Shei or other people to cooperate. Good. Naji Zaitan nodded. To be honest, Naji Zaitan, Acedes. The two women looked at each other, and they both felt a different feeling. The two women really felt very wonderful. How should I put it, the two women have never felt that it would be so shocking. After all, the two women once has always been an opponent. Only, after everything has gone through, the two girls now have become companions again. This feeling is really amazing. But, no matter how wonderful it is, these are not important things, but now, everything in front of you is the most important thing. No matter what it is, you must admit that the next thing must be handled properly. Otherwise, everything is very difficult to deal with, and Locke is also very serious about these. No matter what, Noxus will never allow any problems to arise. Next, a lot of everything needs to be discussed, and a lot of everything also needs to be thought about. Chapter 103. Call of the Rocks. The madness begins. The second day, Naji Zaitan also left with the three gods. Naji Zaitan also has her own mission, it can be said. Locke has already begun to gradually prepare everything. With the end of the Valley of Gods War, a new era will begin, or in other words, this is the most terrifying era. No matter what it is, one thing must be admitted. Next, this is the most terrifying era, an extremely terrifying era known as the Rampage of the Sea. Undeniably said, the Rock's pirates have invincible power and rule the sea. But, because of this, the sea has remained calm, and as this terrifying monster gradually dissipates, what will be the result? I am afraid, as long as you are not an idiot, you will be clear, it will be when all the heroes came together, the 337 generation. And in this era, if you want to get everything you want, then, you have to come up with all the preparations, otherwise, everything is meaningless. Clatter, clatter, watching Najivzidon's ship gradually leave, Locke turned around and said calmly, Lenny, we're the only ones left. Yes, Your Highness. Lenny also nodded at this, and she didn't know what to say better. But, how to say, all the time, Lenny has been by Locke's side since he was summoned. This has proved the relationship between Lenny and Locke. The relationship between the two is absolutely excellent. And Locke said calmly, okay, there is no need to talk nonsense about the rest of the matter, let's start the daily training. Yes, Your Highness, daily training continued. No matter what time it is. Advertisement Locke has never relaxed his training, and has always been extremely assiduous and serious about his own training. After all, Locke is very clear that only strength is the most important, especially in the upcoming battle of the Valley of Gods, and the upcoming in this era. If there is no strength, then there will really be problems. Therefore, Locke didn't dare to relax in any way. For his own cultivation, he worked extremely hard, and his strength was improving all the time. Even a little bit is fine. In the upcoming battle of the Valley of Gods, even if it is just to increase your strength a little bit, this is a very important thing. After all, just a little bit, then, it is also possible to continue to improve your strength and your own safety, go up. It's definitely the most important thing, and because of that, it's the core that really matters, and Locke is absolutely, really big on that. The huge torrent of the times is about to sweep, therefore. In the face of this torrent of the era that is about to sweep everything, the strong will live, the weak will perish, the strong will always be strong, dare to have any relief. Because, in the face of the torrent of this terrifying era, any slack, then, the result will be at the price of death, absolutely dare not have any relaxation, any slack, and because of this. Locke wants to improve himself even more, this era, this is how it is. No one knows. Next, whatever it will be, but no matter what it is, strength is definitely the most important core. It is the core of everything, because of this. You can't relax, and you dare not have any relaxation. After all, any relaxation, the result may be fatal. Who dares to have any relaxation? Maybe. If you relax in this short period of time, everything that follows will undergo earth-shaking changes, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the entire sea will completely churn. Therefore, no matter what the next result is, how it will become, and all of this, it's not important, because, when everything is in front of you, it's not important anymore, you just have to go face it, and when you only have to face it, everything is meaningless. Snapped. Locke's training, no matter what time it is so terrifying. Tick. Advertisement tick. Drops of sweat dripped down on the deck, and the surrounding pirates of the Rock's pirates. Many people watched quietly, to be honest. How should I put it, for them, they all have a strange feeling, a feeling of, why is it like this? Or, why on earth is Locke such an effort for what? Of course, no one will answer them, and that's it. After all, as far as everyone is concerned, no one knows what will happen next, but the only thing that is certain is that no matter what will happen next, there is one thing absolutely for sure. The sea, it definitely won't just end like this, but as time goes by, it will gradually become more and more crazy. Night falls. Locke let out a long breath, then stopped his daily training and wiped his sweat with a towel. Of course, in the past, many people would choose to attack Locke when he finished training. But these people were all killed by Locke, and they were killed extremely brutally. Since then, all of them are honest, very well behaved and cute. I don't know what is going on with these guys. In general, Locke has mastered all these things very well. After all, Locke is not an idiot either. If he practiced here without any preparation, wouldn't it be like he was trying to die? Therefore, for a long time, 4.5 Locke has retained a power, at least, the power that allows him to return to the room alive. Although, under such circumstances, the effect of training will be greatly reduced, but it is good to improve. It's always better than dying directly, right? At this point, it is definitely a very important thing. After all, no matter how hard you try, if you die, then, isn't everything meaningless? For this, of course Locke is very clear, and he can see very clearly. Because of this, Locke has always been very clear about these things. If there is no problem, it must be controlled well. Chapter 104. Valley of the Gods, where the gods gather. Taking a deep breath, Locke kept calm and said secretly, in general, everything is almost the same, and the improvement of strength has almost reached a temporary limit. It's not surprising, the improvement of strength is very difficult. Right now, I'm almost just at the limit of quasi-admiral. Want to go further, it's about becoming an admiral-level powerhouse. This step, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. From a quasi-admiral to an admiral level, this seems to be only one step away. In fact, for many strong people, for the vast majority of people, it is very difficult, even, basically impossible. It is too difficult to do things, this is not a joke. But, hard facts. We all know, a person's aptitude is limited. In other words, what level a person can achieve from the very beginning is actually something that has already been determined. After all, no kidding, if it is not confirmed, then, does it mean that you are only 21 and can be promoted to a higher level of construction? At this point, it is absolutely unquestionable, even saying, this is extremely important, even saying, extremely important things are not exaggerated. It is definitely not a joking thing, but a very important fundamental core. After all, many questions, if you don't grasp it, then, there will always be problems in the follow-up. And, this is the case for many people. They have spent a lifetime of painstaking efforts, but they are still unable to break through from this level to enter the real admiral level. That's how you reached your limit, and the one who can break the limit. That's very few. For Locke, it is undeniable that Locke's limit is of course not here, but, now at this stage, Locke also stopped here. To put it bluntly, he just kept calm, just stopped calmly like this. And is that a good thing? Advertisement for Locke, it doesn't matter, his aptitude can go further, and he is sure to go further. A short stay can also make his background stronger. For these, Locke can see it very clearly, and even more so. After all these things are in front of us. If you can't see clearly, it is the strangest problem. Locke sees clearly, and understands, what's next, it's just what's going to happen. Snapped. Just when Locke was thinking about something, at this moment, Leoni came over and said, Your Highness, there's news from Captain Rox, let everyone go to the doctor. Meeting. I see. Locke was a little dazed, and then immediately understood what was going on. Valley of the Gods War, it's time to start, not kidding. But, this is the fact, Rox has led the madness of everyone in the entire Rox Pirates. At this time, naturally it cannot be stopped. After all, if it is stopped, then, the problem will be very huge. All after people's madness gradually cools down, the next step is different. To be honest, if you want to attack the Valley of the Gods, then, maybe some people dare not. This is not what the Rox want to do. Joke. After spending so much effort, why did Luke prepare so much? Actually, this is self-evident. For Rox, he has prepared so much to take this opportunity to directly guide everyone in the Rox Pirates into lunatics, and let everyone launch an attack on the world government. And I want to be the king of the world. If everyone is cooling down, then your own income is too low. That is absolutely not allowed. Therefore, Locke knew very well what was going to happen next. But these are not important. Locke took a shower and went to the Black Pearl with Leoni. As usual, Locke just found a place on the Black Pearl and stood there casually, quietly. Just wait. Advertisement. Wororo. When Kaido saw Locke, he smiled ferociously and said, Locke, you be ***************. Why are you hiding here? Locke looked at Kaido and said casually, it's just looking for a place. After all, it's not a big deal, it's just a meeting. You be ****************. Kaido looked at Locke, with a ferocious smile on the corner of his mouth, but he didn't continue to say anything. He just waved his hands, and he didn't bother to say anything, just quietly looked at everything in front of him. Locke didn't care either. Anyway, it's not a big deal in itself, just keep watching quietly. Over time, people gathered one by one, and everyone's expression was filled with endless madness. In fact, just like what Locke saw, these people have completely fallen into a state of madness. For as far as these guys are concerned, they've been downright insane. As for everything else, not give a damn about. They just don't care at all. These guys are a bunch of real lunatics. Because of this, facing these 640 guys, Locke is very calm. It is not a big deal in itself. After all, basically, it is very normal for such a lunatic to die on the sea, and this is not a strange thing. Such a guy, if you die, isn't it a very normal thing? Oh ha 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 ha. As everyone has arrived, Rox gradually walked out of the cabin, with an extremely terrifying and crazy light in his eyes, and the whole person looks like a ferocious ghost. It looked too scary. As if, this is like a terrifying existence that cannot be described in words at all. No kidding. You can feel it just by looking at them. These guys, how terrifying each one of them is. That's right. This is definitely not a joke, but a real fact. Just looking at it, you can feel it. These guys, it's really too scary. And such a scary guy, just standing here, everyone is silent waiting. I want to see what Captain Rox wants to do next. This is what everyone thinks. Chapter 105. The Evolved King of Beasts. Leoni transforms. Oh ha 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 ha, boys. Valley of the Gods. In the legend, the place where the gods gather is the place where the garbage-like celestial dragons gather. Little brats, what do you think if we kill all these gods? Search. Rox licked the corners of his mouth ferociously, his eyes gleaming with endless terror. WWW. Moment. The atmosphere seemed to be getting weird. Everyone in the Rox pirates stared at the same thing. They seemed to be thinking about something, and they were all thinking about what would happen next, what kind of result. All of a sudden, in everyone's eyes, there was an extremely terrifying killing intent, and their madness was once again guided. And Rox said frantically. Where is it? The owner has countless treasures, the treasures of celestial dragons, what a terrifying amount it will be. Actually, all of you are very clear, same. Each of you understands what a terrifying fortune this will be. If only, all of this is taken into our hands, what do you think? Boys? There was a terrifying and ferocious light in his eyes, and Rox looked at the cubs in front of him excitedly with a terrifying aura in his eyes. Roar. What responded to Rox was a deafening roar. In an instant, the terrifying roar echoed in everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone seemed to be crazy, and their eyes were filled with endless madness. For these guys, they are really going crazy, they're too excited. Advertisement please. That's celestial dragons. If you can kill celestial dragons, if you can take everything that celestial dragons owns into your own hands, how exciting is that? Marvelous. Marvelous. It's really great, it's like making everyone crazy. This kind of excitement, this kind of horror that makes people crazy, this is the best feeling. Everyone's eyes there's a flickering look of madness among them. Undeniably said. This kind of guidance is too exciting for guys like the Rox pirates who are already completely crazy. For these guys, all this is really too crazy. For these guys, all of this, it is too terrifying. Search. He licked the corners of his mouth slightly, everyone's eyes were flickering with horror, it is undeniable. They really seem to be crazy, crazy monsters one by one. He. Watching all this quietly, the corners of Locke's mouth were raised with a sarcastic smile. Undeniably said. Everything, it's all as I expected, or in other words, all of this is under my control, if I didn't see it with my own eyes. In fact, I just can't believe it. One person. It is actually possible to achieve such madness, even to say, this is simply the level of madness, and these people in front of them, these people from the Rox pirates are exactly like this, they are full of endless madness, they look like a terrifying and crazy devil, and the horror in the eyes of such guys is too frightening. Therefore, this is the scariest thing, such madness. Such madness, for these lunatics, it is the most terrifying thing. Boys. Rox spoke again, with a ferocious but extremely terrifying voice. 3 days, after 3 days, we will launch an attack on the Valley of the Gods. This is our chance. Boys, all did you remember it for lousy? Roar. Responding to Rox was a deafening roar, that terrifying roar, even resounding through the sky. Advertisement. Kaido grinned, holding a mace and said interestingly. Locke, what do you think? How do you see it? Locke said casually. Look with your eyes, after all this is just the result in front of you. Whether you admit it or deny it, the current Rox pirates are so crazy, everyone will know willingly go in that direction. Whoa, it's really interesting. The corners of Kaido's mouth were grinning, and there was a terrifying and ferocious look in his eyes. He was full of excitement, and even said, full of madness. This is a very interesting thing. No one I know what will happen next, but these guys are crazy enough. How is it? Locke looked at Kaido without saying anything, turned around and left. Kaido grinned, but he didn't say anything, and left with a mace in his hand. Sometimes, that's it, because everyone knows the facts and the following results, as long as you are not an idiot, then, in fact, you can see it very clearly. Since you can see it very clearly, then why so much nonsense? It is meaningless at all, that's all. To put it bluntly, this is the result before everyone's eyes. Since everything is preordained, if there is too much nonsense, it will be meaningless. To be honest, everything is doomed, this is beyond doubt. The other side. Locke also said calmly, Lenny, the next battle in the Valley of the Gods is about to begin. I will upgrade your Teigu, otherwise, if you die in the Valley of the Gods, it's not, a good thing. Lenny was stunned, he didn't expect such a situation, but, he still said obediently, Your Highness, I found it. Locke nods at that, all in all, it's all very simple. After all, Teigu's evolution. Locke also understood that the more Teigu envoys under his hands, of course the more the better, this is beyond doubt. But one thing is also very important, although it is true that the more Teigu envoys under his hands, the better. Okay, but there is one thing, that is also a very important core, although the more the number, the better, but if you can't grasp the core of all these, then it will be a huge problem. Evolution. Very important. Diao, Chapter 106, The Immortal Beastmaster Fire Lion King. Acedes. Najahitan, Joel Blair, Red Pupil, Leone. These are the 5 Teigu envoys that Locke has now summoned, but, in terms of pure strength, Acedes is the most powerful. This is beyond doubt. Acedes' aptitude is very terrifying. She went through a lot of penance, especially after the North Blue battle. Now, Acedes is a real admiral-level powerhouse, this is absolutely beyond doubt. After all, Acedes' talent is there. In the previous world, he was as strong as a bug that completely surpassed everyone. Such talent, growing up, that is a matter of course, it can be said. This is the talent of Acedes, which is absolutely beyond doubt. There is simply no need for any doubts, therefore. Kay is very clear about all this, and even more so, what will happen next. But besides Acedes, who is the most powerful? Normally speaking, it should be Joel, and Joel's talent is also very terrifying, but the fact is that it is not only Joel, Chitong, Leonai and others were summoned earlier. It's Naji Zaidan. Naji Zaidan's own strength is not too strong at 850, but the strength that the three gods can display is comparable to Quasi-Admiral. Isn't it hard to believe? But that's the truth. Because, through evolution, the three gods once again possessed a brand new form. This is the power of the three gods. It can be said bluntly, such power, but as long as you are not an idiot, you will understand what it means. This is the improvement brought about by the evolution of Teigu. And now, Locke is very clear that simply summoning out Teigu and calling Teigu envoys does not mean much to his own improvement, but what is really important is to evolve the existing Teigu envoys, and Leone is the most suitable. As for Acedes, Najahitan, advertisement their strength at this stage does not need to evolve at all. This is the most suitable. As for Chitong and Joel, they are not in a hurry. The most important thing is to grow gradually. Because of this is the fundamental core. One step going forward step by step. Growing step by step. This is absolutely the most important fundamental core. Any carelessness, any slack, will bring huge problems. But CBBI can say without any politeness, this is the fundamental core, and everything is the core right in front of you. So, all of this is here. You don't need to doubt, let alone think about it. Absolutely. 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 If any problems arise, this is absolutely very important. Evolution. This is a very important core. The improvement brought about by the evolution of Teigushi is more important than the improvement brought about by the hard work of one's own strength. Snapped. Locke returned to the room, sat down, was thinking, and said secretly, now I have a total of 24 devil fruits in my hand, and if we start from the 6th Teigu, every one of them is necessary. 6 devil fruits, then. Locke mused secretly. It happens to be able to summon 4 Teigu. This is an extremely important thing, if you want to summon 4 Teigu. All in all, Locke needs to consider how much devil fruit will be consumed for Leone's evolution, and how much devil fruit can be consumed to evolve to what extent. This is a very important question. This is not a joke from Locke, but a real fact. This is very important. After all, no kidding, what I need to consider is very important. Everything that follows, undeniably said, many plans require a large number of Teigu envoys. But, before that, another fundamental core is that what I need to consider is how to maximize the interests of Vice Admiral in this battle in the Valley of Gods. This is the most important thing, and everything else, what is it? Therefore, advertisement Locke thought about all this carefully, and it could be said that he was very serious in his heart, and even said, definitely enough dignified. Rubbing between his brows, Locke said secretly, first spend 4 devil fruits to try it out, and see how far Leone's strength can be raised. Locke is a man of action, he does what he thinks, since it has been decided, then, he will not hesitate to go back and forth, but will act directly and bluntly. Lenny, who had just walked into the room, felt that a terrifying force was directly injected into his body. Roar. Lenny let out a terrifying roar, her body suddenly began to change, and the changes in her body were even more different, to be precise. Just like the Zone Demon Fruit power in Orc form. This moment, Lenny's form is just like this, if you say, the former Lenny looked like a defective Zone Demon Fruit power of the Zone Demon Fruit power. Crackling. Horrifying auras were surging crazily. In this short period of time, Lenny's aura was increasing crazily. In a short period of time, it has already been raised to a level comparable to Quasi-Admiral. I can tell. Lenny's aura is no worse than that of the 3 gods. The most important thing is that there is a flame burning on Lenny's tail. Not only that, her body also began to emerge with patterns of flames. The Phantom of Acedes said interestingly, Your Highness, is this the evolution of Teigu? Locke also watched Lenny's evolution. When the 3 gods were summoned, they directly completed the evolution. But at this moment, Lenny was different. After being summoned, he continued to evolve. I watched Leone's evolution with interest. This evolutionary process lasted for a full 10 minutes. It can be said, Lenny's aura is improving inch by inch, even surpassing the 3 gods. Just from here, it can be seen how amazing Lenny has become. And Locke is very clear that Leone has indeed evolved, and it has evolved to an astonishing degree. Immortal Beastmaster Fire Lion King, Chapter 107, The Situation of Teigu's Evolution. Immortal Beastmaster Fire Lion King. This is the name of Lenny's Teigu after it evolved. Its appearance, of course, looks like a normal human beast Zone Demon Fruit power. But, what really matters is in terms of ability. Now, Acedes looked at Lenny with interest. She felt that Lenny's strength had become extremely strong, although he was also a Quasi-Admiral, but now Lenny is stronger than Naji Zaidan. After all, Naji Hiden's Teigu is a human Teigu, and the two are naturally combined. But even so, the strength and terrifying aura displayed by Lenny are still stronger than that of Naji Hiden, which is extremely interesting. Of course, when you think about it for a bit, this is not a strange thing. Teigu, to be honest. Essentially speaking, except for the Teigu that is known as the Supreme Teigu, the other Teigu are basically on the same level. The strength of one's own emperor has envoys, other than that, everything else is meaningless. And obviously, Lenny was summoned earlier than Naji Zaidan, and his strength improved faster. Under such circumstances, now he has evolved, so, naturally, Lenny's strength is even more terrifying. This point, it is absolutely beyond doubt, and there is no need to doubt it at all. Just by looking at it, one can tell how amazing Leone is, and how powerful this kind of strength is. Undeniably said, after the same evolution, Naji Zaitan also reached the quasi-admiral level, but Lenny is stronger, and it is one step away from the real admiral level, or even, this step is already a step beyond, it's halfway there. All in all, it's basically gone. That's why, it's almost a very important thing to have reached such a point. Roar. Advertisement. Lenny let out a low growl, and recovered herself. She said with a smile, Your Highness, this feeling is really unexpected. This feeling. Lenny clenched a fist with one hand, and a sharp light shone in her eyes. She was like a tyrannical lion king. That terrifying aura made people feel it just by looking at it. How amazing is that? Breath. Try it. My ability. Locke spoke calmly. Good. Click. Almost without any hesitation, Lenny just tore off his arm. Looking at this scene, even Acedes frowned slightly. There was really no mercy in this scene. The meaning of B. Next moment, Lenny's removed arm started to recover quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and within a second or two, it was completely recovered. Sure enough, Locke nodded calmly and said, in terms of recovery, he has obtained an extremely terrifying improvement, but, think about it a little bit, this is also a normal thing. Before the evolution, Teigu's recovery power is very amazing, and now after evolution, it is extremely normal to have such resilience. Exactly, it's not resilience anymore, it's the ability to regenerate. Locke said very calmly, this is the ability to regenerate. After all, no matter how terrifying the recovery power is, if it is cut off, then, if you want to recover, you need to put the stump and broken arm on it, so that you can recover. The results of it? Leone's recovery. No, it should be called regeneration, but pure regeneration at an extremely fast speed, and this method is the most shocking, even to say. It is unimaginable. This what a terrifying ability. What will be the result of such a situation? Obviously, as long as you are not an idiot, you can see this. According to Lenny's strength, as long as you don't directly kill Lenny, then, as long as you give Lenny time, you can recover again, and he definitely recovered at an astonishing speed. Because of this, after a little thought, he knew how amazing Leone was. After careful consideration and careful observation, he already knew that the current Leone, how powerful it is. Who? Asking for flowers. 0 advertisement. Exhaling deeply, Locke's expression was very calm, and he said lightly, other than that? Bear. Lenny opened one hand, and the blazing flames landed directly on the broken arm in front of him, and then burned the broken arm instantly. Lenny continued. Your Highness, this is the second ability you have mastered. That is the Calendar of Flames. Locke nodded again, and Acedes said in a funny way, this is the ability of the Lion King who can't extinguish fire. The unquenchable Fire Lion King. Locke listened to Acedes' words, thought for a while, and then said calmly. Indeed, according to legend, a god-level dangerous species, the immortal Fire Lion King, has the ability to be immortal, and the ability to manipulate fire. 0. Leone's Teigu, from the very beginning, was also made from some hairs of the unquenchable Fire Lion King. Both Lenny and Acedes were thinking for a while. Neither of the two women were idiots. At this moment they immediately understood what it meant. Locke said calmly, that's right. This is the core of Teigu's evolution. To put it bluntly, Teigu was made from a part of the god-level dangerous species, or it is composed of most of the god-level dangerous species made, or part of. Only, it must be admitted that the power of the god-level dangerous species, even if it is only a part, is unparalleled horror, and at this moment, the evolution you feel is the same. To be honest, it is to evolve from a part to the whole. As time goes by, Teigu evolves again and again, and will have the power of a complete god-level dangerous species. This is the evolution of Teigu. Have you cleared it now? Locke explained very calmly. That's right. After the first evolution, Locke understood exactly what Teigu's evolution was all about. It was an extremely terrifying power. Undeniable. This is absolutely beyond doubt. Chapter 108. God-level dangerous species, ambition. God-level dangerous species, in another world. God-level dangerous species are the most terrifying existences in the world. They have the power to destroy the world, an invincible power. And this is the horror of God-level dangerous species. Of course, God-level dangerous species also have strengths and weaknesses. Only, this gap is not obvious. Just like the Admiral-level powerhouse, maybe after 10 days and 10 nights of fighting, the winner can be decided, but it is impossible to tell the winner in a short time. This is also that's the reason. Therefore, as long as they are not idiots, they actually know what this means, and even more so, what is going on here. Locke is very clear about this. It can be said, after I experienced the evolution of Susanoo for the first time, I understood. 003. Teigu. All Teigu. Actually, they are all manufactured by part of the god-level dangerous species, and they are manufactured in this way. Then, there is no need to say much at all. In fact, it is already very clear that the Emperor of the god-level dangerous species GU. How amazing is it? This kind of astonishment is definitely not a joke, and there is no need to say anything. What is going on in the follow-up, this point, it is absolutely unnecessary and personal. For example, god-level dangerous species, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi life, Susanoo. The three gods are actually god-level dangerous species, and they got a part of their power to create the electric light and flint Susanoo. Only, after passing the evolution of Locke, Susanoo evolved into the three gods, and with another evolution, he will truly become the power of the three gods and the three dangerous god-level species. As for what will be combined, it's hard to say, but Immortal Lion King. The same is true. As a god-level dangerous species, it has the ability of immortality and manipulating flames, and just these two abilities make it a god-level dangerous species. Although the ability is very simple, but a simple ability, as long as it can be played to ultimate, isn't it very scary? God-level dangerous species, Frozen Demon, advertisement. God-level dangerous species, Phantom Queen Bee, God-level dangerous species, Cursed Demon. Acedes, Joel, and Chitong, the Teigu held by their 3 daughters are made of these 3 dangerous god-level species. Because of this is the terrifying power contained in the dangerous god-level species. Just think about it, even say it. You can feel it just by looking at it, what an amazing power it is. Undeniable, or, there is absolutely no need to doubt that this is here. This terrifying power is so terrifying, it is just for people to watch, it is to feel endless horror. This is something you have to admit, and the evolution of Teigushi, it is in this way to evolve, step by step, to enhance the essence of Teigu step by step. This is Teigu, to be honest. The future of Teigu's evolution is to grow into a god-level dangerous species capable of destroying the world. Either admit it or deny it, but one thing you have to admit is that this is the core that is right in front of you, everything is here, and you can't deny it if you want to. Snapped. Locke said calmly. All in all, the evolution of Teigu is definitely a very important thing. As time goes by, every Teigu will truly usher in evolution, and this is the real core. For Teigu envoys, it's just about your strength. If you want to fulfill my ambitions simply through hard work, it's not something you can do in a short period of time. If you want to succeed and speed up, then, the most important thing is the evolution of Teigu. Locke's voice was calm, while both women were silent. To be honest, what exactly are Locke's ambitions? No one knows. Even say, no one knows what Locke is trying to do. Actually, Locke's ambition is very simple. What he wants to accomplish is just a simple ambition, that is to rule the whole world, to become the king of this world. This is Locke's ambition. This is Locke's most terrifying ambition. No matter at any time, this is what you have to admit, Luke's ambition is too terrifying. Advertisement world government, this is the current king of this world. But, Locke is to replace the world government and become the king of this world. Of course. You let Locke rule the whole world, and each country is brought under his command? Feel sorry. Locke is not interested in these things. What he wants to do more is to be the master and the others to be the followers of the vassal state. Just like the Zhou dynasty, the vassal states guard the suzerain state together. Of course. Locke is not an idiot for such a situation, for such an idea, of course he knows what will happen. But Locke doesn't care at all, because he won't die at all, and as long as he doesn't die, nothing will happen. If Li Shimin doesn't die, will there be any problems for Taikong? It's hard to say, but, if Qin Shi Huang didn't die, would you see if there would be problems in the Qin dynasty? This point, it is absolutely indisputable, and because of this, the fundamental core of this point is here, which is everything people have to admit things, and Locke's preparations are too full. He really did it and prepared everything. Do you want to refute? Do you want to resist? This is almost impossible, but, Locke knows that his ambition needs to be achieved step by step, and his ideas need to be followed step by step, Otherwise, want to eat like a fat man? That is simply impossible. 4.2, it is simply unrealistic, of course. Locke is not in the slightest rush about these things, everything is in front of his eyes, and the Valley of the Gods war is about to begin. Next, it's all about to begin. Locke let out a deep breath, his whole body relaxed, and he said very calmly, it seems, next. Everything is about to start, just in time. Let's take a look, next, what will be the result, and what will happen to all of this? Snort. A cruel smile also emerged from the corner of Locke's mouth. Chapter 109. Set sail, shake the world, Yang Fan. Set sail, clatter, with the churning of the waves, the huge fleet of pirate ships of the entire Rock's pirate group has gone straight to the distance. It has been floating on the sea at will for a long time. Very few Rock's pirates who can act like this, unexpectedly in such a short period of time, so many actions have been made. Go straight to the distance, and the speed is also getting faster and faster, more and more terrifying. Under the extremely fast speed, it seems that everything is going to be swallowed up. Give people the feeling. This is an extremely terrifying giant beast, and raising such a terrifying hand, I'm afraid. You don't need to say much to know what kind of power this will be the owner. After all, if such a giant beast opens its hand's own fangs, then, who will be devoured? I am afraid. You don't need to say much to know what a terrifying power this will be. This is this terrifying power, and the Rock's pirates have started to act. Just with the setting sail of the Rock's pirates, it is absolutely undeniable that the entire sea has become extremely dignified. This is not a joke, but a real fact. On the entire sea, everyone is looking at the distance solemnly, the eyes are very sharp, as if waiting, what will happen next? What will happen next, and what will happen next? Hulala, clatter, as the waves churned, the Rock's pirates had already gone straight into the distance. Same. The major forces in the entire world were in unparalleled shock. Snapped. Sengoku Vice Admiral, the Rock's pirates are on the move. Advertisement, Sengoku raised his head and frowned slightly while listening to the report. As one of the 3 marine monsters in his youth, Vice Admiral, Sengoku is already very good. Although he is still very young, he definitely has to admit it. Sengoku is definitely good enough for that, definitely a no-brainer. After all, Sengoku, the resourceful general. These are the titles of Sengoku, and Sengoku can have the title of the resourceful general, which proves that Sengoku is a person with both wisdom and courage. Actually, among the 3 members of the new generation of Marine, who is more outstanding? Sengoku? Garp? Zephyr? That's right, it was not Zephyr, the man called Black Arm, nor Garp, the man who was called the hero in the original book, who shined in the ensuing battle of the Valley of the Gods. On the contrary, truly the one with the most penultimate qualification is Sengoku. That's right, it's Sengoku. The reason is very simple. Sengoku. It's really too good, it's really too shocking and good, this kind of power. I'm afraid, as long as you are not an idiot, then, you are very clear about what a terrifying power this will be, and this is the scariest aspect of Sengoku, and there is absolutely no doubt about it. Conqueror's Haki, Phantom Beast Devil Fruit, Brave and Wise. These 3 are fit by Sengoku. It can be said, Sengoku is perfect in every aspect. In the original book, it's just because Sengoku is the Marine Marshal, so he rarely makes a move, but Sengoku's real strength is it's amazing, especially, although the power displayed by this man is only faintly visible, it makes people feel terrified and terrifying. This is Sengoku's strength. What's the situation? Sengoku frowned while listening to the report, but said calmly, report slowly. Yes. Advertisement. Listening to the Marine soldier's report, Sengoku frowned, and said with a serious expression. Report to Mr. Marshal and the 3 admirals immediately. This matter is extremely important, and absolutely cannot be careless. Yes. Listening to Sengoku's words, the Marine soldiers retreated quickly, and Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows and said solemnly. Are all the followers of the Black Pearl acting? It seems. It is really extremely dangerous and troublesome, after all. When the Black Pearl started to act, then, there is only one reason, the strength of the other party has reached an extremely terrifying level, but, according to the strength of the Rock's pirate group, there is no one on this sea. Such an opponent. Sengoku is clear. From the establishment of the Rock's pirates to the present, the number of operations on the Black Pearl has become less and less, or even said, it is no exaggeration to say that it has been so small that it is not an exaggeration, because of this. This is why the strength of the Rock's pirates is getting stronger and stronger. It's scary, with the improvement of strength, there is no need for Rock's actions at all. But, now the Black Pearl of the Rock's pirates has started to act, so, there is only one reason, and it is a very simple reason. That is, the Rock's pirates are going to do something very scary and crazy. Otherwise, absolutely will not do such a thing. So, Sengoku murmured, what exactly do you want to do? The Rock's pirates. What do you want to do with this terrifying pirate group? Sengoku really rubbed his brows. He couldn't guess it. Regarding the Red Line matter, Sengoku also knows a little bit of information, but, as Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, even if he is hailed as an alternate admiral, but Sengoku is still just a Vice Admiral only. Therefore, even if Sengoku was trained as an admiral, the problem is, the accurate information he can get is very rare. He only knows that the Rock's pirates once launched an attack on the Red Line, but the question is, what is the reason for the attack? Offensive? This is the root cause. Obviously, Sengoku is not particularly clear about these things. Because of this, Sengoku is also thinking about how the next situation will develop. This point, it is definitely a very important fundamental core. Sengoku rubbed the center of his brows, and also felt a very headache, never thought that it would turn out like this. But, no matter what it is, Sengoku is very clear that the Rock's pirates act collectively. This is the responsibility of Marine, and they all need to act. This is the responsibility of Marine. This is absolutely unquestionable and undeniable. Therefore, next, what will everything be like? This is the real core. Anyone, no matter who they are, must admit that this is what is already in front of everyone. The Rock's pirates are definitely making big moves. This is absolutely, there is no doubt about it. Chapter 110. In the Rock's pirates, who dare not prepare everything. Action of the Rock's pirates. The action of the Black Pearl. It can be said, this let the whole world know, in this world. Not only the world government, but also many other forces. And, this moment, the faces of the major forces are all very dignified, because, they are all very clear that if the Rock's pirates take action when the Black Pearl is needed, it will prove that the actions of the other party this time are absolutely crazy enough, even scary enough, is definitely not something that I and others can stop. Because of this, they are all thinking about how to act. After all, I don't know what the other party's purpose is. If the other party's purpose is not me, then it's okay to say, but the problem is, what if the other party's purpose is really me? Then what should I do? This is a very important thing. It can be said, what is the purpose of the Rock's pirates? This is still unclear. But there is one thing that is absolutely very important. It will be very important for everything that will happen next, that is, Rock's the horror of the pirates, they absolutely dare not be careless. Although I don't know what the other party's purpose is, but, I must be prepared. After all, if the other party is really aiming at me, then, everything is completely different, this point. Absolutely, there is absolutely no doubt about it. As long as the other party is really targeting him, then, next, what will be the result? It's something that doesn't need to be doubted at all. It's really going to happen, or even say, that's what's going to happen, okay. We'll die, in this sea, except for the world government. Whoever dares to say that he can face the Rock's pirates, then you are awesome. If you can really do this, then you are the strongest, no wrong. That's right, you are definitely the most powerful, we are all garbage. Therefore, this is the current situation in the entire sea. There is really no way, this is an undeniable thing. The Rocks pirates are too terrifying, the strongest in this world, it is definitely not a joke. Advertisement snapped, the other side. A very small number of Locke did not train, but stood there quietly, as if thinking about something. How to say? For Locke, there is no need for training for the time being. After all, who knows what will happen to the Rocks pirates, the Valley of Gods war. Although it is said that this is a war that broke out in the Valley of Gods, but now this is a real world. Although I said that the time traveler knows the plot, but there are still things to consider. This point, it is absolutely beyond doubt, can't be careless. It is impossible to relax, in this place where lunatics walk everywhere. Remember, you must not have any carelessness, even if it is just a little carelessness. Maybe you will die here for everyone to see. Wororo, backquote, Kaido laughed and said interestingly. Locke, it's really rare, you didn't exercise. But it's really interesting. According to you don't have any movements? Locke looked at Kaido and said calmly, Ghost knows what will happen next. If you do something like this at this time, you're playing for your life. You be asterisk D. Kaido looked at Locke, raised the corners of his mouth interestingly, and said ferociously, Sure enough. You be asterisk D. You will take everything into consideration, but you won't let yourself so dead. Joke. The corners of Locke's mouth curled up, and he said proudly and confidently, Since Lousy is still alive. Naturally, Lousy will not die like this, let alone. Lousy's ambition has not been realized. If this is the case, why does Lousy have to die? Locke's eyes were filled with endless peace, no joke. 2. Hard facts. For Locke, if this is the case, then, I choose to back down here. Impossible. I am not such a character, and it is absolutely impossible to do such a thing. Since I have chosen to step-by-step efforts to grow. So, I will never back down, let alone. I don't want to die either, I want to live to realize my ambitions, not die as a dead bone. Advertisement for such a situation, Locke is not interested. Wororo, Kaido laughed and said, You it's really interesting, but, think about it a little bit, it's really Locke, you character. Asterisk. Locke just nodded calmly at this, these are just like that, this is not a big problem, besides. I have been very simple and calm about these from beginning to end, otherwise. Locke is very clear, only by maintaining such a simple and calm, then, I can succeed. Otherwise, want to succeed in the Rocks pirates? Stop it, impossible. This is Locke's self-confidence and confidence. He knows very well what will happen next. Okay. The chatting is almost here, you should think carefully about how to survive in the next war. There was a smile on the corner of Locke's mouth, and he looked at Kaido interestingly. It was really not a joke, but, how are you going to live? What will be the result? DJ, that, good money, is the funniest thing, isn't it? Listening to what Locke said, Kaido grinned and said ferociously, Lousy has already made preparations, after all, it would be embarrassing if the things that should be prepared are not prepared well. Joke. In a place like the Rocks pirates, if you are not prepared enough, you will die. No joke. 2. This is the real fact, here, you don't have to do anything, but, absolutely can be prepared, because, death will really fall on you, this is absolutely beyond doubt, this point, you must not be careless, otherwise, death is really easy to kill you, this point, there is absolutely no doubt about it. Chapter 111. Absolute Strength Gap, clatter. The Rocks pirates, an extremely terrifying fleet, headed straight for the distance. More than that, to know, the Rocks pirates, not only own the headquarters, but also the pirates affiliated to the owner, after all. There are many people, they want to join the Rocks pirates, but they don't want to join the Rocks pirates completely, then it became a pirate group affiliated to the Rocks pirates. Therefore, combining the two, the power that erupts is the most astonishing power, the most powerful power, astonishing strength, all of this is the most important thing. And this is the most terrifying thing about the Rocks pirates. If the power contained in the Rocks pirates is enough to shock the whole world, then, the number of pirates under the Rocks pirates is extremely terrifying. Say it differently. New world, probably 60% of them, that's right, 60% of the pirates are all pirates under the Rocks pirates. This is the horror of the Rocks pirates. It's too scary, it's too huge, this is simply an incomparably terrifying amount. And when such a quantity is displayed in front of your eyes, no matter who is 010, I am afraid that what you will feel is unparalleled fear and awe. He exhaled deeply, and Locke squinted his eyes, quietly looking into the distance and said secretly, Valley of Gods, what's in there? To be honest, Valley of the Gods War. In his previous life, Locke knew a lot about this war, but, for this war, he was actually more at a loss, because, this war is actually very strange, and it should even be called an outrageous one. War. Not kidding, but, that's the real deal. According to my understanding of the Rocks pirates, the strength of the Rocks pirates, even if they lose themselves, however, this is still not a problem. This kind of strength is the most terrifying pirates in the world. This is absolutely, there is no need for any hesitation at all. Advertisement. Such a terrifying Rocks pirate group was defeated. This, to be honest, this is the most outrageous thing, even if the entire Rocks pirates are all actors. In fact, it is not so simple to lose, because of this. Locke has been thinking about this matter all the time. What is going on, and what is the fundamental core? But, after experiencing the red line situation, Locke gradually understood that it was because the world government was even stronger. But for the world government, if it really wants to clean up the entire Rocks pirate group in the Valley of the Gods, well, all of this is not a big problem, or even said, this is very normal, even say, things that can be easily cleaned up. Don't feel very strange, just the opposite. This is the real strength of the world government. As the world's overlord, the world government is the power of the owner. This is absolutely beyond doubt. The world government did not do this, to be precise, judging from the performance and chaotic situation in the original book. Except for the core of Captain Rocks who was beheaded, everyone else survived. If there is no problem here, Locke just took his own head off. Stop it. This is pure nonsense, not a joke. Isn't this just a joke? This is really not a joke. It's the real fact, the strength of the world government. It is easy to destroy the Rocks pirates, things that can make everyone leave. Impossible things. Locke squinted, thinking of something. Your Highness, CBBG, Naji Hiden's phantom emerged from Locke's side and said respectfully, what are you thinking about? Locke said very calmly, it's nothing special, it's just that some things are very interesting. Naji Hiden, do you think it is difficult to destroy the Rocks pirates according to the strength of the world government? Advertisement? Hearing Locke's question, Naji Hiden thought for a while and said, Your Highness, according to the power of the world government, if you want to destroy the Rocks pirates, it's actually very easy. There is no doubt about it at all. There is no need to doubt it at all. Good. This is one of the fundamental cores. No kidding, according to the strength of the world government, it seems that it is too easy to destroy the Rocks pirates. It is easy to fall, as if it is not easy to call it easy pass. Yes. Listening to Locke's words, Naji Zaitan also nodded seriously. Indeed, at this point, there is absolutely no doubt about it. After all, as long as you are not an idiot, you can tell what is the core of this. As long as the three armies of the sea, land and air forces led by Yan have such power, then, basically, they can directly fight the entire Rocks pirate group. But, from the perspective of testing, it also proved that the Rocks pirate group is really terrifying enough. As a pirate group, it can be equal to the three armed forces of the sea, land and air. The power possessed by the world government is not just the armed forces of the sea, land and air. It is an even more terrifying power for the owner, whether it is a special force, a CP organization, or the Knights of God. All in all, variety. It can be said unceremoniously that this is the power of the world government, which is absolutely beyond doubt, and under such circumstances, as long as they are not idiots, then, it is very clear that what will happen next will be the situation. And if you think about it a little bit, you can see how outrageous the situation in the original book is. Don't think this is a joke, to be honest, not to mention in front of the world government, even in front of Marine. In fact, pirates are more like a small fight, except for the Rocks pirates, which is too powerful to try again, other pirates. As long as you are not an idiot, then, you can see it, this is an absolute difference in strength, it is not a joke. Chapter 112. The balance maintained by the five elders. Absolute strength gap. Don Quixote Doflamingo, he once said. Who is the ruler of this sea? 4 emperors, 7 warlords of the sea. No, but Marine is the absolute overlord of the sea. That's right, this is the real fact, remember, on this sea, Marine is the absolute overlord. Do you think, is this very strange? Actually, there's nothing weird about it, because, it's the real thing, remember, it's not a joke, because, it's the truth. Some at war, in fact, can be seen. Marine and the Whitebeard pirates fight back and forth. Actually, pure TM nonsense. The 3 old monsters, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, basically did not make a shot, while Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Peluzalino, except for Sakazuki, the other 2 were basically in a state of paddling. As for Gion and Cake, they didn't participate in it. So, but as long as you are not an idiot, then, you can see it. Don't you really think that some people are fools? This is the gap between Marine and 4 emperors. If it weren't for the fact that Marine needs to maintain the peace of the entire sea, and the 4 emperors pirate group is indeed stronger together, it would be too easy to deal with all this. Therefore, this is the absolute strength gap. The 2 sides are not at the same level at all. It's really not a joke. This real strength gap is right in front of you, whether you admit it or deny it, but, this is the real fact. For this sea, this is absolutely undeniable. Advertisement. So, in the face of such power, Najehiden. If you were the world government, how would you deal with it? Locke asked interestingly, he wanted to see what would happen in the end. Your Highness. Naji Zaitan thought for a while, and then said calmly, your consideration is not wrong. For the world government, it is not difficult to destroy the Rocks pirates, however, there is still a price to pay, but, if you follow my thoughts, I'm afraid, I will basically let go of everyone except Rocks, I will not kill. Oh, why? Locke showed an interesting look. To be honest, I also think this matter is very interesting, because, this is how it is done in the original book, and Locke is good at learning the purpose of strategy. But after all, what I pay more attention to is strength, but I don't pay special attention to these, but I am very interested in listening to Naji Zaidan's words. Yes. Why? Lenny also felt very curious. Why on earth? She looked at Naji Zaidan curiously. Your Highness. Lenny. Naji Zaidan said very calmly. Actually, this matter is very easy to understand, even to say, it can be dealt with very easily. Think about it a little bit, if the pirate disappears now, then, is it really a good thing for this sea? Is it really a good thing for the world government? Listening to Naji Zaiden's words, both of them were thinking for a while, but then they understood what it meant. So that's the case. Locke nodded knowingly, and he understood what it meant. If that was the case, then, everything seems to be understandable. Interesting. Interesting. The smile on the corner of Locke's mouth is very strong, it's still the same sentence. If it's like this, then it's going to be a very long time. Balance. Locke said lightly, Five Elders method is very simple, it is balance. After the guidance of Captain Rox, the entire Rox pirate group is more like a group of real lunatics, and for these lunatics say they don't care what happens next and they're a bunch of lunatics. After all, what kind of things would such a group of lunatics do? This is a hard thing to say, advertisement. And under such circumstances, the next thing will be very interesting, even, it will be extremely interesting, it is not an exaggeration. Asking for flowers. Locke's smile is really unusually funny. After all, when a group of lunatics are crazy enough, they can do anything, and for those countries, they just need to think about it, join the world government. Under the protection of the world government, one can live better. Therefore, this is the very fundamental core reason, this point, it is definitely not a joke, but, this is the real fact, after all, this is already a fact before everyone's eyes. Through situations like this, Locke narrowed his eyes slightly, and said interestingly, because of this, the next thing is even more interesting. For the world government, they need to maintain a balance, and everything that comes next is the most important thing, important things. That's right. Knew it. The smile on the corner of Locke's mouth is very strong. If this is the case, then, it will be an extremely interesting thing, and no one knows what the result will be. After all, many things are just for show in sight, but, all you have to admit is, this is an extremely important and even more fundamental matter. Balance. Threaten. Pirates. For the world government, for the marine, is it really impossible to destroy it? Stop it. That's not the same thing at all. To be precise, for the world government, wanting to destroy pirates is like a joke. This is the fundamental core. But, the world government has never done this, because of another thing, the world government will not do this. For the world government, what he has to do is to disperse the opponent, to defeat the opponent, this is the world government things to do. This is the real core thing of the world government. This is absolutely, there is no doubt about it. Keep everything in balance. This is what the world government has to do, in control. That's what the world government wants most, and everything else. Feel sorry. Nothing interesting. Chapter 113, The Most Greedy Spirit. Confusion. It is also an order, and this kind of order is the order that the world government really needs. As the well-deserved hegemony of the sea in the world government that controls the highest power, what they need is rule, always and secure rule. If the sea is in a safe, stable, and peaceful era without danger. So, the world government, which squeezes from all countries, uses the gold in the sky as a network, and draws the wealth, power, and resources of various countries like a blood transfusion, and reduces their war potential, is undoubtedly the only villain. As long as they still oppress other countries and extract benefits from the world, then sooner or later they will become enemies hated by the world as they continue to develop. Give an inappropriate example. Only when crime breeds and all kinds of villains emerge endlessly, can there be the soil for superheroes to emerge. Otherwise, sooner or later, the so-called superheroes will be regarded as heretics of the 640, by the wider masses of the masses, driven out and oppressed by the evil party, and even reduced to slaves. This is true for a selfless hero, not to mention that his butt is not clean, and he has been doing the notorious world government that squeezes resources from all over the world. Pirates? It's just that they deliberately connive and let it out to attract firepower. As long as this behemoth really gets serious and uses the foundation under the tip of the iceberg, there will be nothing in the world that can resist their unimaginable power. This, absolutely without a doubt. Do not believe it. Look at this behemoth. The history of suppressing the world for 800 years is enough. To this day, it is still in existence that no one dares to challenge. Except for Rox D. Zebek, the madman. Among the madmen, even the craziest pirates, no one dared to plunder their tiger whiskers. It looks like a pirate with teeth and claws. Uphold justice, marine. It's just chess pieces in their hands, just a few chess pieces for fighting. The present age, it is far from the big voyage and big pirate generation where pirates are rampant. It's just the weakest force in the sea right now. If it weren't for being commanded by Captain Rox, who occupied a full 60% of them and brought them on a crazy pace step by step, being driven by the task, gradually polishing away the fear in their hearts, pampering the beast in their hearts, while being crazy and crazy, also turned into a dreadnought fleet. Otherwise, the so-called pirates, in the eyes of the world government, are nothing more than a bunch of worthless dog legs. Have a look. Advertisement. I feel disgusted and dirty. And now, a little pampering in the rocks, fire up the fire, add oil and vinegar. Obviously, the ferocious monster on the crater could no longer be suppressed. Yes, even Rox D. Zebek can't hold back. The strong people who have grown up one by one, the fruit ability users with terrifying strength, their potentials have been polished in battles, and they have become truly powerful forces. The backlog of negativity and indulgent demons will also be completely liberated as their strength increases. Those who have lost their sense of awe are not afraid of the world government, so how can they be afraid of the rocks around them? Captain. What are you going to do? The 3-month period has long been spent in the chaos created by the Rock's pirates. Looking at the most powerful figure on the Black Pearl, Locke's heart sank. The only chance, deliberately conniving, let this giant ship expand wildly, even at the cost of medical control. The layout took so long, just to launch this vast blow, no matter the price or the process, it was unimaginably heavy and difficult, and there was only one blow. Once it fails, the Rock's pirates are invincible, and their fearless spirit was interrupted, separated from that fanatical atmosphere. Even the Rocks, it is absolutely impossible to gather for the second time. Developed to now. Rather than saying that Rocks is controlling it, it is better to say that this behemoth is approaching inertia, majestic and approaching. No one can control it, let alone interrupt it. Just like a carp jumping over a dragon gate, either fly over the dragon gate, break through numerous obstacles and transform, and become a real dragon in the sky. From then on, all rivers and rivers enter the sea, unstoppable. Either bloodshed, died under the waves, no bones left, no escape. But, anyway, it will be a vast, stalwart, and exaggerated to the point of unimaginable battle, otherwise, it would not be silenced by the later Marine Marshal Sengoku, 4 Emperors Whitebeard and others. Valley of the Gods, the battlefield that has been brewing for so long is finally approaching. Even Locke, who had expected it a long time ago, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart, and there was an indescribable complexity. Will I survive? No, I am not only surviving, I also want to be the big winner inside. If ambition is greed, then my greed must be greater than all. King of the world. Make the world crawl. Advertisement. The huge plan in Locke's heart is an exaggeration beyond everyone's imagination. Even Rocks, who is trying to become the king of the world, may not be able to surpass him. ITE is the most greedy. It is 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times greedier than Linlin's greedy devouring of delicacies. Like phantoms, Lenny and Naji Zaitan, who appeared next to Locke, couldn't help shaking at the same time, wanting to move towards Locke beside him, and the strong aura spread on him. Like a black hole, it crazily devoured the surrounding chi machines. But it just passed away. Make people think it's just an illusion. Ha 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 ha, funny kid, really funny kid. Sensing a faint surge of wind from the Black Pearl, Rocks, standing at the front of the deck and looking at the sea in the distance, suddenly changed his expression. But he wasn't angry at all, instead he let out a big laugh that shattered the clouds. Courage. What a greedy spirit, even Rocks himself couldn't help but look slightly sideways. But, none of this matters, complete 3.8 doesn't matter at all. After planning the layout for so long, it is finally time to take the final step towards the real reality. An unimaginable battle is about to erupt under his single-handed leadership. Ambition? Greedy? Boldness? Ha 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 ha. Survive from the next big battle first. Only those who survive are eligible to pursue more. Rocks tugged at the corner of his mouth, showing a ferocious, penetrating laugh. That is the madness of the king of the world. Dead, but you are not entitled to own anything, even him. No exception. The permanent pointer in his hand suddenly lit up. Target focus of fleet voyages. Arrive, Chapter 114. The giant beast breaking free. Let's fight. Valley of Gods, islands that simply cannot be found on nautical maps. Even, it has never been recorded on the map. If there is no word of mouth from the people who have experienced this battle, no one knows that there is such a terrifying place on the sea. It wasn't the war that created his reputation. It is God's Valley way that adds color to this battle. Even the world government didn't expect Rocks to know this place. Drowned in the dust of history, it has long been swept into the picture scroll of the times, and even the pile of old papers cannot get traces. Mystery, it's not enough to describe his situation. Disappearing on the sea like a ghost is his true portrayal. Clatter. The waves of the water broke through the sea, and there was a shocking wave. The mighty Rocks pirates have never concealed their whereabouts. It is destined to be a great war that will be recorded in the annals of history. Boom. Rocks stood at the bow. Hold your breath. Concentrate. Step back. Shift your weight back. Then, 21 the waist drives the whole body, twisting the strength of the whole body, gathering at one point and hitting forward with a bang. It should have been a roar that resounded through heaven and earth. At this moment, but strangely, no sound broke out. Strength. The power concentrated to the extreme pushes and compresses the air thoroughly, turning it into a piercing shockwave on the fist. With one blow, the surrounding air is directly emptied, forming an exaggerated vacuum zone. Not to mention the roar of fist wind, even the sound is impossible to transmit. Vacuum. Insulation. Until it is compressed to the ultimate vacuum bubble, it flies extremely far like a cannonball. Advertisement boom boom boom. The belated loud noise rang through my ears like thunder. But what's more striking is that, far ahead, rumble. A mountain with different peaks protruding from the island in the sea was inexplicably hit by a huge force, and the artificial mountain made of granite-like material broke off without any resistance. The entire protruding edge was directly interrupted and fell down, like a mudslide from a landslide, crashing down, announcing. Rocks D. Zebek, arrival, hiss. That's really domineering. Locke smacked his mouth. Appearing with such an arrogant posture, afraid that the other party will not know that he is coming, he is suppressing his face brightly, and the unruly Haki surging on his body is almost outputting directly to his face. It should be said, is it worthy of the spirit of the king of the world? Should I say it or not? Although Rock's move was extremely arrogant, the effect was also stronger than expected. Boys. Today. The destination is here. The Valley of the Gods is the lair where the maggots of the world government hide their treasures. Those celestial dragons who call themselves gods, the world nobles, live here. Here is also the world government, which has devoted a lot of wealth to this group of nobles, to create a comfortable home, where they can enjoy the luxury that can only be found in the sky. Next, what we have to do is to kill them directly, take them out of their comfort zone, and then take away all the treasures they have. The weak, they don't deserve to have treasures. Inside, there are countless Baileys, treasures, beauties, even devil fruit. As long as you can grab it, it's all yours. This is a feast for the strong. I have already prepared the banquet for you. Go inside and you will definitely meet those celestial dragons who are the world nobles. Tell me, are you afraid? Rock's heroic roar surged along Haki, spreading throughout the entire fleet in a blink of an eye. He didn't even need to open his mouth to bewitch. The ferocious atmosphere shrouded in this out-of-control beast is enough to make these beasts, who have completely released their greed in their hearts, truly crazy. Especially in the rocks, in the most domineering way, announce their arrival. The atmosphere hanging over the pirate ship, straight to the climax. Fanaticism. Bursting out in the eyes of every pirate, releasing the deepest ambition in the heart. Celestial dragons. Even if the 5 elders appeared in front of them in person, this group of fanatical pirates who completely released the greed in their hearts would not have the slightest fear, but rushed forward with weapons brandishing. What shit, celestial dragons, they're just a bunch of mentally retarded, who would be afraid of such things. World noble. Ha ha ha. I'm going to kill a world noble today? Advertisement, Bailey, the treasure, the beauties are all mine, wow. I can't wait to get the celestial dragons under my feet. Erase the awe completely. Open the threshold gate with their own hands, unleashing the demonic rocks within them. Looking at the scenes on the pirate ship in front of him like a group of demons dancing wildly, he smiled instead of anger. Very good, only such a team can be truly useful in this battle. As for their arrogance, if you die, you die. Originally a group of consumables to use, Rox has never concealed his attitude. The team linked by the mission as the core link has the so-called loyalty, and that is the funny thing. He has never cared about the ghostly thoughts in some people's minds. Or, I don't care if I know it. As long as he lives, these people will be used by him. So, isn't that enough? Ha 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 ha. Boys. Since everyone wants to get a piece of the pie 273. Interested in the endless treasures, Bailey, and beauties. Whether they want to plunder, or want to vent. All follow me. You Captain Rox. Let's enjoy this feast of the strong. Rox threw his head back and laughed. The rolling sound wave was like a substantial shockwave, shattering all the clouds in the sky. Even the surface of the sea under the Black Pearl. It was also like an overturned sea, and there was a turmoil, as if because of his courage, an exaggerated sea earthquake oscillated, and the sea surface was turbulent, just like being in a storm. Rocks that burst out in full force. Even Whitebeard, Shiki, Ochaku, and Silver Axe beside them showed expressions of horror. Powerful. Powerful beyond imagination. Compared with the previous face-to-face confrontation, the sea, land and air commander-in-chief Yan is even more terrifyingly powerful, and this is the result of Rocks not intentionally pressing their momentum on them. You, Locke, let's have a competition. Look, who is the one who has gained the most in this battle? Kaido walked out with a mountain-like aura, looking at Locke beside him. Even under the weight of Rock's aura, he still showed a look of eagerness to fight. Chapter 115. Rock's ambition. The world is drawn into the flames of war. Competition. Ha ha ha. I hope you won't lose too badly when the time comes. Locke threw his head back and laughed. Even Kaido was not oppressed by the aura. How could he bow his head under the mere aura? Is it too ugly to lose? Who wins and who loses is another matter. I won't lose to anyone, even you. Kaido looked up. There was a rock-solid gaze on his face. The 4 eyes are facing each other. It was as if there was an electric spark, shooting out along the collision of eyes. The two of Arthur and Kaido fought in Vietnam. On the turbulent Black Pearl, it was just a drop in the ocean or a corner of the curtain. Not just them, even the most powerful Whitebeard, Golden Lion and the others. Also around the corner, in the eyes, there is a complex brilliance. Absolutely not as simple as they appear on the surface. As long as you are not a fool, everyone can guess the importance of this battle. Absolutely is an existence that subverts the world. But, compared to the calculation behind the scenes. More importantly, survive the war, extremely dangerous. Extremely scary, even if it was started by Rox, but it has developed to this extent. Even if he is the instigator, he may not be able to continue to control him standing on the deck. The momentum is raging, but no longer arrogant before. Began to be restrained gradually. Like a swordsman with a hidden sword in its sheath, it will bloom with all its strength after the fleet lands on the island, and it will explode with horror beyond imagination that attracts the attention of the world. World. Remember this moment, in the Valley of the Gods. It's not good, outside, there are pirates coming from outside the Valley of Gods. It's the Rocks pirates. The vicious Rocks pirates. Damn bastards, how did those guys find this place? Marine is an idiot. Where are the strong ones? Where are the strong ones who resist and defend? Get out of here. Advertisement under a landslide like natural disaster. The silt billowing like lava poured backwards towards the Valley of the Gods. Boom. Although there were top experts who burst out with the power of the Emperor, they stopped the mudslides, and even the terrifying power directly turned into fists all over the sky, smashing all the gravel larger than the mouth of the bowl into powder. In the blink of an eye, the reaction speed that erupted was simply staggering. But, anyway, the commotion caused by the rocks, however, has been so successful that it can no longer be successful. The world nobles, celestial dragons, who were still immersed in the dream of life and death, were awakened by the crisis of death in an instant. Don't look at them, 1 or 2 of them are wearing glass covers, and they look like mentally retarded. But for my own life, these guys are still cherished very much. If you die, you will no longer be able to have this supreme enjoyment. Huge vibration, it's enough to scare them, but next. The continuous hand-to-hand battles and the rolling shockwaves that burst out directly frightened their courage. Bang 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 pistols were firing indiscriminately. The celestial dragons, venting their fear and uneasiness in their hearts, directly disregarded the filth, and rode on the shoulders of the slaves closest to them. Their huge bodies were pressed against their thin bodies. Go, go, I'll kill you all when it's too late. Notify Marine, let those idiots come to the rescue quickly. And world government, don't let go of world government either. Roaring without regard for decency. This group of self-proclaimed aloof guys have obviously been shattered. The group. The lawless pirates of the Rocks Pirates. It is true. Really will kill them. Marineford, Marine Vice Admiral Office. Sengoku Vice Admiral, the whereabouts of the Luke's pirates seem to have been found. A Marine soldier trotted over with a file folder, his head still sweating a little. It's a place I've never heard of. It seems to be called the Valley of the Gods. Folder spread out. Most of it is blank, except for the bare root direction. Even the size and shape are not marked, let alone the details inside. There are only a few lonely words, Gods 1. Jew, it's actually here? Advertisement. Sengoku's pupils shrank. Admiral, the 3rd Marine appointed by default, and even the core characters in it, have long been regarded as Sengoku trained by Admiral, not only his strength, but also information, all of which are open to him without any concealment. But only this place, even he knows very little, only know. Marine escorts a large amount of supplies every year, and the person who comes forward must be Marine Marshal. Even Marine Admiral is not qualified, and after going to the Red Line, he will act together with the people sent by Mariajoy to set off for. Based on this alone, with Sengoku's wisdom, he can guess how important this island, which is not recorded on the chart and seems to have been deliberately erased, is. Undoubtedly important, that place. It seems that the territory Garp collected is near the sea area, maybe he can make it in time. A thought burst into my mind. Rocks, what the hell are you trying to do? Sengoku's brows were tightly furrowed, and his wrinkle was almost turning into an old twist. Marineford. The empty Marine Marshal's room. Boom. The huge muffled sound was like the bombardment of a cannon. The thick table made of a whole piece of mahogany was slammed into 2 halves by Marshal Marine's furious slap on the table, and then collapsed and turned into debris flying all over the sky. Rocks. What the hell are you trying to do? Roared the air. As the Marine Marshal, he certainly knows more than Sengoku. Valley of Gods. This ghost island in the sea. The traces were erased from the chart, let alone his navigation guidance. Not only is the place where the world government hides treasures, but also because of the large number of buildings built on it, it is as perfect as a palace in the sky, and it is regarded as a paradise for the world's noble celestial dragons. Except Holy Land, Mariajoy, it can be called Celestial Dragons, the place where Lee has the most secrets. That guy Rocks is madly attacking this kind of place, and the momentum is so huge, the effect can be guessed with a little brain. It is clear that they want to occupy this territory and use it as a bargaining chip to achieve their ulterior ambitions. The degree of influence is large. It is not an exaggeration to say that even before Bai Luome's bandits, they blatantly attacked the Red Line and made a fuss in the Holy Land. It is a provocation to the majesty of the world government. It is an impact on the world government. Notice, dominate the world? This guy clearly wants the whole world to fall into endless disputes because of his arrogant ambition. Never allowed. Same time step. After hearing the news, Yan couldn't suppress his anger and blasted his fist towards the sea. The scorching flames shot up into the sky, directly evaporating a portion of the sea level. Chapter 116. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the protagonist, gradually takes place. Assemble the army. The armed forces of the sea, land and air, except for guarding the minimum quota of each member country. All others are urgently mobilized. Regardless of the process. Only the result. All assemble as quickly as possible. The army on standby near the sea area of the Valley of the Gods. At all costs, gather with the nearest admiral as the core, and then go to the Valley of the Gods to gather. All those who dare to stop, no matter where they come from, will be killed without mercy. This is the highest war order of the world government. All those who make trouble at such a time, waiting to be punished by the order afterwards, pass on my words intact. World Government Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armies Yan, with full beard and hair and murderous intent in his eyes. The murderous intent was revealed in the words. On the old body, majestic airwaves surged and appeared, and even the sky was dyed with scorching heat during the breath, and the hot sweat flowed from the body uncontrollably, but no one dared to reach out to wipe it. Very angry, furious, with the situation developing to such an extent, he is not afraid to use the most tragic killing intent to end this scene. A decisive voice, a ruthless decision, are not just words. If there really is a kingdom, an empire, that dares to get in the way of this kind of thing, and even join forces with the rocks, and 593 secretly communicates and helps. Once it is discovered, the end will definitely be annihilation of the country. From top to bottom, the royal family to the common people, and even the territory of the country, have been completely wiped out in history. Lamp. Master Commander, the military personnel who have been searched in various places have been counted. The military order has been transmitted through the phone bug, and it will not be long before the assembly is complete. However, near the Valley of the Gods, there seems to be an unexpected wave of pirates arriving. The marine soldier had a look of hesitation on his face. But looking at Yan's extremely powerful face, he still couldn't help but say, "It's the guys from the Roger Pirates. I don't know why they suddenly arrived at this place." Wandering in the nearby sea area, not far from the Valley of the Gods, if a war breaks out, it is very likely that they will be attracted by the wave of fighting and rush over. Do I need to send someone to drive them away first? Flipping through the folder in his hand, pointing to the freshly released content, he spread it out for Yan to see. Roger. Yan frowned slightly, almost pinching the brows of flies, but finally shook his head. Leave him alone. As long as they don't shoot, it's as if they didn't see. CBBC. If you put it in normal times. With Yan's fiery and cruel personality, of course he doesn't mind taking care of a well-known pirate. Advertisement, but now, rocks are the order of the day. When that guy hasn't been completely resolved, it's not suitable to provoke more opponents. Roger. The rising star in the sea is very powerful, even among the strong of the older generation, he is not inferior at all. The pirates on his ship are not simple, and they have good strength. Among other things, Pluton Rayleigh alone is a solid general level force. How dare you attack the Valley of Gods, rocks? You are really offside this time. Unable to suppress the emotions in his heart, Yan couldn't help his face twitching slightly. Did not expect, unexpectedly, rocks really dared to do this to this extent. Even when the permanent pointer was taken away, there was already a faint guess. But when the glaring facts hit him, he was caught off guard abruptly, which still made him feel unspeakably awkward and unacceptable. This is simply a blatant provocation. The previous attack on Redline and the major alliance countries has already angered the world government, but this time, it directly exceeded the limit of anger. Even the most daring and craziest people never imagined that rocks would dare to do this. In Yan's vicissitudes of life, there seemed to be flames rising. The flames, which were stronger than a volcanic eruption, were suppressed in his eyes. Boom. The flames sprayed and expanded the air into hot air, forming two diametrically opposed air convection currents. Relying on their own fruit power, they forcibly pulled the warship whose power had reached extreme speed, and accelerated again. Clatter, the waves were broken, turning into a white line and nandling on the sea. There is also a steam jet blast behind it. Distance. Coming soon. Valley of Gods. There were continuous explosions, and the roar continued inside. It is more lively than setting off firecrackers during the new year. Advertisement a full 2 or 3 hours. The longest limit of the blocking battle has been completely exceeded, and the garrison troops on the outskirts of the Valley of the Gods have begun to retreat steadily, and the various equipment and buildings laid are completely ineffective. Rocks, who got special means from somewhere, directly paralyzed most of the opponent's defensive positions, and brought the pirates and others, who were released by nature, directly charged into it. Deep into the hinterland. Attacking the fortress has become a tug of war. The members of the Rocks pirate group who have gained a firm foothold are not those people who can be easily expelled. A steady stream of battles broke out. The original, peaceful, heavenly paradise was instantly filled with the smoke of war. Whales and blood were smeared on it, all kinds of piercing begging for mercy, crying, ferocious corpses, and blood mist, all intertwined together into the frightening Shira field in October. Pirates who release their inner malice and animal desires will not have the slightest scruples. It's better than landing on Redline, an unscrupulous plunder feast. Depend on, that guy is really arrogant. A resplendent minaret rose directly to the sky under the torn force of the huge force. The top is shining and golden. The building materials seem to be made of gold, and the colors of the embellishments are all kinds of gemstones and pearls. It is estimated that only celestial dragons who do not know wealth can do such a thing. And now, all cheap golden lion. It is easy to drag such an exaggerated building out of thin air and float in the sky, and it is still in constant battle, except for Shei with lion fruit, no one can do it at all. Even Locke looked stunned. Such a tall golden tower, with gemstones and pearls dotted on it, plus the possible treasures inside, how much is this worth? Maybe there will be more than one devil fruit. The battle has begun. We have to move as fast as possible. Locke pursed his lips. The task assigned to them by Captain Rocks is to collect and capture all the celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods as much as possible. 2 celestial dragons, you can exchange for a devil fruit or a billion Baileys. Chapter 117. 2 admirals, 3 quasi-admirals, if you can catch 10. There are 5 devil fruits for task rewards alone, not to mention the ones plundered in the Valley of Gods. Similar to the method of Golden Lion, but pure extra money. This is more profitable than any gold-making method. And the strength of celestial dragons, not worth mentioning. Not to mention Locke and the others, even on the Rocks pirates, any regular crew member can easily get rid of the waste among the waste. The only thing to worry about is the powerful troops protecting them. Besides, because of the outbreak of the Great War, these guys who are afraid of death have long been frightened by the continuous vibrations, and they don't know where they're hiding. It is not easy to find. Shei, that guy. I will not lose to him. With a vigorous flick of the mace in Kaido's hand, A high tower bunker was directly smashed, exposing all the guys hiding below. Another group of slaves. Humph. Black smoke was spouting out of his nostrils. Kaido had absolutely no interest in taking action against these scum, which were so weak that they shrunk into a ball. But, Locke and Kaido turned their heads at the same time. His solemn gaze swept to the rear. There's a situation. There's a big guy coming out. Click, click, click. A group of powerful humanoid creatures rushed out from the ruins around the corner. Their speed was astonishingly fast, and it was just an afterimage in my eyes. Silent. He didn't even open his mouth to talk, so he sprinted close to his body and launched a fierce attack. Boom. As soon as they fought, they met their scarlet eyes, cold, inorganic, without a trace of emotion, but filled with dangerous aura, not like living creatures at all. It feels like deja vu. This is advertisement. Blood Warrior. Naji Exodin Phantom next to her frowned slightly. On the red line before, the mechanical and human troops encountered had a strong strength, although due to the problems of the androids, the defects and disadvantages were very obvious, and they could be called the weakest in the same level. But the advantages of mass production, as well as the exaggerated quantity, are enough to smooth everything out. 2 admirals, 3 quasi-admirals, 1 semi-disabled, and how many vice-admirals here and there? Locke glances over. Just bring the combat power in front of you into your eyes, and be aware of it. I don't know if it's the full formation of the Valley of the Gods, or if it was encountered by other pirates before and lost a lot of combat power. At least the android formation that Locke and the others encountered this time is weaker than the formation on the red line. But even so, 2 admirals, 3 quasi-admiral, it is also quite a luxurious lineup. Even if it is a parallel importer in the same level, it should not be underestimated. Admiral is admiral, parallel importers are not easy to deal with. B. Facing the approaching blood warriors, Locke and Kaido didn't show any fear on their faces, instead they were filled with joy, and the corners of their mouths curled up, almost laughing out loud. Danger. It is also an opportunity. In the Valley of the Gods, where battles are everywhere, a group of powerful artificial humans suddenly encountered, and the opponent was obviously not caught in a melee, with red lights in their eyes, obviously protecting something. They are the guard of the celestial dragons. Very likely, there are a lot of celestial dragons hiding nearby, not just one. Locke's eyes lit up. Even if it's not the target celestial dragons, with this protection formation, at least it's a treasure worth cherishing. 1 per person. 1 per person. Locke and Kaido's eyes flickered slightly, taking advantage of the chance of making eye contact twice during the battle. They quickly finalized the plan to get rid of this team of artificial humans. Thunder. 8 trigrams. The dark armament Haki is attached, terrifying power is brewing on the mace, and the terrifying blow that is poised to the limit is shot from Kaido's hands. The exaggerated power is a battle that takes over space. Directly compressed the air in front of him into an air cannon, rushed up to number 2 who possessed admiral-level strength, waved his mace, and brought another quasi-admiral-level artificial man into the battle circle. With such a domineering posture, even Locke next to him can feel the burning blood on Kaido's body. Ha ha ha. It seems that we can't fall behind. Advertisement. Locke had a big smile on his face, without any fear, and the surging blood was boiling in his body. Stand up with both fists. The body is his strongest weapon. HMPH, it's just some brainless robots, asking for flowers. See if I don't burn them to scrap metal. The pattern of the Lion King and Beast appeared on Lenai's body, and a flash of fire came from the depths behind her. After her evolution, she has been able to slightly touch the power of the unquenchable fire Lion King, except for the powerful power of the Lion King. The surging inextinguishable flame is also a powerful force, and it is absolutely no problem to burn the metal. Machine. Naji Zaitan pursed her lips and said nothing. Just condensing Teigu, the skeletal armor instantly covered her body, showing her attitude with actions. But Blair and Chitong were deliberately left in the dark by Locke. Let them hide, as a mobile force, ready to take action at any time. As the 2 female assassins, they are indeed relatively weak in frontal battles. Moreover, the Teigu effect of the 2 of them is really mediocre for an android with a metal structure. It's better to hide it as a killer first. Dash. Saber-toothed tiger. The ultimate power of Gang Fist explodes in Locke's hands. Boom. Even the air was blasted by him, and his fists that were comparable to the speed of sound smashed down heavily. In the trajectory of the 2 fists, there is a strong style of Xingyechuan. Roar. It was as if there was a ferocious saber-toothed tiger, staring at the predatory target, attacking ferociously, and directly locked on the weakness of number 1 artificial man, hitting his vitals severely with every blow. Relying on his monster-like physique, he forcibly equaled the speed of the number 1 artificial man, and his superb boxing skills exploded unprecedented strength in his hands. Even if the guys from the long-handed clan come over, they will almost not recognize that this is from their clan's boxing school. Only by careful observation and a little bit of spying can they barely see some faint traces. Rumble. Fierce battles alternated. Not only Locke, but Lenny and Naji Zaidan around them also fought aggressively. The flames clashed, the mechs roared, and the thunder was endless. Artificial man is not afraid of death. The Lion King who can't extinguish the fire can be reborn directly with a broken arm. Who is afraid of anyone who trades injuries for injuries? Strong metal body defense. The one-hit kill Amazono sword teaches you how to be a man. With the same quasi-admiral strength, if you beat a parallel artificial human, isn't that easy to catch?